Amidst a battlefield littered with corpses, a lone warrior leaned on his sword, taking in the grim sight around him. Everyone else was dead. Then, a voice broke the silence. Annoyed, the man turned to see the last person he wanted to face. Ahiyuti, a towering giant and his sworn enemy. Ahiyuti had stormed into the Empire with 2 other giants just 20 days ago, leaving destruction in their wake for reasons no one understood. The warrior narrowed his eye and asked why Ahiyuti was still standing after tearing half the Empire apart. The giant chuckled. "No need to worry," he said. "You'll be dead soon enough." The warrior smirked. "Your confidence is misplaced. The others are gone. One of your kind was burned to ash by a red dragon. The other? Sealed away for eternity by a man named Lorehorn." Ahiyuti's grin didn't waver. "You shouldn't be so proud. Even though we fell, we took down those who defeated us. There's no one left in this world strong enough to challenge us now." The warrior stepped forward, unwavering. "I'm still here." Ahiyuti scoffed. "Don't lie to yourself. I can feel your strength fading. It's only a matter of time." He studied the warrior for a moment before chuckling. "If only you had realized your potential earlier. If only you had trained harder. You might have been a real obstacle for us." The warrior let out a dry laugh. "No need to remind me of my regrets, Ahiyuti. I already know I lived a wasted life." Ahiyuti's expression darkened. "Then at least be proud of what you've accomplished. No human has ever come this far. But it doesn't matter. Soon, your world will crumble beneath the starlight." Before Ahiyuti could say another word, the warrior's blade flashed. The giant's head hit the ground with a heavy thud. The battle was over, but the warrior had no time to rest. He forced himself forward, his body screaming in protest. As he walked, memories flooded his mind, his comrades, soldiers who had stood by his side. Then he saw them. Their lifeless bodies lay scattered across the battlefield. He clenched his fists, his heart heavy with grief. Why had they thrown their lives away for honor? Why hadn't Arun lived? He wondered why he had been the only one able to stand against the giants when even the Empire's strongest swordsmen had failed. If he hadn't been pushed to the front lines, maybe they would still be alive. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard someone call his name. His breath caught. That voice, it was impossible. Gathering what little strength he had left, he pushed forward toward the sound. And when he arrived, he froze. Against all odds, his Grand Commander was still alive. Ronin's breath hitched as he took in the sight before him. His Grand Commander, Adeshan, was still alive. But she had lost an arm. Adeshan, struggling to stay upright, looked at him with desperate eye. "Did you do it? Is Ahiyuti dead?" Ronin gave a slow nod. "Yeah, it's over." Tears welled up in Adeshan's eye. She let out a breathless laugh, overwhelmed with relief. But Ronin wasn't finished. "I need to ask you a favor." Adeshan wiped her face, regaining composure. "What is it?" "Take care of the soldiers' bodies," Ronin said. Her expression shifted to confusion. In the Empire, fallen soldiers were usually left behind or burned. "Why are you asking me this? You're still standing. You can do it yourself." Ronin coughed, a thick splatter of blood staining the ground. He gave her a weak smile. "Not for long. I don't have much time left." Adeshan's face darkened. She hesitated before asking, "If you survive, what will you do?" Ronin thought for a moment. "I'd go to the academy." Adeshan's eye widened in disbelief. "Why the academy?" Ronin let out a tired chuckle. "Ahiyuti said something that got me thinking, how different would my life have been if I had trained properly? But that's not the real reason. My sister, she always wanted me to go. It was her dream for me." His voice grew quieter. "I never made it. But at least now, I'll see her again, along with the rest of my family." Adeshan clenched her jaw, fighting back tears. "Don't talk like that. The rain will stop soon, and when it does, a search party will come for us." Ronin scoffed. "That's ridiculous. This rain isn't stopping anytime soon." As if the world itself had heard him, the downpour came to an abrupt halt. Both Ronin and Adeshan stood frozen, staring at the sky in shock. But their disbelief was short-lived. The ground trembled beneath them. Ronin's grip tightened on his sword as he turned toward the disturbance. High in the sky, a monstrous being loomed, a creature unlike anything they had ever seen. It had the same towering presence as the giants, but this one possessed 8 wings and an unnerving, twisted form. And it wasn't alone. Behind it, more than 100 similar creatures filled the sky. Adeshan's body went rigid. She had believed the war would end with the death of the 3 giants. But this was something else. Her hope began to crumble. Then, Ronin's voice cut through her thoughts. "Adeshan," he barked, "push me up with your telekinesis. I'll take them on." She turned to him, stunned. "You're joking. You can barely stand, and you want to fight?" Ronin wiped the blood from his lips and raised his sword. His eye burned with determination. "I'm not giving up until I'm dead." Adeshan could only stare. Even now, even at death's door, Ronin refused to back down. Her hesitation faded. If anyone could stand against these monsters, it was him. She stepped closer determination flickering back in her eye. Then, without a word, she moved near his mouth and placed a small, glowing blue sphere inside. Ronan frowned, feeling the small object resting on his tongue. What did you just put in my mouth? Adeshan leaned in close, her breath warm against his ear as she whispered something only he could hear. Then, she pulled back and looked him in the eye. If we meet again, promise me you'll tell me to become a tailor. Ronan blinked in confusion. A tailor? She gave a small, bittersweet smile. I've done a lot of things in my life, but nothing has ever made me happier than sewing. Before Ronan could respond, the sky darkened. The 8-winged creature raised a hand, crackling with an unfamiliar energy. A blinding force surged toward them, and everything went black. When Ronan opened his eye, he gasped for air and shot upright. Adeshan, silence. He looked around, disoriented. The battlefield was gone. The monsters, the bodies, the ruins vanished. Instead, he found himself surrounded by familiar sights. Old houses, dirt roads, a soft breeze rustling through trees. This was his childhood village. Impossible. His hands trembled as he stared at them. He wasn't just back in the village. His body was different, too. Younger. Stronger. He had returned to the past. Ronan took a shaky breath and sat down, trying to piece together what had happened. Then, memories flooded his mind. Adeshan, the blue orb. She had told him it was an artifact that allowed its user to travel back in time. That was how she, once just a simple tailor, had become the Grand Commander. The orb granted 4 chances to rewrite history. Adeshan had already used it 3 times. This was the last. She had given it to him. You have the power to fight the giants, she had said. If anyone has a chance of stopping them, it's you. When you go back, you have to grow stronger. You must attend Phil Leon Academy. It's the best place to train future heroes. And then, her final plea, promise me, tell me to become a tailor. Ronan clenched his fists. He could still hear her voice, see the desperate look in her eye. But she was gone. For a moment, he sat frozen, overwhelmed by the weight of what had just happened. Was this even real? Or was it all some cruel dream? Frustration boiled inside him. He let out a furious yell and slammed his fist against a nearby tree, over and over, until his knuckles bled. But then, he stopped. This was real, and if he was truly in the past, that meant his sister was still alive. His heart pounded. He wasted no time. Grabbing a stick from the ground, he took off running toward home. As he dashed through the village, something caught his eye. A group of boys huddled around another child, one who was hanging upside down from a tree. Ronan slowed his pace. Something was off. The boy wasn't tied up. There were no ropes or tricks. He was floating, suspended in the air by magic. Ronan's breath hitched. Mages were rare. Even on the battlefield, they were almost non-existent. Yet here, in this tiny village, was someone capable of magic. Then, realization struck him. He knew who this was. One of the most powerful magicians of the future was right here, right now, before everything had fallen apart. The bully using the magic hesitated, guilt flickering across his face, but he didn't release the boy. Please, the boy pleaded. I don't have any money. Ronan tightened his grip on the stick. This time, things would be different. The boy trembled, his voice barely above a whisper. Please, the money is for my mother's medicine. The bully sneered. I don't care about your mother, he spat, striking the boy across the face. Now hand over more. Tears welled in the boy's eye as he clutched his pouch tightly. But the bully wasn't done. He turned to Assel, the young magician standing beside him. Lift him higher, he ordered. Take him to the top of the tree. Assel hesitated, his hands shaking. I can't. If I mess up, he could fall and die. The bully's expression darkened. Then maybe I'll put you up there instead. Assel's blood ran cold. He had learned magic to prove he was capable, to show he wasn't weak. But now, that power had only made him a tool for someone else's cruelty. His mind raced, unsure of what to do. Then, without warning, a wooden stick smacked into him. The impact made Assel flinch, and in his panic, he lost control. The boy he'd been holding up came crashing to the ground. Are you trying to kill him? A new voice cut through the chaos. The bully and Assel turned to see Ronan, gripping a wooden stick and staring them down. The bully's eye burned with anger. Assel, who told you to stop? Assel opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Ronan stepped forward. Where did you learn telekinesis? He asked. Assel blinked. I found a grimoire. Bought it from a peddler. Ronan raised an eyebrow. Even with just a cheap grimoire, Assel's control over magic was already this good? The bully clenched his fists, furious at being ignored. Enough of this, he roared, drawing a sword from his waist. Ronan's eye narrowed. A real sword? Where would a kid like this even get one? The bully charged at him, his stance clumsy and full of openings. Ronan sighed. Sloppy. With ease, he sidestepped the attack, barely putting in any effort. The bully stumbled forward, wide in shock. You just got lucky, he spat. Get on your knees and beg. Maybe I'll let you live. Maybe I'll even take care of your sister for you. Ronan's breath stilled. What did you just say? The bully grinned, sensing an opportunity to rattle him. Oh, you heard me. Your sister. I've always dreamed of. Crack. A sharp scream filled the air. The bully staggered back, clutching the side of his head. Blood dripped between his fingers. His ear was gone. Ronan stood over him, his wooden stick raised. Say her name again, he said, his voice low and dangerous. I dare you. The other bullies froze. They had all been carrying wooden sticks, just like Ronan. And yet, somehow, he had used his to slice clean through flesh. This wasn't just any village boy. This was something else entirely. Ronan pointed his stick at them. Drop the money. Now, not a single one of them dared to disobey. The bullies, still shaken, dropped a few extra coins, claiming Ronan had ruined their mood. After scooping up the money, Ronan handed it all to the boy. The boy blinked in surprise. This is more than what they took. Ronan shrugged. I don't need it. I just wanted the sword. The boy clutched the money tightly, his eye filled with gratitude. Just as he was about to thank Ronan again, Assel finally found his voice. I'm sorry, Assel said, his head lowered. I was scared. I didn't want to hurt you, but he threatened me. The boy hesitated, then gave a small smile. It's okay. I get it. After one final thank you, he turned and ran off. Ronan watched him go before shifting his gaze to Assel. So, you're not a bully after all. Assel shook his head firmly. Good, Ronan said. Then meet me in 4 days. I've got something for you to do. Assel looked up, confused. What? What? Ronan smirked. Just be there, and don't even think about running. If I have to find you, I'll beat you up. Without waiting for a response, Ronan turned and sprinted toward his house. When he arrived, he spotted some wildflowers growing near the entrance. He bent down and picked a few. His sister loved flowers. But as he stood there, staring at them, doubt crept in. This is stupid. Just as he was about to toss them away, he heard the door creak open. He froze. A familiar voice called out. For years, as a soldier, he had imagined this moment, meeting his sister again. He had wondered what he would say. Would he apologize for leaving? Would he tell her how much he missed her? But when he saw her, all he could do was smile. Inside, his elder sister, Irel, spotted the flowers in his hands. A bright smile spread across her face as she admired them. You remembered, she murmured, a shining. Ronan sat down, and before he knew it, Irel had whipped up a feast. Plate after plate of food filled the table. You didn't have to cook this much, Ronan said, laughing. I just wanted to show my appreciation, Irel replied. Eat up. As he ate, Ronan suddenly asked, How old are you this year? Irel blinked. What kind of question is that? Just humor me. 22, she said slowly, watching him with curiosity. Ronan exhaled, relieved. If she was 22, that meant he had 10 full years before the war with the giants. 10 years to prepare. Irel frowned and reached out, pressing her palm against his forehead. Are you feeling sick? Since when do you care about my age? Ronan chuckled, shaking his head. He had forgotten how sweet and kind his sister was. No matter what, he would protect her this time. Taking a deep breath, he met her eye. I want to attend an academy. Silence. Then, Irel's eye widened. Are you serious? Yeah. She looked like she didn't believe him. You always refused when I brought it up. You said it was a waste of time. Why the sudden change? Ronan simply nodded. I've thought it through. I'm ready. Irel's face lit up with excitement. Without a word, she rushed to a corner of the house and dragged out a massive pot. Ronan raised an eyebrow. What's that? Irel lifted the lid, revealing stacks of coins inside. His eye widened. Where did you get all this? She grinned. I've been saving in secret for you. I always hoped you'd change your mind. So, I set aside everything I could. Now, you can go to an academy without worrying about the cost. Ronan stared at her, speechless. He never expected this. His sister had been preparing for his future, even when he had refused to see one for himself. This time, he wouldn't waste her efforts. Ronan turned to Irel, gratitude in his voice as he thanked her for her support. But then, with a serious expression, he admitted that the money she had wouldn't be enough to get him into the academy he had his sights set on. Curious, Irel asked which academy he was aiming for. The Phil Leon Academy, Ronan replied without hesitation. Irel's eye widened in shock. Phil Leon, she practically shouted. It wasn't just any academy. It was the academy, the pride of the Empire. Known as the Factory of Heroes, it had produced legends like Grand Commander Adeshan, Swordmaster Shaylin, and the infamous Winter Witch. Funded by the imperial family, it housed the greatest minds and warriors on the continent. Getting accepted wasn't just difficult, it was nearly impossible. Even Irel wasn't sure if Ronan had what it took. After a long walk, Ronan finally arrived at his destination. To his surprise, Assel was already there, waiting for him. Assel, Ronan called out, stepping closer. I need your help with something important. Assel raised an eyebrow. What is it? Use your telekinesis to lift me up. Assel blinked. What? Lift me? Ronan repeated. Assel hesitated. That sounds dangerous. Why would I? Just do it, Ronan cut in. Still unsure, Assel sighed and extended his hand. A moment later, Ronan began to rise. Assel's magic carried him higher and higher, far above the ground. Ronan's eye widened. So this is the extent of his power. While it wasn't as overwhelming as the magic Ahyuti had used against him, Ronan knew how vital Assel's telekinesis had been in that fight. It had allowed him to hold his own. And considering how rare this ability was, Assel was bound to be a key player in what was coming, especially against the giants. But Assel's grip on his magic was slipping. Ronan, I can't hold you much longer. Just a second, Ronan called back. He unsheathed his sword, gripping it tightly. Then, with a swift motion, he swung it through the air. In an instant, he dropped. Assel's heart nearly stopped. He hadn't let go, and yet, Ronan had fallen. The moment Ronan landed, Assel rushed over, his face filled with disbelief. Ow! You cut my magic! Ronan smirked and rapped his knuckles against Assel's head. Don't ask dumb questions. Even back when he was a soldier, he never fully understood how his abilities worked. But this time he intended to. Sliding his sword back into place, Ronan tossed his bag to Assel. Come on, he said, walking ahead. You're going to want to be there for this. For what? Assel asked, still reeling from what just happened. Ronan grinned. The first page of my biography. Or, as history will remember it, one of the greatest moments in the Empire's story. Assel stared at him. What are you talking about? Ronan glanced back over his shoulder. I'm joining Philion Academy. And so are you. Assel was stunned. He had always known Ronan was a martial arts genius, but him attending Philion Academy? That felt like a stretch. Unlike Ronan, he didn't see himself as someone talented enough to step foot in such a place. Ronan saw the doubt in Assel's eye and scoffed. What? You're just going to waste your life in this village. He crossed his arms, his voice laced with disappointment. You're a coward, Assel. A loser. If you stay here, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Assel's breath caught in his throat. Ronan's words cut deep, but not in a bad way. For the first time, someone was pushing him, really pushing him, to be more. And it wasn't just anyone. It was Ronan. A slow smile spread across Assel's face. You really think I can do it? Ronan smirked. If you weren't worth it, I wouldn't be wasting my breath. That was all Assel needed to hear. All right, I'll do it. I'll go to Philion Academy. Ronan clapped a hand on his shoulder. Good. That's a man's decision. But now, you've got to prove you're not all talk. Assel blinked. By the time they arrived at their destination, Assel realized what Ronan meant. Staring at him from the shadows was his first hurdle, a lunar goblin. His stomach dropped. Are you serious? Ronan grinned. This is the perfect test for you. Assel wasn't sure if Ronan was crazy or just completely insane. Lunar goblins were no joke. Unlike normal goblins, these ones had sickly yellow skin and twisted, disfigured bodies. But what really set them apart was their obsession with gold and treasures. Every full moon, they gathered everything they had stolen and threw a festival, which was tonight. Assel turned to Ronan. Wait, how do you even know about this? Ronan shrugged. I read it in a book. That was a lie. In truth, he knew from experience from his past life. But Assel didn't need to know that. Ronan pointed toward the goblin's stash. Your job is simple. Use your telekinesis to steal all their treasures and put them in my bag. Assel's face went pale. You want me to steal from them? What if I wake them up? We'd be dead. Ronan leaned in. Listen, Assel. If we're serious about Philion Academy, we need two things. First, money. The tuition is ridiculous, and we need a way to pay for it. He paused before continuing. But more importantly, we need real-life experience. Assel swallowed hard. Ronan continued, his voice firm. That academy is filled with noble brats who have trained since birth. The only way to compete with them is by gaining real experience, by risking our lives. That's why these goblins are perfect. They give us both money and experience. Assel let out a shaky breath. It was crazy, but Ronan had a point. A painful, terrifying point. After a moment, he closed his eye, steadied his breathing, and nodded. All right, I'll do it. Slowly, carefully, he raised his hands. His telekinesis activated, and the first treasure began to lift. He had to be careful. One mistake, they were dead. With the bags now filled, Ronan turned to Assel. Nice work, he said, nodding in approval. Truthfully, he hadn't been sure if Assel could pull it off, so seeing everything go according to plan was a pleasant surprise. Looks like I found myself a useful little slave, Ronan thought with a smirk as he secured his bag. Just then, loud shouts broke the silence. Two men were chasing a bird, yelling in frustration. Unfortunately for Ronan, the noise was enough to wake one of the goblins. The creature blinked groggily before glancing around, and then it froze. The treasures were gone. Its shrill scream rang through the night as it frantically woke the others, quickly explaining what had happened. Ronan and Assel had just started to move when the goblins spotted them. In an instant, the charge got burning with rage. Assel's legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed, trembling. Ronan, should we just drop the treasure and run? Ronan shot him a sharp look. No, we need this for our tuition. As the goblins closed in, Ronan pulled out his sword. He gave it a quick test swing, gauging its weight and sharpness. Cheap steel, he thought. 15 good strikes, maybe less before it's useless. And there are 30 of them, but 15 attacks were more than enough. The moment the goblins lunged, Ronan moved. His blade flashed in the moonlight. In a single strike, 3 heads hit the ground. Assel's eye went wide. He barely had time to process what he had just seen before Ronan vanished. Moving so fast, it was as if he had disappeared. One by one, goblins fell in rapid succession, their bodies hitting the dirt before they even realized they were dead. By the time the last one dropped, silence filled the air. Ronan flicked his sword clean and turned to Assel. Get up. We're heading back. As they walked home, Ronan felt a dull ache in his shoulders. Seriously? He frowned. I only took down a few goblins, and I'm already sore? Then it hit him. His body was still growing. Looks like I need to start training more. Assel, still processing everything, broke the silence. Hey, Ronan, who do you think made that loud noise? The one that woke the goblins. Ronan scoffed. No idea. But if I ever find them, I'm beating them to a pulp. Before Assel could respond, something whistled through the air. An arrow. It was aimed straight at Assel's head. In a blur, Ronan's hand shot up, snatch, catching the arrow before it could hit. Assel stumbled back, his face pale. What was that? Where did it come from? They turned, scanning their surroundings. 2 men emerged from the darkness. Assel's jaw dropped. It's them, the same 2 who had been chasing the bird. The men looked at them, darting to Ronan's bag. The moment they saw the treasures, their expressions changed. One of them forced a nervous chuckle. Oh, sorry about that, kids. Didn't mean to shoot at you. Ronan's eye twitched. Kids? He took a slow step forward. Tisich dropped the fake apologies, he muttered. Who are you? The man grinned, and in the next second he lunged. A knife gleamed in the moonlight as he swung straight for Ronan's throat. You're about to find out, he sneered. The name's Caliboro. The moment Ronan heard the name Caliboro, his expression darkened. In a swift motion, he wrenched the knife from the man's grip and drove it straight into his chest. The man gasped, staggering back before collapsing. His companion's face twisted in rage. With a furious shout, he lunged at Ronan, only to freeze midair. A translucent force wrapped around him, pinning him in place. Assel stood behind him, hand raised, his invisible hand skill in full effect. Ronan glanced at Assel and smirked. Nice save. Without wasting another second, he snatched the restrained man's knife and tore through him just as effortlessly as the first. Assel's stomach churned. He had seen Ronan fight, but this was different. Did you just kill them? Ronan wiped the blade clean. They tried to kill us, he said simply. This is what they deserved. Assel swallowed hard, but Ronan wasn't finished. These guys weren't just random thugs. The Caliboro group is the worst of the worst. Poachers, kidnappers, human traffickers. The Destroy lives without a second thought. His eye flicked down to the bodies. They weren't just after our treasure. They were going to harvest our organs. A shiver ran down Assel's spine. Just as Ronan started clearing away the bodies, something shifted. A bag the men had been carrying moved. Ronan and Assel exchanged a glance before cautiously opening it. The moment they did, a bird shot out. Ronan's eye widened. Its feathers were a striking shade of blue. But what really caught his attention was the chain wrapped around its leg, a restriction device designed to disrupt mana flow and prevent movement. This chain, it's used to capture mystical beasts, Ronan murmured. Why would a group like Caliboro have something this rare? As he studied the bird further, something else caught his attention. A faint glow. A magic circle was embedded on the bird's back. Before he could react, a voice echoed through the air. Assel jumped. Did that bird just talk? Ronan's eye narrowed. No, someone speaking through it. The realization hit him. This was communication magic, and it had activated the moment the bird was freed. That meant the person on the other end had been trying to connect all this time, but the bag had been blocking the signal. The voice spoke again. Finally, I've been trying to reach you for hours. The speaker introduced himself as Vaughn, a professor researching mystical beasts. That bird is Mars, Vaughn explained. I'm his guardian. I lost connection with him and was just about to report his disappearance to the authorities. What happened? Ronan smirked. We're just righteous passersby, he said smoothly. We saved Mars from a group of poachers. Vaughn was stunned. Poachers? You mean someone kidnapped Mars? Yeah, they were real scum, Ronan said casually. Vaughn let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. I owe you both. Tell me, how can I repay you? Assel waved him off. No need. But Mars looks exhausted. How will he get back to you in this condition? Ronan turned to Vaughn. Will he be able to fly once I break the chain? Vaughn hesitated before answering. If you can break it in one clean strike, yes. Ronan nodded. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and, in one swift motion, sliced through the chain. The metal shattered instantly, falling to the ground. Ronan glanced at Mars. Go home. The bird flapped its wings, testing its newfound freedom. But then, instead of flying away, it turned to Ronan and shoved its feathery rear right into his face. Ronan froze. What? Assel burst out laughing. I think he likes you. Ronan scowled. I saved you, you stupid bird. And this is how you thank me? Mars chirped happily, completely ignoring his complaints. Assel wiped a tear from his eye. You are his hero, after all. Ronan groaned. Just get out of here already. Before Mars flew away, Vaughn's voice echoed through the communication spell once more. Ronan, he said, Mars wants to see you again. Ronan raised an eyebrow. Huh, what? Vaughn chuckled. Who knows? Maybe he's grateful. Either way, pluck one his feathers. Ronan frowned. What for? A dream bird like Mars can use its feather as a compass to find its main body, Vaughn explained. If you ever need to see him again, it'll guide you to him. Ronan sighed, but reached out, plucking a single blue feather. Good, Vaughn said. When you come to my institution, I'll repay you for everything. Until then, take care. With that, Mars gave one final chirp and took off into the sky. As Ronan watched him disappear, something caught his attention, something small and odd resting in his hand. A few days later, Ronan made his way to Caribel Merchantry to sell the treasures he had acquired. The merchant, Duan Caribel, greeted him with a broad smile. The moment he saw the items Ronan had brought, his eye gleamed with interest. Well, you've got quite the collection here. Ronan was relieved. Unlike the other merchants who had tried to scam him, Down was straightforward and honest. By the way, Ronan said, reaching into his bag, can you appraise something for me? He pulled out a strange-looking object and handed it over. Down furrowed his brows, examining it closely. What is this? Ronan sighed. I thought it was poop at first. Mars, that damn bird left it with me. I was so pissed off that I threw it at a boulder. Down glanced up, and it shattered the boulder, Ronan muttered. Down's eye widened. He turned the object over in his hands, deep in thought. It looks like horse dung. Ronan snatched it back. First I think it's poop. Now you think it's poop. This thing better not actually be poop. He tucked it away. I'll figure it out later. Shaking his head, he changed the subject. Do you sell books on Philion Academy? Down nodded. Planning to apply? Yeah, Ronan said. We need study material. Down beamed. That's great to hear. My daughter is applying too. He turned and called out, Maria, come here. A moment later, a girl stepped forward. Ronan's eye widened. Down gestured toward them. Maria, these are important customers I just closed a deal with. Maria blinked in surprise. Wait them. She looked Ronan and Assel up and down. They're just kids. Down sighed. Maria, don't be rude. He turned to Ronan and Assel. I apologize. Ronan ignored the apology and took a step closer to Maria. He studied her face carefully. Then, in a low voice, he asked, Is your middle name Sun? Maria's expression turned wary. Yes, why? Ronan's heart skipped a beat. She looked exactly like someone he knew in his past life. But there was one problem. Maria had been a man. Ronan leaned in and, without thinking, whispered, Do you have a penis? Maria froze. A second later, smack. Ronan's head snapped to the side as Maria slapped him with everything she had. Pain shot through his face, but instead of getting angry, he stood still, processing. There was only one person who had ever slapped him like that. In his past life, Ronan had served as a disciplinary soldier in Erelon. The Maria he had known there was in charge of supplies, an easygoing guy who got along with everyone. But if there was one thing that set him off, it was any mention of the word penis. Ronan touched his cheek, still stinging from the slap, and exhaled. No doubt about it. This Maria was his Maria. In his past life, Ronan had always been curious about Maria's odd behavior. He had wanted to ask, but he never got the chance because Maria had died before he could. Now, standing before her, he finally had his answer. So that's why she always acted like that. She really was a girl all along. Ronan let out a chuckle, amused by the absurdity of it all. Maria, however, took his laughter the wrong way. You think this is funny? She snapped, raising her fist for another hit. But this time, Ronan caught her hand mid-swing. Enough, he said, lightly knocking her on the head. I only let you slap me earlier because I asked a dumb question. Don't push your luck. Maria scowled. Oh, push my luck. Without warning, she headbutted him right in the chin. Ronan stumbled back. You little. Before anyone knew it, the two were brawling. Assel stood frozen, watching in disbelief. Are they insane? After a few minutes of tussling, the finally stopped, both catching their breath. Then, as if nothing had happened, they started chatting like old friends. Assel could only stare. Maria dusted herself off and walked over to a weapons rack, pulling out a black iron sword. She held it up for Ronan to see. This is the black iron sword, she said. Even knights want to get their hands on one. It's durable, sharp, and perfect for combat. Ronan inspected it. I fight rough. I need something that won't break easily. Maria smirked. Then, this is exactly what you need. Ronan ran his fingers along the blade, feeling its weight. His grip tightened. This sword, it's the same one I used in my past life. Suppressing a grin, he nodded. I'll take it. After handing him the sword, Maria turned to Assel. What about you? What kind of magic do you use? Assel straightened. I use telekinesis. Maria's eye widened. Telekinesis? She looked at him in shock before breaking into a grin. You're in luck. If you perform well on your entrance test, you could get scholarship. Assel's jaw nearly dropped. A scholarship? Yep. You might not even have to pay tuition. Hearing this, Assel's entire face lit up. Maria, however, had already shifted her focus back to Ronan. All right, you're the real problem, she said. Ronan raised a brow. What now? Maria crossed her arms. Do you have a technique prepared for the entrance exam? Ronan blinked. A technique? Maria sighed. You do realize that to enter Phil Leon Academy, you need to impress the judges, right? The practical exam is no joke. She continued, the academy also has a written test, and yeah, it's tough. But the real challenge is the practical exam. A good performance there can get you accepted, even if your written score is terrible. Ronan frowned. And what kind of technique am I supposed to show them? Maria shrugged. Noble families usually showcase their family's secret techniques. Martial artists without noble backgrounds? They demonstrate their personal mana-based combat techniques. Ronan narrowed his eye. Wait, martial artists can use mana. Maria froze. She stared at him. Are you serious? Ronan didn't answer. He just looked at her, waiting for an explanation. Maria rubbed her temples. You're applying to Phil Leon Academy, and you don't even know this? Ronan remained silent, but his blank expression made it clear he genuinely had no idea. Maria groaned. I cannot believe this. Ronan frowned. So, is sensing mana similar to sensing aura? Maria's eye widened. Are you serious? She couldn't believe what she was hearing. Someone like this wanted to enter Phil Leon Academy? Ronan, unfazed, simply shrugged. Relax. It might be something I already know. I just never called it mana. Maria sighed, rubbing her temples. Get up. We're going outside. She grabbed two of Ronan's short swords on her way out. Oi, leave those, Ronan called after her. What if you damage them? Maria shot him a look. If I do, I'll pay you triple what you spent. Now move. We're starting special training. Ronan narrowed his eye. Special training? Huh? He stood up and followed her outside. Maria took a deep breath before explaining. Mana is the power of nature. It's an energy that exists everywhere, but not everyone can use it. To control it, you have to first sense it. And that's not easy. It takes intense training and a deep understanding of yourself. She continued. For most people, it takes a year just to develop mana sense. After that, they'll refine their techniques for years before even applying to Phil Leon Academy. She gave Ronan a pointed look. The fact that you don't even know the difference between aura and mana proves you're not ready for the academy. Ronan crossed his arms. So what is the difference? Maria huffed. Aura is a type of mana. Even those who are naturally gifted in mana take at least 10 years to develop aura. Ronan's mind flashed back to his time on the battlefield. He had met warriors who used aura, that bragged about it, wielded strange powers, and carried themselves like they were untouchable. Yet in the end, most of them wound up dead. Ronan smirked. So what you're saying is aura is just fancy mana. Maria groaned. I'm done explaining. Without warning, she lunged at him, swords flashing. Ronan's instincts kicked in. He raised his blade, just in time, blocking her strike. The force behind her attack surprised him. She's strong. As their blades clashed, Ronan studied her movements. Fast, precise, and she fights like she's used to dual blades. He narrowed his eye. Is she using mana right now? He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Maria had planned to overwhelm Ronan in a single round, to show him the power of mana and make him give up on the test before embarrassing himself at the academy. But Ronan wasn't going down easily. In fact, he was stronger than she expected. Much stronger. How the hell is he keeping up with me? Without mana. She hesitated for just a second. Ronan seized the moment. He shoved her back with his sword and shifted into a deadly stance. His aura shifted. Maria could feel the danger radiating from him. Better dodge, he warned. Something in his tone sent a chill down her spine. Without thinking, she moved. The next instant, Ronan's blade sliced through the air where she had just been standing. Maria landed a few feet away, heart pounding. That would have killed me. She looked at Ronan, completely stunned. You're not normal. Ronan let out a low chuckle. Neither are you. Ronan lowered his sword and turned away. You're talented with those blades, he said over his shoulder. But your sense of balance is off. Fix that, and you'll improve a lot. Maria clenched her fists. Oi, who said we were done? She snapped. The fight isn't over. Ronan smirked. You also promised to triple my money, remember? The moment he said that, crack. Maria's dual blades snapped in half. She stared at the broken swords in pure shock. Assel, watching from the sideline, sighed. Don't worry, he said. It's not like you ever stood a chance against Ronan anyway. With that, he turned and left with Ronan, leaving Maria frozen in disbelief. Her grip tightened. What the hell just happened? She had never met anyone like Ronan before. In fact, at this point, she wasn't even sure he was human. The next day, Maria met up with Ronan and Assel again, handing them a stack of books and study materials. "These are my personal summaries," she said. Ronan raised an eyebrow. "For what?" Maria blinked. "For the entrance exam." She folded her arms. "You do realize the test is in a month, right?" Ronan frowned, glancing at the books. "All of this in just 1 month." He pulled out his sword. "You trying to rip me off?" Maria rolled her eye. "Relax. I'm giving them to you for free." The second she said that, Ronan casually slid his sword back into its sheath. "You should have started with that." Maria shook her head. "Honestly, I'm giving them to you because I like you guys. I want us to enter Phil Leon Academy together." Assel's eye lit up. "Really?" Maria nodded. "I'd teach you myself, but my group is moving to another location soon. So you two need to work hard. Study a lot. I'll see you both at the academy." Ronan smirked. "Don't worry about us. Just focus on yourself." Maria climbed onto a carriage, giving them a final wave. "And don't lose my books." With that, she was gone. As soon as Maria left, Ronan stretched his arms, wincing. His muscles ached from the sparring session. His body was still adjusting. "Looks like I need to train harder." He found it amusing. In his past life, he had only ever focused on fighting. But now he had to study and train just to enter an academy. It was an odd situation, but he didn't hate it. That night, he set a new routine for himself. He ate more food to build his strength, hunted monsters daily to sharpen his instincts, and pushed his stamina to the limit. Eventually, he hunted every last monster in the village. And at night, instead of resting, he studied. If someone had told him in his past life that he'd be doing this, he would have laughed in their face. But now it was necessary. A month passed. The day of the entrance exam had finally arrived. When Assel stepped onto the academy grounds, his breath caught in his throat. This is Phil Leon Academy. Before him stood a structure so grand, it didn't feel real. It wasn't just an academy. It was a mini-city. Ronan glanced at Assel, smirking. "Stop staring like that. You look like a country bumpkin." Assel quickly shut his mouth, about to apologize, until he noticed something. "Wait a minute. Ronan, have you gotten bigger?" Ronan shrugged. "Don't focus on pointless things. Worry about the test." As they walked toward the academy, Ronan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. "So, the sword saint, Schlieffen, is taking the test too?" Schlieffen, the strongest man in the Empire. He represented the Grancia clan, a renowned swordsmanship lineage. Ronan was certain they would cross paths. After all, they were the same age. While he was deep in thought, Assel suddenly spoke up. "Do you still have that feather from Mars?" Ronan blinked. "Oh, right." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the feather. The moment he did, it started pointing toward a towering building inside the academy. At the very top of that building, Mars was perched, helping a certain professor, Von Fanas, rearrange his office. Vaughn, a war lion, was preparing to greet Ronan properly. He opened a window to let some air in, only to come face to face with Ronan's eerie grin. Both Vaughn and Mars screamed. Vaughn's fur bristled. "H, how the hell did you get up here?" "My office is on the top floor." His eye narrowed. "Wait, are you here to steal Mars?" Ronan casually held up the feather. Vaughn's eye widened. "Wait, could it be?" A moment later, recognition flashed across his face. You're the ones who saved Mars?" Ronan nodded. "Yep." Vaughn exhaled, rubbing his temples. "Damn it, sorry for screaming." Ronan waved him off. "Don't worry about it. It's his fault anyway." He jerked a thumb at Assel. Assel's mouth dropped. "What? You're the one who said you were too tired to use the stairs. You told me to use telekinesis to lift you up." Before he could say anything else, Ronan quickly squeezed his mouth shut. Vaughn raised an eyebrow, amused. Ronan cleared his throat. "Anyway, I'm surprised. A war lion as a professor at Phil Leon Academy." Vaughn chuckled. "And I'm surprised you two are applicants." His expression softened. "If I had known, I would have written you a recommendation letter. You wouldn't have even needed to take the entrance exam." Ronan smirked. "No need. We'll pass on our own." Changing the subject, he reached into his bag. "Actually, there's something I do want you to take a look at." He pulled out the odd egg that Mars had left behind. The moment Vaughn saw it, his entire body stiffened. Ronan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you look so shocked?" "It's just an egg. Birds lay eggs, don't they?" Vaughn's expression darkened. "Dream bird eggs aren't normal eggs." He leaned in, studying it carefully. "I don't even know what is going to hatch from that." Ronan raised an eyebrow. "You're telling me you don't even know what's going to hatch from this thing?" Vaughn nodded. "A dream bird's egg is unique. The creature that hatches depends on the mana it absorbs from its environment. If the egg is laid in a lava-filled area, a phoenix could be born. If it's in a monster's nest, the hatchling might resemble the monster. And in rare cases..." Vaughn's eye darkened. "It might not even be a bird at all." Ronan scowled. "Since when did eggs become so complicated?" He glanced at the egg in his hands. Where the hell was Mars staying to lay something like this? Vaughn crossed his arms. If I analyze the egg's mana, I might be able to guess what will hatch. He sighed. But right now, I have no clue. Ronan groaned. Great. A mystery egg. Just what I needed. Then, to his surprise, Vaughn held the egg out to him. I want you to take care of it. Ronan blinked. Are you serious? This thing's valuable. Vaughn nodded. A dream bird only lays an egg once in its lifetime. The fact that Mars laid it in front of you means he saw something special in you. Ronan frowned, staring at the egg. Special, huh? A second later, he smirked. Fine, I'll take it. I'm kind of curious myself. Just as he and Assel were about to leave, Vaughn stopped them. Wait. He pulled out a rolled-up map and handed it to Ronan. This will help you hatch the egg. Ronan took it without question. Appreciate it. With that, he and Assel finally made their way to Galleon Castle, where the entrance exam was being held. Inside the castle, the martial arts applicants were gathered in one place, waiting for their turn. An attendant stepped out of a nearby room and called, Applicant 112, step forward. Ronan sighed. Still not my turn. Maria, who was sitting next to him, chuckled. All tests are like this. Get used to it. Ronan glanced at her outfit. What the hell are you wearing? Maria smirked. Philion Academy is the school for nobles. I need to present myself properly. Some of these people might become my future customers. Ronan rolled his eye. Merchant habits. Before Maria could respond, the door opened. Applicant 112 walked out, their expression unreadable. The attendant called again. Applicant 113 stepped forward. Ronan stood. Maria gave him a confident smile. Don't be nervous. Just do your best. Ronan scoffed. Nervous? You're acting like something's going to happen. He stepped inside. The moment he entered the exam hall, he felt it. The air inside was heavy. Sitting before him were the examiners, each one radiating an overwhelming presence. But two stood out the most. At the center was an old man with an almost unreal amount of mana surrounding him. Ronan instantly knew who he was. Archmage Krava Kratir, the Academy's headmaster. An archmage, and seated a few feet away was a woman. Unlike the mages around her, her presence wasn't suffocating with mana, but it was just as intense. Her gaze was sharp, her posture was perfect, and the energy she radiated. That's a swordsman. Ronan narrowed his eye. Wait, I know that name. Nabirose, the Grand Sword Saint. Ronan exhaled slowly. Well, this just got interesting. One of the examiners leaned forward. State your name. Ronan. Good. For your test, you'll be fighting a magically engineered combat dummy. Another professor adjusted their glasses. What technique will you be demonstrating? Ronan smirked. Time to show them something fun. Ronan smirked. I'm only going to use a fast cut. The room fell silent. The professors stared at him, stunned. That's it. A simple slash, without mana. They almost laughed. The combat dummy was engineered to withstand attacks from aura users. It had an absurd level of durability and could regenerate almost instantly. Even Shaylin, one of the strongest swordsmen, had barely managed to scratch it. In their eye, Ronan was either a fool or completely delusional. Archmage Krava Kratir, the headmaster, remained silent as the other professors whispered among themselves. Unlike them, he actually studied Ronan, and what he saw shocked him. That aura, that sheer vigor, at such a young age, something about this boy was different. The moment Ronan unsheathed his sword, the air in the room shifted. And then, shing, a single slash. Fast, precise. The attack was over before anyone could react. Ronan calmly sheathed his sword and stepped back. For a moment, there was silence. Then, laughter. The professors shook their heads, unable to believe what they had just seen. That's it, one of them scoffed. You think that is enough for us to consider you? Another turned to Krava. Headmaster, how do you even grade something like this? But Krava wasn't listening. His gaze was locked onto the dummy. Something isn't right. Before he could speak, movement caught his eye. Nabirose, the Grand Sword Saint, stood up. She picked up her sword, and in a blur, she attacked Ronan. Clang! Ronan barely blocked in time. His grip tightened around his sword. She's fast. Where did you learn your swordsmanship? Nabirose asked coldly. Ronan met her gaze. I can't answer that. Neighbor narrowed her eye. Then let me ask you this. Did you see my attack just now? Ronan smirked. You unsheathed your sword at insane speed and swung 3 times, despite the distance between us. The professors blinked in confusion. 3 times? To them, it looked like she had only swung once. Nabirose sheathed her sword. Good. Then you should understand. She took a step closer. I swung 3 times to prove a point. Your fast cut was arrogant. Ronan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you slowed your cut so the professors could see it, she snapped. That's an insult to their skill. The other professors stiffened. Wait, he slowed it? None of them had even noticed. Ronan tilted his head, considering her words. So that's how she saw it. The truth was, he had only slowed his attack because he wasn't sure if his sword could handle the full force of a strike. But judging by how angry Neighbor was, explaining that might not be the best idea. After a moment, Neighbor exhaled and put her sword away. "You're my student now," she said. The room froze. Krava's eye widened in shock. "Already?" One of the professors stammered. "G Grand Sword Saint, are you saying you've already accepted him?" She crossed her arms. "That's exactly what I'm saying." Krava let out a chuckle, shaking his head. "Well, that settles that." He turned to Ronan. "Thank you for your demonstration. Now, tell me, why did you come to Philion Academy?" Ronan thought back to everything that had led him here. The mistakes of his past. The regrets he refused to relive. His expression turned serious. "Because I don't want to have any regrets." Silence filled the room. Krava studied him carefully, his expression unreadable. Then, after a long pause, he smiled. "Good answer," he said. "You may step out." As Ronan turned to leave, Krava glanced at the other professors. "I'll be teaching him as well." A murmur spread through the room. One of the professors frowned. "Headmaster, what's so special about him?" Krava didn't answer, because at that moment, thud, the combat dummy, the one said to have unbeatable regeneration, had just lost its head. The same two professors who had mocked Ronan earlier stared in pure shock. They had laughed at a single cut. But now, all they could do was watch in disbelief. As Ronan stepped out of the exam hall, he couldn't help but wonder, would I have been able to beat Navy Rose in my past life? The thought lingered. She was strong, ridiculously strong. If he wanted to surpass her, he had to push himself harder than ever. Still, he was glad he had come to Philion Academy. There was so much to learn here. After the practical exam, it was time for the theory test. Ronan had spent a month studying, so he figured it wouldn't be too bad. He was very wrong. When he walked out of the test center, his face was pale. His hands were shaking. Maria stared at him, confused. "What's wrong with you?" Ronan's voice was hollow. I barely answered half the test." Maria's jaw dropped. "Wait, what?" Assel sighed. He never checked the books and materials you gave him. Maria looked at Ronan like he had just committed crime. "You forgot to read the books?" Ronan avoided her gaze. Maria groaned. "Unbelievable. Well, don't panic yet. I'm sure you aced the practical exam, so you'll still be accepted." As soon as she said that, a blue tablet appeared in the center of the courtyard. Students rushed toward it, eager to see their results. Maria and Assel followed, scanning for their names. Assel's eye widened. First place in the theory exam. Not only that, he had placed 12th in the practical exam for the magic department. Maria grinned. 9th in both theory and practical for the martial arts department. Not bad. Assel chuckled, still in disbelief. "I actually got first place." Maria clapped him on the back. "Congrats, genius." While they celebrated, Maria turned to Ronan. "All right, what about you?" Ronan glanced at the tablet. Then, after a long pause, he muttered, "My name's not there." Maria blinked. "What?" She frowned, stepping closer. "Quit joking. Did you check properly?" Ronan stared at the board again, but his name was nowhere in sight. Just as he was about to lose hope, boom, a sudden explosion rocked the courtyard. Students gasped and turned toward the source. A massive bird descended from the sky, its crimson wings blazing like fire. "The Glory Phoenix," Mario whispered. The Glory Phoenix was a ceremonial bird that only appeared to announce the salutatorian of each department. The Phoenix's eye locked onto Ronan. Then, it hurled a fireball straight at him. Ronan tensed, ready to dodge, until he saw something within the flames. A message. The fireball hovered in front of him before bursting into letters. First place in the practical exam. 5,712th place in the theory exam. Martial arts department salutatorian. The courtyard fell silent. Then, Maria and Assel exploded into cheers. "You did it," Maria shouted. Assel grinned. "I knew you'd crush the practical exam." Ronan exhaled, finally relieved. Not bad." Maria shook her head, still stunned. "You got first in the practical, despite your theory score? That's insane." As they celebrated, a realization hit Ronan. If he had placed first, that meant someone else had been robbed of the top spot. He turned. A boy was walking toward him, his eyes sharp with disbelief. He stopped a few feet away and stared directly at Ronan. He was supposed to be first place in the practical exam. And now, because of Ronan, he wasn't. If Ronan hadn't shown up, this boy would have been first place in the practical exam. The Sword Saint, Schlieffen. Ronan's eye narrowed. Of course, it had to be him. Maria, unaware of the tension, whispered, "Looks like Schlieffen wants to talk to you." But Ronan knew better. Schlieffen isn't the type to have a friendly chat. In his past life, Schlieffen was obsessed with being the best swordsman. He couldn't stand the idea of someone surpassing him. Ronan knew that if he got involved with Schlieffen now, it would only bring him trouble. "I need to avoid him at all costs." He put on a casual smile. "Hey, I'm just as shocked as you are that I got first place." Schlieffen's eye narrowed. "You're lying." Ronan shrugged. "I'm speaking the truth. Got any proof that I'm not?" Schlieffen clenched his jaw. Ronan was right. He had no proof. But that didn't matter. Without another word, he attacked. Clang. Ronan blocked the strike in time. Assel and Maria gasped. Schlieffen attacked him without warning. Schlieffen pulled back slightly, eyeing Ronan with newfound curiosity. You blocked that. If you weren't first place, you wouldn't have been able to. His grip tightened on his sword. Show me what earned you that ranking. I want to see it for myself. Ronan let out a long sigh. This guy is a pain. Fine. If he wanted to see why Ronan got first place, then he'd show him. Ronan stepped forward and unleashed an attack. 3 slashes in one motion. Schlieffen barely managed to block it. His hands trembled slightly from the impact. A flicker of respect passed through his eye. I see now. You earned that score. But then, his expression darkened. Still, that's not enough to beat me. He lunged at Ronan again. Come on. Show me everything you've got. Ronan grit his teeth. This guy is insane. Schlieffen kept pushing forward, his attacks relentless. Ronan parried and dodged, but he could feel the fight intensifying. And then it hit him. If this continues, he'll start using his aura. Ronan had seen Schlieffen's aura in his past life. It was an overwhelming force known as the Tempest Sword. If Schlieffen unleashed it here, things would get ugly. Ronan made a split-second decision. Run. Schlieffen froze. Wait, is he actually running? Ronan bolted across the courtyard without hesitation. No way I'm dealing with that headache right now. Schlieffen's eye twitched. Never turn your back on an opponent. He immediately gave chase. As he closed the distance, he prepared to strike. But Ronan suddenly grabbed Assel and used him as a shield. Schlieffen skidded to a stop, completely baffled. Ronan peeked out from behind Assel. A real warrior knows when to retreat. Schlieffen scowled. You coward, hiding behind a woman. Assel's eye twitched. I'm a man. Ronan smirked. He knew Schlieffen well enough to know one thing. As arrogant as he was still a gentleman, and he would never attack someone he thought was defenseless. Which meant Ronan was safe. For now, while still hiding behind Assel, Ronan suddenly lashed out with his sword. Bam! His blade smacked Schlieffen right in the nose. Schlieffen staggered back, clutching his face. Ronan grinned. Maria, Assel, run. Schlieffen recovered quickly and tried to stop them, but by the time he moved, they were already far away. A moment later, an instructor arrived, noticing the crowd that had gathered. He spotted Schlieffen resting against his sword, holding his injured nose. His eye widened in shock. Sir Schlieffen? What happened? Who did this to you? Schlieffen waved him off. Drop the sir. I'm an applicant, same as everyone else. Treat me like a commoner. The instructor hesitated but nodded. Understood. Shall I at least get the names of the ones who harmed you? Schlieffen shook his head. No need. It was a fair match. The instructor looked skeptical but didn't press the issue. As Schlieffen stood up, he glanced down at his sword and froze. A visible crack ran along the blade. His expression darkened. Impossible. His sword was forged from mithril, one of the strongest metals in the world. Yet somehow, it had cracked. Schlieffen clenched his jaw. He hadn't even thought Ronan's technique was anything special. But this was undeniable proof that something was off about him. His grip tightened. I'll remember that name, he muttered. Ronan. The next day, Shimo Forest. Ronan and Assel made their way to Shimo Forest, located at the outskirts of the capital. Assel glanced around warily. Should we really be out here right now? I mean, Schlieffen is the son of a duke's family. His family is second only to the imperial family. If he decides to come after you, we're in trouble. Ronan smirked. Relax. Schlieffen's obsessed with swords, but he's not the revenge type. Assel frowned. How do you know? Ronan's eyes softened slightly. In my past life, Schlieffen was everyone's role model. He protected the weak, stood for justice, and was basically the perfect noble. Assel still looked doubtful. Then why did he attack you? Because he doesn't like losing, Ronan chuckled. But if he really wanted to punish us, we'd already be locked up. Instead, he probably told everyone it was a fair fight. After a long walk, they finally arrived at the location Vaughn had marked on the map. Fernando Spring. The moment Ronan laid eye on it, he understood. A mana vein. Mana, which drifts freely across the world, sometimes gathers in one place, forming a concentrated pool of energy. This is known as a mana vein, and its value is beyond imagination. A simple rock left near a mana vein could turn into a high-grade mana stone. A regular plant could transform into a miraculous herb. Most people would kill to monopolize a place like this. Yet Vaughn had given it to them, for free. Ronan exhaled, shaking his head. That lion is either too generous or an idiot. He turned to Assel. Feel anything different? Assel's eye widened. A lot. He took a deep breath. I've never felt this much mana before. I could probably cast spells way stronger than usual here. Ronan nodded, then looked down at the egg. It was glowing. Assel's breath hitched. Ronan, the egg, it's absorbing a massive amount of mana. Ronan smirked. Good. Let's see what hatches. Allies turned to Ronan and asked, Doesn't this place feel off to you? Ronan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Allies reminded him. Vaughn said that because of the mana vein, This area should be crawling with fantastical and mystical creatures. Even regular animals should be nesting here. He paused, then asked, "Do you hear anything?" Ronan's eye widened as he realized his mistake. He quickly stood up. "Get ready for battle," he warned. "I smell blood." Allies frowned. "Blood? What do you mean?" Ronan's expression hardened. "It means people were here before us, and they already know we're here." As soon as he said this, a volley of arrows shot out from the trees. On the other side of the forest, masked figures concealed in the shadows had launched their attack. Ronan didn't flinch. He easily deflected the arrows with his sword, but when he caught sight of the arrowhead, his grip tightened. He had seen this before, back in his past life. A memory flashed through his mind. At the punitive force camp, Ronan and his soldiers sat around a fire. One of them held up the same kind of arrow, explaining its power. "This thing can pierce the skull of an orc like it's nothing," the soldier bragged, offering one to Ronan. Ronan scoffed. "Stop showing off. Last time I checked, you got caught using these to poach animals." The soldier smirked. "You don't get it, Captain. These arrows aren't just any weapons. They belong to the hunting dogs, the elite poachers of the Calaboro organization. Their leader has over 100 successful hunts under his belt." Back in the present, Ronan clenched his jaw. So that's who they were up against, Calaboro's hunting dogs. After deflecting their attack, Ronan turned to allies. "Hide. I'll handle this." Without waiting for a response, he charged straight into the forest. The masked attackers couldn't believe their eye. Ronan had cut down every arrow infused with mana, as if there were nothing. Seeing him sprint toward them, one of the hunting dogs barked an order. "Scatter! Surround him!" Ronan's eye flickered with recognition. This one was different, more experienced, but that only made it more interesting. As the hunters moved to encircle him, Ronan suddenly stopped and called out, "Wait, I'm an ally." The hunting dogs hesitated. "I'm the youngest hunting dog from the Damas branch," Ronan continued. "My name is Ahiyuti." The group exchanged glances before cautiously gathering around him. One of them, the only one not wearing a mask, narrowed his eye. "You expect us to believe that?" The hunting dog scoffed. "There's no way someone as young as you is part of our group." Ronan smirked. "If you don't believe me, ask the branch wolf yourself." His gaze sharpened. "Just because you're untalented doesn't mean everyone else is." The hunting dog's face twisted with rage. He grabbed Ronan by the collar and snarled, "You little punk, I'll cut you into pieces." Ronan didn't even flinch. Guys like you never have a good ending. Before the situation could escalate further, one of the masked men stepped in. "Enough. He knows too much about our branches and ranks. Let's wait for the boss to confirm." Right on cue, a figure emerged from the trees. The hunting dogs immediately stepped aside as their leader approached. Biam, the wolf of the Demire branch. The moment his men saw him, they backed off, leaving Ronan alone. The one who had threatened Ronan quickly explained the situation. Ronan's lips curled into a satisfied grin. "Perfect. If Biam is here, then every hunting dog in this area is gathered in one place." Biam crossed his arms and eyed Ronan. "I don't know what you think you're doing here, but this part of the forest belongs to my branch." Ronan shrugged. "I don't care." His gaze turned cold. "And my name's not Ahiyuti." Biam's eye narrowed in confusion. In that instant, Ronan moved. With a single, fluid strike, he cut down every hunting dog surrounding him. Their bodies dropped to the ground in an instant, lifeless. Without missing a beat, he lunged toward Biam. "That fake name suits a poacher perfectly," he muttered. Before Biam could react, Ronan's sword flashed. A heartbeat later, Biam's head hit the ground. Ronan turned his attention to the last remaining hunting dog, the only one without a mask. The man's face went pale as Ronan's words echoed in his ears. "Guys like you always meet a bad end." A moment later, the man's fingers fell to the ground. He screamed in agony. Ronan sighed. "Don't overreact." He tossed the man a map. "Vaughn gave me this. Now, unless you want to lose more than just your fingers, start writing." The man's hands trembled as he took the map. "W, what do you want me to write?" "The locations of all the other Calaboro branches." The man hesitated. Ronan lifted his sword. "I'll do it," he cried. "Just give me a pen." Ronan smirked. "Use your fingers." Shaking, the man dipped his bloodied hand onto the map and began writing. Once he was done, Ronan took a look at it and nodded. "Good." The man let out a shaky breath. "I'm leaving now. You said you'd let me go." Ronan slipped the map into his pocket. Then, without a word, he swung his sword. The man didn't even have time to react before his body was split in two. Allies, who had been watching in horror, turned away and vomited. The stench of blood, mixed with the rotting corpses of animals, was overwhelming. Ronan barely spared him a glance. "Let's go." "Stop overreacting," Ronan said flatly. Allies wiped his mouth and straightened up. "Sorry, it's just..." He gestured toward the carnage around them. "Calaboro killed so many animals. This is too much." Ronan's expression darkened. "That's why we can't let anyone from Calaboro live." As he surveyed the gruesome scene, He knew Professor Vaughn would be devastated to see this. With that in mind, he decided it was time to return to the capital. Just as he turned to leave, a faint tremor in his pouch caught his attention. The egg was shaking. "Assel, check this out," Ronan called. But Assel didn't respond. His gaze was locked on something else. "Ronan, look up." Ronan followed his gaze and froze. The blood of the slaughtered animals was rising into the air. The crimson liquid swirled together, forming a strange, pulsating mass. Slowly, it began drifting toward them. Instinctively, Ronan reached for his sword, ready to strike. But before he could move, the egg floated out of his pouch. It hovered in midair, then moved straight toward the sea of blood. Ronan's grip tightened on his sword. Assel's voice was filled with unease. "What's happening?" "I have no idea," Ronan muttered. "I locked on the egg. But whatever's inside that thing, it's not normal." The egg absorbed every last drop of blood. Then suddenly it cracked. Ronan's eye lit up with excitement. Finally! But the moment the creature hatched, it attacked his nose. Ronan reeled back, stunned. "What the? You little..." As he got a better look at the creature, his excitement turned into confusion. It wasn't a bird. Assel blinked. "That looks like a dragon." Ronan frowned. "Yeah, it does." His mind raced. Where in the world did Mars find a manna to lay an egg like this? The tiny dragon flapped its wings and stared at him. Ronan crossed his arms. "Hey, I don't know what your problem is, but attacking my face the moment you hatch? Not cool." The dragon tilted its head, then waved its tiny claws. A warm glow surrounded Ronan's nose, instantly healing it. Assel's jaw dropped. He used healing magic? Already. Ronan smirked. "Not bad. Looks like I picked up something special." Assel nudged him. "We should name it." Before they could think of one, the dragon suddenly tensed. Its head snapped toward the forest. Then in a blur, it took off. "Where's it going?" Assel asked, watching it dart through the trees. Ronan's eye glimmered with amusement. It sent someone nearby. On the other side of the forest, a lone figure sprinted for his life. Balrouse, the errand boy of the Demire branch, was in full panic mode. He had gone out to run an errand, but when he returned, his entire branch was dead. His boss, the hunting dogs, everyone, and standing amidst the bloodbath were Ronan and Assel. The sight alone was enough to send him running. Unfortunately for him, the dragon had already locked onto its PRI. With frightening speed, it closed in. Balrouse's foot caught on a tree root. He crashed to the ground. Before he could scramble to his feet, the dragon landed on him, its sharp claws digging into his flesh. Then it opened its mouth and began to drain his blood. Balrouse screamed in terror as the dragon latched onto him. But before things got worse, Ronan spoke. "Sita, let him go." The dragon, now officially named Sita, hesitated for a moment before releasing Balrouse and fluttering back to Ronan's side. Assel blinked in surprise. "You already picked a name?" Ronan smirked. "Yeah, had it in mind for a while." Fortunately for him, Sita seemed to like it. Balrouse, still lying on the ground, looked up at Ronan with wide eye. He recalled seeing him standing next to that sea of blood. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Was Ronan Sita's master? Ronan extended a hand. "You good?" Balrouse hesitated before nodding. "Yeah, thanks for saving me." Then he frowned. "Wait, how do you know my name?" The warmth in Ronan's tone disappeared. He drew his sword and pressed it against Balrouse's neck. "You don't need to know that." Balrouse stiffened. Ronan's voice was calm, but laced with something sharp. "So tell me, how's life as a poacher? Or should I say a bloodhound?" Balrouse froze. Bloodhound? That was a title given to elite hunters within Caliboro's ranks. But he was just an errand boy. "W, what are you talking about?" "I'm not." Ronan's gaze bore into him. He already knew the truth. Balrouse would eventually rise through the ranks, because Ronan had seen it happen before. Back in his past life, Balrouse had served under him. "I've got a job for you," Ronan said, his voice low and firm. Balrouse gulped. He had no choice but to listen. Once Ronan was done with him, he moved on to his next task. He carefully collected a vial of water from the Fernando spring. Assel frowned. "Why are you doing that?" Ronan didn't answer. Later, when they returned to the capital, Ronan sold the water to Maria's father for an outrageously high price. Assel finally understood. Water from the domain of the man of Vane. It was something rare, something powerful. Ronan knew exactly how valuable it was. They wouldn't have secured such a massive profit without Professor Vaughn's help. That was why, without hesitation, Ronan and Assel made their way to visit him. But when he arrived at his door, a wooden sign greeted them instead. "Professor Vaughn is out on a business trip." Ronan's excitement dimmed. He had been looking forward to showing Vaughn Sita, knowing how curious the professor had been about the egg. Still, he felt grateful. Because of Vaughn, he now had a map of Caliboro's branch locations. And more than that, he had reunited with one of his former soldiers. Though, Balrouse wouldn't dare think of betraying him now. Not after the fear Ronan had instilled in him. Assel broke the silence. "So, what are you planning to do with all that money?" You don't even have to pay tuition since you're ranked second in the martial arts department. Ronan thought for a moment. Then it hit him. The entrance ceremony. It was coming up soon. A few days later, a carriage pulled into the capital station. A young woman stepped off, her eye widening at the sight before her. The capital was breathtaking. Iroh had seen glimpses of it in stories, but standing here now, surrounded by its towering structures and lively streets, she could hardly believe it was real. Then, as she turned, she spotted a familiar figure waiting for her. Ronan. He stepped forward. Everything good after I left? Iroh blinked in surprise. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? When Iroh woke up in the morning, she was surprised to see an elegant carriage parked outside her house. The coachman informed her that he was sent to escort her to the city on Ronan's orders. Confused, Iroh turned to Ronan and questioned how he managed to afford such a luxury, knowing he had no money. Grabbing his face, she inspected him closely. Are you even eating properly? She asked, concerned. Ronan reassured her with a small smile. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Hearing this, Iroh finally relaxed. Her attention shifted to Ronan's shoulder, where a small creature perched. What's that? She asked. Ronan introduced her to Sita, explaining that the creature would be staying with him for a while. But before she could ask more questions, Ronan suddenly took her hand. Iroh, I don't have much time before I enter the academy. There's something important I need to do first. Without further explanation, he led her to Ao's clothing store. Once inside, Iroh tried on several outfits, but as she admired herself in the mirror, reality hit her. These are way too expensive, she muttered. Ronan, however, wasn't concerned. Turning to the store attendants, he ordered, pack everything my sister tried on. Iroh's jaw dropped. Wait, what? I tried on a lot. Ronan simply smiled. It's about time you let me do something for you. Overwhelmed with happiness, Iroh couldn't contain her excitement. She screamed with joy, proudly declaring that her little brother was the best. Ronan, slightly embarrassed, tried his best to calm her down before she ran outside and caused a scene. Once the attendants finished packing her clothes, Ronan told her they had another stop, the blacksmith's workshop. He needed a new sword, as his previous one had been destroyed by some lunatic. As they were leaving the store, Ronan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Outside, waiting for him, was Shelapen. Ronan and Sita exchanged surprised looks. How did you know I was here? Ronan asked, narrowing his eye. Shelapen casually shrugged. I came to get a new sword, because you wrecked mine. Then I happened to see you into the store, so I figured I'd wait. Ronan scoffed. So you're a stalker now? He smirked before adding, besides, your sword was in worse shape than mine. Maybe I should show you whose blade was really defective. Shelapen's eye gleamed with challenge. Is that so? He stepped forward, ready to fight. Before things could escalate, Iroh stepped between them. Enough, Ronan. Stop being rude, she scolded. Ronan tried to argue, but Iroh shut him down immediately. No talking back. Shelapen watched in disbelief. Wait, you have an older sister? Iroh, completely unaware of his shock, politely apologized for Ronan's behavior. The moment Shelapen saw her bow her head, his mind went blank. He thought he was staring at a goddess. He struggled to find his words, his hands shaking slightly. Once he gathered himself, he quickly reassured her, No, it's completely my fault. I take full responsibility for the misunderstanding. Iroh smiled warmly. It's nice to meet such a courteous nobleman. Meanwhile, Shelapen was still reeling. He hadn't expected to meet someone like her today. Ronan couldn't believe the kindness of Schlieffen. When she asked him to look after Ronan, he agreed without hesitation. But what truly left Ronan stunned was what Schlieffen said next. Schlieffen wanted to compensate Ronan for his sword, but he didn't have any gold on hand. Instead, he handed Iroh something far more valuable, a token of his family's identity, a proof that could open doors across the empire. Ronan was speechless. This wasn't just any token. It was a symbol of wealth and power. It could buy entire villages, yet Schlieffen had casually given it to Iroh. He told her that if she needed a new sword, she should head to the blacksmith at the far end of the street. However, the shop wasn't for just anyone. It was a place only the privileged could enter. But with his family's proof of identification, Iroh would be granted access. He promised her an extraordinary sword there. As Schlieffen walked away, Ronan still couldn't wrap his head around what had just happened. He never remembered Schlieffen being this generous or thoughtful, not even back at the academy entrance ceremony. At the ceremony, Kra addressed the incoming students, praising their skills and talents, and making grand promises about their future at the academy. He assured them that their names would be etched into the empire's history, remembered for generations. Ronan didn't care much for the speech itself, but he was glad to see his sister so proud of him. When Kra finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the air seemed to shift. Ronan felt a surge of magic in the atmosphere. Assel, sensing something was about to happen, urged Ronan to look up, and when he did, the sky itself seemed to crack open. In the blink of an eye, he and his classmates found themselves teleported to a massive arena. Ronan was astounded. Kra just transported a crowd of people with nothing more than a finger snap. It was unbelievable. Kra, now standing in the arena, told the freshmen that they were about to face their seniors in what was called a senior-junior meeting. It was a tradition where first-year students faced off against second-year students in intense one-on-one battles, each representing their year. The event wasn't just about fighting, it was about learning. Kra explained that the purpose was for the freshmen to identify their weaknesses and improve. He made it clear students could choose their opponents, but they could also refuse to fight if they wanted to. But Ronan wasn't having any of that. He saw through Kra's words. This wasn't a friendly competition. It was a way to humble the freshmen and put them in their place. Ronan and Schlieffen were about to face 4 formidable opponents. Nasto, ranked number 1 in the martial arts department. Braum, ranked 2nd. Irina, ranked 3rd. And Karun, ranked 4th. Each one was a powerhouse in their own right. Braum, eager to face Ronan, welcomed the challenge, referring to him as the Empire's rising star, the very man who had defeated the Empire's other rising star. Ronan was thrilled at the chance to take on these martial artists. He wanted to prove his strength, not just to himself, but to Iril. He was determined to show her that he was powerful enough to take on anyone. More than that, he wanted to display his bond with Schlieffen. As he prepared for the duel, his mind was set on victory. Just as the tension built, Kra signaled for the duel to begin. But Ronan had other plans. He raised his hand, asking Kra if he could make a suggestion. Kra, intrigued, gave him the go-ahead. Ronan then boldly declared that, since they were free to choose their opponents, he wanted to fight all 4 seniors at once. The suggestion took everyone by surprise, especially Kra, who stared in shock. The seniors, however, were furious. The audacity of Ronan's challenge infuriated them, especially when he added that he wanted them to fight him together. Kra looked to Nabairos, seeking guidance. Nabairos, calm and collected, told Kra to allow Ronan to do as he pleased. In their school, those with skill were free to act as they saw fit. She added that she would step in only if the fight became too dangerous. After hearing this, Kra reluctantly agreed to the duel, but the atmosphere was tense. The seniors, already enraged by Ronan's arrogance, could hardly contain their fury. Irina, in particular, was seething. He believed Ronan's arrogance came from his rank, but Nasto, ever the strategist, told his fellow sophomores to calm down. While Ronan was certainly bold, Nasto reminded them that he was the one who had defeated Schlieffen in the practical exam. They needed to take him seriously. With a fierce command, Nasto told the others to unleash their full power against Ronan. Iril, standing nervously at the edge of the arena, screamed for Ronan to forfeit if he thought he might get hurt. Ronan, however, flashed her a reassuring smile, letting her know he wasn't backing down. With everything in place, Kra called for the duel to begin. The match kicked off with Nasto charging at Ronan with blinding speed. Ronan, swift on his feet, easily dodged the attack. It was clear to him that he was facing not just one, but 4 opponents far stronger than anything he had faced before. As Nasto recovered from his missed strike, Irina moved in, wielding 2 short swords with deadly precision. Ronan blocked each strike, his senses on high alert. But as Irina pressed the attack, Karun, using a spear, lunged at Ronan from behind Irina. Ronan barely had time to react, but he managed to avoid the spear's thrust. The synchronicity between the seniors was incredible. Karun pushed Ronan back with a powerful thrust, and just as Ronan regained his footing, he saw Braum towering behind him, his massive sword raised high. Braum spoke, his voice full of challenge. He wanted to fight Ronan one-on-one, but Ronan, unimpressed, didn't give him the satisfaction. The stakes were high, and the battle had only just begun. The moment Braum's sword swung down, Ronan knew it was meant to be a decisive, finishing blow. He could feel the weight of the moment. Braum and the others were about to strike as one. But Ronan didn't flinch. Instead, he let his guard down. The move caught him off guard as much as it did them. The seniors were coordinated, precise, and incredibly smart in their tactics. Just before Braum could land his hit, Ronan vanished. The 4 seniors froze, their eyes scanning the arena. Irina, the sharpest of them all, was the only one who noticed how fast Ronan had moved. She couldn't believe her eye. But before she could react, Ronan was upon them, attacking at a speed that left them stunned. Surprisingly, Braum was the only one able to withstand the attack. Ronan had already taken down the others with ease, but Braum stood firm, his resolve unshaken. As Braum prepared to counter, Ronan assumed a stance that shocked him to his core. It was identical to Nabairo's swordsmanship from the practical exam. Ronan struck 3 slashes as precise and fluid as he had seen Nabairo's do. With a single motion, Braum's sword shattered, and the massive fighter was sent sprawling to the ground. The arena fell silent. Ronan had won. Ronan, now standing victorious, looked at the 4 seniors and thanked them. He acknowledged that their challenge had taught him a lot. His words echoed in the arena. and the crowd, especially Iril, was in shock. The air was thick with disbelief. The seniors, having just lost so decisively, were left speechless. Nasto, ever the strategist, broke the silence. He said he had no complaints about the fight, but couldn't help wondering where someone like Ronan had learned such monstrous skills. Iril, in a burst of pride and emotion, grabbed the man sitting next to her and proudly declared, "Ronan is my brother." Ronan, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. With Iril's pride and confidence in him, he knew she wouldn't worry about him while he stayed at the academy. Turning to his seniors, Ronan offered them a heartfelt compliment. He told them that their skills had exceeded his expectations and that he was grateful for their challenge. He made it clear that, despite the brutal duel, he was excited to be at Philion Academy and had given his all in this fight. It was a sign of respect, even if his actions had been bold. The seniors were taken aback by his humility, unsure how to respond. But then, Brown, still recovering from his defeat, stood up. He looked Ronan in the eye and, in a surprising gesture of respect, called him an excellent junior. What had started as a confrontation of arrogance and pride had turned into mutual respect. Brown admitted he had thought Ronan was rude at first, but now, after witnessing his skill and character, he considered him a well-mannered swordsman. With a grin, he raised Ronan's hand in the air, acknowledging his victory. Ronan, smiling, knew this display of sportsmanship would ease any concerns Iril might have had about him. While he stood on stage, a mysterious girl in the crowd took note of him, her interest piqued by his performance. Later that night, the students gathered in the dining hall. The atmosphere was buzzing with excitement as they all discussed the duel, but for Ronan, this was just the beginning of his journey at Philion Academy. The students were told they'd be attending an entrance ceremony banquet. Ronan had expected a simple dinner among his peers, but to his surprise, it was a lavish, grand affair. The banquet hall was filled with rich decorations and delicious dishes. Maria, busy stuffing her face with food, casually told him that this was to be expected at the Empire's most prestigious school. As Ronan surveyed the massive spread, Assel leaned in and asked if he had sent his sister home yet. Ronan replied that he had, though it wasn't without some effort. Iril had been hesitant to leave, still worried about him, so he had to calm her down before she was willing to go. To ensure her safety, Ronan had asked Sita to accompany her, knowing full well that no threat, human or monster, could harm her with Sita around. Assel raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by how far Ronan had gone to protect his sister. Just as Ronan was about to dive into his meal, he felt a presence behind him. He turned to see Schlieffen standing there, his usual confident smirk on his face. "Are you eating comfortably?" Schlieffen asked, his tone irritating. Ronan, already annoyed by the interruption, snapped, "What? You want to fight again?" Schlieffen, ignoring the challenge, said that he needed to confirm a few important things with Ronan. Ronan, now curious, told him to go ahead and ask. Schlieffen's first question threw him off guard. "Is Iril's house far from the capital?" Ronan, a little confused, answered that it wasn't. Schlieffen followed up with another question, asking if bandits frequently appeared on the road to Iril's home. Ronan didn't know how to respond, but Schlieffen's next words caught him by surprise. "Did you give Iril enough security?" Ronan's frustration flared. He retorted, "Unless a wyvern attacks, she'll be fine." Schlieffen's eye widened in disbelief. "You didn't give her proper security to protect her from a wyvern?" Ronan was taken aback, feeling the tension rise. "Why are you making such a big deal about my sister's safety?" he shot back. "Do you think I mean something to Iril?" Schlieffen's demeanor shifted. He started to shake slightly, his voice low as he replied, "I'm a knight, Ronan. I just want to make sure she gets home safely." Before Ronan could respond, a young girl and a group of boys walked up to them, snapping their attention away from the conversation. The girl was none other than the mysterious figure who had been watching Ronan during his duel earlier. She seemed shocked to see Schlieffen, referring to him as the Wolf of Grancia, clearly surprised by how much he was talking. Schlieffen, visibly irritated, turned to the girl. "What do you want?" he asked coldly. The girl introduced herself as Erzabet Akalugia, the top student in the magic department. "I'm not here to see you," she said, her gaze firmly on Ronan. "I came to talk to him." Ronan blinked in surprise. He wasn't expecting anyone to seek him out, especially not someone as high-ranking as Zabit. Schlieffen, realizing he was no longer the center of attention, shrugged and told Zabit to go ahead. "I'm done talking to him anyway," he said as he began to walk away, leaving Ronan to face the mysterious girl. Schlieffen, with a serious look, told Ronan that he wanted to send some of his family's guards to protect his sister. Ronan's temper flared at this suggestion. He shot back, "Get lost." As Ronan tried to walk away, Assel grabbed his arm and reminded him, "Do you remember what Zabit did in the senior-junior meeting?" Ronan paused, recalling how dominant Zabit had been. "She used way too much magic on her opponent," he said, still uneasy about her overwhelming power. "Zabit, unfazed, clarified that she'd only been putting the senior in his place. She then turned her attention to Ronan, complimenting his performance in the duel. "The talent you displayed was impressive," she said, her tone calculating. "I have an offer for you, one you could never have imagined." Zabit reached into her pocket, pulling out a necklace with a purple pendant. Ronan's eye widened when he recognized it. This was the Akalugia invitation. The Alia family was unlike any other noble house that didn't care about bloodlines, only talent. Their family supported the Empire's foundation and offered a chance to anyone who showed potential. The necklace was the symbol of that invitation. Zabit seemed taken aback that Ronan didn't immediately ask about the necklace's significance. "Do you know what this means?" she asked. Ronan hesitated, thinking back to his past life. "Someone mentioned it to me," he said. He remembered Grand Commander Adeshan Alia, who had told him about the Alia family's invitation. She joined the family by receiving the necklace, and the Patriarch would test anyone who wished to join. If they passed, they would be welcomed into the family. "You're talented enough to pass their test," Zabit said, her eye assessing him. "Once you redeem yourself through your accomplishments in this war, they'll extend an invitation to you." She paused for a moment, as if weighing her words carefully. "Despite being born a beast, if you keep mingling with sheep, you'll become one yourself," she added cryptically before walking away, leaving Ronan to think over her words. Assel, who had been watching the exchange, let out a relieved sigh. "Good riddance," he muttered. Ronan, however, was left reflecting on Zabit's attitude. He chuckled to himself. "All geniuses are so annoying," he mused, though deep down, he was glad to have received the necklace. It felt like an opportunity he couldn't ignore, especially since the Alia family could be of great help to him. Later, Ronan found himself at Philion Academy, a school that valued ability above all else. The students quickly learned that their environment at the academy would change drastically depending on their rank. The dormitory system was a perfect example of this. Nishia Hall was reserved for intermediate rank students. Each student there had their own room, and the dorm boasted a high-grade cafeteria, luxuries that made it the ideal place for students with above-average skills. However, those who ranked in the bottom 30% were assigned to Courtier Hall, a place that was anything but impressive. When the new students saw Courtier Hall, their reactions were loud and immediate. The building was run down and looked nothing like the prestigious academy they had imagined. Screams of shock and disbelief filled the air as they realized where they'd be staying. The new students, stunned by the poor conditions of Courtier Hall, immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. "We're nobles," they protested. "We can't possibly stay in such a place." They demanded to be moved to a better hall, with their own servants and proper accommodations. The attendant, unfazed, replied coldly that there were no employees working in that hall, and that the rooms were shared between 4 students. The bathrooms were communal as well. The students couldn't believe what they were hearing. "This is outrageous," one of them exclaimed. But the attendant remained indifferent. "It's not my fault that you were assigned here," he said, his tone matter of fact. "If you don't want to end up in this dormitory next semester, I suggest you work hard." The students were left speechless, realizing that their status meant nothing here. They would have to prove themselves like everyone else. Meanwhile, the top 10% of students had the privilege of staying in Nabardozer Hall, the best dormitory on campus. When Ronan stepped into his assigned room there, he was completely taken aback. The room was luxurious, far beyond anything he'd expected for a student dorm. He could hardly believe it was prepared for someone of his rank. As he took in the impressive surroundings, his eye landed on a piece of paper on the table. It was a list of the academy's courses, with instructions to select and submit the classes he wanted to attend. Ronan, still adjusting to the academy life, thought he should pick only a few subjects. But as he looked at the list, every class seemed interesting, and he didn't want to miss out on anything. After much consideration, he signed up for nearly every class. "If I'm at Philion Academy," he reasoned, "I need to give my best and learn everything." The next day, he attended his first class, Empire Swordsmanship Basics. The instructor, Mr. Abar, greeted him but then immediately told him he no longer needed to attend. Ronan was shocked. "But I just started," he exclaimed. Mr. Abar, equally surprised, explained that Ronan had already perfected the basics of Empire swordsmanship, something even seasoned students took years to master. According to the Academy's rules, once a student completed the entire syllabus, they were free to leave the class. "I can't let you stay," Mr. Abar told him. "It would demotivate the other students." He urged Ronan to continue working hard and warned him not to let success get to his head. Later that day, Ronan found himself sitting by a river, frustrated and disheartened. He had been kicked out of multiple classes already, including archery and monster hunting. This wasn't the school life he had imagined. He thought the academy would challenge him, not force him out so quickly. As he sat there lost in thought, a voice broke his reverie. "Why aren't you in class?" Ronan turned to see instructor Nabairos standing before him, a knowing look on her face. It didn't take her long to realize what had happened. "You've already finished all your classes, haven't you?" she said, her eye narrowing slightly. Ronan sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. "Is every class here going to be like this?" he asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. "I expected more from Philion Academy." Nearby, Rose couldn't hide her surprise when she realized Ronan had already completed most of his classes. It made sense, though. Ronan had only needed one look to pick up her technique. Nairo, as an instructor, felt responsible for making sure Ronan was truly learning. She asked him a hand over his sword. Ronan didn't understand why she wanted it, but before he could ask, Navy Rose took the sword from his hand. Ronan's frustration grew. "What do you need it for?" he demanded, but before he could get an answer, a sudden explosion erupted from the river. Shocked, Ronan watched as Navy Rose dropped his sword, visibly disappointed. "That sword isn't a weapon," she told him firmly. "It wears down its user." She demonstrated by drawing her own blade with fluid precision, then effortlessly split the river in two. Ronan could hardly believe his eye. When she was done, she sheathed her sword and turned to him. "Do you understand what's missing? A weapon should be strong and sharp. It should never break. And if it does, you should be able to get a new one easily," she explained. Ronan, who had always thought of weapons as expendable, now saw them in a completely new light after watching her. He was sure he could copy her technique, but he also realized hers was on a different level entirely. Sentence. "You need to be smart with your weapon. If you want to use mana, find a weapon that suits you." She paused, then added, "I know you can't use mana yet." Ronan was stunned by her words. Neighbor Rose, however, continued, impressed. "It's incredible that you fight with such energy despite lacking mana. One day, you'll be able to use it, but you'll need the right weapon to control that power." She offered him an opportunity. "Attend my class. I'll make an exception for you on one condition." Ronan looked confused. "You let me attend?" he asked, incredulous. Navy Rose nodded. "Only second-year students and above are allowed. But for you, I'll make an exception. If you bring me a proper weapon." Later, Ronan, Assel, and Maria stood together. Ronan told them everything that had happened with Navy Rose. Assel quickly understood why Ronan had brought them to the forge, which Schlieffen had mentioned earlier. Maria and Assel were both taken aback when they saw the forge for the first time. It was more impressive than they had expected. Maria looked around at the forge and wrinkled her nose. "This place is falling apart. It looks like it could collapse at any moment." "The Grancia family really owns this?" she asked, disbelief clear in her voice. Ronan just shrugged. "You won't know until you step inside," he replied. When he entered, the inside was even worse than the outside. The ceiling was covered in dust and cobwebs, and the air felt thick with neglect. Ronan couldn't believe how much uglier the interior was than the exterior. Yet, he knew Schlieffen wouldn't lie to him about the forge. He could understand why it looked so terrible. As he explored the forge, a creature emerged from the back room. It was a hairy beastman, who stepped forward and demanded to know who they were. Assel and Maria were instantly terrified, but Ronan was more fascinated than anything. He'd never expected to see a wolf beastman working in a forge. The beastman glared at them, his eye cold and unblinking. "What's wrong with you? Can't you hear me? Answer me." He barked, his voice full of menace. "Get out of here." Ronan wasn't intimidated. He showed the beastman the Grancia family insignia, explaining that he'd come to buy a weapon. "Schlieffen recommended this forge," Ronan added. "He said you sell premium weapons." The beastman eyed them all closely, then noticed the mana around Assel and Maria. His expression darkened. "That insignia doesn't mean anything to me," he sneered. "Are you from the Grancia family?" "Whoever leaked the location of this forge, they made a mistake. We don't deal with people like you." Ronan's patience started to wear thin. "What's your problem?" he muttered. The beastman licked his teeth and gave Ronan a chilling look, as if sizing him up. "There's a way you can get what you want," the beastman said, his voice low and twisted. "Give me Assel's arm, and I'll help you. I haven't eaten in days, so it'll be a favor to me." Assel froze in fear. "You're disgusting," he yelled, horrified by the creature's words. Ronan's eye darkened, his anger flaring. "You've made a huge mistake," he said, his tone menacing. In one swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and struck the beastman in the stomach. The beastman was thrown back, but Ronan knew something felt strange when his sword made contact. He turned to the creature, narrowing his eye. "How are you wearing armor?" he asked. The beastman, still reeling from the attack, didn't answer right away. Ronan wasn't waiting. "You don't need to answer," he said coldly. "I'll just destroy that armor." The beastman's eye widened in fear. "Wait, I was just testing you," he quickly explained. "It's our protocol to verify the skills of people we haven't seen before." Ronan was still on edge, but didn't attack again. He looked the beastman over, still unsure of what to make of this strange encounter. The tension in the air hung thick as the creature's words hung in the balance. The beastman, still clutching his stomach, smirked. "I had to test your skills with my invisible armor," he explained. "I provoke you on purpose. Ronan stared at him, skeptical. You really expect me to believe that excuse? He asked, disbelief dripping from his voice. The Beastman shrugged nonchalantly. Our forge makes weapons for the Grancia family. It would be strange if we didn't have a way to verify the skills of visitors. He paused, then added, You can ask Schlieffen if you don't believe me. Ronan narrowed his eye, but the Beastman wasn't finished. I'm sorry for going overboard with the provocation, he said, turning to Assel. And sorry to you too, Assel. I don't eat humans, by the way. Assel, who had been frozen with fear, visibly relaxed. The Beastman then introduced himself. I'm Didikin, an apprentice here. Sometimes I act as the gatekeeper. This place you're standing in is just the entrance to the forge. The real forge is in the back. He led them through a doorway, then pressed a button on the wall. To Ronan and his friend's surprise, the ground beneath them began to lower. They had never seen anything like it. Didikin grinned at their astonished faces. This is an elevator made from a magic stone and a pull-eye system, he explained. The fastest way to reach the real forge. As it descended, the elevator eventually slowed, and Didikin spoke again. Welcome to the largest forge in the Empire. This is Grand Carpadoc. Ronan's jaw dropped as he realized that we're heading beneath the capital, like a hidden city. Didikin laughed. You should be excited. You passed my test after all. Now let me introduce you to the best blacksmith in the Empire. The scene shifted to the forge, where a man was hammering away at a sword. Everywhere Ronan looked, skilled blacksmiths were crafting beautiful weapons. It was more than he could have imagined. Didikin leaned in, his voice lowering. We only provide weapons to the royal family and the nobles. Every blacksmith here is incredibly skilled, but the best of them all is the Elder Doron. Ronan's eye widened. The Elder Doron? He asked. Yes, Didikin confirmed. He's been melting metal for 400 years. His skills are unmatched. He paused, though he's stubborn, but we respect him. You'll see why. Without waiting for Ronan to respond, Didikin kicked open a door, clearly unconcerned about the lack of manners. I brought some guests for you, he called out. Inside, a gruff voice responded, Didikin, you know I like peace and quiet when I work. Didikin rolled his eye, had to kick the door open. There were weapons blocking it. By the way, Doran, he said, addressing the Elder Doron, you really should clean up your shop. Doran, the Elder, grunted. You're nagging again, Didikin. You young ones never stop. Ronan and his friends stood in awe, taking in the sight of the legendary blacksmith's workshop. Doran eyed Didikin, then turned his gaze to Ronan and his friends. Are they strong? He asked, his voice rough with curiosity. Didikin nodded. I've tested Ronan's skills myself. Trust me, he's impressive. Doran raised an eyebrow at Didikin's praise. Ronan didn't look like much, just a young boy in his eye. Show me your swordsmanship, Doran said gruffly. I can learn a lot just by watching. Ronan unsheathed his sword, ready to demonstrate. But when Doran saw it, he didn't hesitate. This? Doran scoffed, shaking his head. This is trash. With one powerful swing of his hammer, Doran shattered Ronan's sword in an instant. Ronan stood frozen, staring at the broken pieces of the weapon he had worked so hard to obtain. Anger surged through him. What the hell are you doing? He demanded. Doran didn't flinch. He pointed at the swords scattered across the floor. Pick any of those, he said dismissively. Your sword is so bad, I couldn't even analyze your skills properly with it. Take one of those, and I'll give it to you for free. Any one of them will be 100 times better than that piece of junk. Ronan was stunned. He looked over at Didikin, who gave him a confirming nod. He's telling the truth, Didikin said. Ronan, still processing, picked up a sword. The moment his hands gripped it, he felt the difference. The balance, the weight. It was unlike anything he had ever held. But doubt still lingered in his mind. Would this new sword really change the outcome of his technique? Before he could second-guess himself, he turned to Doran. I warn you now, he said. If I destroy anything, it's not my fault. Doran's voice was unconcerned. I don't care if you break something. Just focus on showing me your swordsmanship. Ronan took a deep breath, then positioned himself, preparing to recreate the powerful slash he had witnessed from Neighborose. He could still feel the elegance of her technique in his mind, and now, with this new sword in his hand, he was ready to replicate it. As Ronan began his swing, Doran immediately recognized the movement. He knew exactly what Ronan was attempting. Ronan let the blade fly, and boom. The force of the slash sent a massive explosion reverberating through the forge. The sound echoed through the air, sending the other blacksmiths scrambling in panic. Did he destroy a blast furnace? They wondered aloud, visibly shaken by the terrifying noise. Back in Doran's workshop, Ronan and Doran stood in stunned silence. The shop had been ravaged. Shelves were overturned, equipment scattered, and the walls were scorched from the sheer power of the attack. Ronan stared at the destruction, his eye wide with confusion. I didn't mean to cause all this, he admitted, his voice full of disbelief. Doran eyed him with newfound respect, but his next words took Ronan by surprise. Are you Neighboro's apprentice? He asked, his tone sharp. Ronan blinked, clearly shocked. You know Neighborose? He asked. Doran chuckled, a glint of pride in his eye. I'm the one who made her sword. Ronan's jaw dropped. He remembered the smoothness of Neighborose blade, the way it had sliced through the air so effortlessly. Doran saw the recognition in Ronan's face and nodded. Her sword is called the Secret Sword Yurusa. It's one of the few true masterpieces I've crafted in my long life. Ronan stood frozen, awestruck. He had just recreated the kind of slash that had come from the legendary weapon he now learned was forged by the same person standing before him. The connection between his own journey and Neighborose mastery was becoming clearer by the moment. Ronan couldn't hide his astonishment. I never imagined a sword could be this much stronger, he said, marveling at the weapon in his hands. Doran chuckled, a hint of amusement in his gruff tone. I thought you were just a brat who couldn't judge his own skills, he remarked, swatting Ronan lightly. It's been a long time since I've met someone as talented as you. Ronan felt a sense of pride swell within him, but Doran's tone turned serious. But being too talented can be a problem, he warned. It'll be difficult to forge a sword that truly suits you. He eyed the sword Ronan had just used. That one's already cracking after a single swing. Ronan frowned. How do I solve this? Doran's eye gleamed. I'll use the highest grade steel and meld it with a special material, he explained. If you can give me some byproducts from a wyvern, we might be able to craft you a real sword. At the mention of wyvern byproducts, Ronan instantly thought of something. He pulled out Ced's eggshell and asked, Will this work? Doran raised an eyebrow, then took the eggshell in his hands. With a swing of his mithril hammer, he struck it, and nothing happened. The shell didn't even dent. Shocked, he turned to Ronan. Can you really use this? Ronan nodded. It's useless to me, he admitted. But do you think it's enough to make a sword? Doran's face lit up with excitement. If this eggshell works, I'll make you the best sword in the Empire, he said, his voice filled with confidence. Come back in 2 weeks. It'll take that long to forge it. He then turned to Assel and Maria. Go meet the other masters if you want weapons. I won't send back the friends of someone so valuable empty-handed. Maria blinked, surprised by the offer. You're sure about this? She asked. Doran grinned. Of course. I can't send you off without weapons. Just mention my name when you meet the other masters, and they'll take care of you. He paused for a moment, then sighed. I'd love to make weapons for you too, but I can't do anything until I'm done smelting this eggshell. With that, he returned to the eggshell, pounding it with his hammer, his joy clear in every strike. The sound of the impact rang through the forge, and Ronan, watching, couldn't help but think to himself, this old man is crazy. Meanwhile, deep beneath the capital, a man dressed in a white garment clenched his fists in anger as the sound of Doran's hammer reverberated through the underground. I want to set all these blacksmiths on fire, he muttered, his face twisted in frustration. Beside him, a woman, also dressed in white, placed a calming hand on his arm. Control yourself, she urged softly. It's not yet time for us to reveal ourselves. As the both stared at a row of stone statues, the woman's eye narrowed. It won't be long before we can do as we wish. We'll start with the ignorant blacksmiths, and from there, we'll bring the entire empire to its knees. Her gaze shifted to a massive statue encased in crystal. The day everything disappears, buried in light, is coming, she said, her voice full of dark promise. And it will come soon. The air around them seemed to hum with an ominous tension as they watched the events unfold in silence. Ronan couldn't help but think about the sword he was about to receive from the best blacksmith in the Empire. His friends were getting theirs from other well-known blacksmiths, but he didn't mind. The price didn't concern him. He wasn't the one paying. The family insignia had taken care of that. The only problem? His sword would take a while to be finished, and he had no idea how to pass the time while he waited. As he wandered the school grounds, Assel and Maria were busy with their classes, leaving him alone. His steps led him to the prestigious Galilian building, the exclusive training and lecture center for upper-class students. It was also where instructor Navy Rose held her classes, and Ronan remembered she had told him to attend once he had a real weapon. Though he had avoided her classes up until now, with a temporary weapon in hand, he figured the time had finally come. Just as he was lost in thought, Navy Rose appeared beside him with an intimidating expression. Ronan froze, unsure of what to say. Without warning, she grabbed his ear and demanded to know why he hadn't attended her class. She asked if he had been skipping it. Ronan quickly denied it, eager to explain, but Navy Rose didn't give him a chance. She yanked his ear, instructing him to follow her. Ronan winced in pain, begging her to release him as he screamed, but Navy Rose was unmoved. Meanwhile, a girl carrying files heard Ronan's cries and stopped in her tracks. Curious, she looked out the window to find the source of the noise. Just then, someone bumped into her. Rather than apologize, the boy, Cardin, brushed it off with an impatient remark, telling her not to block the way. The girl, startled, apologized and tried to pick up her scattered files. Cardin, unimpressed, criticized her speed and called her a loser. He told her to get ready for the lessons ahead. The girl simply nodded, gathering her things and assuring him she'd get to work immediately. Inside the first sparring room, students were gathering. Navy Rose stood before them, preparing to address the class. She introduced Ronan, explaining that he would be joining their ranks. Ronan bowed his head to greet the seniors. Some were shocked to see him, having heard he skipped a grade. Others were less impressed, commenting on how he didn't seem nearly as strong as the rumor suggested. Ronan felt a surge of irritation at the whispers, but was also glad to see some familiar faces among the seniors. However, his mood soured when he spotted Shalon in the crowd. As he scanned the room, the teacher's assistant walked in, signaling that class was about to begin. Adeshan quickly apologized to Navy Rose for being late, and Ronan was taken aback by her voice. He'd heard it before, but he couldn't place where. Adeshan hurried over to Navy Rose, asking if she was truly late. Navy Rose, unfazed, told her to catch her breath and not worry. Then, Navy Rose instructed Adeshan to introduce herself to Ronan. With a smile, Adeshan walked up to Ronan. She introduced herself as a second-year martial arts major and also the teacher's assistant. Her name was Adeshan. Ronan couldn't help but notice how different she seemed from the legendary figure he had heard about. Adeshan, or Adeshan Alia, was renowned for her extraordinary leadership. As the first woman to rise to the rank of Grand Commander, she had earned the title the Iron Lady for her ruthless tactics and iron will on the battlefield. Those who served under her claimed that blood didn't run through her veins, only iron. After serving under her, Ronan had never expected to see her with such a lively, cheerful expression. It was clear she wasn't the same Adeshan Alia he had read about, and her demeanor now didn't suggest she knew anything about his past life or the regression he had experienced. As Ronan tried to figure out how to speak to her, he noticed something strange. The other students were treating her like an errand girl. They interrupted her, constantly sending her off to do tasks, making her run around like a servant instead of a teacher's assistant. Ronan found it baffling, given the incredible respect Adeshan had commanded in her past life. His thoughts were interrupted when Cardin, a third-year student, approached him with a challenge. He wanted a duel. Ronan was confused by the sudden request, unsure why Cardin would challenge him out of nowhere. Cardin introduced himself, mentioning he had heard a lot of great things about Ronan's interview and wanted to test his skills. Ronan politely declined, explaining that he had other matters on his mind and couldn't duel right now. However, Cardin assumed Ronan was refusing because he wasn't armed. He yelled at Adeshan, calling her a loser, demanding she bring him a spear. Ronan was livid. How dare Cardin speak to Adeshan like that? The audacity of this arrogant student angered him, and he couldn't believe someone would treat her so disrespectfully. Adeshan, ever obedient, fetched the spear and handed it to Cardin. But when Cardin saw it was a long spear, he immediately lashed out, calling her an idiot and demanding to know why she brought the wrong weapon. Adeshan, surprised, apologized, and explained that she had brought the long spear because that's what Cardin had used in the previous class. But Cardin, irritated by her response, showed no gratitude. His frustration with Adeshan only seemed to grow, and Ronan found himself growing more and more disgusted with the way Cardin treated her. Cardin raised his spear and began hitting Adeshan on the head, shouting at her for speaking out of turn. He berated her, claiming she had no right to be part of their class, only getting in because she begged Navy Rose. He accused her of being incapable of handling even the smallest tasks and mocked her, asking if she had no shame or conscience. Ronan watched in disbelief, unable to stomach what he was seeing. He couldn't let this continue. Without thinking, he grabbed Cardin's spear, halting his attack. Cardin, shocked, demanded to know what Ronan was doing. Ronan simply replied that he wasn't sure what he would do, but he accepted Cardin's challenge. Confused by Ronan's cryptic words, Cardin pushed further, asking if Ronan was doing this because of Adeshan. He sneered, asking if Ronan knew anything about her past. With a disgusting smirk, he even insinuated that Ronan was protecting her just because they were both commoners. Ronan's eye darkened. He shoved Cardin's spear back into his hands, telling him to defend himself if he didn't want to die. Ronan then grabbed a wooden sword and swung it at Cardin, who was caught off guard by the sheer force of the blow. Cardin, stunned by the strength Ronan had without using mana, was thrown back. Ronan taunted him, saying he'd switched to a short spear for his convenience, splitting Cardin's spear in half. "Do you like it now?" Ronan asked coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. Cardin, fuming with anger, told Ronan to know his place and rushed at him, swearing revenge. But before he could land a hit, Ronan sliced through his spear with ease, leaving him defenseless. "You're the one who should worry about yourself," Ronan warned. In an instant, he began to relentlessly beat Cardin. With every strike, Cardin's body grew weaker, until he collapsed unconscious. Ronan stood over him, looking down with contempt. "You should be grateful we're in the academy," Ronan said with a cold smirk. "If we met outside, you'd be dead." The students around them were stunned. Carden, one of the top-ranked third-year students, had been utterly defeated by Ronin. They couldn't believe their eye. Ronin turned to face the others, his expression dark and unforgiving. He walked up to one of the students who had the nerve to ask Ade-shan to fetch him a new towel, sneering at him. "If your towel smells, wash it yourself," Ronin said, his voice like ice. His glare made the student recoil in fear. He then asked if Ade-shan was their servant, and when the student hesitated, Ronin's expression turned even more menacing. "You think you can order her around?" he asked, his voice dangerously low. The student panicked, but Ronin wasn't finished. "Come here," he demanded. "I'm going to beat you up too." Ade-shan rushed forward, hearing the confrontation and trying to stop Ronin. She placed herself between him and the terrified student, desperately telling him she didn't understand why he was doing any of this. Ronin reassured her, telling her that he was fine, but his words didn't reach the core of his anger. With a firm voice, he told her to step aside. He couldn't hold back when he saw her being disrespected, especially by fools like these. In his eye, no one in the Empire should tolerate discrimination, and he would stand against it. He moved forward, vowing that he wouldn't stop until he had beaten every student in the room. Rose's voice cut through his resolve, commanding him to halt. She told him to stop right where he was. That's when Ronin felt it, a strange force gripping him, holding him in place. Then, a chilling energy exploded from Rose. It was unmistakable, Navy Rose. Ronin could feel the weight of her power press down on him, and he was forced to listen. She told him she wouldn't ask him to take responsibility for his clash with Carden. In real battles, conflicts could escalate, but if Ronin pushed things any further, she wouldn't ignore it. Rose's voice was stern as she told him to drop his sword and walk away. Ronin tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. He turned to look at Navy Rose again, only to find himself facing something far more terrifying. What he saw wasn't Rose anymore. It was a massive serpent poised to strike. He recognized the aura instantly, the power of the legendary Sword Saint. Rose's words followed him, her voice cold but clear. She told him that what he wanted was no duel, it was chaos. As the one responsible for the class, she could not let things spiral any further. Ronin didn't hold back, though. He confronted her, accusing her of knowing exactly what her teaching assistant was going through, but doing nothing to intervene. But Navy Rose remained unfazed. She dismissed it as a matter that didn't concern him. Her tone sharpened, and she gave him one final warning. If he didn't stop, she wouldn't hesitate to act. Ronin, stubborn as ever, retorted that it didn't matter if she was the unprecedented Sword Saint. He spat the words, telling her to get lost. Rose's expression faltered. The sadness in her eye was palpable. Without another word, she unleashed her skill, Grieving Snake. Ronin's heart raced as the attack surged toward him. The sight of the technique made his blood run cold, and he braced himself for the strike. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Ronin was back in the past, standing alongside Grand Commander Ade-shan. He remembered asking her once why she had volunteered to take on the commander's role when everyone else had turned it down. Ade-shan's answer stuck with him. "One day, you'll understand that some things can't be forced on anyone because it's your destiny." Ronin had never fully understood what she meant by that, but curiosity lingered. What kind of burden was she carrying alone? Ronin's thoughts shifted to Ade-shan's final moments. He could still hear her words. "I'm sorry for passing my burden on to you. Don't forgive me for my sins." The weight of her words hit him like a hammer. The memory snapped him back to reality. He gasped for air, suddenly awake, his heart pounding in his chest. His surroundings were unfamiliar, and he quickly realized he was in a bed. He heard a voice. "What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Ronin blinked in disbelief. The person speaking was none other than Ade-shan herself. Ronin awoke with a start, his mind still disoriented. Without thinking, he called out to Ade-shan as General, which caught her off guard. She asked, confused, what he was talking about. Ronin chuckled, quickly brushing it off as a mistake. "Forget it," he said, trying to ease the awkwardness. But Ade-shan couldn't shake off the strange feeling that something was off with his behavior. "Am I in the clinic?" Ronin asked, trying to steady himself. "Yes, you are," Ade-shan replied, explaining that Navy Rose had insisted on bringing him here. She also mentioned that Rose planned to correct his behavior in supplementary classes. At the mention of Rose's name, Ronin's heart sank. He immediately realized the mess he'd gotten himself into and feared the worst. Rose might very well end his life over this. Ade-shan, still watching him closely, asked if he had fought Navy Rose out of anger for her sake. The question took Ronin by surprise, and he quickly averted his gaze. "It's because I'm a gentleman, someone who values manners," he lied, hoping to cover up his real motivations. Ade-shan didn't buy it. She smiled knowingly and called him a terrible liar. "Don't hate Carden and the others too much," she continued. "I understand why they act that way." Ronin's face twisted with anger. "They're just disrespectful," he snapped. "But you, why are you even a teaching assistant in the first place?" Ade-shan blinked, taken aback by his question. Ronan, more heated now, continued. I get that Navy Rose allows the students to act up because they're young and they get carried away. But I'll never accept the fact that an instructor would turn a blind eye to their evil deeds. He paused and looked at Adeshan sharply. Aren't you angry at Navy Rose for letting it all happen? Adeshan's smile softened, and she shook her head gently. You've misunderstood everything, she said calmly. She revealed a shocking truth. The reason Navy Rose had ignored the students' behavior was because Adeshan had asked her to. Ronan's eye widened in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Adeshan explained that she had been granted privileges she didn't deserve. To attend Navy Rose's class, one had to be a sword expert, but even after taking a year off from school, Adeshan could barely control any aura. Ronan was taken aback. He had always known Adeshan as a formidable force on the battlefield. How could she possibly have been so powerless? She continued, revealing more about her past. She had asked Navy Rose to turn a blind eye to the mistreatment she received from the students. Adeshan didn't want to burden Navy Rose, who had already taken her in as a teaching assistant. I'm enjoying privileges I shouldn't, she said, her voice tinged with regret. And that means I have to endure whatever humiliation comes with it. Adeshan reassured Ronan, telling him not to worry. She could handle it. She thanked him for everything he had done for her. I used to think I was used to these small struggles, she said with a sigh. But today, it was a bit more painful than usual. Ronan, sensing something deeper, asked if she was going through all this because she wanted to become a general. Adeshan was taken aback, surprised that Ronan had figured it out. With a smile, she told him that her dream was to become the Grand Commander of the Empire. She acknowledged that, for someone who hadn't even reached the level of a sword expert, it might sound like a foolish ambition, but she wasn't going to give up. She was confident in her knowledge of military science and tactics, and was determined to work hard to reach her goal. After a brief pause, Adeshan glanced at the time, realizing she had to leave for her next class. She told Ronan to rest well before returning to his own. Ronan thanked her for looking out for him, and Adeshan smiled, telling him not to worry. With that, she left the clinic. As soon as Adeshan was gone, Ronan's thoughts drifted back to her final moments. He remembered her telling him that if he ever met again in the past, he should advise her to give up on becoming a general and just focus on tailoring. She had said it with a smile, joking that she had never even tried tailoring. Ronan had been torn, not knowing how to convince her to abandon her dream and try something as ordinary as tailoring instead. A few days later, Ronan, Assel, and Mario were on their way to the Grand Capit, following a late-night letter from Doran. He'd written that he had created a masterpiece and wanted them to come see it. But when he arrived at the forge, they were met with an unpleasant surprise. There was no one there. Ronan, irritated, kicked a helmet lying on the ground, cursing under his breath. The place was filthy. I can't believe this. They treat customers this poorly, he muttered, his frustration bubbling over. Maria, startled by his reaction, turned to Assel. Why is Ronan so sensitive these days? She asked. Assel shrugged, equally confused. I have no idea, he admitted. Ronan, still fuming, told his friends that they would have to go into the forge themselves. Both Assel and Maria stared at him in shock. Maria hesitated, asking, Are we allowed to do that? Ronan's expression softened with a hint of annoyance. Doran's the one who asked us to come. Remember? He reminded her. Now stop talking and follow me. He led them to the elevator and pressed a secret button, the doors sliding open as they prepared to move deeper into the forge. As the elevator descended, Ronan muttered under his breath, Doran is an old man with terrible customer service. I'll deal with him once I find him. Maria and Assel exchanged bewildered glances, shocked by how intense and erratic their friend had become. But as the elevator moved deeper into the forge, the situation took a turn that none of them expected. The forge was burning, engulfed in flames, and the chaos was overwhelming. Ronan's confusion grew as he looked around, spotting unconscious bodies scattered across the floor. Suddenly, Assel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Look, he exclaimed. Ronan turned to see a massive rock giant chasing after the blacksmiths, its enormous hands smashing anything in its path. Ronan couldn't understand why rock giants would be in the forge. Assel, clearly trying to make sense of the situation, asked, What's our next move? Without hesitation, Ronan grabbed Assel by the waist, lifting him up. He placed his leg on the elevator rails and braced himself, ready to jump. Maria, he ordered, head back up. Bring any masters or soldiers you can find. Quickly. Before Assel could react, Ronan leaped out of the elevator, and the two of them were immediately thrown into the chaos. Ronan turned to Assel. Use your telekinesis, he barked. Assel didn't waste a moment. He activated his skill, Invisible Hand, and the force helped clear the path ahead. The scene shifted, showing the blacksmiths in imminent danger, about to be crushed by the rock giant. Just in time, Ronin leapt over the creature's massive form, his weapon slicing through its hand, disabling it in one blow. He landed with a powerful thud, his face twisted in a terrifying grimace. "You picked the wrong day to attack," he growled at the giant. Furious, the rock giant swung its other hand at him, but Ronin was quick. He dodged the strike effortlessly, springing onto the giant's hand and leaping off its shoulder, finishing it off with a single, decisive strike to its head. The blacksmiths, still in shock, stared in awe at the young warrior who had just taken down a rock giant with ease. They couldn't believe their eye. Ronin climbed to the top of the fallen giant, looking down at the blacksmiths. "What happened here?" he asked, his voice steady. One of the blacksmiths explained that dozens of rock giants had invaded the forge. They couldn't understand why the giants had attacked. They came from underground and wreaked havoc, destroying everything in sight. The blacksmith revealed that several of their own had been killed or captured, including a blacksmith named down. After capturing them, the giants retreated to wherever they came from. "They'll be eaten soon if we don't act fast," the blacksmith warned. Ronin's face darkened. After hearing the grim situation, he stood tall. "Was the giant I killed the last one?" he asked, his voice cold. The blacksmiths confirmed it. Ronin turned to Assel, who was still processing everything. "Check for any other injured people with Maria," he ordered. "Heal anyone you find. Take Sito with you to help." Assel, still shocked by the gravity of the situation, asked, "What are you going to do?" Ronin's eye narrowed as he surveyed the damage, his mind already racing with plans. "I'm going after those rock giants," he said firmly. "We're not letting anyone else suffer because of this." Ronin was determined. He told Assel that he was going to rescue the captured blacksmiths. There was something important he needed from Doran, and he wasn't about to leave without it. The scene shifted, revealing Doran, trembling with fear as he gripped his sword. He turned to Didikin, his voice shaky. "I'm grateful you came to save me, but it would be better if you ran. These two rock giants are forcing their way through." The giants were pushing through the narrow, enclosed space, getting closer with every moment. Doran urged Didikin to escape, telling him that he could survive with his invisible armor. But Didikin wasn't having it. "Shut up, Doran," he snapped, frustrated. "Things are tough enough already. I don't need you talking nonsense." His eye narrowed, and with an angry edge to his voice, Didikin added, "If you've got the strength to say such ridiculous things, then swing your sword and show me." Doran, still shaking, responded, "I can't swing this sword. It's my greatest masterpiece. I don't want to taint it with my pitiful swordsmanship." Didikin could only scoff. "You crazy old man," he muttered. "This isn't the time to be worrying about your precious sword while giants are about to crush us." Before they could argue further, the rock giants broke through the cave's entrance. One of them raised its massive hand, about to crush them both. Doran thought this was the end, but to his shock, Didikin stood his ground and blocked the attack. The moment he did, Didikin could feel the impact destroy all the functions and benefits his armor had been providing. The giant, enraged by Didikin's resistance, swung its other hand. Didikin braced himself, knowing he couldn't withstand another hit. But before the blow could land, a figure appeared out of nowhere, Ronin. He leaped into action, slicing through the giant's body in a single, fluid motion, reducing it to pieces. Ronin landed gracefully and turned to Didikin and Doran. "Thanks for surviving," he said. "Now leave the rest of the giants to me." Both Didikin and Doran were stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Didikin blinked, disbelief on his face. "How did you even get here?" "There were so many giants along the way." Ronin grinned. "I killed them all," he said, his voice calm. "And I saved the remaining blacksmiths." Didikin and Doran exchanged incredulous glances. Didikin still couldn't fathom how it was possible, but before he could say anything more, Ronin extended his hand toward Doran. "I need a new sword," he said. "Mine's ruined. It's not worth using anymore." Doran, still in shock, handed over the new sword. "The hilt's not finished, but it's usable," he said. Ronin took the sword with a nod of gratitude. He unsheathed it with a practiced motion, ready for whatever came next. As soon as the blade was free, more rock giants stormed into the cave, their massive forms looming over him. They rushed forward, eager to take down the one who had already destroyed so many of their kin. But Ronin was unfazed. With his new sword in hand, he prepared to face the incoming wave of giants head-on. Ronin, eager to test the new sword, swung it lightly. The moment the blade cut through the air, it obliterated all the rock giants close to the cave in one powerful blow. The sheer force of the sword's power left Ronin stunned, utterly amazed by its capability. Didikin's eye widened in disbelief, while Doran, standing proudly beside him, beamed with excitement, thrilled by the success of his creation. Ronin, still in awe, couldn't help but wonder about the weapon he was holding. Doran, noticing his curiosity, grinned. "Do you like it?" he asked, a gleam in his eye. Ronin was caught off guard by the name. "Lancia," he asked, surprised by the unusual name. Doran nodded enthusiastically, explaining, I named it after my favorite daydreamer. His voice practically hummed with excitement. The sword is so light you can barely feel the weight, and the material is tougher than mithril, so it can withstand any form of swordsmanship. As they spoke, something strange began to happen. The sword, Lancia, started to absorb the blood of the fallen rock giants. Doran, clearly pleased with himself, revealed that he hadn't even cast any enchantments on the sword. Yet, it had the incredible ability to repair itself by absorbing blood. Ronan, intrigued, wondered aloud if the sword's unique ability was linked to its composition, suspecting that it might be made from cedar shells. Doran grinned, happy to hear Ronan's insights. You're more amazing than I thought, Ronan complimented, impressed by Doran's craftsmanship. Doran, his pride swelling, responded, I'm glad you like it. Meanwhile, Didikin, still processing everything, looked at the two of them and shook his head. You two are complimenting each other at a time like this, he muttered in disbelief. We're the last blacksmiths here. It's better if we get out of this cave. Ronan nodded in agreement, feeling relieved. You're right, he said. Take Doran out of here. I've got something to check. Didikin, clearly curious but also concerned, asked with a sharp gaze, What do you need to check? Ronan's expression darkened. There's a rat hiding in this place, he said, his tone menacing. And it's a very big one. The scene shifted, showing a mysterious man and woman standing next to a gigantic rock giant. Didikin, still puzzled, pressed Ronan for more details. What do you mean by a rat? He asked. Ronan turned to him, his eye narrowing. This situation doesn't make sense, he explained. I know a lot about rock giants. They're not known for mobbing. They don't attack unless provoked. They're usually well-behaved creatures. He paused, placing his hand on the body of a fallen giant. But this one, he muttered, pointing to a strange, suspicious mark on the giant's body. Doran, noticing the mark, gasped. A magic circle, he exclaimed. Ronan, still studying the symbol, asked, Do you recognize it? Doran shook his head. I'm not well-versed in magic, he admitted. But the mana's reverberation is very crafty. This magic circle is the reason the rock giants went berserk. He paused, his voice filled with disbelief. But who would do something this horrible? Ronan studied the footprints in the cave, his mind working quickly. I don't know who's behind this, he muttered, scanning the prints closely. But I'll find them. As he examined the ground, he noticed something strange. Alongside the giant footprints, there were human tracks. They weren't just any tracks. They were deliberate, leading him deeper into the cave. And there was more. He spotted a defense mechanism, a stone golem set to block intruders from entering. Ronan was impressed by how well prepared the villains were. It confirmed his suspicion that whoever was behind this operation was no amateur. The deeper he went, the more certain he became that he was on the right trail. As he pressed forward, he began to hear voices. He immediately crouched down behind a large boulder, staying as quiet as possible. From his vantage point, he could see the culprits who had triggered the rock giant's fury. What he saw nearly stopped his heart. There, standing next to a rock giant that was far larger than any he had seen, were a man and a woman, both dressed in white robes. The giant was covered in crystalline armor, making it look even more menacing. Ronan's eye widened as he realized the extent of the destruction these two had caused. This rock giant was monstrous, far bigger than the others he had defeated. It made those giants look like children in comparison. Ronan's first instinct was to prepare for a fight, but as he observed the giant closely, he noticed it wasn't moving. It had been sealed in place. A sense of relief washed over him. He didn't know how he would handle such a terrifying beast in battle. But even as he relaxed slightly, he remained cautious, knowing that this was far from over. As Ronan continued to watch, the woman spoke up, her voice sharp. There's an intruder, she said, her tone unwavering. The man beside her, seemingly frustrated, turned to her. Are you certain? He asked, his voice tense. The woman nodded. I'm sure. The brainwashing link I had cast on the other rock giants was severed. It's been disconnected by a third party. The man, Ronan immediately recognized him as Edwin, gritted his teeth. The Imperial soldiers? They're quicker than usual, it seems, he muttered, clearly annoyed. He looked at the woman, who remained calm. What do we do now? We don't have any rock giants left to use, and we can't operate the crystal rock giant. Edwin's face twisted with anger as he stared at the sealed giant. Should I just kill the intruder myself? He growled, his rage boiling over. The woman, unshaken, responded firmly. Don't bother. We've already destroyed most of the surrounding facilities. The damage we've caused will severely affect the Empire's manufacturing output. She paused for a moment before continuing, her tone becoming more serious. But we can't afford to be exposed. If our identities are revealed, someone very powerful will be angry. She looked at Edwin with determination. It's better for us to leave the cave and retreat now. Edwin frowned, clearly conflicted. The woman's words weighed on him. and after a long pause, he seemed to agree. He took a step back, unwilling to risk further exposure. But Ronan, still hidden behind the boulder, knew that their retreat didn't mean the end of this confrontation. The real battle had only just begun. Edwin told Cirilla that she was being too cautious, especially with the fire dancing in his hand. He asked if he should just get rid of whatever was bothering them. With a simple reply to do as he pleased, Cirilla stepped back, letting Edwin take charge. Edwin smirked and turned toward Ronan, his smile turning unsettling. He taunted Ronan, claiming he could smell the sulfur of a blacksmith on him. With those words, he unleashed a blast of fire magic at Ronan. The attack came swiftly, but Ronan dodged, narrowly escaping the flames. Impressed by Ronan's agility, Edwin demanded to know who he was. He acknowledged the dodge, then promised to take away Ronan's footing. Almost immediately, a barrage of fire arrows surrounded Ronan, catching him off guard. He couldn't believe how quickly Edwin had manifested such intense magic. Realizing Edwin was no ordinary magician, Ronan braced himself. Edwin removed his cap, eyeing Ronan closely. He asked how Ronan had managed to get so deep into their lair, noting how difficult it was to breach their defenses. Ronan, unfazed, grinned, and said he was just as curious about who they were. He joked that while it was clear Edwin and Cirilla were eager to meet, doing so in a cave this deep was a little too dramatic for his taste. Edwin, surprised that Ronan could still joke in such a tense moment, glanced at Cirilla with a wicked grin. "This'll be fun," he said. But Cirilla, with a calm smile, urged him to stop wasting time. She wanted them to get on with it. Edwin reminded her that soon, the Empire would fall beneath the starlight. The word sent a shock through Ronan, his eye flashing red. He froze, his expression darkening. Those words were the last ones Ahiyuti had spoken to him. With a cold, menacing glare, he demanded that Edwin explain himself. His voice was low, dangerous as he asked Edwin if he truly understood the weight of what he just said. Edwin, taken aback by the sudden shift in Ronan's demeanor, was confused. He couldn't fathom what had caused such a reaction. Ronan, however, was far from finished. He told them both that they would be coming with him. There were too many questions, and he wasn't leaving without answers. Edwin laughed, dismissing Ronan's words. He believed Ronan had lost his mind in fear. With a smirk, he activated his fire magic again, his hand igniting with power. He taunted Ronan, asking if he truly believed he could capture them. Before he could make a move, Ronan moved with incredible speed. In one swift motion, he severed Edwin's hand, leaving him in shock. But he wasn't done. Ronan cut through Edwin's lower body, his face twisted with fury as he looked down at the stunned magician. Ronan coldly told Edwin that capturing them was very much possible, and they should just accept their fate. "Shut up and take your beating," he snarled. As he spoke, Edwin screamed in agony, his body breaking apart under the sheer force of Ronan's attack. Cirilla, watching in horror, realized that even Edwin couldn't react fast enough to stop Ronan. Without hesitation, Ronan seized Cirilla by the neck, his grip tight. "Answer my questions, or you'll end up like him," he warned. But Cirilla, gathering every ounce of strength, activated her mana shield and pushed Ronan back. Ronan's expression darkened. He'd hoped for an easier response, but Cirilla's defiance told him everything he needed to know. His hand trembled slightly from the power of her attack, and he was taken aback by the strength of her shield. But it didn't matter. With a quick motion, he slashed at her mana shield with his sword, slicing it to pieces. Cirilla, stunned, couldn't believe her eye. She had never encountered someone who could cut through her shield so effortlessly. Before she could react, Ronan pinned her to the ground with his leg and stabbed his sword into her shoulder. Cirilla screamed in pain, the air filled with her cries. With a chilling look, Ronan reached up and removed her cap, revealing her face. He was taken aback to find that Cirilla was a half-elf. Confused, he asked her why a half-elf would be working with someone like Edwin. But before Cirilla could answer, a blast of magic came hurtling toward Ronan. It was an explosion, but Ronan simply slashed through the attack with his sword, cutting it in half. The explosion hit a massive rock giant behind him instead, causing a loud crash. Ronan, unfazed, glanced back at the giant, but then his mind returned to Edwin. He had cut off Edwin's limbs, but how was it that he could still move? As he observed the situation, he noticed that Edwin's entire body was now wrapped in thick vines. The magician, now in a new form, shouted for Ronan to stay away from Cirilla. Ronan, with an unsettling calmness, told Edwin that he hadn't fully grasped the situation. He withdrew his sword and stabbed Cirilla in the leg, causing her to cry out in agony. The terrifying look on Edwin's face made it clear that he had just realized how dangerous Ronan truly was. "Listen to me, or I'll give her a taste of amputation," Ronan warned coldly. Edwin, horrified, had no choice but to comply. Ronan pulled his sword from Cirilla's leg and, with an almost casual tone, told Edwin that he didn't want to spill any more blood. But if they died there, it would be bad for him. The threat hung heavy in the air. Ronan glanced down at Cyrilla, noticing that her expression had changed. She was smiling, but it wasn't a joyful smile. It was a manic, crazed grin. He couldn't understand why she looked that way. But as he looked up, he finally saw what she was grinning about. The massive hand of the crystal rock giant was charging toward him, its grip ready to crush. Ronan stood dazed, still trying to process what had just happened. He didn't even realize when Cyrilla activated the rock giant. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block the incoming attack, but it was no use. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, crashing into a boulder. As Ronan struggled to recover, Edwin approached Cyrilla, checking if she was still alive. She reassured him, thanking him for saving her. Cyrilla explained that she wouldn't have been able to use magic to misdirect Ronan's perception if Edwin hadn't diverted his attention with his earlier attack. Without that, she wouldn't have been able to activate the rock giant. Though she had only managed to activate the giant's hand, Cyrilla was confident that Ronan was severely injured by the blow. Edwin nodded, telling her to head back to the church to report the situation. He planned to finish what he had started with Ronan. Cyrilla urged him to be careful, warning that Ronan was a monster disguised as a child. Edwin, though, was unwavering. He told her not to worry, confident that he would not be reckless. He knew that if he didn't end Ronan's life now, the young man would grow into a much larger threat. He was determined not to lose to Ronan again. But just as Edwin prepared to face him, Ronan, with a terrifying resolve, stood back up. In a brutal motion, he severed his own lower body parts, then turned his sword on Edwin. He sliced through Edwin with cold precision, leaving him in pieces. Ronan's eye locked onto Cyrilla. With a chilling smile, he reminded her that he had already told her he had many questions to ask. Cyrilla, horrified, couldn't believe the young boy before her was capable of such power. Desperately, she cast a spell, trying to keep Ronan at bay as panic set in. She demanded to know how he was still moving after being so badly injured. Ronan, gritting his teeth, replied coldly, "I'll never let you go." But as soon as he spoke, the pain from his wounds hit him like a wave, and he faltered. His body was starting to give in, the injuries from the fight overwhelming him. He couldn't understand why his body wasn't responding the way he wanted. Cyrilla, seething with anger and frustration, realized she had no chance of winning against him. She knew she needed to retreat, to report everything to the church. With a final glare, she opened a portal and warned Ronan to prepare himself. With venom in her voice, Cyrilla promised Ronan that she would learn everything about him and take everything he cherished from him. She swore she would kill his family, his lover, and his friends. Ronan, enraged by her words, cursed himself. He finally understood something crucial about the future, something he couldn't allow to slip away. He couldn't let it repeat. Reaching out with a desperate scream, Ronan shouted at Cyrilla, pleading, "Stop moving." His voice was filled with raw emotion, his last chance to stop what was coming. As Ronan screamed, Navy Rose entered the scene, her voice booming with a terrifying command. "Stop, Cyrilla," she ordered, and the moment Cyrilla heard that voice, she froze in terror. Navy Rose's presence was overwhelming. Navy Rose fixed her gaze on Cyrilla and coldly told her she had many questions. Ronan, surprised by Navy Rose's sudden arrival, watched as she turned her attention back to Cyrilla. She wanted to confirm something. As she spoke, her aura transformed, taking the shape of a massive, menacing snake that seemed poised to swallow Cyrilla whole. With a chilling look, Navy Rose demanded, "What gave you the courage to touch my disciple?" Ronan, still in shock, smiled slightly, recognizing the timing. "Good timing," he muttered, more to himself. "I never expected to see you here." But Navy Rose wasn't paying attention to him. Instead, she remarked that Ronan must have a lot of energy to still be speaking, her tone serious. She quickly turned her focus back to Cyrilla, telling Ronan that she needed to take care of the woman first. As Navy Rose's snake-like aura loomed over Cyrilla, the fear became palpable. Cyrilla, paralyzed with terror, realized that there was only one person in the world with an aura like that, a person whose presence alone could make even the strongest shiver. She understood then that the legendary sword saint, Neighbor Rose, was the one standing before her. She couldn't fathom why Neighbor Rose was here in the forge, but that didn't matter now. Cyrilla knew she had to escape, yet her body wouldn't obey. She was frozen in place by her fear. Navy Rose swiftly grabbed Cyrilla by the mouth, her grip tightening. "You've done something you should never have even thought about," she said, her face contorted in rage. Navy Rose's words cut deep as she added, "What angers me the most is that you hurt my disciple." Cyrilla's heart raced with terror. She realized the magnitude of her mistake. Navy Rose's words were the final warning. "You'll experience things far worse than you can imagine." With that, she commanded the giant snake to open its jaws. The sight was horrifying, and as Cyrilla's mind broke under the pressure, She fainted, unable to handle the mental destruction. Before she passed out, she whispered an apology to the stars for failing her mission. Navy Rose turned to Ronan, her expression softening slightly. "You did well," she told him, acknowledging his effort. "Once we tend to the wounded, we'll report everything to the principal." On the ground, Ronan, still in disbelief, asked Neighbor Rose, "Is Cyrilla going to experience those horrifying things? Is Roddle in prison?" Neighbor Rose nodded, confirming his suspicion. "Yes, Roddle is in prison," she said before asking, "Why do you ask?" Ronan's heart skipped a beat at her words. He had heard of Roddle's prison in his past life, the Fortress of Screams. It wasn't just a prison, it was a nightmare. Floating in the middle of the sea, it housed those who dared to rebel against the Empire. It was infamous for its brutal interrogations, a place where confessions were torn out of you through any means necessary. Just thinking about it sent chills down Ronan's spine. Ronan stood up, determination in his eye, and asked Neighbor Rose to let him join in on Cyrilla's interrogation. Neighbor Rose, taken aback by the request, furrowed her brow and asked, "What are you talking about? The prison is no place for you." But Ronan, gripping her hand, pleaded with sincerity, telling her that this matter was incredibly important to him. His desperation caught Navy Rose by surprise, as she hadn't expected him to beg. The scene shifted to a quieter moment where the knights and priests worked tirelessly to tend to the wounded. Among them were Maria and Assel, both exhausted from their efforts. Assel spoke up, his voice tinged with concern. "Ronan should have returned by now. Do you think something happened to him?" Just as he voiced his worry, Ronan appeared before them. Maria and Assel were startled to see him, but Ronan quickly reassured them. He'd heard about their efforts while he was away and commended them for their hard work. He acknowledged Maria's role in seeking reinforcements and Assel and Sita's bravery in saving the blacksmiths. "You all did a great job," he said. Ronan then asked if anyone had gotten hurt, but Maria, in a playful yet concerned tone, reminded him that he shouldn't be the one asking. Assel, noticing the state of Ronan's injuries, gave him a worried look. "You're the one covered in wounds," he said, urging Ronan to sit down so they could tend to him. Ronan, brushing off their concerns, told them not to worry about him. "I've already been treated on my way up," he said, encouraging them to take a break instead. His gaze then fell on Edwin and Cyrilla's lifeless bodies, his expression hardening. "I have some business to take care of," he muttered ominously. Hours later, Ronan, Neighbor Rose, and several soldiers stood at the edge of cliff, known as the Cliff of Gringno Forest. It was a designated rendezvous point for Lodelin's convoys. After a brief wait, the convoy arrived, a flying griffin carrying a large carriage attached to its back. As the griffin landed, the convoy members disembarked, all wearing eerie chrome masks to conceal their identities. One of the men stepped forward to greet Neighbor Rose, informing her that they had received the Empire's orders to escort the criminals. He motioned toward the bodies of the captured. Neighbor Rose, her tone businesslike, warned the man that Edwin had the ability to constantly heal himself, so they would need to be cautious when interrogating him. The man nodded, his tone growing eager. "Our interrogator will be pleased. Something interesting is about to happen at our prison," he said, eyeing the criminals' bodies with a strange intensity. The convoy members carefully lifted the bodies of the prisoners, and the man turned back to Neighbor Rose. "We'll contact you once the interrogations are over," he said, before adding with a sinister smile. "Continue your work for the peace of the Empire." Neighbor Rose, unbothered by the man's cryptic words, gave a curt nod, her focus remaining sharp on the task at hand. As the convoy departed, Neighbor Rose turned to Ronan and informed him that it would take about a week before Lodolin could extract any meaningful information from the criminals. She reassured him that she would notify him once they had news. "Stay on standby, and you can move as soon as I call," she instructed. Ronan nodded, accepting her guidance, and thanked her for her help. Back at the academy, life slowly returned to normal. The Grand Carpadoki Smithy, a key structure in the area, was quickly rebuilt with the Empire's support. Ronan focused on his studies, taking supplementary classes to stay on track. A few days later, in the depths of Lodolin prison, the scene was anything but peaceful. A man, dressed in grim attire, was using pliers to forcibly extract a prisoner's teeth. The prisoner screamed in agony, but the interrogator seemed unfazed. With a twisted grin, the interrogator muttered that he had been so absorbed in his task that he'd forgotten something crucial. His expression darkened as he added, "It's finally time for our guest to arrive." The scene shifted again to the grim halls of the prison. The interrogator, now without his mask, greeted Navy Rose and Ronan as they arrived. An older man, his appearance unexpectedly calm, introduced himself with a smile. "I am Karaka, the interrogator," he said. "I will escort you to the criminals." Navy Rose nodded. "We'd like to hear about the progress of the interrogations," she replied as they made their way toward the cells. Karaka led the way, but Ronan, still skeptical, leaned in and quietly remarked to Neighbor Rose, I never expected such a nice-looking old man to be the interrogator here. I don't really believe he's the one running things. Nabirose smiled at Ronan's comment. Everyone says that when to first meet Karaka, she replied with a knowing look. But don't judge a book by its cover. Soon, you'll understand why they call him the worst nightmare. As they walked down the prison hallways, Karaka began to explain the situation. The criminals belong to an organization called Nebula Clagier, he told Nabirose. They're more dangerous than you might think. Nabirose frowned, unfamiliar with the name. I've never heard of them. Are they similar to Calabar? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Karaka's expression grew more serious. Nebula Clagier is far more dangerous, he said. Their identities are unknown, and they've been behind some of the most catastrophic events of the past year. He went on to explain that Nebula Clagier was responsible for the great fire that ravaged the Nandog Granary, as well as the explosion at the Eatman Magic Engineering Institute. These are just a few of the large-scale incidents they've orchestrated, Karaka continued. Their reach is far greater than anyone realizes, and their intentions are shrouded in mystery. Ronan, listening intently, exchanged a look with Nabirose, both realizing the full scale of the threat they were about to face. Ronan was stunned. He couldn't believe that such a dangerous organization existed in his past life, and yet he had never heard of it. Did the criminals mention anything about a starlight or the arrival of the star? He asked, his voice filled with urgency. Karaka raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the question. I've never heard of such words, he replied, his tone betraying a hint of confusion. Ronan explained that he had overheard the terms while capturing the criminals, and that they seemed connected to the organization's true purpose. But, well, Ronan added awkwardly, I haven't gotten far with the interrogations yet. As soon as he spoke, Ronan noticed a chilling shift in Karaka's demeanor. The interrogator's face twisted into a menacing expression, and the atmosphere around him seemed to grow colder. Ronan's heart skipped a beat as he realized how quickly things had escalated. With a frightening calmness, Karaka placed his mask back on his face and nodded. I understand what you mean, he said, his voice now laced with an unsettling calm. He opened the gate to the cell, revealing the prisoners inside, and as he did, he turned to Ronan with a horrific look in his eye. You've shown me a poor side of yourself on our first meeting, he said, his words dripping with a chilling satisfaction. I'm ashamed of myself. My heart seems to have not reached my friends, he added mockingly, as if the words were meant to pierce deep into Ronan's soul. You have to show your friends more sincerity. Ronan, completely shocked, looked inside the cell, his stomach turning. He couldn't believe his eye. The once arrogant, proud criminals had been reduced to a pitiful state. Their bodies were broken, their spirits shattered. It was a far cry from the dangerous figures he had expected. Karaka, noticing Ronan's stunned expression, chuckled darkly. Edwin is quite the interesting friend of mine, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. He keeps regenerating his body with some unique black magic. Karaka picked up a cruel torture device, a gleaming instrument of pain, and continued. The best way to get close to Edwin is to keep poking at him until he can no longer regenerate. With a vicious grin, Karaka stabbed Edwin's already broken body, a gleam of satisfaction in his eye. This is what I achieved from putting my heart into cutting Edwin's limbs, he said, savoring the moment. Then, turning the device toward Ronan and Nabirose, he added, and now, Edwin and I have become close friends, his eye wild with twisted pleasure. I thought we were close, but now I'm disappointed in him for hiding things from me. Don't you think we should open our hearts to each other? Edwin, barely conscious, began to sob. The pain and terror in his voice were clear. I've already told you everything, he cried out in desperation. I've told you everything. Karaka, with a wicked grin, turned his attention back to Ronan. Tell me, Ronan, he said, why are you bringing up this arrival of the star? Edwin hesitated, clearly torn. He knew the consequences of speaking, but the weight of Karaka's cruelty pressed down on him. The hesitation didn't go unnoticed. Karaka's expression hardened, and he stepped closer, his voice dripping with malice. I hope you can give me an answer, he said coldly. Then, Karaka's tone shifted again. He looked at Edwin with a cold smile. By the way, he said, Cyrilla doesn't have any regenerative abilities. It will be easy to torture her. At the sound of Cyrilla's name, she began to tremble, her fear palpable. She had heard Karaka's words, and the dread in her eye was unmistakable. Karaka leaned in closer, his voice low and threatening. If she receives any more pain, she will die, he warned, a dark promise hanging in the air. Ronan's heart raced as the cruel reality of the situation settled in. This was a nightmare far worse than he had ever imagined. Cyrilla, overwhelmed with fear and despair, begged Karaka to kill her. Ronan stood frozen, his mind reeling at the brutality unfolding before him. He had witnessed many horrors during his military days, but he had never seen anything as savage as this. The cruelty, the pain, the helplessness. It was a nightmare made real. Meanwhile, Edwin trembled, his face agonizingly close to a hot torture device that threatened to sear his skin. Ronan's mind raced. Why would Edwin endure this kind of suffering? He wondered, what could possibly be worth keeping these secrets at such a cost? The situation seemed illogical. Edwin's identity had already been exposed, so what was he still hiding? Ronan spoke up, his voice cutting through the air with an unsettling realization. Maybe Edwin's not refusing to talk. Maybe he can't talk, he suggested. Nabi Rose, startled by his sudden insight, turned to him. What do you mean? She asked. Ronan explained, his voice calm but intense. Sometimes, soldiers are given sealing curses during battle. Magicians use these curses to prevent them from revealing secrets, even under extreme torture. It's a way to protect vital information from the enemy. Karaka's eye widened in understanding as he absorbed this information. Without hesitation, he decided to release Edwin from the torment. I can't believe I missed something this important, he muttered, clearly embarrassed. I need to get something. A few minutes later, Karaka returned, holding a mysterious creature in his hands. This is a Kisai, he explained to Ronan and Nabi Rose. It eats curses, very useful when dealing with criminals who can't speak due to magical restrictions. He approached Edwin and gently placed the Kisai on his head. The creature burrowed into Edwin's skin, and a soft glow enveloped him. Edwin's screams echoed through the room, his body writhing in pain as the creature consumed the curse. When the process was over, smoke billowed from Edwin's body, signaling that the curse had been removed. Karaka turned to Edwin, his expression darkening. Now, tell me about the arrival of the star, he demanded, his voice cold and threatening. Edwin, terrified of the consequences, knew he had no choice but to answer. His voice shook as he spoke. The star is an eternal being, the sole blessing that will save the weak beings of the Empire. He continued, his words coming out in a rushed and panicked tone. Nebula Clagier is a torch waiting for the arrival of the star, a star that will begin beyond the sky. Cyrilla, who had been quietly listening, was struck with shock. She couldn't comprehend the magnitude of what Edwin was saying. But before she could speak, Karaka interrupted, his patience thinning. What's going to fall from the sky? He asked, his glare deadly. Edwin hesitated for a moment, but the fear of further torture pressed him. The children of the stars, he finally answered, his voice strained. Ronan, his anger rising, could feel the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place. Children of the stars, he thought, his mind racing. Is it Ahiyuti? Ronan demanded, his voice filled with a terrifying intensity. His eye locked onto Edwin, demanding the truth. The mention of Ahiyuti stirred something deep within Ronan, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this revelation would change everything. Eden was stunned, unable to comprehend how Ronan knew anything about the children of the stars. He immediately asked him how he had learned about Ahiyuti. Before he could ask another question, his face began to swell. Ronan, shocked, couldn't understand what was happening. Karaka placed a hand on Ronan's shoulder, urging him to step back. With swift motion, he activated a spell. A bright light erupted from Eden's face, and, in the next instant, his body exploded. The spell Karaka cast shielded both him and Ronan from the blast, but Karaka was left stunned. He hadn't expected Eden's body to disintegrate like that. After absorbing the curse from him, he believed the worst was over. Yet, only bits of flesh remained where Eden had once stood. Ronan turned to Karaka, asking if this was a common occurrence during interrogations. Karaka shook his head, telling Ronan that such events were rare. Normally, things didn't escalate this far. He explained that Eden's curse had two parts. The first prevented him from revealing anything about the children of the stars to outsiders. Cyrilla trembled upon hearing this. Karaka continued, stating that the second part of the curse was even more extreme. Any mention of the children of the stars or the star's advent would cause the person to explode. With a cold, menacing tone, Karaka placed a hand on Ronan's shoulder again and asked, "What is Ahiyuti?" Ronan froze, taken aback by the question. Karaka's expression darkened as he realized that the term was a highly guarded secret within Nebula Clagier. His eye locked on Ronan as he demanded to know how he had come across such sensitive information. Magic swirled around Karaka as he pressed further, his voice now terrifying. "You must know everything about this case. You're an interrogator, aren't you?" Ronan's heart raced as he saw the intensity in Karaka's eye. Fear took hold of him. With a shaky voice, he explained that he had stumbled upon the information by chance. He revealed that he was the first to come across Eden and Cyrilla, and that he overheard them talking. The word Ahiyuti hadn't seemed important at first, but after witnessing the interrogation, he realized its significance. Ronan pulled Karaka's hand off his shoulder and apologized, explaining that he hadn't meant to interfere with Karaka's investigation. "I didn't think much of it then, but I see now that it's critical," he added. "I hope my explanation is enough." Karaka remained unconvinced, still doubtful of Ronan's story. It didn't sit right with him that Ronan had just happened to stumble upon such crucial information. Karaka's suspicion deepened. He was certain that Ronan was hiding something. Though Karaka didn't fully trust Ronan, he knew the man wasn't a threat to the Empire. The look in Ronan's, I told him that much. At first, Karaka thought the eye reflected strong willpower or a sense of responsibility. But soon, he realized they weren't showing any of that. Instead, Ronan's eyes were filled with pure, seething anger toward Nebula Clagier. Karaka was taken aback by the sheer intensity of the resentment in Ronan's gaze. Before Karaka could process this, Navy Rose unsheathed her sword and held it dangerously close to Karaka's neck. Her expression was one of fury. "Are you seriously thinking about questioning my disciple in front of me?" she demanded, her voice sharp with anger. Karaka panicked at her words, immediately stepping back and releasing Ronan. He quickly reassured the unprecedented sword saint, apologizing. "I just wanted to double check," he stammered. "It's always good to be cautious." With a respectful bow, he apologized to Ronan for the inconvenience he caused. Ronan, relieved, waved it off. "Don't worry about it," he said. "We cleared up the misunderstanding." He was genuinely grateful for Nebiro's timely intervention. He had been terrified of being interrogated by Karaka. Shifting the conversation, Karaka spoke with a hint of regret. "I feel bad about the cursed eye," he said, his tone somber. "It died with Eden. Cursed eye are tough creatures to kill. Unlike most fantastical beings, they're incredibly resilient." Ronan, intrigued, asked, "Are cursed eye really that powerful?" "They are," Karaka confirmed. "Would you like to touch one?" Ronan hesitated before glancing at the cursed eye, noticing something strange. It was glowing. Karaka, too, was confused. He hadn't known when the cursed eye had absorbed a curse. He was certain the cursed eye hadn't gone near Cyrilla. Then it hit him. The cursed eye had absorbed a curse from Ronan. He remembered briefly touching Ronan when he'd activated his mana shield. That had been enough for the cursed eye to absorb Ronan's curse in such a short time. Karaka quickly grabbed Ronan's hand and apologized for his earlier behavior. He placed the cursed eye into Ronan's palm, and it immediately began absorbing the curse from Ronan's body. But something went horribly wrong. The cursed eye exploded, unable to handle the overwhelming curse inside Ronan. Ronan, shocked, asked, "Why would the cursed eye explode like that?" Karaka was stunned by the failure of the cursed eye to endure the curse. "Don't be too surprised by what I'm about to tell you," Karaka said grimly. "You're cursed." Ronan froze, his eye widening in disbelief. "What? Explain yourself," he demanded. Karaka looked at him seriously. "Have you ever felt any restrictions in your movements, like something holding you back in your daily life?" Karaka asked Ronan if there were things he couldn't do, like running or holding objects made of steel. He pressed further, wondering if there were actions others could perform, but Ronan couldn't. Ronan paused, realizing he'd never felt any blockages in his body circulation. It dawned on both him and Nebirose that this might be linked to the curse. When Karaka saw the realization in Ronan's eye, he knew he was right. "I won't press you about it if you don't want to talk," Karaka said quietly, his voice darkening. "But I don't have a solution to your problem." His gaze hardened as he added, "The curse you carry is filled with an enormous amount of ill intent. I don't know who cast it, but it's clear that whoever did has great malice toward you." Once the interrogation ended, Karaka escorted Ronan and Nebirose to their carriage. "I'll inform you about Cyrilla's interrogation as soon as I lift her curse," he said, his tone serious. "The process will take time. Her curse is very strong." Nebirose nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Report anything you find to me," she instructed. Karaka noticed that Ronan had grown unusually quiet, his thoughts clearly elsewhere. "You seem to have a lot on your mind," he remarked, observing the far-off look in Ronan's eye. Ronan, startled, responded, "I'm just a little shocked. I didn't realize I was cursed." Karaka gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it too much," he said. "You're a Philion Academy student, after all." Ronan blinked, confused. "How does that help me?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. With a knowing smile, Karaka explained, "There's someone at the academy who's been there for a long time. They're the only mage on the continent who knows a great deal about curses. This person is Professor Maya's Secret." The scene shifted, showing Ronan and Nebirose in their flying carriage. Ronan scratched at his eye, an odd discomfort lingering in his body. Something didn't feel right, and he couldn't shake the feeling. Nebirose, noticing his discomfort, asked, "Are you feeling strange? Is your eye still itching?" Ronan nodded. "My eye have been itchy ever since the cursed eye drained some of the curse from me. Is something wrong with them?" "Don't worry about it," she reassured him. "What you're feeling is a sign that your curse is weakening." Ronan frowned, still unsettled by the sensation. "But I still don't know who placed this curse on me. I don't know anyone capable of doing this, let alone someone who holds such evil intentions toward me." Ronan chuckled awkwardly, telling Nebirose that he had lived a kind life. The words felt odd coming from him, especially since, in his past life, he had killed countless people. But he continued, proudly claiming that he was the kind of person who never gave anyone a reason to bear a grudge against him. He thanked her for stepping in when Karaka tried to interrogate him, admitting that if she hadn't, he might have confessed to a crime he didn't even commit. He shuddered at the thought of Karaka's terrifying, brutal eye. Nebyrose smiled, but shook her head. "Don't thank me," she said. "I was just doing my duty as an instructor." Ronan was taken aback by her response. He'd expected her to downplay it, but her humility impressed him. He realized that not only was she incredibly skilled, but she also had a good heart. Her kindness seemed genuine. While he was certain that Nebyrose was a remarkable person, something didn't sit right with him. He found it odd that someone as powerful as she had never participated in the war in his past life. His mind raced, and he began to suspect that Nebula Clagier might have played a role in keeping powerful instructors like her out of the war. The scene shifted, and Ronan was now back at the academy. He made his way to the dedicated practice space for the magic department, located in the Sherry Forest. The entrance to the forest was marked by a place known as the Park of Pillars. As he approached, Adeshan greeted him with a warm smile. "It's been a long time," she said, her face lighting up. "I'm glad we could meet, thanks to Nebyrose's orders." Ronan froze for a moment. He had completely forgotten about Adeshan and her request, and now he wasn't sure how to respond. His mind, still preoccupied with Nebula Clagier's issues, had completely blanked on her. Noticing his hesitation, Adeshan frowned, confused by his odd expression. Ronan quickly forced a smile, hoping to smooth over the awkwardness. "I'm doing well. How about you?" he asked. Adeshan replied that since Ronan had gone on his rampage, the students who had once been wary of her, because of her connection to Cardin, had become more comfortable around her. She then mentioned that she was a bit concerned about Cardin, who seemed to get scared whenever he saw her. Ronan's concern deepened upon hearing this. He asked her about it, but Adeshan explained that it was nothing too serious. She then told him that Nebyrose had mentioned he needed to break a curse. Ronan nodded, saying that he had come to meet Professor Secret, though he couldn't help but express his unease about passing through such a dark and eerie place just to meet her. Adeshan reassured him, explaining that Professor Secret's office was unique and no one could find it unless there were magic students. She added that they would be meeting a junior magic student who was one of her friends. Just as she said this, a mysterious figure appeared in front of them. The person immediately embraced Adeshan, and Ronan was shocked to see who it was, Zabit. Zabit, with a bright smile, called Adeshan elder sister and said she had missed her. Adeshan affectionately called her Aerie. Ronan's surprise deepened. He remembered Zabit as the proud girl who had once been talking about beasts and sheep. The sight of her now was unexpected, and he couldn't help but wonder what had changed. Adeshan apologized to Zabit, explaining she didn't mean to disturb her. With a look of urgency, and something more, she told Zabit that something important had come up. Zabit reassured her with a warm smile, saying there was no need to worry, and that Adeshan could reach out anytime she needed. Curious, Zabit asked why Adeshan was so eager to meet Professor Secret right away, but before Adeshan could answer, she noticed Ronan standing beside her. Shock flashed across Zabit's face. She didn't know what to say, so she just stared at him. After a moment, Ronan regained his composure, greeting her casually and even calling her by her nickname. "Ronan!" Zabit screamed in disbelief. She couldn't believe he was standing right in front of her. The scene shifted, and we found ourselves in the dense woods, with Isabet leading Ronan toward the professor's office. When they finally reached their destination, Ronan stood frozen in surprise. The office was a small cottage in the middle of the forest. He couldn't help but question, is this a joke? Why would a professor have an office in the woods? Are you planning to bury me out here, Zabit? Zabit shot him a sharp look. "Don't call me that," she snapped, clearly annoyed. "Now, shut up and follow me." Ronan, though still confused, noticed the way Zabit and Adeshan interacted. There was something more to their relationship, but it didn't seem too strange. After all, Adeshan was part of the Akalugia family in her past life. When they reached the cottage, Zabit opened the door, revealing an old woman inside. Ronan raised an eyebrow. "Is she Professor Secret?" he asked. Zabit, a little impatient, told him not to jump to conclusions. There's still one more stage to go. Unsure, Ronan followed her as they approached the old woman. Zabit raised her hand, and a purple light shot from her fingers. "Don't interfere with what's about to happen," she warned. Ronan hesitated, but ultimately he nodded. Zabit called out a magical spell, but nothing happened. Confused, Ronan asked why nothing was working. Just as he spoke, the old woman's mouth began to stretch unnaturally wide, looking like something out of a nightmare. Ronan's eye widened. "What is this?" he shouted. "Stay calm and follow my lead," Zabit said firmly, as the old woman's giant mouth swallowed them whole. Moments later, the eye found themselves in a study. The room was grand, and Zabit introduced it as Professor Secret's office, CO. Ronan could hardly believe his eye. The office was enormous, far larger than it appeared from the outside. He was still trying to process everything when a voice suddenly called his name. He turned around, but froze when he saw a woman floating behind him. "Are you the disciple that Navarros promised to send?" she asked. Before Ronan could respond, the air seemed to shift, and Professor Secret herself appeared in front of him. She studied him for a moment, and then spoke. "So, Navarros was right. Your curse is quite vicious." Ronan was stunned. What did she mean by that? Professor Secret was no ordinary magic user. She was the continent's top expert in curses, and what shocked Ronan even more was her age. Despite looking no older than a child, she was 83 years old. With a warm smile on her face, she casually told him how interesting he was. Ronan couldn't hide his surprise. The little girl floating in front of him couldn't possibly be the legendary Professor Secret, could she? Seeing his disbelief, she quickly reassured him, explaining that her youthful appearance was due to certain circumstances. Then, she revealed her true age, over 80. Ronan, still stunned, had assumed she was an 8-year-old. He couldn't fathom how someone so old could look so young, and he asked her how she managed it. Professor Secret smiled cryptically. "I'll explain later," she replied, but for now, he needed to focus on his real issue. Without missing a beat, she snapped her fingers, and a magic circle appeared beneath Ronan's feet. Suddenly, ribbons of light shot out from his body, each one inscribed with strange and powerful markings. Ronan's eye widened. "What is this?" he asked, taken aback. The ribbons, Professor Secret explained, were curses, countless ones, some even ancient and near their original form. She was astonished by the number of curses inside him. Any average person would be unable to even touch these curses, she remarked. Hearing this, Ronan's heart raced. "Can the eye still be removed?" he asked, panic creeping into his voice. Professor Secret's calm tone reassured him. "Yes, but there are more than I expected. I can handle them," she said confidently. The magic circle under his feet began to glow brightly. "I'll materialize these curses in an imaginary world within your consciousness. Your task will be simple. Find the root of the curse and cut it down." Ronan, still overwhelmed, couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Cut it down? But how will I know what to cut?" he asked, reaching out to touch the ribbons on his body. Professor Secret smiled gently. "Don't worry. You'll recognize it as soon as you find it." With that, she moved closer, placing her hand on his head. A burst of light filled the room, and Ronan felt himself falling into an unknown abyss. When he opened his eye, he was in a strange world, a world of his own mind. Confused, Ronan turned around and froze in shock. There in the distance stood his childhood home. He couldn't understand why it was here. Was this the root of his curse? As he stood there, a voice caught his attention. A young girl passed by him, talking to her mother. "I'm back," she said. Ronan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the voice. It was his older sister, Irel, but much younger. She rushed toward the house, where she found Ronan as a baby, sleeping peacefully in his cradle. She looked down at him, smiling. "Why is he always sleeping?" she asked her mother, her voice tinged with concern. "Is he sick?" With a warm smile, Ronan's mother looked at Irel and explained, "Babies need a lot of sleep to grow strong." She added that if Ronan ever fell ill, it would be Irel's responsibility as his older sister to take care of him. Irel, eager and protective, beamed and promised, "I'll protect my little brother forever." Ronan was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening before his eye. This was a memory from his earliest days, from when he had just been born. He was in disbelief, staring at the baby in the cradle. It was him. He'd always assumed he'd just grown up from the moment he was born, but now he was witnessing his past self as a baby. The realization felt impossible to him. As he struggled to process the scene, a dark figure stepped into the house. The man radiated an ominous aura, sending a chill through Ronan. His body froze, paralyzed by the energy surrounding the stranger. Irel and their mother greeted him with smiles, but Ronan couldn't hear what the man was saying. The words that came from the man were muffled, but he could clearly hear his mother's voice. She seemed pleased by his presence, assuming the man was curious about Ronan's appearance. She proudly told him that Ronan looked just like him. Then, the man raised his hand, a strange energy pulsing from it, and spoke words that Ronan couldn't understand. In an instant, his mother collapsed, unconscious. Irel screamed, horrified, as her mother fell to the floor. Ronan's heart raced. Why is this happening? Why is he doing this? He cried out in his mind, unable to understand the man's cruel actions. Irel was in tears, calling out for her mother, but the man approached her, using the same dark power to put her to sleep. Ronan shouted her name in anger and fear, helpless to stop the mysterious figure. As he watched, something even stranger happened. He noticed the man standing next to his cradle, holding the curses in his hand. With a twisted motion, the man placed the curses inside Ronan's body. A blinding light erupted from the cradle as the dark energy coursed into him. Ronan realized with certainty. The man was the source of the curse. Determined to end this, he swore to himself that he would cut the man down. Meanwhile, in the present, Professor Secret and Zabit watched as Ronan's body lay before them. Professor Secret couldn't hide her surprise at how powerful Ronan's curse was. Even after preparing for it, it was still draining her mana. "I didn't expect this," she muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief. Zabit, equally shocked, asked, "Just how many curses are in his body?" Professor Secret paused before replying. "There are roughly 10 curses." Zabit's eye widened. 10? No wonder your mana is being drained. That's insane. Professor Secret, however, shook her head, her face serious. "You're wrong, Zabit. I'm dealing with only one curse right now." The scene shifted once more, returning to Ronan as the mysterious man's curse took root within him. The man spoke a few words before turning his back on Ronan. Without another glance, he walked past Iroh and their mother, disappearing into the night. Ronan clenched his fists, seething with anger. He just left? After everything he did? As soon as the man was gone, Ronan felt his strength return. Wasting no time, he rushed to his mother and sister, calling their names. But there was no response. His heart pounded, until he noticed the steady rise and fall of their chests. They were only asleep. Taking a deep breath, he pressed a hand to his forehead, forcing himself to stay calm. There was only one thing left to do in this strange world. "I have to kill him." Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword, slashed his door to pieces, and stormed outside, fury burning in his eye. And there he was. The mysterious man stood in the distance, as if waiting for him. Ronan gritted his teeth. "Are you waiting for me?" he asked coldly. His voice was steady, but his hands gripped his sword tightly. "Do you have business with me?" Silence. The man didn't respond. Ronan's rage boiled over. This man had hurt his family. He had cursed him. And now, he was acting like Ronan wasn't even worth acknowledging. "I'll never forgive you," Ronan growled. Without another word, he unsheathed his sword and lunged forward. His blade cut through the air, aiming straight for the man's neck. But before it could land, the man's power flared to life. A sword of pure energy materialized in his hand, clashing against Ronan's attack with ease. Sparks flew as their blades met. Ronan's eye widened. He blocked it. Snarling, he launched a flurry of strikes, pouring all his strength into each attack. But no matter how fast or strong he swung, the man parried every single strike effortlessly. How? Ronan gritted his teeth, pushing harder, but the man remained unfazed. Then, with swift precision, the man countered, his blade slicing through Ronan's defenses, cutting him in several places. Pain flared through Ronan's body as he staggered backward. The man's movements were precise, deliberate. He wasn't fighting to kill. He was overwhelming Ronan, making him weaker with each blow. Then, the final strike came. A powerful slash sent Ronan crashing to the ground. His vision blurred as pain shot through his body. I can't touch him. Lying there, gasping for breath, Ronan realized something. The man wasn't finishing him off. He was just standing there, waiting. He's not trying to kill me. The realization hit Ronan like a punch to the gut. The man wanted him to give up. He wanted Ronan to leave this world. Ronan's hands curled into fists. Like hell I will. With sheer willpower, he pushed himself up. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, but he refused to stay down. "I'm not done with you," he snarled. His voice was raw, filled with fury. Why? Why did you do this to us? To my family." The man remained silent. Ronan's frustration boiled over. "My mother and sister, they don't show affection easily. My sister only smiles like that for people she truly loves. And you." His hands trembled as his grip tightened on his sword. "You ruined it all. You bastard." He exhaled sharply, his chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. His mind was racing, but deep inside, a terrible truth was clawing its way to the surface. "You're my father, aren't you?" The words left his mouth before he even realized he had spoken them. But still nothing. The man remained silent. Ronan's vision blurred with rage. Say something. Deny it. Make excuses. Explain. But the man did none of those things. And that silence, more than anything, was what broke Ronan. A red energy surged around his body, crackling like flames. His fury had reached its peak. He didn't care about the truth anymore. He didn't care about explanations. The only thing he wanted now was to cut this man down. Ronan closed the distance between him and his father, his grip tight around the sword. With a surge of power, he channeled red energy into the blade and swung it, severing his father's head clean off. As the head began to slowly fade, Ronan approached it without hesitation. He drove his sword through the fading form, ensuring it wouldn't vanish completely. With a cold, menacing glare, he told his father that he would uncover everything on his own, that he didn't need his influence anymore. "Stay out of my mind," he muttered just before his father's body dissolved into nothingness. In an instant, Ronan found himself transported back to reality. He quickly assessed his surroundings and realized he was in Sephar, the academy. A familiar figure greeted him, Professor Secret. As soon as she saw him stir, she approached, asking how he felt. Ronan blinked in shock. He stared at her for a moment, trying to make sense of the situation before asking who she was. It took a second for him to recognize her. The woman in front of him was the same Professor Secret he knew, but she had aged drastically in the short time he'd been gone. Confused, Ronan asked, How? How did you get so old? His thoughts immediately turned inward, wondering if her aging had something to do with him. Was he the cause of this rapid change? Professor Secret smiled softly, reassuring him that it wasn't his fault. She then asked if he felt any differently now. Ronan, still reeling from everything he had just experienced, realized something startling. He could see her mana. It was faint, but it was there. This revelation made him understand just how extraordinary she truly was. His initial surprise was replaced by awe. Professor Secret was more powerful than he'd ever imagined. Professor Secret noticed a shift in perception and knew her plan had worked. They sat down to discuss what had just transpired in Ronan's mind, especially what happened in that imaginary world. As Ronan recounted his experiences, Professor Secret listened intently. She was stunned by his story. The curse on him, she discovered, was linked to an old memory, one Ronan himself had no recollection of. But even more shocking was the fact that the man who cursed him was none other than his father. How did you know it was your father? She asked, her voice full of curiosity. Ronan leaned back, trying to process the question. I could tell by the way my mother and sister reacted to him, he replied. But more than that, there was something about the way he touched them. I could feel it, this strange sorrow, a feeling I've never had before. It was unsettling. His voice grew darker. It made me angry, like I was feeling his emotions as if I was in his shoes. Professor Secret's brow furrowed. But do you have any memories of your parents? She asked. Ronan shook his head. None at all. And what's even stranger is that neither my sister nor I ever questioned it. We never wondered why we couldn't remember them. It was like someone erased those memories from us. This revelation left Professor Secret speechless. She quickly pieced the puzzle together. Your awareness of your existence was sealed, she said slowly, along with your ability to perceive mana. She paused as if processing the full weight of what this meant. Your father not only cursed you, he also tampered with your memories. Ronan felt his stomach twist. His mind raced. What do you mean? How did he do that? She explained that in the process of placing the curse, his father's memories had somehow been transferred to him. It was a side effect of the curse, one she had suspected but couldn't fully confirm until now. Memory-related magic is unpredictable, she said, shaking her head. The curse is a weapon, but it also came with unintended consequences. It created an illusion of reality in your mind, tying it to your past, whether you remember it or not. Ronan's eye widened. So all of that, what I saw, it was real. It was a part of me. Professor Secret nodded. Yes, the world you experienced was a materialization of your memories, even the ones you've forgotten. And the fact that you were able to use mana to break the curse, that's because you're now able to perceive it. It's a direct reaction to you recovering your own cognition. Ronan absorbed this information, a swirl of confusion and realization coursing through him. What he had thought with a battle in some twisted dreamscape was far more connected to his reality than he'd ever known. His father's curse wasn't just an attack on him. It was an attempt to rewrite his very existence. As Professor Secret continued her explanation, Ronan's eye were drawn to the shimmering strands that surrounded him. He realized, with a sudden clarity, that what he was seeing was mana. The strange, glowing threads weren't just an illusion. They were very real. Professor Secret, noticing his realization, confirmed, You can see mana now, but soon you'll be able to control it, just like the other students here. She paused, giving him a serious look. However, that's only if you can break 2 more of the curses on you. You still have 9 more to deal with. Ronan's mind raced as he absorbed this. The power to manipulate mana was within his reach, but it would take more than just time. The curses placed on him weren't just obstacles. They were powerful, mysterious forces with origins unknown. Professor Secret warned him it would take a long time to lift them all. I'll let you know when I'm ready to start breaking them, she said, her voice steady but full of gravity. But for now, you should go back to your dorm. You spent an entire day here, and a new day has already begun. Ronan stood, but then he noticed something strange. As Professor Secret dismissed him, she seemed to age once more. Her youthful appearance had returned. His eye widened in disbelief. Wait, does your appearance change depending on the time of day? Professor Secret gave him a knowing smile. My body is complicated, Ronan, she replied cryptically. It's not something you need to worry about right now. She saw the confusion and weight in his expression. I know the events you witnessed in your imaginary world were overwhelming, she said softly. Take care of your mind, Ronan. Don't let the past tie you down. You have much more ahead of you, more precious days to live. Ronan nodded, appreciating her words of wisdom. He stood up and gave a slight bow. Thank you, Professor. I'll be in your care. Meanwhile, far from the academy, a man stood at the foot of the giant crystal structure beneath the Grand Capit. His eyes scanned the towering giant with awe. He couldn't believe a student had been able to stop this enormous creature on their own. The man's thoughts were interrupted when a subordinate approached. Dolan, his name was. The man turned to Dolan. How's the restoration of the forge coming along? Dolan replied confidently. Everything's going smoothly. It should be operational in a week. There was a brief pause before Dolan added. Unfortunately, I couldn't gather any additional information on Cyrilla and Edwin. However, I did manage to track down Ronan's location within the academy. The man's expression darkened as he heard Ronan's name. He was Joseph Senivan de Grancia, head of the Grancia Duchy and Duke of the Empire. Just as Joseph was about to respond, the crystal giant stirred. Its massive hand raised, preparing to strike down the two men. Joseph's sharp eye immediately locked on the giant's movements. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, raising his hand to signal Dolan to move aside. Stay back, he commanded. I'll deal with this. Joseph's hand moved to his sword. Prepare the knights, he said, his voice calm but dangerous. They'll need to be ready for this. But Dolan was quick to interject. Don't trouble yourself, sir. The knights are busy. Before Joseph could speak further, the giant's massive hand descended, intent on crushing them both. With a fluid motion, Joseph drew his sword, unleashing his aura. In a flash, he sliced through the giant, cutting it into pieces with precision and ease. When the last of the crystal shattered, he sheathed his sword and turned to Dolan with a smile. Let's go. We're meeting the young hero of Philion Academy, the one who stopped the giant. As Ronan opened the door, he was greeted by a man standing outside. Dolan. Ronan asked for Dolan's identity, assuming him to be a simple salesman. Dolan, clearly irritated, snapped back, calling Ronan a rude bastard. He was offended by Ronan's arrogance, believing the young man should already know who he was. Ronan, still unsure, speculated that Dolan must be some sort of noble official, though something about Dolan's dark mana unsettled him. There was an unfamiliar presence mingling with it, something Ronan couldn't quite place but instinctively recognized. Before he could probe further, the Duke, Joseph, appeared. He scolded Dolan for showing up without prior notice, emphasizing that it was their fault, not Ronan's. Dolan, now a little more respectful, addressed Joseph as Duke and apologized for his earlier behavior. Ronan was taken aback. The Duke? Hey, in his presence. Joseph, ever polite, smiled and apologized to Ronan, asking if he could have a moment of his time. With a smooth gesture, the Duke entered Ronan's room and handed him a box. Inside was a sword sheath, something that caught Ronan off guard. He asked why the Duke personally delivered it. Joseph explained that the blacksmiths in Daron had insisted he do so, thanking Ronan for saving the Grand Cappadocia. The House of Grancia and the Grand Capit had long been allies, and as a token of gratitude, Joseph presented the sheath. Joseph then reached into his jacket and pulled out something even more surprising, a crest of proof, the emblem of the Grancia family head. Ronan's eye widened. This crest could purchase entire villages. Joseph's explanation came with a weighty declaration. It was a reward for Ronan's service, ensuring the honor of the Grancia family would endure. Joseph revealed that gifts and crest had also been delivered to Moria and Aesel. Ronan couldn't help but imagine their reactions upon receiving such tokens. Joseph's demeanor shifted as he grew serious. He asked Ronan to share everything he knew about the mysterious figures behind the recent incidents. His interest was piqued by Edwin and Cyrilla. Ronan, now fully aware of Joseph's authority, didn't hesitate. They are both crazy bastards, he said bluntly. Dolan, listening intently, grew visibly tense at the mention of their names. Ronan, noticing the strange energy in the air, looked up and realized it was Dolan who was emitting the strange aura. Odd, considering Dolan hadn't moved a muscle since entering the room. The air felt heavier the more Ronan spoke of Edwin and Cyrilla. Dolan's reaction only confirmed Ronan's suspicions. There was something deeply wrong about him. His mana felt tainted, much like Edwin and Cyrilla's. Joseph, sensing the shift, noticed Ronan's sudden pause. What's wrong? He asked. Ronan was taken aback by the question. The Duke, a renowned figure known for his sharp perception, couldn't feel what was so plainly evident to him. Ronan, now certain, asked Joseph if he'd ever heard of the arrival of the stars. At that moment, Dolan's expression shifted, and Ronan could tell he'd struck a nerve. Deciding to push further, he mentioned Nebula Clagia and its purpose. Joseph, clearly stunned, could hardly believe such an organization existed on the continent. Did you uncover all of this on your own? Joseph asked. Ronan smirked. Cyrilla and Edwin spilled the truth after I persuaded them. He said, the devious glint in his eye impossible to miss. He reveled in the memory of their desperate pleas, but before he could go further, Joseph raised his hand, halting him. "I'll confirm the rest through official channels," Joseph said, a slight smile playing on his lips. "But hearing more might ruin my appetite." Ronan agreed, and the conversation ended. As Joseph left, Ronan's suspicions about Dolan only deepened. He realized the man was likely beyond redemption, another piece of the Nebula Clagy puzzle hidden within the Grantia family itself. But just as he was about to retire for the night, he had one more important thing to share with Joseph. A smirk spread across his face. "There's something else you need to know about Nebula Clagia," he said. Joseph, curious, asked him to elaborate. Ronan's smile grew more wicked. "It's a long story, but I'll send you the details tonight. Trust me, it'll be an interesting read, especially when it involves a Haiute." Dolan, overhearing this, was visibly shaken. Later that night, as Ronan slept soundly, Dolan silently crept into his room, the glint of a blade in his hand. He was intent on ending Ronan's life once and for all. But little did he know, Ronan was already prepared. As Dolan swung his sword at Ronan's neck, he expected to make a clean strike, but instead, his blade hit something hard. Rocks. Confused, he quickly looked around and realized Ronan wasn't lying on the bed where he had been moments before. To his shock, Ronan was perched on the ceiling of the room, watching him with a smirk. "Welcome to my room, Dolan," Ronan teased, calling him bastard number 3. Dolan froze, stunned. He hadn't expected this. How could Ronan have known what he was planning? With a swift motion, Ronan leapt from the ceiling, landing gracefully before Dolan. "Turn around," he ordered, his voice calm and steady. When Dolan complied, he was met with the unexpected sight of someone else in the room, someone watching them both. Ronan introduced the figure, a special guest he'd invited just for Dolan. Dolan's eye widened in disbelief as he recognized the person standing before him, his young master, Shalin. A chilling look spread across Shalin's face as he coldly demanded an explanation from Dolan. Ronan had visited Shalin in his room, catching him completely off guard. Shalin hadn't anticipated Ronan coming to see him uninvited. Even more surprising was Ronan's bold claim that he intended to ambush Dolan that very night. Shalin thought Ronan had lost his mind. He couldn't believe that Ronan suspected Dolan of anything sinister. "Do you have proof?" Shalin asked, skeptical. Dolan is an exceptionally skilled knight, loyal to the Grantia family. His dedication is unmatched. He was chosen as my father's personal bodyguard after only 4 years of service to the family. 4 years, do you think that's not enough? Ronan was stunned. He couldn't fathom Dolan rising to such a position so quickly. 4 years. That's nothing for a knight, he thought. It seemed far too short for such a responsibility. "You're probably already filled with spies," Ronan muttered, implying that Shalin's family had deeper secrets at play. Shalin, confused, didn't understand what Ronan meant. Ronan dismissed it, urging him not to bother. "The details of who Dolan works for don't concern you right now," Ronan continued. "But I will save your family, if what I'm saying is true. Tonight." Shalin, still grappling with Ronan's cryptic warnings, pulled out his sword and pointed it directly at Dolan. "Explain yourself," he demanded, his tone full of authority. Dolan, caught off guard, didn't understand what was happening. Why was his young master here? Why was Shalin pointing a blade at him? Ronan let out a laugh, amused by the scene unfolding before him. "Shalin, you're naive," he said, shaking his head. "Dolan's not going to answer you just because you ask. If you keep thinking like this, you'll never survive in the real world." In response, Dolan raised his leg and slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a wave of oppressive mana surged from him, making both Ronan and Shalin freeze in shock. Ronan could feel the weight in his body, as if his own movements were being shackled. "What is this?" he thought, realizing that Dolan was using his aura to weigh him down. At the same moment, Dolan surged forward, launching a brutal attack. Ronan reacted quickly, raising his sword to block the strike, but the force was too much. He was pushed back, his body unable to keep up with the pressure of Dolan's aura. Shalin, witnessing this, couldn't hold his anger any longer. "Why are you doing this?" he demanded, his voice shaking with fury. "Give me a reason for your actions." Dolan, however, remained silent. Without hesitation, he launched himself at Shalin, ignoring his master's demand. The battle had just begun, and it was clear that Dolan was not going to back down easily. The moment Dolan's sword collided with Shalin's, he couldn't help but sneer. "You're too naive," he muttered, his tone cold. Dolan was relieved that Shalin still hadn't figured out how to control the range of his aura. He knew that Shalin wouldn't unleash his full power in such a confined space. He wouldn't risk harming anyone else nearby. Shalin, however, could hardly believe what was happening. His most trusted knight, someone he had relied on, was now attacking him. He was furious, but still in disbelief. With a flick of his wrist, Dolan pressed forward, using his aura to crush Shaolin's movements. I didn't want things to end like this, Dolan said, his voice laced with regret. But Ronan ruined my plans. Shaolin's shock deepened as he realized Dolan's true strength. Your abilities, they're different from what I know. When did you start hiding all of this? He asked, struggling to comprehend the betrayal. Dolan's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he pushed Shaolin away, his eye cold with deadly intent. I was never a knight of the Grantia family, Dolan spat, confirming Shaolin's worst fear. Without another word, he lunged at his former master. Shaolin was frozen in disbelief. A spy? His trusted knight had been a traitor all along. His grip tightened around his sword. Do whatever you want, he said to Ronan, his voice shaking with anger. Ronan stepped in, blocking Dolan's attack effortlessly. Dolan recoiled, completely caught off guard. How was Ronan still moving? He had been suppressing him with his aura. There should have been no way for him to react. Ignoring Dolan, Ronan turned to Shaolin, his voice dripping with frustration. You're a frustrating brat, he muttered. I can't believe I had to struggle just to get you to hear Dolan admit he's a spy. Are you happy with the answer you've got now? Shaolin, now fully realizing the gravity of the situation, was on edge. This is serious. Please, Ronan, understand my position. His voice softened as he picked up his sword. There will be a bloodbath in the Grantia family after this. Chapter 36. With a terrifying focus in his eye, Shaolin closed the distance between himself and Dolan. Dolan was stunned. How was Shaolin still able to move, despite being completely surrounded by his aura? It made no sense. Shaolin was maneuvering his heavy sword effortlessly, using his mana to enhance its weight and power. Dolan couldn't comprehend what was happening. Is Shaolin hiding his skills too? He wondered. It seemed impossible, but there was no reason for Shaolin to keep his abilities a secret. Then it hit him. Shaolin was adapting to his aura, learning how to move freely within its pressure. Dolan, realizing the kind of genius he was up against, was forced to admit that Shaolin was no ordinary opponent. A rare talent like him only appeared once every century. Just as Dolan was distracted, Ronan saw his opening. He leapt at Dolan, delivering a quick strike. Don't relax, Ronan called out. Never get distracted in a fight. Dolan was stunned. How had Ronan closed the distance so quickly? He hadn't even seen him coming. Ronan's attacks were fast and aggressive, forcing Dolan to block, but he was clearly struggling to keep up. Dolan couldn't believe it. He was being pushed back by Ronan. Was this another monster of talent? Like Shaolin? Dolan gritted his teeth and barely managed to dodge a powerful strike from Ronan's sword. Ronan's attack created a massive shockwave, but Dolan was able to slip past it, narrowly avoiding the blow. Ronan stood there, surprised. How had Dolan managed to evade him? The fight was just getting started, and it was clear that both sides were still holding back their full strength. Dolan never imagined Ronan would dodge his attack, let alone counter it so quickly. As soon as Ronan avoided the blow, Dolan's legs shot out, sending Ronan flying backward. The chaos of their fight had caused a stir, and Dolan knew the professors would be on their way to investigate. He couldn't afford to be caught. Not now. In a flash, he smashed through Ronan's window and dropped to the ground below. He sprinted away, heart pounding. This whole situation had spiraled out of control, all because he tried to kill Ronan. He cursed at himself for underestimating Ronan's abilities. He had thought Ronan's victories over Edwin and Cirilla were pure luck. Now he knew better. He had to regroup, find another way to take Ronan down. But as he sprinted, a chill ran down his spine. He could feel someone approaching. The unmistakable sound of footsteps told him it was too late to escape unnoticed. Out of nowhere, Shaolin appeared behind him, a sword gleaming in his hand. Dolan froze. He had never expected Shaolin to be this fast. The air around Shaolin grew charged with an ominous energy. Shaolin's voice cut through the tension, cold and mocking. You can't control the storm sword like your father, Shaolin sneered. Dolan's mind raced. How was Shaolin even here? And how could he be so calm in the face of everything that had happened? You're an idiot for thinking you could run, Shaolin continued, his tone deadly serious. The wind began to whip around his sword, gathering strength. No one can escape the power of the storm sword, Shaolin declared. His eye burned with intensity. You've betrayed your family, and now you'll pay. Before Dolan could react, Shaolin unleashed the storm sword, a powerful tornado swirling from his blade. It roared toward Dolan with terrifying speed. Panic surged through him. He tried to slash at the storm, but his sword didn't even make a dent. As the tornado closed in, Dolan realized there was no escaping it. The wind tore at his flesh, ripping through him with brutal force. Closing his eye, he whispered a prayer, hoping for a quick end. Once the tornado had done its damage, it faded, leaving only Dolan's mangled body behind. Shaolin stood over him, unfazed. From this day forward, the Grantia family will forget you ever existed, he said, his voice cold. He didn't even glance at Dolan's broken form as he turned to leave. You were never truly one of us. Ronan, still in shock from the brutal display, stared at Dolan's disfigured body. Sholin had been merciless. It was clear now how deeply Sholin had felt the betrayal. You can't seriously think we're going to take him to Rodul prison like this, Ronan said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Sholin glanced back at Ronan, his expression unreadable. Don't worry about Dolan. He's not dead, just incapacitated for now. I've only severed his tendons to stop him from moving. He'll survive. Ronan couldn't believe it. You're telling me you almost killed him, and you're still not sure if he'll survive. Sholin shrugged, unbothered. Who cares? As long as he's not a threat anymore. He might survive, but his body's ruined. That's not my problem. Ronan gaped at him. You're insane. But Sholin wasn't listening. He was already moving, his face set with determination. We need to report this to the family. Now, we need to hunt down every traitor among us before it's too late. With that, he sprinted off, leaving Ronan to deal with the mess. Ronan stayed after him, furious. How could Sholin be so reckless? The destruction around them was immense, and Sholin wanted him to handle everything alone? Annoyance boiled in Ronan's chest. This was a disaster. As Ronan was still venting his frustration at Shaylin's reckless behavior, a strange phenomenon interrupted him. A portal suddenly appeared behind him, and before he could react, a swordsman stepped through, his presence commanding attention. The swordsman wasted no time, asking Ronan about the storm that had just torn through the dormitory. Were you ambushed? The swordsman asked, eyeing Ronan closely. Ronan spun around, startled. He had no idea how to react, not only because of the sudden portal but also because of the figure that emerged from it. To his surprise, the swordsman wasn't just anyone. It was Principal Karaka, the one responsible for opening the portal, accompanied by Instructor Nabaros, who seemed to be there to assist him. Ronan's eye widened when he noticed Nabaros' choice of attire. She stood there in a set of pajamas that, while odd, had an unexpected charm. He couldn't help himself and gave her a thumbs up, complimenting her on her nice taste in clothes. Nabaros wasn't impressed. Her brow furrowed as she quickly snapped back, demanding Ronan answer her questions. Karaka chuckled, clearly amused, but his smile faded as he gestured to Nabaros' outfit. Don't mind her pajamas, Ronan. Focus on the situation. Tell us what happened. Ronan glanced back at Nabaros, still a bit baffled by her choice of sleepwear. He chuckled again, but Karaka's voice quickly cut through the moment. Answer her questions, Ronan. Her outfit doesn't matter right now. Despite Karaka's calm demeanor, Ronan could tell he, too, was taken aback by Nabaros' sleepwear. However, the urgency of the situation came first. Ronan hesitated, looking down at the disfigured body behind him, the mangled remains of Dolan, and then turned back to Karaka. I'll explain everything, but first, you have to do something for me, he said. Karaka raised an eyebrow, clearly confused. What is it? With a mischievous grin, Ronan calmly stated, call a Hayut an insane bastard. Karaka froze, shocked. He didn't understand why Ronan would ask him to say such a thing. Nabaros, however, immediately pieced it all together. Her eye narrowed, and she realized that everything happening here was linked to the Nebula Clagy organization. After a tense pause, Karaka reluctantly complied, repeating Ronan's words. The awkwardness in the air was palpable, and Nabaros couldn't help but shake her head. The scene shifted, and we found ourselves in Karaka's office, where Ronan had just finished explaining the entire situation to both Karaka and Nabaros. Karaka was visibly taken aback by the revelation. A spy within the Grantia family? That was a blow he hadn't expected. He now understood that Nebula Claju was far more dangerous than he had ever imagined. But there was something else that had caught Karaka off guard, Ronan's ability to handle Dolan. He turned to Ronan, a hint of gratitude in his eye. I must thank you, Ronan. You've done more than we could have hoped for. You prevented a disaster from unfolding. Ronan's laugh broke the serious atmosphere. Come on, Karaka, stop flattering me, he said, not wanting to let the compliment go to his head. He knew better than to get caught up in praise, but there was something he still kept to himself, something about Dolan's unique mana. Ronan had sensed it when Dolan was near, but he wasn't ready to reveal everything just yet. He wasn't sure what it meant, nor did he fully understand it. What troubled him more was the dangers such knowledge could bring. If Nebula Claju discovered he had this ability, Ronan, and everyone around him, would be in grave danger. Karaka, however, had other matters on his mind. We'll be conducting a full investigation into the Grantia family soon. As for Dolan and Nebula Claju, don't worry. We'll handle it, he assured Ronan. There was a long pause before Karaka spoke again, his tone more serious. The Empire owes you a debt, Ronan. Ever since the incident at the Grand Capital, we've been meaning to reward you for your contributions. As principal, I want to make sure you're properly compensated. Is there anything you want? At those words, Ronan's heart skipped a beat. This was it, the opportunity he had been waiting for. A reward from the principal? It was the perfect moment to ask for something significant. Ronan looked at Karaka with a glint of determination in his eye. There's something I want to do here at the academy. I need your approval to make it happen. Karaka, caught off guard, raised an eyebrow in curiosity. It was rare for someone to request permission for something like this, and it made him even more intrigued. The scene shifted, and we found ourselves at the academy's plaza, where Ronan was standing confidently next to the large bulletin board. A piece of paper was pinned up, and Ronan's voice cut through the chatter of passing students. Are you all tired of the same old, limited club activities? Tired of being confined to the school? The students stopped in their tracks, surprised by the bold statement. Ronan, grinning from ear to ear, reached up and touched the paper. I've created a club just for you. It's called the Special Class Adventure Club. The students were even more stunned. They exchanged confused glances, unsure whether to be excited or wary of whatever Ronan had in store. With a smile, Ronan explained, this isn't your typical club. We're going to focus on real-world experience, testing your limits, and preparing you to make a real impact on the Empire. He emphasized, we're the only club approved by the principal for outdoor activities. So, if you're looking for adventure outside the walls of this school, this is the place. A hushed murmur ran through the crowd. The principal himself had given his blessing? That was unheard of. It felt like an opportunity too good to pass up. Ronan continued, anyone can apply, but there will be an interview. If you want in, meet me at the first arena of Galilian Hall. Just as he was finishing up, a few students caught a glimpse of something off about Ronan. There was a strange gleam in his eye, something unsettling about his smile. One girl in particular stared at him, a look of suspicion forming in her gaze. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to Ronan than he let on. Days passed, and Ronan stood alone in the first arena at Galilian Hall, staring at the empty space. He couldn't understand it. Why wasn't anyone showing up for the interviews? After his display at the plaza, he had expected a rush of eager students. Yet, the only ones who showed up were Moria and Aesula. Moria, seeing his confusion, tilted her head, surprised. You don't know why they are avoiding you, she asked. Ronan blinked, still a little thrown off. Moria sighed and crossed her arms. Think back to the interviews you've been conducting over the last few days. You've been randomly beating up students under the guise of sparring to test their skills. And the questions you've been asking. Are you ready to risk your life for the mission? Ronan blinked again, slowly processing her words. He had been testing them, just like soldiers in the military. He had expected them to rise to the challenge. But it wasn't just the way he tested them that got them talking. It was the rumors that began to spread. Whispers flooded the academy. The students started saying that to join Ronan's club, you'd need 10 lives just to survive. Aesol, still standing by Ronan, smirked at the situation. The rumors about you, they've spread everywhere. You've built quite the reputation for yourself, Ronan. And now, no one wants to risk their necks. Ronan, now realizing the problem, frowned. He had expected the students to be tough, to rise to the challenge. But instead, they were scared. To him, it was just a test, a way to separate the strong from the weak. He didn't care about the numbers. If they couldn't handle the pressure, he'd find others who could. But deep down, Ronan was disappointed. He had hoped for more. The weak were everywhere. All Ronan wanted was a handful of promising students. He wasn't looking for just anyone. He needed those with real potential. Just as he was thinking this, a student nearby struggled to his feet, breathing heavily. Ronan turned to him and raised an eyebrow. Feeling refreshed now that you're up? He asked casually. The student in question, still catching his breath, turned out to be none other than Braum, Ronan's senior. Ronan was puzzled. He had already told Braum he could join the club. So why had he insisted on a spar? There'd be no need for a test. With a grin, Ronan clapped Braum on the shoulder. You pass, he said simply. Braum straightened up and nodded. Thanks for letting me join, he said, determination in his voice. Ronan, however, wasn't going to sugarcoat things. This club won't be easy, he warned. You sure you can handle it? Braum didn't hesitate. As long as I get stronger, I don't care how hard it is. Hearing his confident response, Ronan smirked. That was the kind of attitude he was looking for. He turned to the rest of his club members. Head back to your dorms and get some rest. We'll start our real activities soon. Aesol, standing beside him, tilted her head. What about you? What's your plan now? Ronan crossed his arms. There's still time for more interviews. Who knows? Maybe a promising student will show up tonight. But as the hours passed, no one came. Not a single new applicant even attempted to apply. Ronan sighed, finally admitting defeat. All right, that's enough waiting, he muttered. Let's pack up. Aesol nodded and started helping him clear the chairs. As they worked, she glanced at him. You know, if I wasn't so busy with my assistant work, I would have applied to your club myself. Ronan paused, surprised. He hadn't expected her to say that. And truthfully, even if she had applied, he wasn't sure he would have let her in. It wasn't that he disliked Aesol. Far from it, but he knew how much she wanted to become a general. He wasn't ready to be the one to tell her that it might not happen, especially after seeing how hard she was working toward that goal. For now, he decided to keep quiet. She deserved more time before he said anything. As Ronan was lost in thought, a new presence suddenly made itself known. A mysterious girl stepped forward, appearing in front of him as if from thin air. She smiled as she looked at him. "I'm glad you're still here." Ronan blinked in surprise. He hadn't even sensed her arrival. When had she entered the arena? His curiosity piqued. He gave her an easy smile. "Are you here for an interview?" The girl tilted her head. "If I join your club, will I be allowed to do something?" Ronan narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean?" She stepped closer, lowering her hood. The moment she did, her striking features were revealed. Sharp, unique, and impossible to ignore. But what stood out the most were her blood-red eye. Then, she asked, "If I join, can I touch something on you?" Ronan stiffened, completely caught off guard. His mind raced. Touch something? His expression twisted in confusion. Wait, what exactly do you mean by that? But in the back of his mind, one ridiculous assumption formed. Did she want to touch his body? Ronan's face turned red as he took a step back, waving his hands. "HHI, don't do anything weird." The girl blinked, tilting her head in confusion. "Weird?" Ronan coughed awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. "You just said you wanted to touch something. How am I supposed to take that?" She let out a small chuckle. "I wasn't talking about you." Ronan blinked. "Who?" "I want to touch Sita," she clarified. A wave of relief washed over Ronan. He had completely misunderstood. "Oh, well, why didn't you just say that from the start?" The girl smiled but didn't answer his question. She simply looked at him expectantly. With a sigh, Ronan shrugged. "Sita's always with me. If you join the club, you'll have plenty of chances to see it up close." The moment he said that, the girl's expression brightened. She looked genuinely happy, which only made Ronan more confused. He couldn't understand why someone would be this excited over Sita, but something about her unsettled him. He hadn't sensed her presence until she was right in front of him. That wasn't normal. This girl was definitely stronger than the average student, maybe even stronger than most of the academy's elites. "All right," she said. "What do I need to do to join?" Ronan gestured toward a magically engineered training doll. "Show me your abilities. Let's see what you can do." As she stepped forward, Ronan glanced at her. "What's your name and grade?" She turned to him, her blood-red eye gleaming under her hood. "Ophelia Denite. I'm a junior from the magic department." As soon as she spoke her name, a sudden burst of energy flared from her body. A bright light flickered from her eye, and a dark red aura pulsed around her. Ronan and Aesel stiffened. "Dark attribute magic?" Aesel's eye widened in disbelief. "She can control dark mana perfectly." Dark attribute magic was extremely rare, but even rarer was someone who could wield it with such precision. It was known to be unstable, difficult to handle, and nearly impossible to master. Yet Ophelia stood there, completely composed, as her magic swirled around her. But while Aesel was in awe of Ophelia's control, Ronan noticed something even more shocking. Hidden within her dark energy was something faint, but unmistakable, a deep red glow. Ronan's eye narrowed. That energy, he had seen it before. It was the same unique mana that Sita possessed. Ophelia raised a hand, gathering energy at her fingertips. The dark aura twisted into the shape of a claw. Shadow Claw. In an instant, she slashed at the training doll. The moment her attack connected, the entire doll exploded. The force of the blast sent dust and debris flying. When the air cleared, all that remained was scorched ground where the training dummy once stood. Aesel and Ronan stayed in shock. Well, Ronan finally muttered, "I don't think we need a duel." There was nothing left to test. Ophelia's power spoke for itself. Ronan looked at her and nodded. "You pass." But as soon as he said that, his curiosity got the better of him. That blood-red energy, it couldn't be a coincidence. Just as he opened his mouth to ask about it, Ophelia's voice echoed in his head. "You saw it, didn't you?" Ronan froze. He hadn't said anything yet. His eye widened. "You can use telepathy too." Ophelia simply pulled her hood back over her head. "Don't say anything about it," she warned. "Not to Aesel. Not to anyone." Ronan frowned. "Why?" "Because it'll be annoying if people find out." She turned toward the exit, gesturing for him to follow. "Come with me. I have a few questions for you too." As they left the arena, Ronan began explaining Sita's origins to Ophelia. She listened intently, her eye widening in surprise when Ronan revealed that Sita was a dream bird. The idea that Sita was born with a mana from the surrounding area fascinated Ophelia. She couldn't help but express her intrigue. "What an interesting creature," Ophelia mused. "So, it is not just any ordinary being, but someone with such a unique connection to the world itself." Ronan couldn't help but feel a little impressed by her perceptiveness. "You're interesting yourself," he said. "People like you. Vampires I thought they had long since disappeared from the Empire. Ophelia smirked slightly. Not all of us left. A small number of vampires still remain. We just don't like the attention, so we keep our presence hidden. Ronan blinked, surprised. Wait, so you've been hiding all this time? Ophelia nodded. We avoid stressful situations. We're not like humans, who crave attention. Our kind prefers peace and quiet. It dawned on Ronan then. Ophelia had approached his club despite her desire to stay hidden because of Sita's mana. Ophelia explained that she had felt Sita's energy the moment she saw him in the plaza, and she couldn't believe that the Dreambird was emitting the energy of blood magic, a magic unique to vampires. Ronan nodded. I've always been curious about Sita's abilities, but now it makes sense why he can use such powers. The first thing he did when he was born was absorb blood. Ophelia's eye widened in disbelief. He did what? He used vampire magic right after birth. Ronan, not seeing why this was such a big deal, shrugged. Yeah, what's so surprising about that? Ophelia looked even more shocked. She quickly turned to Ronan, her voice rising with excitement. What year was he born? How old is he? Ronan and Sita were taken aback by Ophelia's sudden outburst. He's only 2 months old, Ronan replied, a bit confused by her reaction. Ophelia froze, her jaw nearly hitting the ground. 2 months. 2 months. And is already giving off blood mana that dense. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Ronan stared at her. Yeah, why are you acting so weird about it? Ophelia, seemingly lost in thought, began muttering to herself. If Sita's blood magic is already this powerful, I might be able to accomplish something incredible with him. She looked up at Ronan, her face now holding a serious expression. Can you do me a favor? Ronan blinked, taken aback by the request. A favor? We just met. Ophelia nodded. I only came here to meet Sita, but now that I've seen his potential, my plans have changed. I'll do anything, work hard for you, if you help me. Ronan raised an eyebrow. What exactly do you need help with? Ophelia hesitated, but then she spoke, her voice quieter now. I can't work for the club for now. I need to conduct some research. But if you help me, I'll return and contribute later. The next day, Ronan and his club members arrived at a place known as the Nest, the Academy's designated clubroom area. As they toured the building, Ronan couldn't help but be amazed. The Academy had dedicated an entire building to student clubs. It was beyond what he expected. Turning to Aesel and Moria, Ronan realized something had changed. He noticed that both of them were carrying weapons, ones crafted specifically for them by the Grand Blacksmith. Moria had replaced her dual blades with a massive greatsword. She smiled proudly as she explained. The great commander forged this sword. It's made to suit my strength. Aesel, not to be outdone, showed off a magical bracelet she had received. This was made for me too, she said, her eye gleaming with pride. Ronan was both surprised and impressed by the new equipment his team had acquired. The club was off to an unexpected start, and it seemed like things were about to get even more interesting. Aesel proudly showed off the bracelet she had received from Delium, the Magic City. With a smile, she explained to Ronan that it had significantly improved her mana control, doubling both her speed and power. Ronan was pleased to see how much her abilities had grown. Moria, however, was curious about Ronan's decision to have everyone come to the clubroom armed. Why did you want us to bring weapons? She asked. Ronan's expression turned serious. I'll explain inside, he said, leading them into the room. Once they were all settled, Ronan turned to his club members, his tone shifting to one of importance. I established this club for one reason, he began. I want to push each of you to unlock your latent potential as quickly as possible through raw life experience. The real reason, however, remained unspoken. Ronan knew they needed to be prepared for the inevitable day when Hayut and his allies would attack the Empire. There's a mountain range I want us to visit, Ronan continued. It's one the Empire hasn't discovered yet. Vardian Mountain. It's known for its strange and unpredictable nature. Aesel and Moria exchanged surprised looks. We're going to a mountain? Aesel asked, clearly concerned. But Braum, hearing the name Vardian Mountain, was thrilled. Vardian Mountain? That's perfect. It's so unusual. It'll be a great challenge. Ronan smiled, glad to see Braum's enthusiasm. Exactly. It'll be a good experience for all of you. And there's something personal I need to handle there as well. He placed a hand on his sword, his gaze firm. There's also a problem I need to resolve with you too. Moria and Aesel were taken aback. They couldn't remember doing anything that would upset Ronan. What do you mean? Moria asked, confused. Ronan just smiled. Don't worry about it for now. I just need you to come with me. He led them outside, his smile still in place, though there was a hint of seriousness in his eye. I want to spar with you too. It's important to know where you stand before I start giving you private lessons. The scene shifted, and Ronan, Moria, and Aesel were now in the hallway. Aesel, still puzzled, asked him to explain himself. Ronan turned to them and said, This mission I have planned for us will take at least a week. The problem is, both of you still have classes. Moria and Aisel's expressions turned more serious as Ronin continued. You will have trouble juggling both your classes and this mission. Karaka won't let you stay in the club if it interferes with your education. Aisel and Moria quickly realized the truth of Ronin's words. With a grin, Ronin told them, the solution is simple. Complete your courses early, like I did. That way, you'll have the freedom to focus on your training without any distractions. With the plan in motion, Ronin led them to the sparring hall on the second floor of their clubroom building. Once they were all armed and ready, he turned to Moria and Aisel. I want to see what you two are capable of before I start giving you lessons, Ronin said, his voice serious. Face me. Together. Moria and Aisel were hesitant but nodded. Don't hold back, Ronin warned them. If you take this spar lightly, it'll be boring. I want you both to give it everything you've got. With that, the sparring session began, and the air in the room thickened with the intensity of the challenge. Ronin had prepared them for a test they would never forget. Ronin gave his final piece of advice. Keep yourselves in check. Both Moria and Aisel were stunned by the intensity in his gaze. They weren't sure how to respond to such a request, but with determination, they nodded and assured him they would do their best. Moria, with a grin, whispered to Aisel, suggesting they should demonstrate their new technique to Ronin. It would be the perfect way to show him how much they had grown. Aisel, her excitement evident, agreed and immediately activated her magic. Moria gripped her sword tightly, her focus shifting to the fight ahead. With a swift motion, she swung the sword down, smashing it into the ground. A cloud of dust exploded into the air, leaving Ronin momentarily startled. That's a lot of power, Ronin remarked, watching closely. But he couldn't understand why Moria had chosen to smash the ground instead of attacking directly. When the dust cleared, Ronin saw Aisel controlling the broken rocks with her telekinesis. Ready, Aisel called to Moria. She hurled the rocks at Ronin. Ronin was taken aback by the power behind the attack. He couldn't believe that Aisel had already mastered such advanced telekinesis in such a short time. However, he easily dodged the rocks, using the sheath of his sword to destroy them mid-air. Impressive, Ronin commended, his tone reflecting a rare sense of respect for Aisel's abilities. But just as he finished speaking, Ronin felt a surge of power above him. Looking up, he saw Moria charging toward him, her sword raised high, a grin on her face. Don't try to block my attack, Moria called, her voice filled with confidence. Just dodge it. Ronin quickly assessed the incoming strike and narrowly avoided it by leaping into the air. As her sword hit the ground with an earth-shaking force, Ronin realized how narrowly he had escaped disaster. If he hadn't dodged, her sword would have torn him to pieces. Moria wasted no time. As soon as her sword hit the ground, she quickly regained her grip and swung it at Ronin again. Ronin, still in mid-air, narrowly dodged the attack once more. He was impressed by her strength and precision. The force of her blows pushed him back, but he regained his footing as his feet hit the ground. With a sharp movement, Ronin countered, launching a powerful strike toward Moria. She was caught off guard by the intensity of his attack, but managed to block it, her grip on her sword firm. Ronin was surprised to see that Moria, despite the force of his strike, had managed to maintain her ground and not falter. But just as he was focused on Moria, Ronin noticed Aisel approaching from the side, holding a massive rock, one of the broken pieces of the stage. Ronin's eye widened in realization. Moria and Aisel had already surpassed his expectations. Aisel hurled the rock at him, shouting, "Leave Moria alone." Ronin dodged the smaller pieces of debris with ease, a wry smile on his face. The intensity of their teamwork was not lost on him. Seeing the rock coming toward him, Ronin unsheathed his sword. As a massive boulder closed in, he took a stance and sliced through it with ease, shattering it into pieces. The force of his swing caused the entire stage to fill with dust. When the dust settled, Ronin noticed Aisel had surrounded him with even more rocks. Her control over her magic was impressive. "You're getting much better," Ronin said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. Moria and Aisel hadn't slacked off at all. They were improving faster than he could have imagined, and Ronin was both pleased and surprised by their growth. Ronin congratulated the two girls for their efforts. He turned to Aisel, praising her for completely surprising him with her progress. He offered a heartfelt congratulations for her upgrade, and Aisel, grateful for the compliment, smiled and thanked him. With a curious expression, she asked if their test was over. Ronin confirmed that it was and explained that their special training would be completed within 2 weeks. Relief washed over both Moria and Aisel at the news. But that relief quickly turned to dread as Ronin, his expression hardening, informed them that their special training would begin immediately. The girl's eye widened in shock. Moria, still catching her breath from their sparring, questioned Ronin about it. She pointed out that they had just finished a grueling session. But Ronin, with an unwavering determination, told them it didn't matter. He picked up his sword and, with chilling intensity, began chasing them. The sound of his sword slashing the air sent shivers down their spines. Moria and Aesel could only hope for a miracle, praying someone would step in and save them from this nightmare. But that was not to be. From that moment, Aesel and Moria threw themselves into the grueling special training, pushing their limits even if it meant losing sleep. 2 weeks later, Ronan stood in Karaka's office, placing a paper on the table. It detailed the training progress of his teammates. Karaka looked up in surprise, learning that all of Ronan's teammates had completed their courses. Ronan smiled, his pride evident as he explained that most of his team had finished everything, while others still had a few courses left to complete. Meanwhile, Aesel and Moria looked completely drained, the strain from their relentless training written all over their faces. Karaka, observing their exhaustion, questioned Ronan, but Ronan just smiled and reassured him. He explained that the girls had completed enough courses to be granted a permit to leave the school grounds. Karaka was taken aback but smiled warmly, offering his congratulations and wishing Ronan the best of luck on his upcoming adventures. The next day, the team set off for the Vardian Mountains, ready for their first club activity. As they arrived at the mountain's entrance, Moria sensed something strange. She felt a powerful mana Li line, its energy pulsing with life. Shocked, Moria couldn't believe how pure the mana was, especially so close to the entrance. Braum, impressed by her ability to sense the mana, praised her for noticing it so soon. He turned to Ronan and asked what the next move was. Ronan, with a calm expression, told him they were still far from their destination. He explained that he would share the purpose of their trip once they reached the center of the mountain. As they continued, Ronan revealed that there was something specific he sought to find deep within the mountain. Their journey took them to an ancient temple hidden in the heart of the mountains. Inside, standing silently at the center of the temple, was an elf. With his sharp elven senses, the elf detected Ronan and his group approaching. Surprised to hear humans moving through the mountains, the elf decided to greet them personally. The group trekked on, eventually arriving at the edge of a cliff. Ronan turned to his teammates with a smile, announcing that they had arrived at their destination. He gazed down at the cliff, where a massive swarm of orcs appeared, gathering in the area. Ronan was taken aback by the sheer number of orcs, their presence far greater than he had expected. Braum, equally surprised, observed the orc village below. He had never imagined orcs could live in such a well-structured, almost civilized manner. The sight fascinated him. Ronan, however, was not so surprised. He explained that the orcs often settled on the outskirts, as the Empire had been unable to properly secure these areas. Ronan explained to Braum that, while the orcs in the area were still a relatively small group, their numbers would grow rapidly. Orcs had a strong breeding capability, and over time, they would take over the entire mountain range. Once they controlled the area, they would begin terrorizing nearby settlements, destroying private property, and becoming a real threat. Ronan stressed that they had to act now, before the orcs could multiply and cause more destruction. Turning to Aesel and Moria, Ronan told them that this would be their first real battle. The mission ahead, he assured them, was not overly complicated. But Aesel, still rattled by the situation, wasn't comforted. She trembled, unsure of the plan. She had already suspected something wasn't right when Ronan had mentioned looking for orcs, but she never imagined that he would actually ask them to fight them. Shaking with fear, Aesel questioned whether it was wise to take on the orcs on their own, given their numbers. Ronan, despite his usual confidence, assured her that the orcs were the perfect challenge for them. However, deep down, he knew there was a bigger threat they weren't ready for, something that could jeopardize their entire mission. An ogre. The ogres were the dominant species in this mountain range, and Ronan knew that even his strongest teammates weren't prepared for a battle against one. The real danger lay in the leader of the ogres, the twin-headed ogre. In his past life, Ronan had struggled to defeat this creature. He knew if they encountered the twin-headed ogre, it would likely be the end for them. Although he was worried for his teammates' safety, he was fairly certain that the ogres wouldn't appear in this area for some time. After weighing his options, Ronan decided to proceed with the mission, signaling for his teammates to begin. But just as they were about to take action, a voice interrupted them from behind. A man stood there, warning them to hold off. He praised Ronan for his pure intentions and, much to their surprise, revealed himself to be the mysterious elf they had sensed earlier in the temple. He referred to them as young adventurers and calmly advised that now wasn't the right time to confront the orcs. Ronan's eye widened in shock. He hadn't sensed the elf's presence until he spoke. How had this elf remained undetected? This question burned in Ronan's mind as he studied the elf, trying to piece together his identity. With a friendly smile, the elf told them not to be wary. He explained that he was a priest residing on the mountain, and that his role was to serve a forgotten god, Senial, a divine being with ancient power. The elf suggested they move to a safer location for a more detailed conversation. But as the elf spoke, Ronan's instincts kicked in. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, and he took a defensive stance, eyeing the elf warily. The elf, noticing the tension, stopped and briefly looked surprised. Before the elf could react further, Ronan drew his sword and pointed it directly at him, a deadly glint in his eye. The elf's surprise deepened, unable to understand what was happening. Aesol and Moria, equally confused by Ronan's sudden hostility, looked at him, unsure of his intentions. Moria, still bewildered, turned to Ronan and asked, "What are you doing?" Ronan, his gaze still fixed on the elf, turned to Moria and Aesol, offering a brief but sincere apology. Yet, his eye remained cold and focused, the threat still very much alive. Ronan couldn't help but chuckle as he told the elf he'd met more than his fair share of lunatics lately. He asked the elf to repeat after him, but the elf was utterly confused. He had no idea what was going on, especially with Ronan's serious expression. "Call a Haiyut a bastard," Ronan instructed, knowing full well that no member of Nebula Clayju would ever insult a Haiyut. It was a bold move, testing the elf's boundaries. But to Ronan's surprise, the elf still had no clue what he was talking about. The tension in the air grew thick as the situation became increasingly awkward. With no other choice, the elf hesitantly repeated the words Ronan had asked. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, the elf led Ronan and his team toward his temple. As they walked, the elf apologized for what he had said, looking uncomfortable. "I don't usually speak like that," he explained. "I'm a priest, after all." With a sheepish look, he admitted that this was the most embarrassing moment he'd had in the past 200 years. Ronan couldn't help but laugh under his breath, but he quickly turned serious. "I need to clarify something," he said, realizing the elf had just casually mentioned something astonishing. "Did you just say you've been alive for over 200 years? The elf nodded, though his expression didn't show much emotion. "I stopped counting my age long ago," he replied. "I'm probably around 1,000 years old." Ronan and his companions were stunned. The elf had lived long before the Empire had even been founded. Ronan had heard elves had long lifespans, but 1,000 years. That was beyond anything he had expected. He still couldn't wrap his mind around it. Trying to shift focus, Ronan pressed on. "So why did you warn us not to fight the Ox?" The elf's tone became serious again. "There's something strange happening with the monsters around the mountain. Orcs that aren't nocturnal are wandering the area at night. Ogres, who are usually territorial, are being seen outside their normal range. We don't fully understand why yet, but it's best to avoid confrontation for now." Ronan nodded, appreciating the elf's warning. Before they could continue, the elf stretched out his hand and gathered mana. A barrier shimmered into existence. With a touch, it began to dissipate, revealing the grand structure beyond. Braum's eye widened in disbelief. "How did you manage to hide an entire temple with a barrier like that?" The elf smiled, his confidence evident. Aesol leaned over to Braum, her voice low. "This kind of barrier magic is insane. It's on a whole different level than anything we've seen at the Academy." Ronan, still taking in the enormity of the situation, turned to Aesol. "Did you know about this place?" Aesol shook her head. "No, I had no idea." Ronan's curiosity deepened. No ordinary elf could wield such power, and he was now more determined than ever to uncover the elf's true identity. He smiled, eager to discover what lay ahead. The elf motioned for Ronan and his team to step deeper into the temple. As they reached the center, they were greeted by an unexpected sight, a massive rock. Ronan blinked in surprise. The god the elf worshipped was a rock? The elf, sensing Ronan's confusion, explained. "The rock holds its own meaning," he said, a hint of reverence in his voice. "You'll grow tired of the story behind it if you hear it." Not exactly what Ronan had imagined when stepping into a temple. The elf gestured for the group to find an empty room and rest. "Put your things down. Take a break. If you need anything, just let me know." Moria, always quick on her feet, tapped Ronan with an idea. "Ask him about what he's looking for," she suggested. Ronan nodded, turning to the elf. "I'm looking for the Senial habitat." The elf's eye widened in surprise. "The Senial? Why would you seek such a monster's habitat?" Then, his expression shifted to something more serious. "Are you searching because of the curse on you?" Ronan froze, his heart racing. How did the elf know about his curse? The question caught him off guard, and he felt the weight of the elf's gaze as if his every secret had been exposed. "How do you know about that?" he demanded. The elf, with calm certainty, explained. "I suspected something was different about you from the start. The way you carry yourself, the strange, dangerous echo around you. I knew there was more to your story." Ronan was taken aback, but before he could respond, the elf, with an almost cryptic tone, asked, "Would you spare me some of your time? I think we need to talk." The scene shifted, and soon Ronan found himself sitting with the elf in a tranquil garden. The elf was preparing tea, his movements graceful and deliberate. As he poured, he spoke again, his voice thoughtful. "I knew from the moment I met you that you were no ordinary student." Ronan blinked, unsure how to react. "You knew," he repeated, still processing. He didn't know what to make of it. How did the elf, of all people, see through him so easily. Ronan felt a mix of unease and curiosity, his hand subtly resting on the hilt of his sword. He wasn't sure whether he was being too paranoid, but something about the elf felt off, just a little too knowledgeable. Though the elf didn't have the same mana as Dolan, and had shown no reaction when Ronan mentioned a Hayut, he still couldn't shake his suspicion. Was this priest truly on their side? Noticing Ronan's distracted state, the elf smiled. Drink the tea. It'll help clear your mind. Ronan hesitated, eyeing the steaming cup in his hands. Was the elf trying to poison him? The thought lingered as he sniffed the tea, inhaling a scent unlike anything he had ever smelled before. He was almost about to ask the elf about it when something caught his eye. The elf's mana, a vibrant, almost surreal flow, seemed to swirl around him, unlike anything Ronan had seen before. It was powerful, yet strange. The elf smiled, as if reading Ronan's thoughts. Do you like the scent? Ronan felt a shiver run down his spine. He didn't know how to respond. What was happening? What was he seeing? The tea? The mana? The elf himself? It was all so bewildering. Ronan couldn't piece it together. His senses were overloaded, and he couldn't trust his own instincts anymore. Ronan could hardly believe his eye. The flow of mana was so vivid, so clear. It was like nothing he'd ever experienced before. The priest, noticing Ronan's astonishment, smiled softly. This tea, he explained, allows one to see mana with new eye. Ronan's mind raced. What did you put in this tea? He asked, his voice filled with disbelief. The priest chuckled, almost as if he'd been expecting the question. It's brewed from a rare medicinal herb that only grows in these mountains. It helps to rejuvenate the senses by releasing the energy trapped in your body. Ronan was taken aback. He had never encountered anything like this. The priest seemed genuinely surprised that the tea had worked on Ronan so quickly. Most people don't feel the effects right away, he noted. But I believe the tea reacted with you immediately because your energy is being blocked by your curse. Ronan's eye widened as he realized what the priest was saying. You mean, the curse is blocking my energy? The priest nodded gravely. It's a powerful curse, but because of your reaction to the tea, I suspect you must be seeing an overwhelming amount of mana now. Ronan was speechless, trying to process it all. The priest then added, I'll pack the ingredients for you to take. Drink this tea regularly. It could help. But don't rely on the cursed IE to remove your curse. Ronan froze. Cursed IE? What do you mean? He asked, confused and a little alarmed. With a serious expression, the priest explained, the cursed IE can indeed remove curses, but it comes with a heavy price. It drains the user's life force. Using it once or twice is fine, but if you rely on it too much, your life will be in danger. Ronan's heart skipped a beat. It drains life force. He had always used the cursed IE to remove his curse, never fully understanding the consequences. He suddenly recalled the painful memories of Eden's torture, where the cursed IE had drained life from him. The priest's keen eye watched Ronan closely. Did you not know about the side effects? He asked, concern lacing his voice. Ronan shook his head, his face growing pale. I had no idea. I just wanted to get rid of this curse, he admitted. The priest sighed, his tone softening. I understand why you'd want to remove it so badly, but you need to be very careful. The consequences of using that power recklessly could be disastrous. Ronan absorbed the priest's words, realizing the gravity of his situation. He stared at the tea in his cup, lost in thought. He couldn't help but think back to another warning he'd received. Professor Secret. She had told him his curse was not only difficult to undo, but that she needed time to properly prepare. She'd cautioned him against rushing things. But Ronan had been so desperate. Why had he felt such an urgency to remove the curse? The overwhelming shadow of his father, his constant fear of being overwhelmed, it had pushed him to act without thinking. He finally let go of the grip on his sword, realizing that if he wasn't careful, he might not live long enough to face a Hayut. Taking a deep breath, he calmed himself. Then, curiosity about the priest's true identity began to stir within him. There was something about the elf that felt oddly familiar, yet completely new. His face, his presence. Ronan was sure he had never met anyone like him in his past life. I admit it, Ronan said quietly, meeting the priest's gaze. I want to remove this curse, quickly, but it's because of the fanatics. They're out of control. I need to stop them. The priest's smile never wavered, but his eye held a deep understanding. It was clear that Ronan's burden was not just the curse itself, but everything that came with it. And now, with this new information, Ronan wasn't just fighting the curse. He was fighting to stay alive long enough to face whatever else was ahead. The priest was taken aback by Ronan's words. Ronan had just revealed the terrifying truth about the fanatics, describing them as dark, twisted individuals, waiting for the arrival of the stars. Hearing this, TSI widened. He immediately recognized the fanatics Ronan referred to, Nebula Clagi. The thought that this dangerous group had become active again sent a shiver down his spine. How could they be stirring up trouble again? He wondered. As night enveloped the temple, Saranti stood silently beside the statue of Senial, deep in thought. The revelation about Nebula Clagiu troubled him greatly. It became clear that this group was plotting something far more sinister, a disaster that would claim countless innocent lives. He felt helpless, caught between his duty as a priest and the terrifying prospect of standing by as such an atrocity unfolded. He raised his gaze to the statue, almost as though seeking guidance. Senial, is Ronan the answer? He murmured, wondering what role the young man might play in stopping the coming storm. What must I do? While the priest was deep in contemplation, the stillness of the temple was broken by a voice. Saranti turned to find Ronan standing behind him, a hint of curiosity in his expression. Why are you up so late? Ronan asked, his voice breaking the silence. Saranti blinked, momentarily surprised. Ronan, what are you doing here in the temple at night? He inquired, his tone gentle but curious. Is your bed uncomfortable? Ronan shook his head and explained, I just came out to get some water, but I couldn't help but notice this statue of your god. It's interesting. I didn't expect a rock to represent such a powerful figure. Ronan's gaze lingered on the statue of Senial, an unusual rock that stood in stark contrast to the divine imagery Ronan had come to expect. Is there a deeper meaning behind this rock? He asked, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Saranti smiled warmly, his face filled with fond memories. Ah, that rock. Once every millennium, our church moves 1,000 rocks to a sacred land called Daja, located at the farthest corner of the empire. Daja is known for its constant typhoons, and most rocks that don't last more than 200 years before they wither away. But some withstand the trials of time. They endure the storms for 1,000 years, becoming symbols of strength and resilience. Those rocks, marked by a noble soul, are chosen to become the divine statue of Senial. He paused, his expression growing more reflective. I remember the day I and my brothers carried the divine rock into this temple. It was a journey like no other. Ronan listened intently, his mind racing. He hadn't expected Saranti to be so old, so experienced. He could feel the weight of Saranti's words, each one carrying a depth that left Ronan searching for the right response. He was surprised to find so many priests had left the temple. Where did the others go? Ronan asked, curiosity laced with concern. Why are you here alone? Saranti sighed softly, his eye clouding with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. Most of the priests left because of personal reasons. Worshipping a god can be difficult, especially when that god never answers, no matter how long you wait. His voice faltered for a moment, as if remembering the struggles of his brothers. Many of them couldn't devote their lives to a god who remained silent. He met Ronan's gaze, his eye filled with a quiet determination. There were times I wanted to give up on my faith, times I wanted to walk away. But every time I tried to leave, I felt this pull, this hunch, urging me to stay. It's as though the god is still watching, still guiding. And somehow, I know deep down that Senial's will, contained within this divine rock, will one day become the catalyst to save the world. Ronan was stunned by Saranti's words. The gravity of what he had just heard hung heavy in the air. He had always known that Saranti was more than just a priest, but the depth of his conviction, the quiet strength in his belief, it left Ronan speechless. Was this the answer? Was Saranti truly right? Could this rock, this seemingly insignificant stone, be the key to stopping the disaster Nebula Clagiu was planning? Ronan couldn't say for sure, but one thing was clear. The journey ahead would be far more complicated than he ever imagined. And Saranti, this ancient priest, might just be the one to help him unravel it all. With a smile, Saranti told Ronan that his duty felt like a destiny, one that could not be passed on to anyone else. The words struck Ronan deeply. As Saranti spoke, Ronan saw a fleeting image of the older Aedshan standing beside him. It was a reminder that only Aedshan would ever speak like this, words that carried the weight of something far greater than just a priest's duty. Saranti's hand rested lightly on Ronan's shoulder as he spoke again, his tone unwavering. The time when Senial will save the world is drawing closer. The next morning, Ronan pushed Saranti's cryptic words aside. He and his teammates began to prepare, reorganizing their gear for what lay ahead. Saranti, in turn, gave them the specialty tea that had already begun to work its magic. Moria and Aesel were the first to notice its effects. Their senses were sharpened, a side effect of the potent energy found in the mountain's atmosphere. The more they practiced, the more aware they became of the world around them. While his teammates honed their skills, Ronan moved through the mountain range with Saranti, collecting medicinal herbs. As they walked together, Ronan found himself grappling with the strange nature of the elf. It didn't make sense to him. How Saranti could offer so much help to people he had just met, showing genuine concern and kindness. The more Ronan observed him, the more he found Saranti to be an enigma, a puzzle he couldn't quite solve. After gathering the herbs, the two returned to the temple, and Ronan and his teammates spent 2 peaceful days there. However, Ronan couldn't shake the feeling that peace, as fleeting as it was always overshadowed by the inevitable encroachment of tragedy. No matter how serene the surroundings, the cracks would always allow pain to seep through, leaving a permanent mark. Now, as Ronan and his team readied themselves for the task of subjugating the orc village, Saranti's concerns resurfaced. He warned them that facing the orcs would be dangerous, especially since they hadn't yet discovered the source of the strange behavior in the monsters. His expression showed clear worry as he asked them if they were truly prepared. "Are you sure you'll be all right?" Saranti asked, his voice tinged with concern. "You haven't uncovered the cause of the orc's strange behavior." Ronan, ever confident, smiled reassuringly. "We'll be fine," he said, his tone light. "The monsters haven't gotten stronger. They are just behaving differently. We can handle ourselves." Moria and Braum, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, showing their readiness for the challenge. Aesel, still uneasy about facing the orcs, hesitated, but Ronan pushed forward, his determination clear. "We need to finish this mission. Our time here is running out, and we have to return to the academy." Saranti, after a moment of consideration, accepted Ronan's reasoning. With a flick of his wrist, he activated his magic and cast a spell, creating a shimmering barrier around Ronan and his teammates. "You'll be able to return to the temple whenever you wish," Saranti told them. His tone grew more serious as he continued. "But if you encounter any danger, come back here. Never let your guard down. The forest is dark, and it's dangerous." The group exchanged glances, realizing the weight of his warning. The scene shifts to a gruesome sight. The bodies of orcs, their forms savagely torn apart. A woman, an elf who had evidently killed the orcs, stood among the carnage. Her sharp eyes scanned the area, as if searching for something, or someone. Her attire, reminiscent of both Edwin and Cyrilla, hinted at her elite status. But despite her skills, the elf found herself frustrated. Her target, elusive as ever, was still nowhere to be found. With a cold smile spreading across her face, she muttered, "The orcs can't draw him out, but I'll meet Saranti myself." The elf woman's sinister words were barely out of her mouth when the twin-headed ogre knelt beside her, awaiting her next command. The scene shifted abruptly, and Ronan and his teammates arrived at the orc camp. Ronan was taken aback. The orcs weren't just armed. They were wearing human clothes and adorned with jewelry and accessories that clearly didn't belong to them. It didn't take long for Ronan to realize that these orcs had already raided the nearest village. The realization hit him hard. He hadn't expected the orcs to be so bold, so organized in their attacks. Turning to his teammates, Ronan asked, "Are you ready for this?" Moria, Aesel, and Braum met his gaze with unwavering confidence. With a serious look on his face, Ronan addressed them again. "We're going to have to destroy all of them. Every last one." Nearby, 2 orcs were conversing in their language, admiring the stolen goods they'd looted. One of the orcs, wearing a jacket, commented on how nice his companion's necklace looked. The other orc, grinning wickedly, shared the gruesome backstory of the necklace. "It belonged to a little kid from the village we raided. That kid cried so much before he died, begging for his life," the orc said with a twisted smile, relishing the memory of the child's struggle. "He was so annoying before he died." As the orcs reveled in their spoils, Aesel used her telekinesis to drop Moria and Braum right into the heart of their camp. The orcs were startled, completely unprepared for the sudden appearance of humans in their midst. As Moria and Braum touched down, their auras flared, and the air around them seemed to crackle with raw power. They lunged at the orcs, their enhanced strength tearing through them effortlessly. The orcs, furious at the sight of their kind being slaughtered by humans, grabbed their weapons and charged at Moria and Braum. But before they could strike, a heavy rock came crashing down on one of their heads, crushing it instantly. The orc standing beside the fallen comrade couldn't comprehend what had just happened. It called out, but the answer was silence. Before it, too, was struck down by another rock, its skull crushed under the same mysterious force. The rocks were all controlled by Aesel, whose telekinesis had proven deadly accurate. Ronan, watching from above, couldn't help but praise her. "Amazing control," he said, impressed. Aesel floated beside him, managing several rocks in the air with precision, all while maintaining the calm necessary for such fine control. Ronan, eager to end the battle, turned to Aesel. "Can you fully control your ability?" "Yes, I can," Aesel replied, though her tone suggested that she wasn't entirely thrilled about the task at hand. But Ronan's command was clear, and she had no choice but to comply. She waved her hand, and the rocks, as if guided by an invisible force, began to fall, crushing the remaining orcs with terrifying speed. The orcs, seeing the rocks barreling toward them, panicked and fled, but it was futile. The rocks tore through them like a storm, leaving destruction in their wake. When the dust finally settled and the battle ended, Ronan and his teammates walked through the orc village, surveying the damage. Aesel, her eye wide with shock, stopped in her tracks. Around her lay countless dead orcs, every one of them felled by her magic. I'll definitely be punished for this, Aesel murmured, her voice trembling with the weight of what she had just done. Ronan didn't respond immediately, his focus elsewhere, but the consequences of their actions were clear. The war they were fighting wasn't just about survival. It was about crossing lines that might not be easily forgiven. Ronan grabbed Aesel by the neck gently, his voice calm but firm. Don't worry about it, he said. You won't be punished for this. He paused, his expression softening as he reassured her. If you ever are, I'll take the punishment with you. Braum, ever the optimist, chimed in with a grin. Yeah, and I'll join you too. And, Aesel, you'll definitely get the biggest punishment of all. Aesel, however, didn't find any comfort in Braum's words. Tears welled up in her eye as she began to cry, feeling overwhelmed by the weight of their actions. Moria, stunned by Braum's comment, shot him a disapproving look. That's not helping at all, Braum, she scolded. Braum, confused, shrugged. I thought I was trying to cheer her up. Ronan smiled softly, observing his teammates' banter. He was glad to see them so comfortable with each other, knowing their time in the mountains had forged stronger bonds between them. The team had grown in skill and unity, and Ronan was certain they were now ready for whatever dangers awaited them in the future. As Ronan reflected on this, he suddenly felt Sita's hand on his face. Surprised, Ronan turned to see Sita pointing in a specific direction. What's going on? Ronan asked, following Sita's gesture. Ronan and Aesel made their way through the dense forest, eventually discovering a figure tied to a tree. As they approached, they realized it was an elf, severely wounded, barely conscious. Both Ronan and Aesel rushed to her aid, wondering if the orcs had left her behind as some sort of emergency food. Ronan quickly removed the ropes binding the elf and turned to Sita. Can you heal her? He asked, concerned. Sita nodded and activated his magic, but it was clear something was wrong. The elf's condition didn't improve. Slowly, she began to stir, but as she regained consciousness, she spat out blood, unable to speak. Ronan was taken aback. Sita's healing magic had always worked on everyone, so why wasn't it working on her? His confusion grew as the elf finally managed to ask, weakly, Are you from the temple? Ronan was surprised by the question. How do you know about us? He asked, puzzled. With fear in her eye, the elf placed a trembling hand on Ronan's shoulder. Please, you must take me to Saranti, she pleaded. There are people coming for him. His life is in danger, if you're too late. Before she could say more, the elf collapsed again, losing consciousness once more. Ronan and his friends were left in shock, unsure of what to do next. The scene shifted, showing Saranti at the center of the temple, cleaning the statue of his god with quiet reverence. Just then, he heard someone enter the temple. Turning, he saw Ronan, carrying the unconscious elf in his arms. Ronan called out to Saranti. Saranti! Saranti was taken aback when he saw Ronan entering the temple so soon. Why are you back already? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Did something happen? Did you have an accident? Ronan, relieved to see Saranti, quickly shook his head. No, everything's fine. But I need you to look at something. With urgency in his voice, he motioned toward the elf. This is Brigia. We found her in the orc village. She was a captive there. We destroyed the village and saved her. Ronan hesitated before adding, She wanted to meet you. Saranti looked confused at first, not understanding what Ronan meant. But as he took a closer look at Brigia, his eye widened in recognition. Brigia, he whispered, clearly shocked to see her in such a terrible state. He stepped forward, reaching out a trembling hand toward her, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to her. What happened to you? He muttered, almost to himself. The scene shifted to Moria, Aesel, and Braum, who were still at the orc village. Moria was scanning the area, her eye sharp. Aesel and I have checked everywhere around here, she said to Braum, but we didn't find anyone. Braum nodded in agreement. I've checked too. No one else around. They had been instructed by Ronan to thoroughly check the village, and now, with Brigia the only captive, Moria suggested they head back to the temple. As she turned to ask Aesel to follow, she noticed the elf standing still, staring at something. Walking over to her, Moria asked, Aesel, what are you looking at? Is something wrong? Aesel didn't immediately respond, her gaze fixed on the bodies of the dead orcs. The bodies? She started, her voice uncertain. They are strange. Something's appeared on them. Moria, puzzled, stepped closer to examine the bodies. What do you mean? What's that? Aesel pointed at the strange marks on the orcs' heads, her brow furrowed in confusion. I don't recognize this. It's new to me, but these marks were hidden with some sort of double magic. Moria's eye widened. Double magic? What is this? She asked, genuinely curious about the unfamiliar symbols. Aesel's curiosity mirrored her own, and the two exchanged glances, intrigued by the mysterious nature of the magic circle on the orcs. Back at the temple, Ronan and Saranti were in a room where Brigia had been carefully laid on a bed. Saranti had done his best to treat her, but the elf's condition was still concerning. "I've done what I can for now," Saranti said, standing up. "Don't worry about her anymore, Ronan. She'll be all right." Ronan, however, wasn't fully convinced. "Are you okay?" he asked, noticing Saranti's slightly worn appearance. "Healing magic didn't work on her, and I'm wondering if maybe you were poisoned while treating her." Saranti smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry about me," he said with a soft laugh. "I'm fine. I already gave Brigia the antidote to the poison. I'll recover quickly." He paused, his expression turning more serious. "But, Ronan, I owe you a great debt." Ronan blinked in surprise. "You don't need to thank me," he said, slightly flustered by Saranti's gratitude. Saranti continued, "Brigia is like a sister to me, one of the few believers of Senial who still lives. She's always had deeper faith than anyone else I know." Saranti's voice softened with a mix of gratitude and reverence. "You've saved her, and that's an amazing thing. I'm truly grateful." Ronan, slightly embarrassed, smiled shyly. He hadn't expected Saranti to be so emotional about it. The weight of what he had done was beginning to settle in. He had no idea how deeply Brigia's survival meant to Saranti, and it made him even more aware of the significance of their actions. Ronan quickly waved off Saranti's gratitude. "I didn't do anything grand," he said with a smile, trying to downplay the situation. "Don't worry about it." But as he realized the gravity of Brigia's warning, his expression turned serious. "Tell me more about the people Brigia mentioned. They must be dangerous for her to be so scared. Is my life in danger too?" Saranti's face darkened at Ronan's question. The room fell into a heavy silence as Saranti processed what had just been asked. The scene shifted to the center of the temple, where Saranti stood, his posture stiff and his face grim. "I don't know their exact goal," Saranti began, his voice low and serious. "But these people are part of a religious group that worships an unknown being, a god whose identity remains hidden. They've been committing unspeakable acts in the shadows, without ever revealing their true nature to the world." Ronan's heart sank as Saranti continued. "Their name is the Church of Nebula Clergy." The words hit Ronan like a punch to the gut. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Nebula Clergy, the very group Brigia was warning him about? He was stunned. He had heard of them, but never imagined they were involved with someone like Saranti. "You know about Nebula Clergy?" Ronan asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Saranti's expression didn't change, but Ronan could see a flicker of recognition in his eye. "Yes, they've sent people after me over the years," Saranti said with a small smile, almost as if the thought didn't faze him. "I thought they had given up on me. After all, they stopped sending people for over 100 years. He paused, looking slightly confused. "But now, to hear they want me again, it's a surprise." Ronan's frustration grew. "This isn't a joke, Saranti. This is a life-or-death problem," he exclaimed, his voice sharp. "You need to take this seriously. You need to move somewhere with better security." Saranti immediately shook his head, refusing the suggestion. "I can't leave the temple," he said, his tone resolute. "This temple holds the souls of my brothers and sisters. I can't abandon it." He placed his hands gently on Ronan's shoulders, his expression softening as he spoke. "I can't let anyone here come to harm because of me. Please understand." Ronan, caught between his own concern and Saranti's conviction, didn't know what to say. He could see the sincerity in Saranti's eye, and it made him hesitate. Saranti had made it clear that he couldn't leave the temple, no matter the danger. After a long pause, Ronan finally nodded, his voice calm but firm. "All right, but wait for me. I'm going to bring the strongest woman I know. I'll handle this." He turned to leave but then stopped, looking back at Saranti. "Don't do anything reckless while I'm gone. Stay hidden, please." Saranti smiled at this. "I won't do anything foolish," he reassured Ronan. "You don't need to worry about me." Before Ronan could leave, Saranti clenched his fist and pressed something into Ronan's hand. "Take this," he said, his voice low. "It's my way of thanking you for saving Brigia." Ronan looked down at the object in his hand, an ornate ring. "What's this?" he asked, confused. Saranti's gaze softened. "It's a pass. For the Magic Tower of Dawn. Show it to the librarian there. The Magic Tower will be of great help to you." Ronan's eye widened as he understood the weight of what Saranti was offering. The Magic Tower of Dawn? That place was known for its vast magical resources and powerful knowledge. He'd never imagined he'd gain access to it so soon. With a nod of gratitude, Ronan tucked the ring away, feeling the enormity of the task ahead. He didn't know what was coming, but one thing was certain. The journey was only just beginning. Saranti's smile remained bright, but his eye held a somber understanding as he spoke to Ronan. "You will find information about your curse in the tower," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "Be careful when you head down the mountain." With a small smile, Saranti added, The time I've spent with you and your friends has been a gift to me. Ronan was taken aback by this. He didn't know how to respond. A nervous look flashed across his face as he quickly tried to lighten the mood. Don't say such gloomy things, he said, trying to hide the unease building in his chest. We'll still see each other later. Take care of yourself. I'll be back soon. With that, Ronan left the temple, leaving Saranti behind. Once Ronan was gone, Saranti let out a sigh of relief. He turned, looking back toward the temple with a conflicted expression. He then spoke softly, as if to someone unseen. Are you glad to see me after all this time? The air shifted as Brigia, who had been lying unconscious, began to transform. Her form shifted, revealing her true nature. She was the elf woman who had been searching for Saranti, and now she was his sister, the assassin of Nebula Clayjay. Saranti looked at her, disbelief written on his face. Brigia. His voice was strained, shocked by the revelation. Why did you bring up our past relationship like that? Brigia's smile was dark and full of malice. Isn't it nice to see old faces again, Saranti? She asked, her tone mocking. How has life been treating you? Comfortable. Her words dripped with disdain. Saranti could barely comprehend what was happening. You? Nebula Clayjay sent you to kill me. His voice shook with disbelief. Your church is so cruel. Brigia. Why would they send you? Brigia's eye narrowed with a sneer. You're a hypocrite, she snapped. You're the one who used a paralyzing poison on me and called it an antidote. You've done worse than anything I could ever do. Saranti's face hardened, his resolve steadying. There's nothing I won't do to survive, he said with conviction. And unlike your clumsy acting, I know a better way to get by. He stepped forward, his eye never leaving hers. No one would believe that Lehim Shadow was captured by an orc. Not in a million years. Brigia smiled, unfazed by his words. I had no choice but to act helpless, she explained, her voice almost pitying. It was hard to track you down, Saranti. You've been elusive. She paused, reflecting. At first, I tried to get your attention using the monsters. But that didn't work, did it? Suddenly, Brigia's eye lit up, a realization dawning on her. But then, I saw something. Ronan and his friends, there's so much of your energy around them. They are exuding it without even realizing it. Saranti's expression grew more intense as Brigia continued. I thought about luring you out by cutting them down and scattering their remains across the forest. Her voice dropped low, almost sweet, as she added, but don't worry. I haven't done anything to them, yet. She tilted her head slightly, a teasing smile on her face. I haven't hurt them because of our past relationship as believers. Are you touched by my goodwill, Saranti? Saranti's eye burned with anger. I would never let you harm Ronan and his friends, he said through gritted teeth, his voice cold and unwavering. Brigia laughed, clearly enjoying the tension. Oh, Saranti, you're always so serious, she teased. Fine, I'll stop joking around. Her demeanor shifted, the playful tone vanishing. I came here to deliver the church's command. Her hand went to the sword at her side, her voice hardening. The church ordered me to persuade you. But if you refuse, I'm to kill you. Before Saranti could respond, the air between them crackled with tension. In the blink of an eye, both Saranti and Brigia launched at each other. The forest itself seemed to tremble as their fight began, the trees shaking under the power of their clashes. Meanwhile, Ronan was in the forest, walking calmly when suddenly he froze. He could feel the change in the air, the familiar sound of combat reverberating through the trees. He stopped, listening intently, his instincts telling him that something significant was happening nearby. The fight between Saranti and Brigia had begun, and Ronan could sense the danger looming on the horizon. Ronan stood frozen, his instincts on high alert. The noise from earlier sent a terrible feeling through him, as if something was terribly wrong. Before he could act on his thoughts, he saw Aesel and the rest of the group rushing toward him. He was both relieved and surprised to see them. You guys came at the perfect time, Ronan said, his voice tight with concern. Did you thoroughly check the orc village? Moria nodded, her expression serious. We looked everywhere, she replied, her voice steady but with an underlying tension. But there were no other captives. However, Aesel found something strange. Ronan's attention immediately turned to Aesel, who was struggling to catch her breath. What did you find? He asked, his eye narrowing. Aesel steadied herself, still winded. I discovered something strange on the orcs. There were magic circles. Her voice was laced with confusion. I've never seen anything like them before. Ronan furrowed his brow. Magic circles? What do you mean? He asked, trying to understand. But before Aesel could respond, a loud explosion ripped through the air behind them, shaking the ground. The group turned, startled by the blast. Aesel's face darkened with concern. Could it have come from the temple? She wondered aloud, her voice filled with dread. Ronan's stomach sank as the realization hit him. Saranti is in danger, he muttered, panic creeping into his voice. Just as he was about to lead his group toward the temple, the ground began to tremble violently beneath them. Fear crept into Ronin's heart. He knew what this meant. Only one thing could cause such a powerful vibration. When he turned to look, his worst fear was realized. The twin-headed ogre was emerging from the forest. The massive creature tore through the orcs like they were paper, its strength overwhelming everything in its path. The ogre let out a deafening scream, sending a wave of terror through Ronin and his team. They stood frozen, horrified by the sheer size and power of the creature. Before they could react, the ogre charged at them, its roar echoing through the trees. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Brigia and Saranti were locked in a fierce battle. Brigia swung her sword with deadly precision, but Saranti blocked each attack with his magic, his focus unshakable. As she closed the distance between them, Saranti activated a powerful spell, Venus. The spell summoned a massive tornado, swirling violently in front of Brigia, and moved swiftly toward her. The force of it was overwhelming, but Brigia's smile only widened as she saw Saranti's attack. "I like the way you fight," she taunted, her voice filled with amusement. In a flash, Brigia imbued her sword with dark, ominous energy. Laughing maniacally, she wielded the sword with terrifying speed and power, striking at the tornado. Her dark energy clashed against Saranti's windstorm, canceling it out in a violent explosion. The area was immediately consumed by dust and debris, obscuring everything from view. As the smoke cleared, Brigia and Saranti stood, glaring at each other. Brigia's grip on her sword was firm, her stance ready for the next strike. Saranti, his hand covered with his mana, focused intensely on her, preparing for whatever she would do next. Suddenly, Brigia disappeared from sight, vanishing in a blur. Saranti's eye widened in shock. Before he could even react, Brigia reappeared above him, sword raised, aiming for a lethal strike. Saranti's instincts kicked in. His eye glowed as he summoned a barrier just in time. The dark energy in Brigia's sword crashed against the shield, sending a shockwave through the air. Brigia laughed again, almost in delight. She was thrilled to be facing Saranti, her excitement palpable as she stood ready for the next round of their deadly dance. Saranti's eye hardened, his expression grim. He could feel the weight of her power, but he wasn't about to let her break him. He knew Brigia was dangerous, but it was clear that something deeper had taken hold of her. She had become consumed by her own dark power, and it was clear that the fight ahead would be one neither of them could easily walk away from. Both elves were pushed back from the impact of their attacks, but they quickly regained their footing, their gazes locking in a tense standoff. It was clear this battle would only escalate further, each blow bringing them closer to a devastating conclusion. Brigia's creepy smile only deepened as she taunted Saranti, her eye gleaming with malicious amusement. "You're still as sly as ever, Saranti. A fox in disguise," she mocked. Then, with a more serious tone, she offered, "I don't want to kill you. Join us. I promise you will be given an executive position in our group. You could have power, Saranti." As Saranti began to regain his strength with magic, his refusal was swift and resolute. "I can't join your cult. I have my own religion," he stated firmly. "I'm narrowing. I'm too religious to serve someone like you." His words were sharp, and he added with a smirk, "Besides, you've gotten rusty. I can't believe Romim's shadow would be so slow." Saranti couldn't help but taunt her, his eye gleaming with confidence. "Maybe your cult's teachings aren't as sharp as they used to be," he said, enjoying the chance to needle her. Brigia's smile remained dark and twisted. "You really have no idea," she replied, voice thick with amusement. "I'm only fighting like this because I'm bored." Her eye glinted as she watched Saranti carefully. "You've been trying to buy time for Ronin and his friends, haven't you?" She laughed, darkly amused. "You're not taking this fight seriously. I know you're not giving it your all." Saranti's eye widened, shocked that she had figured out his strategy. Brigia's words stung, but he quickly masked his surprise. She had caught on to his plan to protect Ronin and the others from being caught up in their dangerous battle. Brigia seemed almost pleased by his reaction, a twisted curiosity flickering in her eye. "So, someone like you, who has no interest in the world, wants to protect another person. Why?" she asked, her voice taking on a more insistent edge. Saranti hesitated, but then answered with quiet conviction. "Ronin and his friends are just people I met by chance. They don't have anything to do with me." He paused, his gaze turning cold. "But if you harm them, you'll regret it." His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. "I'll make sure of it." Brigia's smile only widened as she licked her lips. "Oh, but I've already done something bad to Ronin and his friends." Her words hung in the air like a sinister promise. Saranti's heart skipped a beat. Before he could react, the sound of a powerful explosion echoed from the forest. His eye snapped to the direction it came from, and his stomach sank. He knew where that explosion had come from. Ronin and his team were in that direction. As Saranti turned his attention away from Brigia to assess the situation, his guard dropped for just a moment. In that split second, Brigia reappeared behind him, a twisted smile on her face. Saranti's senses screamed in warning, but it was too late. Brigia was already poised to strike. With a mocking grin, Brigia swung her sword, the dark energy still crackling around it. Saranti barely had time to react before the blade struck, severing his hand in a single, brutal motion. Saranti gasped, his blood dripping to the ground as he stumbled back, shock written across his face. He hadn't expected her to strike so quickly. Meanwhile, Ronan and his friends were fighting a different battle of their own. They froze in fear as the twin-headed ogre approached, its terrifying roar shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Ronan immediately shouted for his teammates, trying to snap them out of their fear. "Get a hold of yourselves." Ronan commanded, his voice firm and urgent. "We can't fight this thing." He quickly positioned himself between the ogre and his teammates, but despite his words, Moria, Aesel, and Braum couldn't move. The sheer terror of facing such a monstrous creature left them paralyzed. With a monstrous grin, the twin-headed ogre raised its massive hand, preparing to strike. Braum, still frozen in fear, didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't comprehend how his body refused to respond, his fear keeping him immobilized. Before he could do anything, the ogre's hand came crashing down on him. The force of the blow was overwhelming, and in an instant, Brown was sent flying into a nearby tree, his body slamming against the bark with sickening force. Ronan's heart raced as he watched his teammate being thrown aside like a rag doll. Panic surged through him, but he knew that they had to act fast before the ogre could attack again. Aesel and Maria stood frozen, their minds racing, yet their bodies refusing to move. The massive ogre lumbered toward them, its giant hand poised to strike. Just as it was about to crush them, a figure appeared, Ronan. With precision, Ronan intercepted the attack, using only the tip of his sword to hold back the monstrous force. Aesel and Maria could hardly believe their eyes. Even the ogre hesitated, momentarily stunned that a human had stopped its attack. Ronan turned to the girls, his voice firm. He told them to take care of themselves and watch over Brown. His expression darkened as he faced the twin-headed ogre, assuring them he would handle it. With a sharp motion, he pushed the creature's massive hand away and urged Aesel and Maria to escape. Still paralyzed with fear, the two girls hesitated. But snapping back to their senses, they quickly turned and ran. Ronan clenched his teeth. Something about this ogre wasn't right. Then he saw it, a magic circle glowing in its eyes. His mind instantly connected the dots. He had seen this before. Edwin and Cyrilla had used the same magic to manipulate the rock giants. This meant one thing. Nabula Clagier was behind this too. Before Ronan could dwell on it, the ogre's massive fist came crashing down. He leaped out of the way just in time as the ground beneath him shattered. Using the momentum, he kicked off a broken chunk of rock, propelling himself higher into the air. From above, he slashed down with his sword, striking the ogre's chest in rapid succession. His attacks were relentless, moving at an almost inhuman speed. But when he landed, he saw the result. Nothing. The ogre remained unscathed. Frustration flickered across Ronan's face. Of course, this twin-headed beast still had the same ridiculous endurance he remembered. The ogre roared, tightening its massive fists. Then, without warning, it charged straight at him. Ronan's eyes widened as the ogre's massive fist came barreling toward him. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block, but the sheer force was overwhelming. The impact sent him flying. Hurtling through the air at terrifying speed, Ronan reacted fast. He slammed his sword into the ground, using it to slow his momentum. His body trembled from the pain coursing through him, but he gritted his teeth, furious. This monster, it still had the same monstrous strength as before. The twin-headed ogre didn't stop there. It grabbed a nearby tree, along with an unfortunate ogre that had been too close. The ogre screamed in terror, but the ogre had no mercy. With a powerful heave, it hurled both the tree and the ogre straight at Ronan. Blood dripped from Ronan's mouth as he glared at the creature. He let out a dry chuckle and muttered, "Any other day, I'd be happy to see you." His gaze sharpened, "But you just made a huge mistake." At that moment, Maria and Aesel were seen tending to Brown. Seeing them like that made Ronan's blood boil. The ogre had the audacity to harm his teammates right in front of him. He wiped the blood from his lips and spat, his anger surging. "You crazy bastard," he growled. The tree and the ogre came hurtling toward him. Without hesitation, Ronan swung his sword, slicing the massive tree clean in half. The moment the debris split apart, he launched himself forward. His speed was terrifying, his movements fluid. Leaping onto a tree, he raced across the branches with precision, closing the distance between him and the ogre in an instant. The ogre roared, furious to see Ronan charging at him. It raised its colossal hands, preparing to crush him midair. In his past life, Ronin had struggled against this beast, not because he was weak, but because its skin was nearly impenetrable. No matter how much he attacked, he could never cut deep enough to bring it down. But things were different now. His grip tightened around his sword. His body moved instinctively. He had a stronger blade now, and thanks to Instructor Navarros, he had refined his techniques far beyond what they once were. Still airborne, Ronin shifted into a stance, one he had trained tirelessly to master. The fourth form of Navarros style. His sword began to spin with deadly precision. Revolving sword. Ronin was confident. This time, he would cut through the ogre. As he unleashed his technique, powerful wind pressure surged around him. In a flash, he shot past the twin-headed beast like a blade through the air. Landing smoothly, Ronin slid his sword back into its sheath. The ogre growled in fury, turning to face him. Its monstrous eyes locked onto him with a terrifying glare. Ronin met its gaze without a hint of fear. Die! The moment he spoke, the ogre's body split apart, torn to shreds from within. Gripping his sword tightly, Ronin let out a quiet breath. Victory should have felt satisfying, but instead, he realized something. He still had a long way to go. This fight was nothing. Wasting time on a weakling like the twin-headed ogre was beneath him. He needed to grow stronger, much stronger. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Assel and Maria. As he reached them, he saw Maria carrying Braum on her back. Is Braum okay? He asked urgently. Maria gave him a reassuring nod. Don't worry. We've already treated him with Sita's help, but we need to get him to a professional healer. Ronin exhaled, relieved. Good. Then take him out of the mountains immediately. Assel hesitated, her eyes widening in surprise. What about you? Ronin's expression darkened. His voice was firm. I'm going to meet Sarantai. The scene shifted. Ronin arrived at the temple, only to freeze in shock. The place was in ruins. His mind raced. How? It hadn't been long since he left. There was no way destruction like this could have happened in such a short time. As he cautiously stepped forward, scanning the wreckage, a presence stirred behind him. Instinct kicked in. He turned sharply, hand on his sword. There, barely standing, was Sarantai. Bloodied and wounded, Sarantai managed a weak smile. Relief flickered in his eyes as he saw Ronin. You're okay. Struggling to move, Sarantai's body trembled with pain. I wanted to save you, but he coughed, his breath shaky. My body wouldn't let me. Ronin's chest tightened. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, catching Sarantai before he collapsed. Even in this broken state, Sarantai had still tried to help him, and that was something Ronin could hardly believe. Ronin gripped Sarantai tightly, his voice urgent. Tell me, who did this to you? But Sarantai, despite his wounds, managed a weak smile. I'm fine, Ronin. You need to calm down. His breath was ragged, but his words remained firm. Listen to me. You have to leave the temple now. Ronin's brows furrowed. What are you talking about? It's a miracle you survived, Sarantai continued. But you can't stay here. I don't know when the Church of Nabula Clagier will return. Before Ronin could respond, a sudden force struck. A sharp, piercing attack tore through Sarani's chest. Sarani's eyes widened in shock. Blood spilled from his mouth as he staggered forward, then collapsed. Ronin froze, his mind unable to process what had just happened. His body trembled as he stared at Sarantai lying motionless on the ground. Then, behind him, a sinister glow flickered to life. A deep purple light illuminated the ruins. Slowly, Ronin turned. Standing there was Brigia, landing gracefully with an unsettling smile on her lips. She gazed down at Sarantai, her voice mocking. You almost killed me. Ronin's fist clenched. He hadn't expected to see her here, let alone like this. Brigia tilted her head, her expression unreadable. Tell me, Sarantai, why would you use such a dangerous attack on an old comrade? Sarantai coughed, struggling to rise. Then, without warning, Brigia moved. In one swift motion, she sliced off his hand. Sarantai gritted his teeth in pain, but he didn't hesitate. Summoning his magic, he unleashed a powerful spell, a raging tornado that blasted Brigia backward. She crashed into the distance, barely managing to regain her footing. Her expression darkened with shock. You would go this far over a hand. Her disbelief quickly turned to anger. I could have died from that attack. Sarantai glared at her, his breathing heavy. He didn't care. But Brigia, she was still standing. The air around her shimmered with an unusual aura, something unnatural. A slow, eerie smile spread across her face. Lucky for me, I have the blessing of the star. Her gaze shifted, and when she saw Ronin, that smile twisted into something even more unsettling. Well, she whispered. I never thought I'd see you again. Brigia smirked, her eyes gleaming with amusement. I have to admit, Ronin, You're quite skilled to have survived that twin-headed ogre. Ronan scowled. Her words grated on him. Who the hell are you? For a moment, Brigia seemed taken aback. Then, realization dawned on her. He didn't recognize her in this form. With a playful chuckle, she decided to remind him. Raising a hand, she murmured a spell. A shimmer of magic coursed through her hair, turning part of it blonde. Her smile widened. Does this help? She teased. You saved me once, remember? Ronan's eyes narrowed. And then it hit him. The weak elf from before. The one he had helped. It had all been an act. Brigia watched his expression shift and let out a soft laugh. Thanks to you, I was able to get through Saranti's barrier. Her tone turned eerily sweet. And as a reward, I'll make sure your death is painless. The air around her crackled. Without warning, she unleashed a massive surge of energy. Brigia swung her sword, sending a barrage of deadly attacks straight at Ronan. Ronan's eyes flicked to the side. Saranti was still kneeling beside him, too injured to move. The attacks landed. A thunderous explosion sent dust and debris flying everywhere. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, as the dust cleared, Brigia's smirk faltered. Her attacks hadn't hit. Ronan was nowhere to be seen. She turned sharply, only to find him a short distance away, placing Saranti gently on a pile of rocks. Her brows furrowed. You dodged them? She muttered in disbelief. Ronan didn't acknowledge her. His jaw clenched as he took in Saranti's condition, his rage simmering beneath the surface. Sita, heal him, he ordered, his voice like steel. You have to save him. Then he turned back to Brigia, his grip tightening on his sword. His eyes burned with fury. You bastard, he spat. Brigia simply watched, unfazed, as he continued. Your organization destroyed someone's forge. You planted a spy in the Duke's family. And now, his voice dropped, venom lacing his words. You dare to crawl into the temple. With a single, fluid motion, Ronan unsheathed his sword. The air grew heavy, and in his eyes, there was nothing but the promise. Ronan stood firm, his voice cold and unwavering. He declared his intent to destroy Nebula Clasia. Brigia's eyes widened at his words. Amused yet intrigued, she asked if he had already crossed paths with their organization's children. Then, a realization struck her. She had heard whispers about a ruthless bastard eliminating the church's believers. Now, she knew. That bastard was Ronan. Before Brigia could dwell on the thought any longer, Ronan lunged at her, but she sidestepped effortlessly, his attack missing its mark. Ronan narrowed his eyes. She was fast. Too fast. Watching the way he moved, Brigia quickly understood why the children of her church had failed against him. Ronan swiftly retreated, widening the gap between them, but Brigia closed it in an instant, appearing right before him. She chuckled, eyes gleaming with interest. You're starting to intrigue me, she mused. And with that, she struck. Ronan barely managed to block with his sword, but the force of her attack made his hand tremble. She was strong, far stronger than he had anticipated. Weiss, she read his every move with unsettling ease. His patience wore thin. If he wanted to win, he had to end this quickly. Gritting his teeth, he charged, his sword flashing as he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Brigia met every strike with ease, effortlessly parrying each blow. Laughing, she taunted him. The more we fight, the more I like you. Ronan's frustration grew. She wasn't taking him seriously. Then, her expression shifted. It would be a waste to kill you, she said smoothly. Join Nebula Clasia. I'll take care of you. Enough with your nonsense, Ronan snapped. Brigia sighed, disappointment flickering in her gaze. You misunderstand. You don't have a choice. With a flick of her fingers, invisible force lashed out. Saranti's body jerked violently as sharp energy pierced through him. He let out a pained scream. Brigia tilted her head, her tone dripping with mockery. Refuse me, and I'll kill him. Slowly, painfully. Ronan's entire body tensed. His hands trembled. Saranti, bleeding out, summoned the last of his strength and gasped. Run. Brigia's wicked smile deepened. His life depends on your answer. Ronan's gaze darkened. His voice was ice cold. Then my answer is to cut you into pieces. With a furious roar, he swung his sword, forcing Brigia back. She recovered instantly, her excitement only growing. Oh, I want you even more now, she laughed, rushing at him. Their swords clashed, a whirlwind of steel and power. From a distance, Saranti weakly watched their fierce exchange, his consciousness fading. Ronan seized an opening and leaped into the air, gathering energy for devastating strike. Brigia's lips curled into a delighted smile as she watched him descend. It had been too long since she faced someone of his caliber. The moment Ronan's sword came crashing down, she raised her hand and stopped it. Just like that, Ronan's breath hitched. Impossible. Brigia let out a low chuckle. You should stay put, she whispered, her eyes gleaming with something dark. Or I might accidentally kill you. And before he could react, A surge of magic tore through his chest. Ronan let out a cry of agony as pain shot through his body. Brigia finally released him, stepping back with an Eli smile. Her voice was laced with unsettling confidence as she whispered, "The next time you open your eyes, you'll see the light of the stars." Her blade descended toward his neck. Panic surged through Ronan. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. His injuries had left him completely vulnerable. Just as the sword was about to reach him, a shimmering mana shield materialized in front of him, blocking the fatal strike. Brigia's expression darkened. She sneered and drove her sword against the shield, attempting to break through. But no matter how hard she tried, the barrier held strong. Her eyes snapped to Saranti, who was standing weakly with his hand raised, his face set with grim determination. Brigia's annoyance turned into disbelief. How was he still able to interfere, let alone cast a spell this powerful? With unwavering focus, Saranti met her gaze. "If you lay another hand on Ronan," he warned, "I will destroy you." Ronan turned his head towards Saranti, his voice strained. "Stop! You're pushing your body too far." He gritted his teeth, frustration clay. "You don't have to do this. I can handle her." Saranti shook his head. "You've done enough," he replied firmly. "You bought me the time I needed." His voice softened. "Now let me take care of the rest." Before Ronan could protest, a radiant blue aura suddenly erupted around him. He stayed in shock. This energy was unfamiliar. He had never seen anything like it before. While Ronan was still processing the sudden change, Saranti moved his hand, his voice steady. "Step back." As soon as he spoke, the blue energy surged forward, dragging Ronan away from Brigia's reach. Brigia's eyes flickered with irritation. "I won't let you do as you please," she snarled, stepping forward. But the moment she moved, a sudden jolt coursed through her arm. She froze, glancing down to see sparks of lightning dancing across her skin. Something was wrong. Her gaze shot upward. 3 enormous magic circles had appeared above her, crackling with pure lightning energy. The sheer power radiating from them made the air heavy. Brigia's breath hitched. Impossible. Saranti should have been too injured, too weak to cast something this powerful. And yet, there it was. Holding his hand high, Saranti's expression remained cold. "This ends today," he declared. "Farewell, Brigia." Then, with a final motion, he unleashed the spell. Blinding bolts of lightning crashed down, engulfing Brigia in a torrent of destruction. Her agonized screams echoed as raw electricity tore through her, pain beyond anything she had ever felt. Ronan watched in stunned silence. The sheer force of Saranti's magic was beyond belief. Saranti clenched his teeth, blood dripping from his mouth as he sustained the spell. He refused to stop. Even as his body trembled, even as his strength drained away, he pushed forward with sheer willpower. "I'll end this myself," he muttered, voice filled with resolve. Brigia's screams twisted into a furious roar. "Saranti!" Her rage burned hotter than the pain. The thought that a fool like him would dare to try and kill her, it was infuriating. "You're nothing but a blind idiot who believes in ghosts," she spat. Then, suddenly, the lightning began to fade. Ronan's eyes widened. A dark, pulsing aura surrounded Brigia, pushing back the magic that should have obliterated her. She stood amidst the crackling energy, her body glowing with a strange, overwhelming force. The devastating lightning spell, nullified. The battlefield fell into a tense silence. Ronan's grip tightened around his sword. Brigia lifted her gaze, eyes gleaming with something inhuman. This fight was far from over. Brigia let out a sharp breath, her body still crackling from the remnants of Saranti's lightning. Though she had nullified the attack, her skin was scorched, raw with burns. Yet, her eyes gleamed with something far more dangerous than pain. "You're insane for thinking you could kill me," she hissed. She straightened, her presence radiating power despite her wounds. "I'm a chosen apostle," she declared, her voice laced with conviction. "As long as I have the blessing of the star, no one can stop me." A slow, menacing smile curled on her lips. "I no longer need to recruit you." Saranti's jaw clenched at her words. Her gaze darkened. "Now, you die for what you've done." She raised her sword, stepping forward with deadly intent, only for a shadow to move in front of Saranti. CA appeared, throwing himself between them in a last desperate act of defense. Saranti, barely clinging to consciousness, watched in a daze. Was this the moment he would die? Meanwhile, Ronan stood a short distance away, gripping his sword to keep himself upright. His body ached, but his focus sharpened as a voice echoed in his mind. "Ronan!" He flinched. "Saranti?" Using telepathy, Saranti reached out to him. "Listen carefully. We don't have much time." As Brigia advanced, Saranti quickly explained. She can neutralize attacks using a technique called the Blessing of the Star. Ronan's grip tightened around his sword. He had encountered someone else with that same ability before, a Hayut. The realization only fueled his frustration. But she's injured, Saranti continued. She can't move as freely as she usually would. Ronan's mind raced. There was still a chance. As Brigia raised her sword to end Saranti's life, Saranti's voice came again. Ronan, leave. You have to survive. This isn't the time to fight. Live so you can win another day. Saranti closed his eyes, bracing himself for the fatal blow. But before Brigia's sword could reach him, a sharp streak of energy slashed toward her, forcing her to block. Ronan stood firm. I'm not ready to say goodbye yet. Brigia scowled, irritated by the interference. You bastard. Saranti's eyes widened in disbelief. Ronan had come back for him. Don't give up, Ronan said firmly. This fight isn't over. Something flickered in his gaze as he recalled his past self. I've never run from a battle, he muttered. Then, looking at Saranti, his voice steadied. Believe in me. Brigia's irritation turned into pure annoyance. Spewing nonsense again, she scoffed. I should have killed you when I had the chance. With a snarl, she unleashed a flurry of attacks. Ronan's eyes widened. He tried to react, but his body was sluggish from his injuries. The attacks came too fast, too overwhelming. Just as they were about to reach him, a sudden downpour of blue lightning rained from above. Lightning rain. Saranti had cast the spell to shield Ronan. Brigia clicked her tongue in frustration. While she was momentarily distracted, Saranti made his move. Gathering the last of his strength, he concentrated lightning at his fingertips. In a flash, he fired a bolt straight at Brigia. She barely had time to turn before the attack struck. Or so it seemed. At the last second, the energy dispersed, completely nullified. Brigia smirked, shaking her head. How many times do I have to tell you? She taunted. Your magic can't touch me. Saranti gritted his teeth. As Ronan rushed toward them, Brigia glanced at Saranti. You two are unbelievably annoying, she muttered. She raised her sword high. Let me put an end to this. The blade glowed as she prepared to bring it down on Saranti. You and Ronan can't do a thing to me, she sneered. But the moment her sword began to swing, Ronan moved, at full speed. And this time, he wasn't holding back. The moment Ronan got close to Brigia, he struck. Steel sliced through flesh. Brigia's hand severed cleanly, falling to the ground before her. For a moment, silence filled the battlefield. Ronan's voice broke it. It's only natural for you to believe that nothing can touch you. Saranti, still on the ground, managed a weak smile as he watched Brigia's severed hand land before him. Brigia stood frozen, her mind refusing to process what had just happened. Her breath hitched, her remaining hand trembling. This wasn't possible. Her gaze snapped to Ronan, eyes wild with disbelief. How? She demanded. How did you break through the blessing of the star? Ronan smirked. Curious. He tilted his head slightly. So am I. Brigia's expression twisted into rage. That's impossible, she screamed. But it didn't matter. She was fighting the only human capable of shattering the blessing of the star. Before she could recover, Ronan attacked again. Blade flashing, he cut through her over and over, relentless. Brigia staggered back, her body betraying her. Blood poured from fresh wounds, each one proof that her so-called invincibility had failed her. She couldn't understand it. She was an apostle, chosen, untouchable. Yet here she was, bleeding, weakening, losing. Her vision blurred. As her consciousness faded, her gaze locked onto Ronan's back. He turned, cold eyes meeting hers. If you want answers, he said, ask the great star you worship. Brigia's breath shuddered. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. She had been waiting for her answer, the one she had sought for so long. The day was coming. She had felt it. Yet now, she would never know. As her body crumpled, her final thought drifted to Saranti. Did he find his answer? Then, darkness. Her head hit the ground, lifeless. Ronan exhaled heavily, leaning on his sword, his chest rising and falling in exhaustion. He heard the dull thud of Brigia's body hitting the date and slowly looked down at her. She was dead. He was alive. He should have felt victorious, but instead, all he could think about was how lucky he had been. If she hadn't relied so completely on the blessing of the star, if she had been just a little more cautious, he might not have won. His mind drifted to the past. Back then, no one could touch a Haiyut or the giants, except him. He had never understood why. But now, staring at Brigia's lifeless body, realization settled in. The reason no one could harm them wasn't just their strength. It was their blessing. It nullified all attacks. His jaw clenched. If every executive in Nebula Clasia possessed this same power, this war was going to be much harder than he had thought. Before he could dwell on it further, a weak voice called out to him. Ronan. He turned sharply. Saranti. His voice was shaky, his breath uneven. Ronan's concern spiked. Are you okay? He asked immediately. But Saranti only managed a faint smile. I should be asking you that, he murmured. Ignoring his own exhaustion, Ronan rushed to Saranti's side, kneeling next to him. Blood still oozed from his wounds. Ronin's heart pounded. "You're still bleeding," he muttered, then turned sharply. "CA, get over here and use your healing magic." Saranti coughed but raised a weak hand, gripping Ronin's. Ronin stiffened at the touch. Saranti looked up at him, his expression calm, too calm. "Ronin," he whispered, "I need to ask you for one last favor." Ronin's throat tightened. The scene shifted. Saranti now rested against the base of a worn, ancient statue. Ronin had carefully placed him there. But the moment he did, Saranti coughed violently, his body shaking with the effort. Ronin's heart clenched. Then, fear settled deep in his chest, because for the first time, he was truly afraid of what might happen next. Ronin's voice was urgent. "Are you okay?" Saranti glanced down at his hand, staring at the blood smeared across his fingers. A weak chuckle escaped him, followed by another violent cough. His body trembled as realization set in. This was it. His time was up. A faint, bitter smile tugged at his lips. "I never wanted you to see me like this," he admitted. "Not in my final moments." Ronin's entire body tensed. His breathing grew uneven. "Final moments." He shook his head. "No, don't say that." Guilt weighed on him like a boulder. His hands clenched into fists. If I hadn't let Brigia go that first time, you wouldn't have had to fight her. You'd still be." Saranti cut him off by gripping his wrist. His touch was weak, but his gaze was unwavering. "This isn't your fault, Ronin," he said firmly. "Brigia would have come for me eventually. Nebula Clasia would have hunted me down sooner or later." His grip tightened slightly as he looked Ronin in the eye. "Your fight will be long. It will be painful. You will fall, again and again." His voice softened. "And I hate that I have to put this burden on someone so young." He swallowed, then let out a quiet breath. "But still, I have to ask you for something shameless." Saranti's expression shifted, his lips curving into a faint smile. "Keep fighting, Ronin, until the very end." Ronin's throat tightened. Emotion surged inside him, but he didn't know what to say. Then, a brilliant green light erupted from Saranti's body. It was blinding. Ronin instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes, confusion gripping him. "What's happening?" He forced his gaze back to Saranti, only to see something impossible. Rocks were forming over his skin. Panic shot through Ronin. "Saranti!" He didn't understand what was happening. He didn't know how to stop it. But Saranti simply smiled. Reaching out, he placed a trembling hand against Ronin's face. "Thank you," he whispered, "for becoming my answer." Ronin's breath caught in his throat. The rocks continued to spread, covering Saranti's body inch by inch. His hand slipped away from Ronin's cheek. His voice, now barely a hyutable, carried one final promise. "I'll be with you, until the end, by your side." Then, a final flash of light, and when it faded, Saranti was gone. In his place, a small stone rested where his body had been. Ronin stared, frozen. The sky, once stormy, began to clear. Sunlight poured through the clouds. He reached out, picking up the stone with trembling hands. His chest felt hollow. "Rest in peace," he whispered. With that, the battle was over. Their mission had come to an end. The scene shifted. Inside the principal's office, Karaka sat behind his desk, reading through the mission report. His eyes narrowed as he flipped through the pages. Finally, he exhaled. "You went through a lot for your first adventure." Ronin shifted uncomfortably. He could already sense the lecture coming. Karaka's gaze lifted from the report, and Ronin braced himself. "You dragged your team into a mess with a crazy woman," Karaka said bluntly. "I assume this won't happen again." Ronin forced a grin. "Of course not. It was just bad luck." He rubbed the back of his head. "Please don't shut down our club because of this." Karaka sighed, shaking his head. "That's not what I'm worried about." His tone turned serious. "Losing someone close to you isn't a small thing, Ronin." Ronin stiffened. Karaka studied him carefully. "Are you really okay?" For a moment, Ronin said nothing. His fingers curled into his palm. Then, his voice came out quietly. "No." With a smile on his face, Ronin reassured Karaka that Saran would be sad if he saw him sitting around feeling sorry for himself. He told Karaka not to worry about him and sincerely thanked him for his concern. Upon hearing this, Karaka decided to let the matter go. He informed Ronin that he could not punish him and his teammates for subjugating an orc village and bringing a criminal to justice. Instead, he acknowledged that they had made a great contribution to the Empire. Karaka then cautioned Ronin, asking him not to act recklessly if he encountered Nebula Clasia again. He reminded Ronin that, as the person responsible for the academy, he could not allow his students to get hurt. Ronin smiled at this and assured Karaka that he would remember not to engage them in a fight. With that, Ronin abruptly ran toward the door, telling Karaka that he needed to leave but promised to visit again before his team embarked on their next adventure. The moment Ronin left, Karaka realized that Ronin no longer had any classes to attend, having already completed almost all of them. Stroking his beard, Karaka also recognized that Ronan was unaware of an upcoming event. The scene then shifts to the club building, where Ronan stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he announced to his teammates that he had come to watch them train, only to find the clubhouse empty. Surprised, Ronan turned and saw an unexpected figure. He asked when the person had returned to the academy. That person was Schlieffen. Schlieffen, glad to see Ronan, had come specifically to speak with him. With a serious expression, he informed Ronan that he needed to discuss something important regarding Nebula Clasia. The two sat down, and Ronan immediately asked for an update. He specifically inquired if Schlieffen had managed to eliminate the spies within his family. Schlieffen explained that his family had launched a large-scale operation to root out the spies, an effort that had begun 15 days ago. So far, they had captured 19 traitors, 5 of whom Schlieffen personally executed. The remaining traitors were to be transferred to Rodellen prison, where they would undergo a more thorough interrogation. However, Schlieffen revealed a troubling development. With a grave expression, he told Ronan that the prohibition placed on the captured traitors had inexplicably stopped working. Ronan was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. According to Schlieffen, the prohibition failed on all 19 captives after their capture, something that made no sense to him. After a moment of contemplation, Ronan concluded that Nebula Clasia must have found a way to counteract the prohibition. Schlieffen agreed, saying that it was the only logical explanation. Ronan, visibly annoyed, realized that the only way to identify future traitors would be by examining their mana signatures directly. Standing up, Schlieffen stated that he had conveyed everything he wanted to Shay for now, but assured Ronan that he would provide more information as soon as he had it. As soon as Schlieffen got what he needed, he turned to Ronan and casually mentioned that he hoped they'd meet again soon. Ronan, confused, had no idea what he meant. Schlieffen then clarified he was looking forward to facing Ronan in their upcoming midterm evaluation. That was the very same test Karakal had been trying to warn Ronan about earlier, but Ronan had left before he could hear the details. Now, learning about it for the first time, Ronan was completely taken aback. An exam? And so soon? He could hardly believe it. 2 days later, we arrive at a secluded island owned by Philion Academy, Philand. This is where Nabaros is conducting her advanced rail combat swordsmanship test. The island is completely isolated, a perfect battleground for what's to come. Standing before her gathered students, Nabaros scans the group, making sure no one is missing. Once she's satisfied, she announces that she will now explain the midterm evaluation. She wastes no time getting to the point. Her class, she reminds them, is meant to simulate real combat. In fact, her original plan had been to send them straight into an actual battlefield for the most realistic experience possible. However, school regulations prevented her from doing so. Ronan was disappointed. He believed that throwing them into a battlefield would have been the best way to prepare. Meanwhile, the rest of the students were horrified at what they had just heard. They silently thanked the academy for stopping their instructor from following through with such a brutal idea. Nabaros then reveals the true nature of the exam. They will be scattered across the island and forced to fight for survival. There are no restrictions. Anything goes. Ronan was stunned. A test with no limitations. That meant he could fight however he wanted. To address any concerns, Nabaros gestures toward a nearby rack holding a set of Bias Elites. She explains that each bracelet is imbued with a powerful magic spell. If a student becomes incapacitated, the bracelet will instantly transport them back to the Academy's plaza. Furthermore, she reassures them that the Academy's best healers are standing by, capable of treating even the most severe injuries. Then, with a chilling smile, she tells her students to fight however they wish. No rules, no restrictions. She even encourages them to kill to their heart's content. Ronan and the others were left speechless. He had never seen Nabaros so fired up before. In his mind, an instructor shouldn't be saying things like that. But she clearly had no such reservations. Without wasting any more time, she picks up one of the BRS elites and starts calling out names. She explains that as soon as a student puts on their bracelet, they will be instantly transported to a predetermined location on the island. The first name she calls is Aidshon. Ronan had expected her to be part of the exam, but seeing her step forward still caught him off guard. Around him, murmurs spread among the students. "She's so shameless," one girl muttered to her friend. Adeshan's just a repeat student, but she still gets special treatment. The girl was clearly frustrated, convinced that Aidshon was receiving unfair advantages just for showing up. Another girl, however, saw things differently. With a smug smile, she told her friend that Adeshan's participation was actually a good thing. "At least we won't have to worry about placing last," she laughed. With a flunking student like Aidshon in the mix, someone else is guaranteed to take the bottom spot. Ronan clenched his fists. He hated hearing them talk about Aidshon like that, but as much as he despised their words, he couldn't deny that there was some truth to them. He turned his gaze toward Aidshon. If she were thrown into a real battlefield with her current skills, she wouldn't stand a chance. There was another path for her, one that would be much safer. But should he tell her? He wasn't sure. One by one, the students put on their bass elites, disappearing as they were transported to various locations across the island. Achan vanished along with them. The scene shifts. Ronan arrives at his designated location. The first thing he does is scan his surroundings. Was he alone? He highly doubted it. Smirking, he called out, "You might as well come out. I'm not that lucky to get a private landing." Silence. Then, movement. A senior student, who had been hiding behind a tree, stiffened in shock. He had been completely certain Ronan wouldn't notice him. But now, under Ronan's knowing gaze, his body tensed with fear. Ronan's smirk widened. "You look uncomfortable," he said casually. The senior clenched his jaw. His mind screamed that he had to act fast before Ronan did. He gripped his axe tightly and lunged forward, launching a heavy, earth-shattering strike. The impact split the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, as the dust settled, the senior's blood ran cold. Ronan was completely unharmed. His sword was already pressed against the senior's throat. "That's not very nice," Ronan mused. "Attacking a junior like that." The senior's eyes widened. How had this happened? He was the one who attacked first, so why was he now on his knees, completely at Ronan's mercy? But before he could even process it, Ronan's eyes flickered to the shadows around him. He let out a disappointed sigh. "Really?" he said. "This is kind of underwhelming." A shift in the air, a sudden stiffness in the atmosphere. The other seniors, who had been lying in wait, felt their stomachs drop. He already knew. Ronan turned his attention back to them, still smiling. "You guys aren't bad," he admitted. "Teaming up the moment you landed. Smart move." The seniors frowned. They hadn't expected Ronan to catch on so quickly, and his calm demeanor only made them more uneasy. Meanwhile, perched up in a tree, an archer lined up his shot, his eyes locked on Ronan. Without even looking, Ronan bent down, picked up a small rock, and hurled it with pinpoint accuracy. Thud! The rock struck the archer's head, sending him tumbling from the tree. Before he even hit the ground, the bracelet activated, teleporting him straight back to the academy. The remaining seniors stared, stunned. "This strategy of yours," Ronan said, cracking his knuckles. "Not the best one, ho." One of the seniors snapped back to reality and barked out orders. "Our ambush failed. Get into position." He turned to his group. "Stay focused. He's just one guy. No matter how skilled he is, he can't take all of us at once." With renewed confidence, the 5 seniors drew their weapons and stepped out of hiding. They had numbers on their side, and they were ready to use it. In perfect sync, they charged. The scene shifts. Ronan calmly slides his sword back into its sheath. As Ronan slid his sword back into its sheath, the scene around him became clear. His opponents lay scattered across the ground, their bodies slowly disappearing as they were transported back to the academy. He let out a small sigh. "Took longer than I expected," he muttered to himself. These weren't just first years, they were second-year students, making the fight more troublesome than he had anticipated. Scanning the area, Ronan's thoughts drifted elsewhere. I wonder if Achan is okay. The scene shifts. At the edge of a cliff, a lone girl stood, leaning heavily on her sword. Around her lay 3 defeated opponents. A boy wielding a massive mace smirked at her, his tone laced with amusement. "I have to admit, I didn't think you'd last this long." Then, with a chilling smile, he added, "But this is where it ends. Just give up." The girl, Achan, gritted her teeth. She had been holding her own, but she had taken on too many opponents at once. She knew she was reaching her limit. Her opponents, however, had already dismissed her as a threat. The 2 boys standing in front of her let their guard down, convinced she had nothing left to offer. They weren't worried. After all, standing behind them was Ayun, the academy's top 30th student. With him on their side, they believed their victory was guaranteed. But Achan noticed something they hadn't. Their overconfidence had left gaps in their defense. She tightened her grip on her sword. "This is my chance." Ayun, watching from behind, immediately sensed her intent. Before anyone could react, Achan drove her sword into the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. The sudden smokescreen startled the 2 boys in front of her. They had no idea what was happening. By the time they figured it out, it was already too late. Achan burst through the dust, closing the distance in an instant. With precise, calculated strikes, she cut them down before they could even raise their weapons. Their eyes widened in shock. They never imagined they would lose to her. But Achan wasn't done yet. She kept running, her momentum carrying her straight toward Ayun. She knew she had to end this fight in one decisive strike. But just as she closed in, she saw it. His mace, already waiting in front of her. Her heart sank. How did he react so fast? With no time to think, she raised her sword to block, bracing for impact. The moment their weapons clashed, she realized just how powerful he was. The The sheer force of his attack sent shockwaves through her body. Blood spurted from her mouth as she was sent flying backward, crashing hard against the ground. Ayan approached her at a leisurely pace, his expression unreadable. "I expected something smarter from you," he said, his voice dripping with disappointment. "Honestly, I'm a little let down." His gaze turned cold as he looked down at her. "You can struggle all you want, but you'll never beat me. Not in 100 years. A smug smile crept onto his face as he watched her struggle to move. "Seeing you like this, it's actually pretty satisfying." But as Ayan spoke, someone else was watching. Perched in a tree nearby, Ronan observed the scene unfold. He wasn't surprised. This was inevitable. Achan had fought well, far better than anyone had expected, but this was her limit. Even so, Ronan was impressed. She had used the terrain to her advantage, a tactical decision most wouldn't have considered. But now, the fight was over. What was it? Ronan had to admit, Achan had impressive instincts. She was quick to seize opportunities and had a solid foundation to build upon. But no matter how smart she was, there was no denying the truth. She wasn't ready for this fight. The gap between her and Ayan was simply too great. Ronan sighed. From where he stood, it was clear. This test was over for her. He shifted his weight, preparing to leave. But just as he took a step, the sharp clash of metal rang through the air. Ronan froze. That sound. He quickly turned back. What he saw made his eyes widen in surprise. Achan was still fighting. Her sword was pressed against Ayan's mace, her body trembling from the strain. Blood dripped from her lips, but her grip never wavered. Ayan, on the other hand, looked irritated. He scowled down at her. "Why are you still fighting?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "You just have to do things the hard way, don't you?" Achan wiped the blood from her chin. "The test isn't over yet," she said, her voice steady despite her injuries. "And I haven't given up." Without warning, she shifted her stance and darted behind Ayan, attempting a swift counterattack. Ayan barely had to try. He turned and blocked her strike with ease. But as the clash of metal rang out again, a thin line of blood appeared on his face. Achan narrowed her eyes. The cut was too shallow. It wasn't enough. Ayan's expression darkened. "She cut me?" His pride burned at the thought. That was it. He was done playing around. With a fierce growl, he swung his mace, slamming it into Adeshan's back. She let out a sharp cry of pain, her body crumpling to the ground. Her limbs refused to move. She had lost control. Ayan loomed over her, his fury barely contained. A loser like her hurt me? If word of this ever got out, it would ruin his reputation. That was unacceptable. He reached down, lifting her chin with the handle of his mace, forcing her to look up at him. "Why?" he demanded. "Why are you working so hard?" Ayan had always been curious. Achan had no family name to rely on, no remarkable skills, no natural talent like Ronan. So why did she keep fighting like this? "Don't you get it?" he scoffed. "You have no place here, no future, no hope." Ronan, still watching from his perch, found himself intrigued. He wanted to hear her answer too. Adeshan's breathing was ragged, her body trembling from pain. But when she finally spoke, her voice held something unshakable. "I have to do my best," she said quietly. At that moment, a memory flashed in her mind. A younger Achan stood before a grave, her small hands clenched into fists. A man knelt beside her, tears streaming down his face as he wrapped his arms around her. The scene shifted back to the present. Still on her knees, Adeshan's gaze sharpened. "I have to work hard," she said, "because I will become the great commander." Ayan blinked. Then he let out a short, mocking laugh. "You? A great commander?" He looked at her like she had lost her mind. "You're completely delusional." But Achan didn't waver. "I can't give up," she continued, "because my dream can't be replaced by anyone." Ronan stiffened. He hadn't expected that answer. With unwavering determination, Achan met Ayan's gaze. "It's my destiny." Ayan's amused expression twisted into a sneer. "Destiny?" He scoffed. "Stop dreaming. Know your place." Ayan's grip tightened around his mace. His patience had run out. "Enough of this nonsense," he growled. With fury in his eyes, he swung his mace straight at Achan, fully intending to crush her. Achan gritted her teeth, refusing to close her eyes. She glared at Ayan and reached for her sword, determined to fight until the very end. But before Ayan's mace could reach her, slash! In an instant, the heavy weapon was sliced clean in half. The broken piece crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Ayan's eyes widened in shock. Standing between him and Achan was Ronan, his sword gleaming under the light. Ronan lowered his blade slightly and turned to Ayan with an easy, almost apologetic tone. "Sorry for interrupting your fight," he said, "but this is over." Ayan's mind raced. He hadn't even seen Ronan move. Before he could process what was happening, before he could even take a step, Ronan struck. A single, precise slash. Ayan let out a strangled scream as his body began to fade, transported back to the academy. Aichan, still on the ground, stayed in disbelief. She couldn't understand what had just happened. Why had Ronan stepped in? Why had he saved her? Ronan calmly slid his sword back into its sheath. Then, looking down at Aichan, he asked, "You all right?" She nodded slowly. "I'm fine. Thank you." Still confused, she looked up at him and hesitated before asking, "Why are you here?" Ronan simply smiled. "No need to worry about that." Then, to her surprise, he stretched out a hand toward her. "I need you to lend me some of your time." Aichan blinked, caught off guard. "What?" Ronan's expression didn't change. "There's something I want to know," he said. He met her eyes, his gaze serious. "Tell me, why do you want to become the Grand Commander?" Aichan stiffened. She hadn't expected this question. "Why do you want to know?" she asked cautiously. "Because it matters to me," Ronan said without hesitation. "Please, tell me." Aichan was stunned. She had never seen him so curious, so insistent. She hesitated, then finally lowered her gaze. With a quiet voice, she asked, "Have you ever heard about the tragedy of K9?" Ronan's expression darkened. He immediately understood what she was referring to. "You mean the invasion 10 years ago?" he asked. Aichan nodded. "It was the first battle between the Empire and the War Humans," she explained. "The Empire was trying to expand north, but the War Humans stopped them." Her voice grew softer. "That night, I lost my family." The scene shifts. A young Aichan clung to her father's arm, looking up at her mother and older brother. She frowned. "Where are you going?" Her mother and brother stiffened, exchanging a brief, uneasy glance. For a moment, they didn't know how to respond. Then, her mother took a deep breath, steadied herself, and walked over to her daughter. She knelt down, gently cupping Adeshan's face in her hands. "We have something urgent to take care of," she said with a soft smile. Aichan didn't understand. There was something strange in her mother's voice, something she couldn't quite place. "But, can I come with you?" Aichan asked, her eyes shining with innocence. Her mother's smile faltered. She shook her head. "No, sweetheart, you have to stay here." She placed a hand on Adeshan's head, brushing her hair back. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then, she stood up and turned to her husband. "Take care of her." And with that, she let go of Adeshan's hand. Aichan tried to run after her mother, but her father held her back. She struggled against his grip, watching as her mother and brothers walked away without looking back. That was the last time she ever saw them. After that day, the knights of her town were deployed to reinforce the castle walls that had been breached. The Empire had devised a strategy to hold the line, but Aichan quickly realized this wasn't a real strategy at all. It was a death sentence. The Empire had blindly thrown the knights into battle, completely underestimating the strength of the Werbe's coalition forces. The knights fought bravely, but their efforts amounted to nothing. They were slaughtered. Adeshan's mother was forced to witness the unthinkable, her own children being torn apart by Werbe's soldiers. As the wind stirred around her, Adeshan's voice was steady, yet filled with bitterness. She told Ronan that after the battle, the Empire and the Werbe's coalition reached a ceasefire agreement. The Empire ceded land to the Werbe's, and in return, the Werbe's were integrated into the Empire's military forces. Her fist clenched. Her village had been sacrificed, wiped out to pave the way for a peace treaty. And what did the knights who died protecting the Empire receive in return? A few worthless memorials in a cemetery. The scene shifts. A young Aichan knelt before a set of graves, her eyes brimming with tears. Beside her, a man, one of the few survivors, stood trembling. His face was gaunt, his body weakened, and one of his hands was missing. As he stared at the graves of his fallen comrades, grief overtook him. Tears streamed down his face as he let out a choked sob. Why? His voice cracked. Why did they have to die? His fingers dug into the dirt. If the Empire was always planning a ceasefire, then why did we have to fight at all? Why did they send us to die? His anguished cries echoed through the empty cemetery. The history books called it a noble sacrifice. But Aichan knew the truth. With anger in her voice, she told Ronan nobody had to die. She gritted her teeth. The Empire could have negotiated from the start. There were so many strategies they could have used to win. They could have used the terrain to gain the advantage. They could have planned better. Her nails dug into her palms. But instead, they sent my family, sent everyone, to their death because of the incompetence of their commanders. She looked up at Ronan, her eyes blazing with determination. "I cannot accept that." Ronan was at a loss for words. Aichan took a deep breath. "I will become the Grand Commander," she declared. "I will put an end to these meaningless sacrifices." Her voice was unshakable now. "If I lead the army, no one will have to die just because some superior officer didn't do their job. There will be no more cemeteries filled with people who should have lived." Ronan remained silent, unable to find the right words. Aichan suddenly realized how heavy the conversation had become. She forced a small, awkward smile and murmured, "Sorry." I didn't mean to ruin the mood. Ronan shook his head. It wasn't exactly a cheerful topic, he admitted. Then, after a pause, he added, but thank you for telling me. Aid-chan blinked. You're thanking me? He nodded. I understand now. Her brows furrowed. Understand what? Ronan met her gaze. He finally understood. No matter what he said, no matter what obstacles stood in her way, Aid-chan would never abandon her goal. And that terrified him, because if she continued down this path, it would only lead to her death. Ronan clenched his fists. He couldn't just stand by and watch her meet the same fate all over again. Ronan did not want to experience the same pain he felt when he lost Saranti. As he and Odon talked, a sudden, powerful wind blew past them. When they looked up, they saw a massive tornado forming in the forest. Odon was stunned. Tornadoes had no place in the middle of a dense forest. But soon, she recognized the mana of the person responsible for creating it. Ronan, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. He knew his main opponent had arrived, and it was clear that they were impatient. Using a tornado meant they were ready for battle. Realizing that time was running out, Ronan turned to Odon. Have you ever heard of Shadow Mana? He asked. Odon shook her head. No, what is it? Ronan explained. Shadow Mana is tricky to awaken, but if you fulfill the conditions, you'll become significantly stronger. He paused, then added, someone I know named their power themselves, and you remind me of them. Odon listened intently as Ronan walked up to her. You can use this power too, he assured her. I just need to do some research on it first. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, he said. I'll help you. I'll support you properly. But you need to do everything in your power to become the Grand Commander. Odon was shocked. No one had ever spoken so positively about her dream before. Are you serious? She asked. The moment the words left her mouth, Ronan suddenly pushed her off the cliff. Aid-chan, who had been watching, was in utter shock. She called out Ronan's name, unable to comprehend what had just happened. But Ronan, still smiling, looked down at Odon as she fell. We've spoken enough for today, he said. Congratulations on dying in third place. As Odon disappeared from sight, Ronan turned away, satisfied that he had handled one problem. Now, it was time for the next. He turned toward the forest. Are we the only ones left on the island? He asked. From the shadows, his opponent emerged. Next to him lay the bodies of several students. As Ronan had expected, it was Schlieffen. Ronan smirked. Your entrance was flashy, he said. Did you take care of all the other students on your way here? Schlieffen nodded. I did. Now, it's just the two of us. He drew his sword. Do I need to explain the situation to you? Ronan chuckled and unsheathed his own blade. No need. I understand perfectly. Their gazes locked. Let's settle this, Ronan said. Let's see who the strongest psychopath in the school really is. Without another word, they charged at each other. The moment their swords clashed, the ground trembled, and a powerful gust of wind erupted around them. Ronan grinned. The battle had finally begun. Odon lay motionless on the ground, her breath quick and uneven. The moment she regained her senses, she shot up and looked around, her heart pounding. She was no longer in the forest. Her eyes widened in shock. She had somehow returned to Philion Academy. Around her, students murmured in excitement, all gathered in front of a massive screen broadcasting the ongoing battle. Her body, it was completely healed. Odon ran her fingers over her arms, feeling no trace of the pain she had expected. That's when it hit her. She had been eliminated from the contest. The memory of Ronan's final words before pushing her off the cliff surfaced in her mind. Congratulations on dying in third place. So, she had officially taken third place. As she processed everything, the students around her remained fixated on the battle. On the screen, only Ronan and Schlieffen were left, locked in a deadly duel. Back on the island, Schlieffen unleashed a tornado, forcing Ronan to retreat into the forest. Without hesitation, Schlieffen pursued him, his sword gleaming with a terrifying aura, ready to cut down anything in his path. Ronan sprinted through the dense forest, weaving between trees, but he knew Schlieffen wasn't about to let him go so easily. With a menacing glare, Schlieffen tightened his grip on his sword and launched a double tornado attack. Ronan's eyes widened. He split his storm sword technique. The realization struck him like lightning. Schlieffen had evolved his technique, managing to divide the power into two separate attacks. You crazy bastard, Ronan muttered, gritting his teeth. The twin tornadoes raced toward him, tearing apart everything in their path. Ronan stopped running. His mind worked rapidly. While the attack was dangerous, splitting its power meant each tornado was now only half as strong. This was his chance. With a determined look, Ronan drew his sword. He activated Navarro's technique, Longsword. A massive energy-infused slash erupted from his blade, colliding with the twin tornadoes. A deafening explosion followed as the powerful forces cancelled each other out, sending a shockwave that obliterated the forest floor. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring everything in sight. As the dust settled, Ronan crouched behind a large boulder, trying to catch his breath. His hand trembled slightly. I actually blocked it, he thought, still in shock. If Schlieffen had used the full force of his aura, Ronan was certain he would have lost. But something felt off. Schlieffen was far stronger than he had been before. His movements were sharper, his techniques more refined. Ronan used to outmatch him in speed. But now, they were evenly matched. How did he improve this much? Ronan clenched his fists. The current Schlieffen was stronger than any past version of himself at the same age. On the other side, Schlieffen scanned the battlefield, his breathing slightly heavy. He wiped the blood from a small cut on his chest, the first real injury Ronan had managed to inflict. He cut through my storm sword technique. Schlieffen was stunned. He had suppressed the attack to conserve energy. But even then, he never thought Ronan could break through. He always believed he surpassed Ronan in technique. But now, Ronan was closing the gap. Taking a deep breath, Schlieffen steadied himself. He was reaching his limit. Pushing his speed with mana had taken a toll on his body. I need to end this fight now. Meanwhile, behind the boulder, Ronan's mind raced. If Schlieffen fully adapted to his movements, he was in serious danger. The real fight was only beginning. Ronan knew he couldn't win in pure skill. When it came to technique, Schlieffen was simply on another level. Dragging the fight out any longer would only make things worse. He gripped his sword tightly, locking eyes with Schlieffen. No more hesitation. This battle would be decided with one final attack. As Ronan emerged from hiding, Schlieffen instantly sensed his presence. Without a moment's pause, both warriors charged at each other, their swords colliding with an explosive force that sent shockwaves through the air. The sheer power of their clash forced them both backward, but neither intended to back down. Without missing a beat, Ronan readjusted his stance and lunged at Schlieffen. Seeing this, Schlieffen planted his feet firmly and unleashed his storm sword technique. Ronan's heart pounded. He knew exactly how devastating that move was. Still, he could only let out a nervous smile before the attack engulfed the battlefield in dust and debris. As the dust settled, Schlieffen stood frozen in shock. He expected Ronan to dodge, but he never imagined his opponent would not only evade the full force of the technique but also land a deep, brutal strike in return. The pain seared through him. Yet what stunned him even more was Ronan's ability to counterattack in the midst of dodging a tornado. Turning around, Schlieffen spotted Ronan rushing toward him once more, a wild grin on his face. Amused, he couldn't help but ask, "How do you keep surprising me?" Ronan chuckled. Seeing Schlieffen still smiling despite his wounds, he couldn't help but admire the future sword saint's sheer tenacity. As he closed the distance, he smirked and muttered, "You really are an original crazy bastard." Schlieffen's eyes widened as he realized how close Ronan had gotten. Instinct took over. He quickly raised his sword just in time to block. The moment their blades met, both fighters pushed forward, cutting into each other simultaneously. Blood sprayed into the air, but neither collapsed. Ignoring their injuries, they threw themselves back into battle, pressing their swords together with sheer determination. The relentless force of their strikes shattered the ground beneath them, reshaping the battlefield with every clash. Despite their pain, they laughed. To them, this was the ultimate fight, a test of skill, strength, and will. Meanwhile, the students watching from the academy were left speechless. These weren't just first-year students, they were monsters. Some began to murmur that Ronan and Schlieffen should be placed in a separate test altogether. It simply wasn't fair for others to compete against them. Another student pointed out the absurdity of their battle. The landscape of the island itself had changed. Not even a full-scale war could do that. Among the spectators, Odon stood frozen, struggling to comprehend just how strong Ronan truly was. Nearby, Navarro simply laughed, watching her students fight with pride. Their growth was undeniable. However, as much as she was enjoying the match, she could tell it was reaching its end. Both boys were running on fumes. Ronan and Schlieffen, now barely standing, leaned against their swords, drenched in blood yet still refusing to give in. Schlieffen let out a shaky breath and grinned. "You really are the best rival I could have asked for." He never thought he'd meet someone who could push him this far, and for the first time, he was truly glad he had come to the academy. But there was no denying it. They were at their limit. With a final smirk, Schlieffen met Ronan's gaze and said, "It's time to end this." Ronan let out a laugh. "Yeah, we should end this," he said, shaking his head. "If this fight keeps going, I might actually start getting attached to you." Without another word, they both pushed forward, locking swords once more before leaping back. Schlieffen steadied himself, taking a stance as a powerful surge of aura erupted from his body. His gaze locked onto Ronan. "Let's finish this with no regrets," he declared. "Come at me with everything you've got." Ronan smirked as he tightened his grip on his sword. "You really are insane," he muttered. Still, he couldn't deny it. He wanted Schlieffen by his side. But at the same time, He needed to establish dominance between them. Then, Ronan did something unexpected. He shifted into an unusual stance, one that made it look like he was about to sprint. The air grew tense as they stared each other down, neither willing to be the first to move. Before Schlieffen could take a step forward, Ronan vanished. Schlieffen's eyes widened in shock. He barely had time to react before Ronan reappeared right in front of him, sword swinging. Schlieffen barely managed to block the strike, but by the time he turned to counterattack, Ronan was already gone again. Confused, Schlieffen scanned the battlefield, but he couldn't see anything. Ronan's speed was beyond his senses. How was he moving like this, especially while injured? Then, realization struck. Schlieffen smirked, finally understanding the situation. He couldn't match Ronan's speed, but Ronan's body wouldn't hold up under such strain either. Pushing himself to such extremes would come at a cost. Despite knowing this, Schlieffen couldn't help but admire the madness. "You really don't care what happens to you, do you?" He chuckled. Ronan didn't answer. He just charged. Schlieffen took a deep breath and shifted his stance. He had learned something from this fight. With a grin, he slammed his sword into the ground. A massive wave of energy surged forward, aiming straight for Ronan. But Ronan wasn't fazed. With a swift swing of his blade, he cut through the aura like it was nothing. Annoyed, he clicked his tongue. "Seriously? You're pulling that now?" Schlieffen knew he couldn't keep up with Ronan's speed, so he took a different approach. Instead of chasing after him, he scattered razor-sharp mana blades in every direction. The problem? His injuries made it impossible to control them precisely. His own attack was hurting him just as much as it was meant to stop Ronan. Still, Schlieffen clenched his teeth and endured the pain. He refused to lose. Unfortunately for him, so did Ronan. Gritting his teeth, Ronan tightened his grip and charged straight through the chaos. Each swing of his sword carved a path forward, cutting down the swirling mana. Both he and Schlieffen were at their absolute limits, and they knew it. But after all the time they had spent fighting, after pushing themselves this far, Ronan refused to let this end in a dull, drawn-out conclusion. No, this needed to end in one decisive blow. With that resolve, he surged forward, ready to finish it. Ronan's expression hardened as he lunged forward, determined to end the fight with a single strike. His sword cut through the air, closing in on Schlieffen. But before it could connect, the so-called crazy monster smirked. "I knew you'd do that," Schlieffen said, his voice calm yet electric with excitement. "You met my expectations perfectly." Even as he spoke, an immense amount of energy gathered around his blade. He wasn't holding back. "I'll give this everything I have," Schlieffen declared. The moment he unleashed his full power, the battlefield was swallowed by light. A monstrous tornado erupted, tearing through the landscape, reshaping the island itself. The sheer force of the attack left behind a massive crater, its depths carved into the earth by raw destruction. As the dust settled, Schlieffen could be seen in the center of the devastation, barely holding himself up with his sword. Ronan, however, was airborne, his body covered in deep wounds. Gritting his teeth, Ronan realized he had fallen right into Schlieffen's trap. He hadn't expected him to go this far. Using that much aura at once wasn't just reckless, it was self-destructive. Schlieffen had willingly put his own body through hell just to land this attack. For the first time, Ronan fully understood Schlieffen's madness when it came to swordsmanship. Then, despite his pain, Ronan grinned. "Yeah, I definitely made the right choice coming to this academy," he muttered, his sword glowing with a fierce red energy. Without hesitation, he launched himself straight at Schlieffen. "One of us has to lose," he declared. Both warriors tightened their grips on their swords and charged at each other one final time. Back at the academy, the students watching from afar were in complete shock. None of them had ever seen a fight on this level. The sheer scale of destruction was beyond anything they could have imagined. Aichan clasped her hands together, tense with anticipation. She had no idea who would come out on top. Meanwhile, Navarro smiled. "It's finally coming to an end," she said, watching with interest. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Ronan and Schlieffen let out battle cries as they closed the distance. Their swords met with a devastating clash, unleashing a final explosion of energy that sent shockwaves across the ruined land. The ground cracked, and the already shattered terrain was torn apart even further. Then, silence. As the dust cleared, the two boys stood facing each other. For a moment, neither moved. Then, Schlieffen's body gave out. His strength faded, and he began to fall. "I've got nothing left," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. As Schlieffen collapsed, Ronan felt his own body lose all control. His vision blurred, his limbs refused to move. But before he blacked out, he managed a small smirk. "You're in worse shape than me," he muttered. "That means I win." And with that, he hit the ground. The two warriors lay motionless, side by side. The students erupted into cheers, their voices filled with pure excitement. This wasn't just a fight, it was a battle between monsters, and they had just witnessed something legendary. With the clash between the Academy's strongest first year settled, the midterm evaluation test finally came to an end. In the next scene, Ronan's eyes fluttered open. He was lying in a bed, the soft fabric unfamiliar to him. Confused, he blinked a few times before realizing where he was. The infirmary. As his senses returned, he spotted two familiar figures standing beside him. Navarros and Aidshon. Adon leaned in. "You good?" he asked. Ronan stayed at them for a moment before piecing it together. If they were he, that meant the midterm test was over. Navarros stood by Ronan's bedside, arms crossed, shaking her head. "You and Schlieffen destroyed a huge part of the island," she said bluntly. "It's going to take a while for the Academy to clean up the mess." Her gaze shifted to Schlieffen, still fast asleep on the other side of the infirmary. Then, with a smile, she looked back at Ronan. "That was an incredible fight," she admitted. "Honestly, the destruction was worth it." Nearby, Navarros added with amusement, "You've got better stamina than Schlieffen. Waking up first is proof of that." Ronan blinked in surprise before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Then that means I won," he declared, grinning like a madman. But Navarros quickly shut him down. "Not so fast. Deciding a winner isn't up to you." Then, with a knowing look, she dropped the real news. "Both you and Schlieffen returned to the Academy at the exact same time. Because of that, your match has been ruled a tie. You're going to share first place." Ronan was stunned for a moment, but oddly enough, he accepted the result without complaint. That reaction caught Navarros off guard. She had expected him to throw a fit, to argue over the ambiguous outcome. In fact, she had mentally prepared herself to deal with his stubbornness. Even Adon was surprised. "You're taking this way too well," Adon pointed out. Ronan rolled his eyes. "What? Did you two think I'd throw a tantrum?" he scoffed. "Honestly, I kind of saw this coming. Schlieffen was way stronger than I expected. It makes sense the fight would end like this." Then, his grin returned, sharper than before. "But next time, I won't settle for a draw. I'll beat him." His voice was filled with pure determination. "I'll train harder, and I'll win." Hearing that, Navarro smiled. Ronan had matured. He wasn't just a reckless fighter anymore. He understood growth, patience, and the need to improve. "There's no reason to be upset," she told him. "This fight was an important experience. You gained a lot from it, more than you realize." Ronan raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" Navarros gave him a pointed look. "You finally used mana." Ronan's eyes widened. "Wait, what?" Navarros found his reaction amusing. "You really didn't notice?" she asked, shaking her head. "In your last attack against Schlieffen, you used aura." Ronan looked down at his hand, recalling the final clash. Now that he thought about it, something had felt different. Navarros explained, "Aura can only be activated by those who can handle mana. Up until now, you were just mimicking it. But that last strike, that was the real deal." Ronan stayed at his hand, realization sinking in. Seeing his confusion, Navarros sighed. "You still don't fully understand what you did, do you?" She quickly made a decision. "We don't have time to waste. You're not like the other students, and if we don't act now, your body might impose restrictions on itself." Turning to Aidshon, she gave a fame order. "Take Ronan to someone who can help him." Navarros scoffed. "Take him to that useless bastard tomorrow," she said. Adon blinked at the insult, then smirked. "Wait, you mean Instructor Jaredin?" The next day, Ronan and Adon made their way to the instructor's office. As they walked, Adon glanced at Ronan. "It's been a while since I last saw Instructor Jaredin," she mused. Ronan raised an eyebrow. If Navarros asked him for help, he must be pretty impressive. Adon nodded. "Oh, he's the best when it comes to mana utilization. A lot of instructors go to him when they run into problems." She went on to explain, in some classes, when a student's mana gets tangled or their core hardens, it can be a huge problem. If that happens, instructors turn to Jaredin. He fixes it like it's nothing. Ronan was honestly impressed. So is that skilled? Then why does Navarros call him useless? Adon chuckled. "You picked up on that, huh? Well, let's just say their personalities don't mix." But honestly, Instructor Jaredin is a bit. She hesitated, searching for the right word. Ronan narrowed his eyes. "You're sugarcoating something." Adon only shrugged. Ronan decided not to dwell on it. He had other things on his mind, like the fact that he could now use mana. Watching Adon walk ahead, he realized something. If Jaredin was truly a master of mana control, maybe he could figure out a Deshin's situation, too. Shadow mana wasn't well known, even in his past life. If anyone could help, it might be Jaredin. Before he could bring it up, Adon suddenly turned to him. "By the way, how'd your meeting with Schlieffen go?" she asked. "Did he accept your offer?" Ronan's lips curled into a grin. "Let's just say, I gave him an offer he couldn't refuse." The scene shifted to the past. Inside the clubhouse, Ronan and Schlieffen stood across from each other. The moment Schlieffen saw Ronan, he assumed they had the same thought. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and took a stance. I can't accept that fight ending in a tie, Schlieffen declared. Let's settle it now. Ronan sighed. Calm down, you sword-obsessed maniac. I don't like the result either, but that's not why I called you here. Schlieffen frowned. Then what? Ronan smirked and stretched out his hand, shoving a piece of paper right into Schlieffen's face. Join my club. Schlieffen stayed at the paper, confused. What? Ronan leaned in. If you join, you'll get to leave the academy and experience the real world. No boring lectures, no pointless classes, just real battles. Schlieffen's confusion turned into irritation. Why would I team up with someone I plan to defeat? His grip tightened around his sword, eyes flashing with determination. I don't waste my time with pointless things. Ronan's grin only widened. Schlieffen turned his back on Ronan and started walking away. Seeing this, Ronan smirked. It was time to bring out his secret weapon. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he sighed dramatically. Ah, what a shame. I really thought you'd join the club, he said, shaking his head. Guess you'll be missing out on the housewarming party we're throwing. Schlieffen didn't even slow down. Ronan's smirk widened. I even timed it perfectly. It just so happens to be on the same day your sister moves to the Imperial City. That stopped Schlieffen in his tracks. His fists clenched at his sides. Slowly, he turned back, his voice tight with urgency. What did you just say? Seeing the reaction he wanted, Ronan crossed his arms. Oh, didn't you hear? Irul is moving to the Imperial City soon. Schlieffen closed the distance between them in an instant. Where is she moving? Is it a safe neighborhood? Have you arranged guards to escort her? His questions came rapid fire, his concern evident. Ronan leaned back, feigning innocence. I'd love to tell you, but I can't share personal information with non-club members. His smirk deepened. Of course, if you were a member, that'd be a different story. Without hesitation, Schlieffen snatched the pen from Ronan's hand and scribbled his name onto the contract at an absurd speed. Ink splattered everywhere, even getting on Ronan's face. As soon as he finished, Schlieffen shoved the paper back into Ronan's hands. There, I signed it. Now tell me everything. Back in the present, Ronan shook his head, still in disbelief. Schlieffen actually signed a contract just because of a girl. How did that guy end up becoming a duke in the future? He muttered to himself. After walking for some time, Adon suddenly stopped. Where he? Ronan looked up, and his expression immediately darkened. A massive, ominous tower loomed over them, covered in swirling dark clouds. The Eli atmosphere around it sent a chill down his spine. Adon gestured to it. Welcome to the 41st tower. Ronan's eye twitched. Great. This place looks even worse than Professor Secret's lab. Before he could say anything else, footsteps approached. A man strode toward them, his sharp gaze locking onto Adon. Well, if it isn't the student of that long-sword scoundrel, he said with amusement. What brings you here? Adon greeted him with a polite nod. Instructor Jaredin. Ronan blinked. This was the guy. The man looked nothing like what he expected. He carried a massive backpack and had the rough, disheveled appearance of a scavenger rather than a renowned instructor. Adon wasted no time. Ronan's having issues with mana manifestation, she explained. Nabarro sent us to you. Jaredin raised an eyebrow. Nabarro sent a student to me just because of that. He studied Ronan for a moment before nodding to himself. You must be something special, then. Ronan stepped forward to introduce himself, but Jaredin held up a hand. No need for formalities. Let's get straight to business. Then, with a completely serious expression, he stretched out his palm. How much did you bring? Ronan blinked. What? Jaredin sighed impatiently. I don't work for free, kid. If you want my help, you pay. Ronan stared. You're actually charging me. Obviously. I'll need 10 gold for an hour of my time. And just so we're clear, that only covers seeing one person. Ronan's jaw nearly dropped. He wasn't sure what shocked him more, the price or the fact that Jaredin said it so casually. Ronan and Aichan were stunned. An instructor behaving like this. It was hard to believe. At first, Ronan assumed Jaredin was joking. But when he met the man's gaze, he noticed a flicker of gold in his eyes. That was all it took for Ronan to realize Jaredin was dead serious. The idea that an instructor would outright try to scam a student was almost laughable. Keeping his composure, Ronan forced a smile and told Jaredin he didn't have any money. Then, he casually asked if there was another way to settle things. If Ronan couldn't pay, he had only one option, return to his department. But there was an alternative. The instructor instructed Ronan to get 10 gold coins from the longsword scoundrel. As Ronan stepped forward, something changed. Jaredin suddenly tensed, his eyes widening in shock. A unique mana pulsed through the air, and when he turned to find the source, he saw that it was coming from Ronan. The instructor's demeanor shifted in an instant. Wait, he called out before Ronan could leave. A glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he examined the ring Ronan was wearing. the very object releasing that strange mana. Without wasting another second, he told Ronan to follow him. As they walked toward Jaredin's office, the instructor bombarded Ronan with questions about the ring. Ronan answered as best as he could, explaining that it had been given to him by Saran. Soon, they reached the office. Ronan and Aideshan took their seats, glancing around the room. It was shockingly empty, unnervingly clean, almost like a prison cell. Ronan felt an odd sensation as soon as he entered. Something wasn't right. He realized he couldn't hear a single sound from the outside world. Had Jaredin cast a barrier over the entire tower? His eyes darted toward the door, where thick chains held it shut. The locks weren't just physical. They were reinforced with magic. Why did an instructor need this level of security? What was Jaredin really up to? Jaredin finally sat down and gestured toward Ronan. Let me see it. Ronan hesitated but eventually reached into his pocket, pulling out the ring. Holding it carefully, he extended it toward Jaredin. Be careful with it, he warned. This ring is important to me. Jaredin barely acknowledged the warning as he studied the ring closely. The moment he inspected it, his suspicions were confirmed. This mana, he murmured, it belongs to a dragon, one who has mastered nearly every element for over 2,000 years. Then, he abruptly corrected himself. No, it's not a dragon. This mana belongs to an elf. Ronan was stunned. How could Jaredin figure out so much just from examining the ring? Jaredin leaned back, satisfied with his analysis. This is the kind of skill required to become an instructor at the academy, he said, almost smugly. Then, he got to the point. I have an offer for you. Ronan listened carefully. Jaredin explained his request. He wanted to extract a small amount of mana from the ring. Ronan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Jaredin continued. Mana from an ancient race, one that has spent centuries mastering it, is invaluable to my research. I need it for an experiment. Ronan clenched the ring in his fist. An experiment. What exactly was Jaredin trying to do? Jaredin went on to explain that the academy had its fair share of high elf mags, but even their mana couldn't compare to Sane's. He commended Ronan for forming such an impressive connection outside the school. Hearing this, Ronan's mind flashed back to his time with Saranti. He snapped out of his thoughts and nodded, thanking Jaredin for the praise. The instructor then got straight to the point. I'll do everything I can to help you, if you agree to my request. Ronan considered the offer. It's not bad, he admitted, but then added, however, I need you to help Aideshan with her problem too. Adeshan's eyes widened. Wait, what? She could hardly believe what she was hearing. Was Ronan really trying to involve her in this deal? Jaredin's expression darkened. He let out a sigh. I only need a small amount of mana, he said, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. It's unfair to add another condition to the deal. He got to his feet. In that case, I'm leaving. Jaredin quickly raised a hand. Calm down. I never said no. He thought for a moment before offering. What if I give Aideshan a 50% discount? Ronan turned to Aideshan. Let's go. Jaredin's eyes narrowed slightly. He could tell Ronan wasn't just some gullible student. He knew how to negotiate. After a brief pause, the instructor let out a chuckle. All right, fine. You win. He smirked. You a sharp one. I'll accept your deal. Ronan grinned, satisfied with the outcome. Appreciate the compliment. Jaredin stood up, shifting back to a serious tone. Before anything else, I need to check your condition first. He gestured toward a glowing magic circle in the room. Step onto it. Ronan did as he was told, standing in the center of the circle. Jaredin stepped in beside him, placing a hand on his back. A pulse of mana spread through Ronan's body as the instructor began his examination. Within moments, Jaredin's brow furrowed. You recently activated your senses, he muttered. But something was off. There were no traces of mana inside Ronan. Wait, have you never used mana in your life? Ronan exhaled, deciding to be honest. I can see mana, but I've never been able to use it. Some bastard placed a curse on me. Jaredin's eyes darkened. This isn't just any curse. He analyzed further, his expression growing more serious by the second. Your mana pods aren't just blocked. This curse is actively trying to close them off every minute. He took a step back. There's only one way to fix this. I have to inject my own mana into you and forcefully widen your mana paths. Ronan blinked. And what happens if we do that? Jaredin's tone was grave. It'll be painful, like someone driving a dagger straight into your spine. Can you handle it? Ronan hesitated. Before he could ask any further questions, Jaredin didn't give him the chance. Without warning, the instructor pushed his mana into Ronan's body. A searing, unbearable pain erupted inside him. Ronan's screams filled the room. He had never experienced anything like this before. It felt as if something was ripping him apart from the inside out. Jaredin closed his eyes, focusing his energy. A fragment of his soul slipped into Ronan's body, allowing him to see deeper into the chaos. Then, something changed. A sinister presence stirred within Ronan. Jaredin froze. A horrifying energy coiled around him like a predator lurking in the darkness. It was ancient, menacing, something far beyond what he had expected. For the first time in a long while, Jaredin trembled. A massive eye stared back at Jaredin, its sheer size and Eli presence sending a chill down his spine. He had no idea what he was looking at, but as he gazed into it, his body began to wither away. Terror gripped him. How could Ronan possibly have something this horrifying inside him? A mysterious surge of mana erupted, forcefully ejecting the instructor from Ronan's body and flinging him out of the magic circle. Jaredin let out a scream as he crashed to the ground. Struggling to his feet, he coughed up a massive amount of blood, his body convulsing from the violent expulsion. Ronan and Adon rushed over in shock. Ronan knelt beside him, demanding to know what had just happened. Jaredin, still gasping for breath, fought to steady himself. Gritting his teeth, he gathered his strength and activated a spell. The moment he spoke the incantation, something clicked in Ronan's mind. He recognized it. It was the same spell Ezet had used to open Instructor Secret's door. Before Ronan could react, the giant head from Secret's office materialized and swallowed them whole. The scene shifted. High above the ground, Instructor Secret hovered, her eyes widening as she sensed someone had used a spell to force open her door. The moment Ronan and the others landed in her office, he wasted no time. "Instructor," he called out. Her gaze snapped to Jaredin, who lay collapsed on the floor, blood staining his lips. Without hesitation, she appeared beside him, placing her hand on his body as she channeled her magic. "I'll explain everything later," she said, her voice steady but urgent. Despite her efforts, Jaredin continued to cough up blood. Her expression darkened. She turned to Ronan, her voice sharp. "Did he inject his mana into your body?" Ronan nodded. "He was trying to clear my blocked mana path." Secret sighed, as if she had expected something this reckless from Jaredin. "Some of your curse transferred into him," she revealed. Ronan's breath caught. "What?" She met his gaze, her tone grave. "Your curse is so brutal that only you can withstand it. Jaredin won't survive if this continues." Ronan's stomach twisted at the thought. His curse, was it really that monstrous? Professor Secret placed her hand on Jaredin's head, assessing the damage. "The curse hasn't fully taken root yet," she muttered. "I can still extract it." Ronan's fingers tightened around his sword. Without wasting a second, Secret activated her mana. Her hands glowed as she worked, but just as she did, Jaredin's body convulsed violently. Something invisible squeezed his lungs, choking him. Then, with a horrific retching sound, a grotesque, multi-eyed creature slithered out of his mouth. She grabbed hold of the entity's head, her grip unyielding as she yanked it from Jaredin's body. Long, writhing tentacles followed, the creature screeching in fury as she pulled it free. Without hesitation, she hurled it toward Ronan. "Cut it apart," she commanded. Ronan moved instinctively. Drawing his sword, he slashed through the monster, slicing it into pieces. The remains dissolved into smoke, vanishing before they even hit the floor. The room fell silent. Adon rushed to Jaredin's side, relieved to see he was no longer coughing up blood. Jaredin wiped his mouth, still breathless, before turning to Secret. "Thank you," he said, his voice hoarse. Secret gave him a faint nod. "You're lucky. If that curse had gone any deeper, I wouldn't have been able to save you." Jaredin's eyes widened slightly. He recalled something she had once told him, about his student cursed beyond anything she had ever seen. His gaze flickered to Ronan. So it was him all along. Ronan helped Jaredin to his feet. "Are you all right?" Jaredin gave him a weak smile. "Yeah, I have to admit, that was quite the experience." He still couldn't believe it. A curse this terrifying actually existed. What kind of life had Ronan been living? Jaredin suddenly turned to Secret. "Check his body." Secret hesitated for a moment before placing her hand on Ronan's chest. A sharp intake of breath followed as she realized what had happened. "Mana, it's flowing inside you." She rushed forward, examining him closely. Though his mana vessel was still fragile, it was undeniably open. She couldn't believe it. "Did you do something to weaken your curse?" she asked. "Or did you somehow fall into a pit filled with cursed eyes?" Ronan shook his head. "I haven't done anything." Secret frowned, deep in thought. "Something is chipping away at your curse." She met his gaze, her voice tinged with disbelief. "But I don't recognize this power." She studied him once more. "It's as if rain and wind are slowly wearing it down." Even though Ronan's curse had weakened, it was still trying to close off his mana vessel. However, thanks to the mysterious power within him and Instructor Jaredin's efforts to expand his vessel, the curse wouldn't be able to seal it completely. Hearing this, Ronan's excitement surged. He immediately asked Professor Secret if that meant he could now use mana freely. The professor nodded but reminded him that, while it was theoretically possible, the curse was still constantly working against him. It would take time before he could truly wield mana at will. Then came the real blow. Secret told him that with dedicated training, he might be able to use mana properly in about 20 years. Ronan's excitement vanished in an instant. 20 years. That was way too long. He told the professor he couldn't afford to wait that long. But Secret firmly reminded him that it was already a miracle he could even touch mana. Unless he could find a way to remove the curse entirely, training was his only option. As they spoke, Instructor Jaredin stepped forward. He revealed that there was a way to shorten Ronan's training time. Both Ronan and the professor turned to him in surprise. Jaredin explained that the method's success would depend on Ronan's own efforts, but if he followed through, he could drastically reduce the time needed. With a serious expression, Jaredin revealed that Ronan could speed up his progress by using a special mana technique, one he had personally developed. Without wasting a moment, Ronan and Jaredin sat in a lotus position. Placing a hand on Ronan's back, the instructor explained that his mana vessel was still extremely narrow, only capable of handling a small amount of mana. Compared to the other students, his vessel was far too restricted. That worried Ronan, but Jaredin reassured him. If he could master the technique and train diligently, he would gradually expand his mana vessel, allowing him to control more power. However, talent played a big role. If Ronan was naturally gifted, he could reach the same level as the other students in 5 years. 5 years? That still felt like an eternity to Ronan. Seeing his frustration, Jaredin activated his mana, preparing to infuse it into Ronan. He explained that this wasn't the best method, but given that Ronan's curse had weakened, it should work. Ronan thanked the instructor, and the moment he did, Jaredin channeled his mana into him. A sharp, searing pain ripped through Ronan's body. He clenched his teeth, doing everything he could to endure it. As the instructor guided his mana through Ronan, he explained that this technique was different from any other. Ronan had to control the flow with absolute precision, adjusting its speed and direction at every turn. Despite the agony, Ronan focused. Jaredin urged him not to rush and to carefully guide the mana along the correct paths. Some of these pathways had become fragile after being suppressed for so long, and he needed to reinforce them step by step. Follow the path of your mana, Jaredin instructed. Once you do that, it will truly become yours. After explaining everything, Jaredin asked if Ronan understood. Without hesitation, Ronan nodded. Then, something unexpected happened. Ronan took control of the mana around him, attempting to guide it on his own. Jaredin's eyes widened in disbelief. He had only demonstrated the process once, yet Ronan was already navigating it flawlessly. The instructor stayed in shock as Ronan executed the technique with precision. Then, suddenly, Jaredin burst into laughter. Wild, uncontrollable laughter. Now, he understood. This was why Ronan was considered Navarro's star student. Once Ronan finished his first attempt, Jaredin told him to repeat the same process every day. But as Ronan looked down at his hands, he saw something incredible, red energy swirling around them. His mana. For the first time, Ronan was witnessing his own power. The realization hit him like a wave. He was changing. The person he had been in the past, the one who had never even dreamed of using mana, was gone. Overcome with emotion, Ronan turned to thank Jaredin. But before he could say anything, the instructor suddenly collapsed. Panic shot through Ronan. He rushed to his side, but Jaredin, forcing himself to stay conscious, reached out and grabbed Ronan's clothes. I kept my promise, the instructor said through heavy breaths. Now, honor your part of the deal. Ronan was more concerned about Jaredin's condition than any deal. He insisted that the instructor needed to take care of himself first. But Jaredin's voice rose in frustration. My body doesn't matter, he snapped. His eyes burned with determination. There was something far more important than his well-being. Something he was willing to risk his life to obtain. Just as Jaredin spoke, the scene shifts. We find ourselves inside a dimly lit laboratory, where a dissected goblin lies motionless on a table. In front of it stands a massive tube, encircled by delicate flowers. Suspended inside the tube is a woman in a flowing white dress, her body eerily still. Then, we snap back to Ronan's reality. Jaredin's hand suddenly clamps onto Ronan with an unsettling intensity, his gaze wild and unhinged. With a terrifying expression, he demands that Ronan hand over his ring. Staring into his instructor's eyes, Ronan immediately realizes Jaredin has lost his mind. Professor Secret catches on as well. The look in Jaredin's eyes is all too familiar. She quickly diagnoses him with momentary impulse disorder, understanding that his obsession with Ronan's ring must be tied to his research. A deep sadness flickers in her expression as she watches Jaredin struggle on the floor. Then, she speaks. Why are you still shackled to the past? The scene shifts again. Ronan and Aichan suddenly find themselves back inside Jaredin's tower. With the instructor slumped over his back, Ronan follows Aichan as she urges him to hurry. The nearest infirmary is at the lecture hall, she explains. If we run, we'll be there in 5 minutes. But just as they reach the door, a massive magic circle materializes before them, shaped like a lock. Aichan freezes in shock. The security magic on the door had just strengthened. Why now? Before she can react, Ronan feels Jaredin stir on his back. The instructor mumbles something under his breath. I need to return. Then, he raises a trembling hand, pointing at a nearby wall. A sudden glow illuminates the stone, and before their eyes, the wall begins to shift and separate, revealing a hidden passage. Ronan's breath catches. This isn't the exit, he mutters. Instructor, we need to get through the door. Not. Jaredin leans in close, whispering directly into Ronan's ear. I have to return to the lab, before the last of the roses I prepared for her wither away. Ronan and Aichan exchange looks. Without another word, they step into the secret passage, descending into the depths of the tower. The air grows colder as they reach the basement. Aichan gasps as she takes in the sight before them. Ronan, what are we looking at? Ronan, equally unnerved, stays at the torn remains of a goblin sprawled across a table. He shakes his head. I have no idea. Then, his eyes land on the large tube. Inside, the woman in the white dress remains eerily still. His stomach twists. We've seen something we weren't supposed to. It all clicks into place. Jaredin's desperation, his madness, everything revolved around the woman in the tube. Aichan nods grimly. If I had to guess, she's the reason why Jaredin has been acting like this. Ronan carefully places Jaredin down beside the tube and turns to Aichan. Help me with him. I need to look around for anything that might explain this. He begins searching the lab, his unease growing with every discovery. Scattered across the room are strange, ominous materials, evidence that Jaredin had been conducting biological experiments on monsters. Ronan wasn't a scientist, but even he could tell these weren't ordinary tests. Who would go to such lengths for an experiment? Then, on a nearby table, he spots something. A book. Ronan picks it up, his fingers running over its worn cover. A journal. As he flips through the pages, his eyes narrow in curiosity. Just what had Jaredin been doing all this time? From where he lay resting against the tube, Jaredin murmurs a name. Swa. His voice is distant, filled with longing. I'm almost done. Ronan's grip tightens on the journal. Inside, Jaredin had written about how he managed to preserve Swa's body before it could decompose. The scene shifts once more. A younger Jaredin stands over Swa's lifeless form, tears streaming down his face. He was convinced, absolutely certain, that the body was a vessel for the soul. If he could just maintain it, then one day, he would bring her back. Everyone told him resurrection magic had never succeeded before, that it was impossible. But Jaredin refused to listen. The journal was more than just notes. It was a record of his relentless struggle. Resurrection trial number 54. He had obtained an ogre's heart from the northern black market, hoping it would be the key. It wasn't. As time passed, he began to reach his limit. Balancing his work at the magic tower with his experiments became nearly impossible. Resurrection trial number 76. The magic tower noticed his growing absence. Eventually, they stripped him of his position, cutting off his salary entirely. Without resources, his experiments came to a grinding halt. Desperate for a solution, he sought help from the academy's principal, who offered him a job as a professor. It was a job he despised. He loathed explaining magic to fools who could never understand the depth of his research. But it didn't matter, because now, he could continue. Trial after trial. Resurrection trial number 134. No progress. No success. Nothing. And yet, he refused to stop. Ronan's hands tightened around the journal as he processed what he had just read. The truth about Jaredin's obsession with money finally made sense. He never would have imagined that his instructor had endured such a tragic past. Looking around the lab once more, Ronan noticed that most of the ingredients scattered across the room were incredibly rare, materials that would be nearly impossible to obtain through legal means. Jaredin must have resorted to less than honorable methods to acquire them. All of this, for love? Ronan had seen it before. In his past life, he had witnessed people throw away everything in the name of love, only to be used and discarded by those who took advantage of their desperation. And now, another fool had fallen into the same trap. His thoughts drifted to Suanya, another person who was dangerously blinded by love. It never ended well. As he flipped through the pages, Ronan's eyes landed on a short, ominous note tucked within the journal. Jaredin had written that he was forced to accept help from a certain disturbing group because his research had hit a dead end. Ronan's pulse quickened. Was this group the same people who had sent the suspicious letter to Jaredin? Could they be connected to Nebula Clasia? His mind raced, but before he could dwell on it further. Ronan! Jaredin's voice cut through his thoughts, making him snap the book shut. Aichan was helping the instructor to his feet, but Jaredin's eyes were locked onto Ronan, dark with suspicion. Are you messing with my things? Ronan forced a nervous smile. I was just looking around to see if there was anything here that could help with your recovery. He quickly closed the journal and turned to face Jaredin fully. You know, I can barely sense mana. I wouldn't even know what I'm looking at. As he spoke, his fingers discreetly tucked the letter into his jacket. The scene shifts. Deep within a cave in the forest, a hooded figure kneels before his superior, delivering a report. The meeting went as planned, the man murmured. He hesitated for a moment, but it's only a matter of time before he accepts our deal. Before them, bound humans lay trembling on stone tables, their heads covered in rough sacks, their bodies tightly restrained. The superior glanced at the group, then at the goblet of fresh blood in his hands. He swirled the crimson liquid before taking a slow sip. A wicked smirk stretched across his lips. A woman, ruining a man like Jaredin. He chuckled, wiping the blood from his mouth. Humans are truly pathetic. The master of the cave? A vampire. Back at the tower, Jaredin finally returned Ronin's ring. Our boy inspected it carefully, half expecting something to be off. But to his surprise, the mana within it remained unchanged. You sure you actually did anything with it? Ronin asked, raising an eyebrow. Jaredin nodded. I only took a small amount of mana. The ring holds an enormous reserve, so you wouldn't even notice. He let out a tired breath. Still, what I took will be invaluable for my next experiment. Ronin slipped the ring back onto his finger with a faint smile. Well, I owe you one. Without your help, I wouldn't have made any progress. Jaredin looked at both Ronin and Aidshon, fully aware that they had seen the contents of his basement. With a heavy heart, he lowered his head and made a simple request. Please, keep what you saw a secret. Ronin nodded. I have no interest in other people's problems. You don't have to worry about me. Jaredin exhaled in relief, then turned to Aidshon. We'll need to set another time to assess your condition. Aidshon blinked in surprise. Her situation wasn't nearly as complicated as Ronin's. But even so, Jaredin had sensed something strange about her. A faint, lingering darkness surrounded her, a presence he couldn't ignore. After leaving the tower, Ronin and Aidshon went their separate ways. As soon as she disappeared from sight, Ronin let out a deep sigh. It was a relief that he had managed to steal the letter away. Pulling it from his jacket, he carefully unfolded it, scanning the contents. He needed to know if Jaredin had any direct ties to the Church of Nebula Ecclesia. If the letter confirmed his worst suspicions, he wouldn't to eliminate his instructor. But as he opened it, something caught his eye. Blood. Dried crimson stains marked the page. Ronin frowned. Something felt off. A realization struck him. What if this wasn't just a normal letter? What if the blood concealed a hidden message, one that could only be revealed through magic? A problem he did not like one bit. Just as Ronin was about to take the blood to his cell, something strange happened. Before he could even take a step, the blood seeped out of the paper and started floating in mid-air. His eyes widened in shock. He had no idea what was happening. The blood then scattered and expanded, spreading through the air like ink dissolving in water. As Ronin stood frozen, trying to process what he was seeing, a voice suddenly spoke. That letter was written with vampire magic. Startled, he turned around to see who was talking. A hooded girl stood before him, with Sita perched on her shoulder. She explained that she had sensed the presence of blood magic and immediately came to investigate. What she didn't expect was to run into Ronin. Still taken aback, Ronin stared at her. He never thought he'd see her again. Ophelia, he muttered. She simply smiled and greeted him like it was just another ordinary day. The scene shifts to a dimly lit clubhouse, where Ronin and Ophelia now sat together. You really caught me off guard back there, Ronin admitted. He recalled how Ophelia had once asked to borrow Sita for research. After handing Sita over, he hadn't seen either of them since. He hadn't bothered to look for Ophelia, assuming she was simply busy. Curious, he asked, So, how's your research going? While casually tickling Sita, Ophelia smiled. Thanks for lending her to me. I made a lot of progress. As a token of appreciation, she had even taught Sita some blood magic. To Ronin's surprise, she revealed that Sita was far more talented than expected. You'll be shocked when you see what she can do, Ophelia assured him. But she hadn't come just to chat. Shifting her focus, she asked, Now, tell me, where did you get that blood letter? Ronin blinked. Blood letter? It took him a second to realize she was referring to the letter he had found. Ophelia explained that blood letters were one of the most basic forms of blood magic. A single drop of blood could store an immense amount of information, making it a discreet way for vampires to communicate. Pouring a bit of mana into the floating blood, Ophelia activated its message. The blood rearranged itself into words, revealing the contents of the letter. According to the message, someone had told Jaredin to visit a specific location if he wanted to acquire fresh blood essence. The letter had been written by an organization called Blood's Hook. Ronin's breath hitched. Fresh blood essence. That's the exact ingredient mentioned in Jaredin's journal. He remembered Jaredin saying he needed fresh blood essence for his next experiment. Relief washed over him. The group Jaredin was in contact with wasn't Nebula Ecclesia. But now, a new question surfaced. Who exactly are Blood's Hook? Ophelia seemed just as intrigued. Blood's Hook. I didn't expect them to be involved. Ronin turned to her. You know them. With a sigh, Ophelia leaned back. They're a newly formed organization of young vampires. None of them are over 200 years old. They go around slaughtering people in horrific ways, all in an attempt to restore the so-called glory days of vampires. She scoffed. A bunch of foolish, reckless children. But what puzzled her was why they had fresh blood essence in the first place. That's not something just any vampire can get their hands on, she muttered. Ronan's grip tightened. This was turning into something far bigger than he expected. Ophelia fixed her gaze on Ronan and asked, who was the intended recipient of this letter? Ronan hesitated. He didn't want to expose Jaredin's identity, not without knowing more. But before he could come up with an excuse, Ophelia spoke again. If the recipient blindly accepts this offer, they could lose something far more valuable than their life. Her words sent a chill down his spine. What could be worse than death? Realizing this was bigger than he thought, Ronan finally gave in. He revealed the truth. He had found the letter in Instructor Jaredin's lab. Ophelia's eyes widened in shock. Wait, are you talking about Jaredin Stonesong, the former Tower Mage of the Full Moon Magic Tower? Ronan blinked. Tower Mage? That was news to him. Wait, Instructor Jaredin was someone that important. Ophelia nodded. His magic is respected, even among vampires. Across the entire continent, only a handful of people can match his abilities. Hearing that, Ronan exhaled in relief. Then we don't need to worry. Jaredin can just wipe out Bloodshook and take the essence himself. But Ophelia shook her head. Yes, he could crush the organization with just a few flicks of his fingers, but that won't be enough to obtain the fresh blood essence. She explained that fresh blood essence isn't just any rare item. It forms from mana that accumulates inside vampires who have practiced blood magic for years. It absorbs vast amounts of blood energy, making it an incredibly potent resource. But there was a catch. The essence is sealed. Only its owner can unseal its power through blood magic, she revealed. Without their cooperation, it's nothing more than a lifeless red stone. Ronan processed her words, realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. Jaredin needed the vampire's help. That meant he had no choice but to accept their deal. The fact that Bloodshook specifically approached Jaredin, and not any other instructor, made things even more suspicious. Ophelia pieced things together, her expression darkening as she shared her theory with Ronan. The scene shifts to the Bloodshook base. Outside, a group of vampires stood waiting. They had been anticipating the arrival of a special guest, the new exclusive candidate their master had spoken about. After what felt like an eternity, he finally appeared. Jaredin Stonesong, a vampire with striking white hair, eyed him skeptically. This is the guy? He doesn't seem all that special. His companion shot him a sharp look. Don't be fooled. That man once fought on equal ground with Nabaros, the former sword saint, at his prime. The white-haired vampire stiffened. That was no small feat. Jaredin walked up to them, his presence calm but unwavering. Take me to your master. The leader of the group stepped forward. His inside, he said before narrowing his eyes. But first, remove your hood. We need to confirm your identity. Jaredin's gaze hardened. For an organization named Bloodshook, you certainly act like a bunch of cowards. Despite his words, he reached up and pulled back his hood, revealing his face. The leader studied him for a moment, then gave a nod. Thank you for cooperating. Follow me. But just as he turned to lead the way, something caught his attention. Something off. As Jaredin stepped forward, the leader's gaze fell on something unusual, a sword hanging from the mage's waist. His brows furrowed. A sword? But isn't he supposed to be a mage? What was even stranger was the sword itself. He recognized it. It belonged to Ronan. Before he could voice his suspicions, Jaredin casually placed a hand on the weapon, closing the distance between them in an instant. His voice was calm, almost amused. You've seen it already. The leader hesitated, confused. What are you talking about? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp glint flashed through the air. Slash! His head tumbled to the ground. Blood sprayed into the night as Jaredin moved with terrifying speed, tearing through the other vampires like they were nothing. Limbs flew, bodies crumpled, and in mere moments, all but one had fallen. A cold smile spread across his lips as he looked at the last remaining vampire. Enjoy your journey to the afterlife. But then, something shifted. The scene blurred, and suddenly, we see Ronan. It wasn't Jaredin at all. Ronan had been impersonating him all along. The story rewinds to a few days earlier. Ronan and Ophelia sat together as she pulled out a small vial filled with a swirling liquid. The shape-shifting potion is ready, she announced. She explained that once he drank it, he would take on Jaredin's exact appearance. The only catch, the effect would last for just 30 minutes. That should be enough time to fool Bloodshook, she assured him. Ronan accepted the potion with a grin. He knew it must have been difficult for Ophelia to make, and he appreciated her effort. Thanks, Ophelia. But despite his confidence, she wasn't convinced. You're going in there alone, she asked, concern evident in her voice. These vampires aren't weak, Ronan. They're all over 100 years old. She knew how strong he was, but that didn't ease her worries. Let me come with you, she offered. But Ronan immediately shut down the idea. No, you can't. Ophelia frowned. Why not? He sighed and gave her a knowing look. If you fight them, you might end up in conflict with your own clan. That's trouble you don't need. Then, flashing a confident smile, he added, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. I just can't guarantee the safety of the vampires. Back at the Blood's Hook base, the battle was over in seconds. 3 vampires lay dead, their leader's severed head rolling across the ground, coming to a stop right in front of the last survivor. The remaining vampire trembled, his eyes darting between the corpses of his comrades and the blood-stained sword in Ronan's grip. Then, it clicked. This isn't Jaredin. His realization came too late. Before he could react, Ronan lunged forward, grabbing him by the head and slamming him against the stone wall. The impact sent cracked spiderwebbing across the surface. Not a word, Ronan muttered coldly. The vampire gasped, his entire body trembling as Ronan forcefully pried his mouth open. The cold steel of the blade pressed against his lips. With a wicked smile, Ronan leaned in. Tell me the truth, he said, his voice dangerously low. Lie, and I'll rip you apart. The scene shifts again. Ronan walked deeper into the cave, his eyes scanning the dimly lit tunnel. He had expected traps, ambushes, something, but there was nothing. His grip tightened on his sword. So the gatekeeper wasn't lying after all. Still, he remained on high alert. If Blood's Hook was as dangerous as Ophelia had said, then whatever was waiting for him inside was bound to be even worse. Ronan never expected the gatekeeper to be honest. A pang of guilt hit him. He had killed the man even though he was telling the truth. But in the end, it didn't change the outcome. The gatekeeper had sealed his own fate the moment he stood in Ronan's way. Pushing aside his thoughts, Ronan continued deeper into the cave. As he walked, something strange caught his attention. The entire place had been redesigned, not as a hideout, but as a temple. Something about it felt eerily familiar. His eyes trailed over the intricate patterns carved into the walls. The air was thick with an oppressive atmosphere. Why does this place feel like I've seen it before? A deep sense of déjà vu crept over him. But before he could dwell on it any further, a sharp, metallic scent hit his nose. Blood. The moment the scent registered, his mind snapped back to the present. Whatever familiarity he felt didn't matter. He had more pressing things to focus on. After walking for a while, Ronan arrived at a massive door. The moment he got close, a suffocating aura radiated from the other side. His stomach twisted at the overwhelming stench of blood seeping through the cracks. Whatever was happening inside, it was far from normal. As the heavy door creaked open, his eyes widened in shock. The sight before him was gruesome. Inside the room, a vampire sat leisurely, drinking blood straight from a severed hand. Another swirled a glass filled with deep red liquid, savoring every drop like fine wine. The rest, they drank directly from their victims, lifeless humans, drained dry, their bodies discarded like empty husks. And at the center of it all, a blonde-haired vampire watched the scene with amusement. The moment he noticed Ronan, his lips curled into a smile. Welcome, he said smoothly. He assumed he was speaking to Jaredin. You've worked hard to make it here, the vampire continued, his voice laced with amusement. Ronan didn't answer. He was too busy taking in the horrifying scene around him. The blonde vampire finally placed his glass down and gave a small chuckle. My apologies. This is not the most refined image of our organization. His tone was casual, as if he were excusing a messy dinner table rather than a room soaked in blood. I hadn't planned on keeping you waiting, but since you arrived later than expected, he gestured lazily toward the others. We decided to have a quick snack. Ronan clenched his fists. It was already too late. The humans in the room were dead. There was nothing he could do for them now. The vampire leaned forward slightly. Would you care to join us before we begin the ceremony? That snapped Ronan out of his daze. He met the vampire's gaze and forced a weak smile. I'm feeling a little sick, he lied, waving off the offer. As he subtly glanced around the room, his mind raced. The sheer number of vampires present was concerning. Why did so many of them gather for a single deal? Before he could ask, the vampire chuckled again. Don't let their presence make you uncomfortable, he said smoothly. When dealing with incredible talent, it's only natural to bring witnesses. His expression darkened slightly, eyes gleaming. It's been a long time since all the members of Blood's Hook gathered for a meeting. That alone should tell you how serious we are about this deal. Ronan stiffened. So, everyone in the organization is here. This wasn't just any negotiation. But he didn't let his concern show. Instead, he simply shrugged. As long as I get the fresh blood essence, I don't really care. His voice was calm, his tone indifferent. But inside, he was already piecing things together. The blonde vampire, Zedvarin Archtel Zed, smiled wider. Good, he said, leaning back. Because my condition is simple. Zed Varen leaned forward, his Eli smile never faltering. All I ask, he said smoothly, is that you accept a blood pact, one that puts your life on the line. Ronan's eyes narrowed. Zed Varen continued, his tone dripping with amusement. With this pact, you will become one of us. Ronan scoffed. You're insane. The sheer audacity of the offer left him stunned. Did this lunatic actually expect him to become a slave to Bloodhook? Zed Varen shook his head, clicking his tongue as if disappointed. No, you misunderstand, he said. Before Ronan could react, Zed Varen vanished. A split second later, he reappeared right behind him, his voice a whisper against his ear. I'm offering you a chance to escape that pathetic human body of yours, Zed Varen said. His cold fingers brushed against Ronan's hand as he stepped forward. This is an opportunity, Zed Varen continued. A gift, an honor no human could ever dream of. Ronan clenched his fists, every muscle in his body tensing. Zed Varen spread his arms wide, his eyes gleaming with something close to madness. Our clan is on the verge of a new era, he declared. We will wipe out the old generation, the ones weakened by their pathetic obsession with peace. His voice grew more fervent. This is a revolution. Then, he turned back to Ronan, flashing a grin that sent a chill down his spine. And I'm giving you the privilege to stand at the forefront of history. Ronan glared at him, his patience wearing thin. You've completely lost your mind. Zed Varen let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Of course you don't understand. He sighed, as if pitying Ronan's so-called human ignorance. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned something from thin air. A deep red glow filled the room as a small, pulsating object hovered before Ronan. The fresh blood essence. Zed Varen smirked. This, he said, holding it up between his fingers, is your only chance to obtain it. His voice was calm, but the weight of his words was clear. If you refuse, you will never get another opportunity. Ronan remained silent, his mind racing. Fresh blood essence was so rare that even vampires struggled to obtain it. Zed Varen knew this, and from the way the atmosphere in the room had shifted, Ronan realized something else. He was never going to let him leave. So, he asked the question outright. You're not planning to let me go, are you? Zed Varen grinned. Finally you understand. He let out a slow, mocking clap. Your intuition truly is exceptional. Turning away, he walked back to his table and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the vampires in the room moved. One by one, they closed in, surrounding Ronan like a pack of hungry beasts. Zed Varen chuckled. Perhaps now you'll be able to think more clearly. Ronan remained still, his eyes scanning his surroundings. Don't bother resisting, Zed Varen added, swirling his drink casually. I'm sure you've noticed by now, haven't you, Jaredin? Ronan's jaw tightened. The mana flow in this room isn't normal, is it? Zed Varen went on. That's because we've installed top-tier magical tools throughout the temple. Their quality? Impeccable. His smirk widened. As long as you remain human, you won't be able to use magic at all. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. And if you force it, your core will be destroyed. Ronan's breath hitched. If his core shattered, he would never be able to use mana again. Zed Varen lifted his glass, taking a slow sip before lowering it with a satisfied sigh. Then, he turned to Ronan, his expression darkening. Think positively, he said, his tone mocking. Then, with a smirk, he added, you wouldn't want your beloved wife to end up like the corpses on the floor, would you? Ronan's blood ran cold. Two vampires stepped forward, ready to seize him. But Ronan wasn't about to go down without a fight. Zed Varen smirked, extending his hand. Just accept the pact, he said smoothly. It'll all be over in an instant. Ronan chuckled, shaking his head. He took a slow look around the room, then burst into laughter. You guys really went all out, he mused. I have to give you credit. This setup is impressive. His laughter faded as he pulled back his hood. There's no way Jaredin would be able to resist in a situation like this, he added. Zed Varen narrowed his eyes. Something felt off, but before he could react, Ronan's face began to shift. His features morphed, reverting back to his true form. A confident smirk played across his lips. Good thing I'm the one who came instead, Ronan said. Zvaren's expression darkened. His eyes darted between Ronan's face and the now useless shape-shifting potion's fading effect. Who are you? He demanded. How did you even get into my temple? Before he could press further, Ronan's hand shot to his sword. In a single, fluid motion, he slashed through the vampires surrounding him. Blood splattered across the temple floor as bodies crumpled. Zed Varen stood frozen, struggling to process what just happened. Ronan turned to him, his expression unwavering. Your questions don't change a thing. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his outer cloak aside. Perched on his shoulder was Sita, her sharp eyes gleaming in the dimly lit temple. Ronan's smirk widened. You know, he said, cracking his neck, You bloodsuckers remind me of mosquitoes. He leveled his blade at Zedvarin. Now shut up and stick out your tongue. A dark look settled on his face. Because today is Extermination Day. Zvarin's expression twisted with rage. You dare speak to me like that? A pathetic human who doesn't know his place. He scoffed. I'll give you credit for your courage. But stepping foot in here, alone, was the worst mistake of your life. Before he could say another word, Ronan vanished. Zvarin's pupils dilated. Where did he? Before he could react, a sudden presence loomed beside him. Ronan reappeared in a blink, his sword already swinging. Zvarin's panic spiked. He instinctively tried to activate his blood magic, gathering energy in his palm. But before the spell could fully take form, slash! His hand hit the ground. A wave of agony shot through him. But Ronan wasn't done. Slash! Slash! His other hand. Then both legs. Zedvarin collapsed onto the blood-stained floor, his veins bulging as he let out a gut-wrenching scream. The other vampires in the temple froze. Their leader, torn apart in mere seconds. Zedvarin gasped for breath, eyes burning with rage and agony. You damned human! He snarled through clenched teeth. You'll never leave this temple alive. Ronan didn't even blink. He simply lifted his sword's hilt and slammed it into Zvarin's face. The impact sent the vampire flying back, his body crashing into the temple wall. He let out another cry of pain before crumpling to the ground. Ronan stayed down at him, his eyes cold. Stay down, he said flatly. I'll deal with you properly once I'm done here. The room was silent. The remaining vampires could hardly believe what they had just witnessed. Even though Zedvarin had been caught off guard, they never expected him to be torn apart so effortlessly. A vampire with white hair stepped forward, his expression tense. This guy, he muttered, is no ordinary human. He turned to the others. Prepare for battle. At his command, the remaining vampires sprang into action. Ronan glanced around as they surrounded him. He remembered Ophelia's warning. Vampires use blood as weapons. And just as she had said, the vampires raised their hands, manipulating the blood of their fallen allies to form weapons. Ronan gripped his sword tighter. A vampire with striking yellow hair stepped forward, raising his hand. Bloodbind. The moment he spoke, a surge of blood gathered beneath Ronan's feet. The thick pool of blood beneath Ronan's feet suddenly shifted. Before he could react, it clamped down on his legs, locking him in place. His brows furrowed. What the hell? The liquid was gripping him like chains, refusing to let go. A nearby vampire smirked. His legs are stuck. Hearing this, the other vampires wasted no time. They rushed in, weapons drawn, aiming to cut him down while he was restrained. The first attacker lunged. Clang! Ronan effortlessly blocked, his sword meeting the vampire's weapon with overwhelming force. With a sharp thrust, he sent his opponent stumbling backward. Another vampire took advantage of the opening, slashing toward him. But Ronan was faster. Shink! His blade pierced straight through the vampire's shoulder. Without hesitation, he twisted the blade and tore him apart. A sudden movement behind him. More vampires lunged at his back. With one smooth motion, Ronan spun, slicing through their bodies like paper. Limbs and torsos flew in different directions, splattering the temple floor with fresh blood. But as fast as they fell, they got back up. Ronan clicked his tongue in annoyance. The mosquito bastards weren't just fast, they regenerated instantly. He watched as the ones he had just cut apart started stitching themselves back together. More vampires rushed in, and while they attacked, another vampire in the background raised his hand, gathering a dark crimson orb in his palm. Bloodshot. The spell activated, launching a high-speed projectile straight at Ronan. The blood bullet tore through the air, but Ronan simply tilted his head. Whoosh! The attack missed, shattering the ceiling instead. Dust and debris rained down, but Ronan didn't even flinch. These vampires, the magic rival's intermediate rank max. He exhaled, adjusting his grip on his sword. Now that he had a better grasp of their abilities, it was time to finish this. The remaining vampires charged together in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. One of them, a female, rushed in with a vicious grin. Die, human. Ronan answered her by slicing her head in two. He didn't stop. With terrifying precision, he tore through every vampire in his path. Heads, arms, legs, everything was cut down. Blood coated the floor. The last remaining vampire stood frozen, watching the scene in horror. His comrades, his entire group, lay in pieces around him. It didn't make sense. This room was designed to suppress human mana. And yet, this human, he was moving effortlessly. Panic set in. His voice trembled. Hey Chow, are you even still standing? Ronan glanced at him, unimpressed. Are you just gonna stand there? His tone was casual. You are the last one left. The vampire's breath hitched. His gaze darted around. Ronan was right. Everyone else was dead. Terror gripped him. Ronan gave a small nod. I'll give you credit. The vampire stiffened. For tying me down so well. A slow smirk formed on Ronan's lips. But that was just me, playing along. The vampire's heart dropped. Ronan plunged his sword into the blood beneath him. The blade pulsed, and then the blood itself began draining into his weapon. The vampire's eyes went wide in horror. It's absorbing the blood. He didn't waste another second. He turned and ran, but he never made it far. Before he could even take 3 steps, Ronan broke free from the spell, leaping high into the air. His sword swung down. In one clean motion, the vampire's entire body was torn apart. When Ronan landed, he turned to the shredded remains of his opponent. He tilted his head slightly. Bastard. Ronan glanced down at the vampire's lifeless remains, shaking his head. You know, he muttered, nudging a severed limb with his boot. It's not very polite to leave your friends behind. With the last of the mosquitoes taken care of, Ronan turned his attention back to Zedvarin. A slow, horrifying smile spread across his face. Now then, he said, his voice dripping with amusement. Let's finish our conversation. Unfortunately for Zedvarin, he was still unconscious, completely unaware of what Ronan had in store for him. The scene shifts. Zvarin's eyes fluttered open, his mind clouded with confusion. Something was wrong. A sharp, burning pain pulsed through his body, spreading from his lower half. It felt as if needles were stabbing into his flesh. He groaned, blinking against the dim lighting. As his vision cleared, he finally realized the source of his agony. His legs were gone. Panic surged through him. His gaze darted down. Ronan's sword was buried deep in his thigh. Before he could process the horror of it all, Ronan leaned in close, his expression twisted with a terrifying grin. Oh good, you're still alive, Ronan mused, tilting his head. For a second, I thought you'd already died on me. Zvarin's breathing grew ragged. He tore his gaze away from Ronan, taking in the massacre around him. His entire group, every last vampire, was dead, slaughtered by one human. His body trembled, not just from pain, but from pure fear. Ronan, meanwhile, remained completely unfazed. By the way, he continued, I'd like to apologize for your friend's condition. Zedvarin barely had the strength to react. I wanted to just take their limbs, Ronan admitted with a chuckle. But they wouldn't stay down, kept regenerating like stubborn little insects. He let out a mock sigh. So, you see, I had to finish them off. Zedvarin swallowed hard, his throat dry. Ronan's smile faded. Now then, he said, his tone growing sharper, hand over the fresh blood essence. His grip tightened on the sword, twisting it slightly. Zedvarin screamed. Do not do anything stupid, Ronan warned, his voice calm but deadly, or you'll end up just like them. Terror overtook Zvarin's features. His breath came in short, shallow gasps as his mind scrambled for an escape. And then, he suddenly screamed, but not at Ronan. His wild eyes darted to the side. Why did you let this happen? He yelled at the empty air. Ronan's brows furrowed. What? Zvarin's voice trembled with desperation. You could have stopped this, he cried. You could have saved them, but you just stood there. Why? Ronan's entire body tensed. Who the hell was he talking to? His eyes darted around the room, his instincts flaring. Was Zedvarin hallucinating? Had the pain finally driven him insane? Ronan took a step closer, sword still in hand. Who? He asked carefully. Are you talking to? Before Zedvarin could answer, a presence. Behind him, Ronan's blood ran cold. A chilling pressure filled the air, washing over him like a tidal wave. His instinct screamed, move. He immediately turned, sword at the ready, and standing there, as if he had always been in the room, was a man. Ronan's breath hitched. The figure exuded something far worse than malice. It was something more controlled, more frighteningly precise. His voice was cold. Move away from Zedvarin. For the first time in the entire fight, he obeyed without question. His body instinctively shifted backward, eyes locked onto the man. Who is this? Ronan's hand drifted to his throat. A bead of sweat ran down his temple. If this guy had wanted me dead, I would have never seen it coming. The man turned his gaze to Zedvarin, his expression unreadable. You're quite the disappointment. Zedvarin flinched. You made a promise, the man continued. You swore you'd bring Jaredin into the fold. His voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. But the weight behind his words crushed Zedvarin. He shook his head, his trembling hands gripping at the temple floor. I tried. The man cut him off with a sharp glare. And this is how you present yourself. His eyes darkened. Pathetic. He took a slow step forward. The child of the Arnstafel family, he murmured. Reduced to this. Zedvarin shrank back, his entire body trembling. The man extended his hand. Blood gathered in his palm. A deep, swirling crimson energy pulsed within it. Zvarin's breath quickened. The fresh blood essence. The man said, his voice like ice. I'm taking it back. Ronan narrowed his eyes. This fight wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Ronan stood still, watching the scene unfold with a mix of confusion and unease. What the hell is going on? Svarin's so-called comrade wasn't just acting strange. There was something deeply wrong with him. The blood swirling around the man's hand began to expand, twisting unnaturally. Zed Varen, who had been barely holding himself together, suddenly panicked. Please, just one more chance, he begged, his voice shaking. I won't fail again. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Before he could say another word, the man drained him, completely. Svarin's skin shriveled at an unnatural speed. His youthful features contorted, sinking into the hollowed, wrinkled face of a dying old man. His body collapsed, lifeless. Ronan barely had time to react before the man gathered Svarin's blood into his palm, compressing it with Eli precision. In mere seconds, the blood had condensed, forming into none other than fresh blood essence. Ronan's eyes flickered with understanding. So that's how it's made. But he had no time to dwell on it. Oh, Ronan called out, his voice sharp. The man turned slightly, surprised to see Ronan staring at him so seriously. You can't just show up, interrupt my fight, and take whatever you want. Silence. Then, a low chuckle. The man studied Ronan for a moment, intrigued. Your arrogance knows no bounds. His voice was calm, but the weight behind it was undeniable. Still, Ronan didn't flinch. If you're the real owner of the fresh blood essence, he said, gripping his sword, then cooperate with me. His expression darkened. Unless, of course, you don't mind not making it home in one piece. The air grew heavy. The man's expression shifted slightly, amusement flickering in his gaze. Threatening me. A terrifying aura seeped from his presence. His eyes glowed faintly as he took a step forward. And what exactly will you do if I refuse? Ronan smirked. Simple. I'll beat you up. Without another word, he rushed forward. In an instant, he closed the gap between them. His sword swung down, aiming straight for the man's chest. Clang! Ronan's eyes widened. The man had blocked the attack with his bare hand. A faint trickle of blood ran down his fingers. For the first time, the man's expression changed. Oh, interesting. He flexed his fingers slightly, staring at the wound. Even with my body already infused with a mana of blood, you still managed to damage me. Then, a slow smirk crept onto his face. You are worthy enough to impersonate Jaredin, after all. His curiosity deepened. He wanted to see more. Blood gathered in his hands, swirling like a raging current. Show me, he said smoothly. Show me what else you can do. Ronan's grip tightened. This guy's dangerous. As if on cue, the man raised his hand. Blood cutter. A crimson arc exploded from his fingertips, slicing through the air toward Ronan. Ronan braced himself. The force of the attack pushed him back, his boots skidding across the blood-soaked ground. But the moment he steadied himself, slash! With a single, precise strike, he cut straight through the technique. The man's smirk widened. He hadn't expected that, but he wasn't finished yet. Gathering blood at his fingertips, he activated his next move. Bloodshot. Ronan's eyes narrowed. That was the same spell one of the vampires had used earlier. But this time, it was different. The projectile was faster, larger, stronger. A sudden realization hit him. This wasn't just any bloodshot. This was a version far beyond what the others had used. Ronan exhaled sharply. Instead of dodging, he took a firm stance and cut straight through the attack. The man paused. His smirk grew wider, his amusement turning into genuine intrigue. You're not just blocking the attacks, he mused. You're cutting through mana itself. Ronan didn't respond. The man chuckled, shaking his head. I had no expectations for you, but I must admit, he said, eyes gleaming, you've caught my interest. Ronan scoffed. You must be the leader of these mosquitoes. He rolled his shoulders, leveling his sword at the man. Because you won't shut up, and you buzz around too much. The real battle was about to begin. Ronan tightened his grip on his sword, his patience wearing thin. Enough, he said coldly. Just shut up and hand over the essence. Without waiting for a response, he launched himself forward. The mysterious man smirked, watching Ronan charge at him. I like your spirit, he mused. Instead of dodging, he raised his hand into the air. Blood gathered. A massive surge of crimson energy spiraled around his palm, coiling like a living force. He had acknowledged Ronan as a worthy opponent. So, in return, he would show him respect by facing him head-on. As the distance between them closed, the air grew heavier. But before their attacks could connect, boom, a deafening crash shook the temple. Something, or someone, had entered from above. A commanding voice cut through the tension. Stop this fight. Both Ronan and the mysterious man froze. The sheer force of the newcomer's landing sent cracks splintering across the ground, sending a shockwave through the air. Ronan and his opponent instinctively leapt back, avoiding any potential attacks. As the dust settled, the figure became clay. A woman stood before them. The mysterious man's expression shifted, his calm, amused demeanor suddenly replaced with something unreadable. That voice. There was no mistaking it. Or Ophelia denied. Ronan's eyes widened. What the hell is she doing here? She had promised to stay out of this. Still gripping his sword, Ronan turned to her. Why are you here? His voice was sharp, irritated. I told you to stay away. His gaze flicked between her and the man in front of him. Do you know the leader of these mosquitoes? Ophelia's eyes stayed locked onto the man as she answered, yes. Then, with a tone laced with bitter familiarity, she added, I know him quite well. Ronan's grip tightened. Ophelia finally turned to him and spoke. His name is Balzac Varen Bashaba. The moment she said it, the tension in the room shifted. Ronan narrowed his eyes. Varen Bashaba. Ophelia continued, her voice cold. Is a relative of the Shadow Duke, the one who rules the vampire world. Ronan's breath hitched, and then she added, he is also the strongest second-in-command who supports the Shadow Duke. Ronan's mind raced. Second-in-command. The strongest under the ruler of all vampires. Balzac finally spoke, his tone softer than before. I never expected to meet you here, Ophelia. His gaze softened, and with something close to regret in his voice, he added, I've missed you. Ronan blinked. What? Balzac took a slow step forward. Has it been 83 years since we last met? His voice carried a strange warmth, completely different from the ruthless presence he had displayed just moments ago. But Ophelia's expression remained ice-cold. Balzac tilted his head. Tell me, why are you interfering in this boy's business? He shook his head before she could answer. No, that doesn't matter. A small, almost wistful smile crossed his lips. What matters is that we are together again. Balzac took another step forward. But a blade of mana shot past his feet, stopping him in his tracks. Ophelia's eyes were filled with nothing but contempt. Don't take another step. Balzac froze. She didn't lower her hand. You seem to have forgotten something, Balzac. Her voice was cold, unwavering. I haven't forgotten what happened. Her fingers tightened into a fist. What you did is an unforgettable nightmare. Balzac's expression darkened. The air grew thick with unspoken emotions. The scene shifts. A memory. Blood. So much blood. Ophelia knelt in a crimson pool, her body trembling. In her arms, a girl. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched the lifeless body. Across from her, Balzac stood motionless, watching with an unreadable gaze. His eyes were filled with something between sorrow and inevitability. Back in the present, Ophelia's words hung heavy in the air. Balzac's eyes flickered with something close to sadness. He had known, deep down, that she would never forgive him easily. Still, I see, he murmured. Ophelia exhaled, steadying herself. I understand why you did it, she admitted. She met his gaze, something bitter lingering in her tone. My sister, she wasn't herself that day. Her voice wavered, just slightly. It was as if she were being controlled by something. Ophelia stood her ground, her voice unwavering as she told Balzac that she still hadn't forgiven him. No matter what he said, he couldn't undo the past. But Balzac wasn't offended. Instead, he nodded, fully understanding her resentment. He had expected this reaction and was prepared for it. Meanwhile, Ronan, still gripping his sword, glanced between them, confused. Was the fight over? He slowly slid his weapon back into its sheath, waiting for answers. Ophelia then demanded to know why Balzac was working with the Bloodshook. She couldn't believe he'd align himself with such a ridiculous organization. What shocked her even more was that he was the one supplying the vampires with fresh blood essence. Do you have business with Jaredin? She asked sharply. Balzac chuckled at the question, running a hand through his hair. He admitted there was only one reason he'd go through all this trouble. He revealed to Ophelia that he had unfinished business with Jaredin. Their encounter had been pure chance. They had met on the western side of the continent. Balzac had challenged him with the pride of a warrior on the line. He had fought many formidable opponents, but few were truly remarkable. Jaredin, however, was different. Their battle had promised to be one of his greatest fights, until the rising sun had forced them to stop. After that, Jaredin disappeared without a trace, leaving Balzac unable to track him down. Years later, Zvi and his group sought him out in his castle, where he had been suppressing his growing thirst. Zvi had offered him an enticing deal. If Balzac handed over a fresh blood essence, Zvi would find Jaredin and turn him into a vampire, giving Balzac an opponent for eternal battles. Balzac had seen right through Zvi's motives, but he didn't care. It wasn't his problem. However, Zvi's plans had crumbled thanks to Ronan. As Balzac studied Ronan, he was genuinely impressed. Even with his own power restricted, Ronan had managed to keep up with him for a brief moment. In 5 years, Balzac was certain the boy would be strong enough to put his sword to his throat. And then there was that strange energy radiating from Ronan, something Balzac had never encountered before. Deciding to test him further, Balzac began gathering energy in his palm, ready for another clash. But the moment he caught sight of Ailey's face, he hesitated. He wasn't about to hurt her a second time. Instead, he pulled out a vial of blood and handed it to Ronan. The moment it touched his hands, the liquid solidified into the shape of a small rock. Ronan's eyes widened. This is fresh blood essence. Balzac smirked, surprised. Most vampires will never get their hands on this, not even if they spend their entire lives chasing it. He turned slightly, his voice calm yet firm. I'm giving it to you because you're a prey I've set my sights on, and because it's a fitting gift for an old friend I haven't seen in 83 years. Ophelia's breath hitched at his words, taken aback. Then, Balzac raised his hand and launched an attack at a nearby wall. He looked at Ronan. I can sense the same energy coming from that wall. You might want to check it out. Ronan barely had time to process his words before something unexpected happened. Balzac's body began to fade. He gave Ronan one last smirk. Get stronger. Next time, I want a real fight. With that, his form dissolved into petals, scattering into the air. Ronan let out a sigh, irritated by Balzac's dramatic exit. But there was no time to dwell on it. His gaze shifted to the wall. Something was behind it. Something he had a feeling he already knew. The scene shifted to Jaredin's tower at the academy. Inside, Jaredin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the fresh blood essence in Ronan's hands. How did you get this? He demanded. Ronan smirked. Oh, trust me. You wouldn't believe the things I went through. Before he could say more, Jaredin grabbed his hand and fell to his knees. Tears welled in his eyes as he clutched the item tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Memories of his late wife flooded his mind. His voice trembled as he thanked Ronan over and over again. Ronan watched him for a moment, then crouched down beside him. Come on, you didn't even let me brag a little. He chuckled softly. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow watched from a nearby rooftop. Balzac stood there, his gaze locked onto Jaredin. He let out a disappointed sigh. There's nothing more boring than fighting someone who's lost their spirit, he muttered. I only came to see how my old rival was doing. Turns out, he's not even worth my time. Balzac was speaking with Ophelia, who had quietly appeared behind him. He assured her that he had no intention of doing anything dishonorable, urging her not to worry. Ophelia, however, reassured him, saying she knew he wouldn't. She explained that she only wanted to express her gratitude for the help he had given her friend. Balzac's surprise was evident, but a smile soon crept across his face. He admitted to her that, in just 83 years, he had made great progress. It felt as though he should be thanking Ronan instead. As he spoke, his body began to fade, and he told Ophelia that he wished he could stay forever. His frustration with the inevitability of his return was clear. With a serious expression, Balzac confided in Ophelia about an evil faction that was stirring up trouble among the vampires. This group was responsible for the creation of the Blood's Hook. With a subtle smile, he urged Ophelia to contact him whenever she needed help. He called her his eternal rose, promising that he would always be ready for her call. The moment he finished speaking, his body transformed into petals, drifting away in the wind. After a few moments of silence, Instructor Jaredin carefully extracted Sans mana and the essence of fresh blood, beginning his 144th experiment. He explained to Ronan that it would take some time before they could see any results. Despite this, Ronan could tell that the weight of the work was giving Jaredin a sense of purpose. As he gazed at his wife preserved in the tube, Jaredin turned to Ronan and remarked that he had sensed something different about him from the moment they met. He noted that the unknown energy around Ronan had grown much stronger, especially after his battle with the Blood's Hook. Ronan realized that he had overlooked a lot of details when explaining himself to Jaredin. He simply told the instructor that it was a matter of good luck. The scene shifted, and Ronan found himself back at the temple. Passing through the wall that Balzac had destroyed, he entered a new room. Something about the room seemed familiar, and as he scanned the space, he understood why. There, hidden in the corner, stood another divine statue, a statue that belonged to Senior. The unique mana radiating from it immediately caught his attention. As Ronan approached, it became clear that even the Blood's Hook hadn't known about the statue's presence in the temple. He wondered if the temple had once been a historical site for Senior's followers. When he got closer, the statue emitted a blinding green light. Ronan instinctively shielded his eyes, but to his shock, the divine energy from Senior began to pour into his body. He couldn't fathom what was happening. Back in the present, Jaredin grasped Ronan's hand, still processing what had just occurred. He admitted that he didn't fully understand this new breakthrough, urging Ronan to see it as a fortunate event. He explained that Ronan's mana vessels had expanded, and his energy had been significantly enhanced. Soon, handling mana would become much easier for him, to a remarkable degree. Ronan was taken aback by this revelation, but Jaredin didn't feel the need to elaborate further. The message was clear: Ronan's potential had grown. Jaredin asked Ronan if he could feel the change in his body. Ronan replied that he could tell his senses had definitely improved. As he glanced down at his sword, he wondered if he might soon be able to use aura for real, rather than just mimic it. A few days later, we find ourselves in Marvas, a city nestled in the Lamira Mountains, known as the City of Entry. The streets were bustling as the residents scrambled to gather supplies for refuge, while the Imperial Army soldiers, heavily armed, patrolled the area. Ronan and his teammates arrived in the city on horseback. As they took in the scene, it became clear that Schlieffen had been right. The city was in chaos, and they quickly realized that a wyvern had been spotted in the vicinity. The reason Ronan had returned to Lamira Mountains was because of a troubling piece of information he'd received from Schlieffen just days before his sister's move. Schlieffen had told him that the monsters around the mountain had become unusually aggressive, going into a frenzy for reasons unknown. While the damage hadn't yet reached Nimberton, some of the Grantia family knights had already been dispatched, though it seemed that wouldn't be enough. According to Schlieffen, wyverns had been seen flying around the mountain region. Ronan was stunned by this revelation. He couldn't believe that wyverns, of all creatures, were part of the monster frenzy. Schlieffen went on to explain that even the most skilled mercenaries steered clear of wyverns due to their exceptional flying abilities and the deadly poison in their fangs. The insane swordsman made it clear that they couldn't guarantee Isle's safety if a wyvern pack attacked the city. With Schlieffen's warning in mind, Ronan decided to move his sister earlier than planned. As he rode along, Schlieffen ground his teeth in frustration, furious that the monsters were ruining the carefully planned move. With a fierce look, Schlieffen swore that he would wipe out every last one of the creatures in the mountains after ensuring his sister's safety. Ronan was taken aback by his words and told him to stop talking nonsense. They needed to split up. Ronan suggested Schlieffen meet up with the knights his family had sent, while he and Estelle had other business to attend to. Schlieffen, surprised by the request, asked Ronan why he wanted to split up. Ronan explained that he needed to check the area and confirm something. Something about the situation didn't sit right with him. His face twisted into a look of unease, as though something was horribly off. Before they parted ways, Ronan shot Schlieffen a warning. "Don't even think about hitting on my sister while I'm not around. I swear, I'll kill you if I find out." Schlieffen flushed at the remark, laughing it off. "You're being absurd," he assured him. A knight of the Grantia family would never behave like that. With a pretentious smile, Schlieffen promised to meet up with Ronan's sister since he had business to attend to. He also reminded Ronan that he couldn't delay Isle's departure as he was a knight. As Schlieffen rode off, Ronan couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He didn't fully trust the insane swordsman. Something about his behavior, his eagerness to get close to Isle, raised a suspicion that Ronan couldn't ignore. His glare followed Schlieffen as he disappeared into the distance. Schlieffen immediately spurred his horse into action, galloping at full speed. Ronan watched with growing concern as the boy sped off, unable to do anything but worry. After Schlieffen had left, Estelle turned to Ronan, sensing his unease. She asked if something was bothering him, and if the situation seemed strange to him. Ronan met her gaze and asked, "Don't you recognize the pattern here? Doesn't it strike you as odd that peaceful monsters are suddenly becoming aggressive, and large, dangerous ones are revealing themselves to humans?" Estelle's eyes widened with realization. "You think the mastermind behind this is also Nebula Clasia?" Ronan nodded, pushing his horse forward. "It's just a guess, but we need to investigate where all this started. I'm the only one who can sense the special mana Nebula Clasia's members release at night." His voice grew more determined. "We need to find that source." Meanwhile, a large gathering of goblins and ogres assembled in an open area. A man with red hair, dressed in the same white garments as other members of Nebula Clasia, sat atop the shoulder of the tallest ogre. He had just finished subjugating all the ground monsters in the area and was smiling to himself, savoring the feeling of control. "I'll bring punishment to all the non-believers here," he muttered, his excitement palpable. But just as quickly, his smile faded. He couldn't act freely. He had to follow the orders of someone named Lord Vidian. The man was bound by these orders, especially since they had come from someone about to become an executive. The constraints were clear. He couldn't defy Lord Vidian. As he mulled over this, something caught his attention. The monsters around him began acting strangely. They seemed scared. The man was baffled. How could this be? These monsters had been brainwashed. They weren't supposed to feel emotions. But there they were, looking into the forest with dread. Suddenly, from the shadows, a figure stepped forward, holding a weapon. The air grew thick with a horrifying aura that sent shivers through the monsters. The man's heart pounded in his chest as he recognized the terrifying presence approaching him. His blood ran cold when he saw the figure clearly. A giant, black tiger. Its fur so dark it looked like it was wearing shadows. The tiger spoke in a low, rumbling voice, its gaze fixed on the man. "Nebula Clasia, have you been hiding well?" The man's mind struggled to grasp what was happening. How had the black tiger found him? Before he could react, the tiger was upon him, moving faster than he could comprehend. With one swift motion, the tiger ripped his head from his body. The man didn't even have time to scream. As the body fell, the tiger landed gracefully on the ground, tossing the severed head aside. The monsters, horrified by the brutal death of their master, attempted to flee, but the tiger was faster. With a single swipe of its paw, the monsters were torn apart, their bodies falling lifeless to the ground. As the last of the monsters crumpled to the earth, the tiger spoke coldly, "I'll hunt down those who are too afraid to show themselves." The tiger's name was Ja Turong, a swordmaster with a reputation for swift, lethal strikes. Meanwhile, Ronan and Asel continued their journey to the site of the disturbance. As they approached the town, they noticed something odd. The gates were locked tightly, and the town seemed unusually quiet. Ronan's instincts flared up. Whatever had been happening in the area was affecting this place too. They needed to get inside. Ronan's eyes widened as he approached the town, only to discover that it was already under the control of the army. Standing guard at the front gate were two beastmen, a surprising sight for him. Normally, the town's gates would be guarded by regular soldiers, not a beastmen unit. A group of merchants was trying to engage with the guards, but one of the beastmen raised a hand, halting them. "Retain," the beastman commanded sternly. "This gate is off-limits to everyone except authorized personnel. You can either take another route or stay put for the day." He then added that the order had come directly from the commander of the elite Imperial Army, Sir Ziffer, who was currently busy subjugating monsters in the area. Ronan and Asel exchanged stunned looks. The mention of Ziffer immediately caught Ronan's attention. Ziffer was the commander of the strongest elite unit in the Empire and the one who had defeated Neberosi, the renowned sword saint, the best swordmaster in the Empire. Ronan felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of the sword saint being in the area. Asel, equally shocked, turned to Ronan. "The sword saint is here? This is serious, isn't it?" Ronan nodded grimly. It would take much more than a mere monster rampage to bring the strongest elite unit to these mountains. "This is bigger than we thought." His suspicions were beginning to align. He was now certain that Nebula Clasia had something to do with the current chaos. Without wasting another second, Ronan quickly turned his horse around and addressed Asel. "Get ready to use your telekinesis. We're going over the walls to investigate the nearby forest. I'm certain we'll find traces of Nebula Clasia there." Asel nodded, her focus sharpening. Together, they prepared to leap over the walls and into the forest. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, three wyverns soared, their massive wings cutting through the air. Each wyvern had a magical circle etched above its head, a control spell that bound the beast to someone's will. Sitting atop one of the wyverns was a woman with blue hair, dressed in the same white garment worn by members of Nebula Clasia. As she scanned the area, a frown creased her brow. She had lost contact with the ground team. The plan was clear. Her comrades were supposed to be on standby until the operation began, but now she was getting no response. Panic started to creep into her mind as she wondered if something had gone wrong. Was there a variable she hadn't accounted for? But just as quickly, she pushed the thought aside. The wyverns were the most crucial part of the operation, and she couldn't afford to get caught up in any unnecessary distractions. The woman reassured herself that she could maintain control over the wyverns and that she simply needed to stick to the plan. She couldn't afford to create any more variables that might jeopardize the mission. If anything went wrong, Lord Vidian would never forgive her. She steeled herself, refocusing on the task at hand. Her wyverns would stay under her control, and the operation would proceed as planned. Back on the ground, Ronan and Asel had found a vantage point, spotting the wyverns in the distance. Ronan turned to Asel. "Begin the operation." As the wyverns continued their flight, one of them suddenly jerked its head downward. It sensed something. The monster's sharp eyes locked onto a massive boulder hurtling toward it. The wyvern let out a horrific screech as the boulder struck it midair. The impact was brutal, and the creature screamed in agony, its body spiraling down. The woman on the wyvern's back looked up, her heart pounding. She hadn't seen the boulder coming. Confused and alarmed, she scanned the sky, trying to make sense of what had just happened. How had the boulder gotten there? She was completely caught off guard. As expected, Asel was the one who sent the boulder soaring through the sky. While the wyvern struggled to stay in flight, she commanded the rock to explode, and in an instant, the massive boulder shattered into pieces. Fragments of stone were sent flying in all directions, and one of the larger rocks collided with a wyvern's head, crushing it instantly. The woman on the wyvern was stunned. She couldn't believe what she was witnessing. Asel had effortlessly controlled such a massive rock with precision and power, something only the chief magician of the magic tower should be able to do. While Asel was manipulating the boulder, she secretly used its momentum to carry Ronan high into the sky. As he neared one of the wyverns, Ronan was taken aback by its massive size. He could feel the thrill of facing such a formidable opponent, perfect for testing his sword, aura. Without hesitation, Ronan gathered mana into his blade and swung it with all his might. A sharp, Deadly aura surged through the sword and cut clean through the wyvern's neck, beheading the monster in a single strike. The force and range of his attack took him by surprise. This was the true power of sword aura, not the imitation he had been using before. The difference in strength was night and day. The woman watched in disbelief as the wyvern's head fell from its body. She couldn't understand what had just happened. As she stared at the severed head, Ronan landed on her wyvern with a confident smirk. "You're not very bright, are you?" Ronan said casually, looking her in the eye. "I already know where the wyverns are headed. There's only one place they can go without being noticed." With a mocking smile, he added, "I'm from the city." The woman's face twisted in anger. "Who gave you permission to interfere with our plan?" she demanded. Without missing a beat, she stretched out her hand, preparing to cast a spell. But before she could complete the incantation, Ronan swiftly drew his sword and severed her arm at the wrist. His expression remained cold, but there was a hint of twisted amusement in his eyes. "Oops," Ronan said mockingly. "I just wanted to cut off your wrist. My bad." The woman screamed in agony, her severed arm now just a stump. She writhed in pain, tears streaming down her face as she cursed Ronan. "You crazy bastard," she cried. Ronan stood over her, watching her squirm. The woman's reaction surprised him. She was clearly a lower-ranking member of Nebula Clasia, someone far too weak to have orchestrated the entire operation. He realized that someone else must be in charge. He crouched down and coldly asked, "Are there other members scattered around? Who's pulling the strings?" The woman, still writhing in pain, couldn't form a coherent answer. She tried to heal her wound, but before she could do anything, Ronan pressed the tip of his sword against her head, silencing her. The massive creature let out a deafening growl as it opened its mouth, ready to devour him. But before the wyvern could reach Ronan, something sliced through it in an instant. Jaipa Turgung, the legendary swordsman, glanced at Ronan and the woman, uninterested in their shock. "Two bastards, huh?" he muttered. Still airborne, the black tiger unsheathed his claws and swung them in a single, effortless motion. Ronan barely had time to react before a massive energy attack took the shape of Jaipa's claws. Ronan's mind raced. What was that? He had never seen anything like it. Jaipa had just obliterated a wyvern with a simple swing of his hand. As Ronan plummeted toward the ground, his thoughts were in chaos. This doesn't make sense. Before he could crash, a hand grabbed him. The impact sent up a cloud of dust. As it settled, Ronan gasped for air. Jaipa was holding him by the neck. Jaipa stood firmly on the woman's body as he tightened his grip around Ronan's neck. Struggling against the suffocating hold, Ronan tried to resist, but the difference in strength was overwhelming. With a golden glow in his eyes, Jaipa calmly asked, "Answer carefully. What are you?" Ronan didn't respond right away. He was too busy trying to break free from the Sword Saint's grasp. Jaipa studied him closely. "I can't sense the emptiness of those religious fanatics in you," he remarked. Ronan's frustration flared. He scowled at the tiger and spat. "Damn cat, don't lump me in with those filthy rats." His eyes darkened as he glared at Jaipa. "Do you have a death wish?" Jaipa's ears twitched in amusement. He hadn't expected the boy to still have the audacity to threaten him. In a flash, Ronan channeled mana into his sword and swung at Jaipa. "Let me go." The attack struck the Sword Saint, and Ronan managed to break free, stumbling backward as he clutched his neck, gasping for air. His frustration grew. He knew Jaipa was strong, but this was beyond anything he had expected. His attack had landed, yet Jaipa hadn't even flinched. The man didn't dodge, didn't block. He simply took the hit as if it were nothing. This man defeated Neburosi. Without even fighting him, Ronan could tell he stood no chance. But that didn't mean he was just going to stand there and let Jaipa beat him down. If he wanted to survive this, he needed to wait for the perfect moment, for the Sword Saint to drop his guard. Jaipa suddenly took a closer look at him. "You're a warrior." Ronan blinked in confusion. What does he mean? The tiger slowly raised his massive scimitar and took a step forward. His piercing gaze sent a chill down Ronan's spine. "Raise your sword." Ronan's grip tightened around his weapon. A nervous tension filled the air. Jaipa lifted his scimitar effortlessly with one hand. "I'll strike the middle. Do your best to block it." Before Ronan could fully process what was happening, Jaipa swung his weapon. The force behind it was terrifying. Ronan barely managed to intercept the attack, his arms shaking under the pressure. He had never blocked anything so powerful in his life. Jaipa nodded in approval. "Not bad. Your defense is solid, even if you lack a bit of strength." The Sword Saint examined his movements, something about them feeling oddly familiar. "Tell me, are you Neburo's disciple?" Ronan's irritation spiked. He pushed Jaipa's scimitar back and snapped. "I'm from Philin Academy." His voice dripped with sarcasm. "Why? You thinking about becoming Neburo's disciple?" Jaipa let out a short laugh. Ronan smirked. "Don't bother. Neburos is out of your league. After all, he's the kind of person who swings his sword at weak students." Jaipa was momentarily surprised before grinning. "You've got guts, just like your master." Lowering his weapon slightly, the sword saint exhaled. "I suppose I took my greeting a little too far." Jaipa explained to Ronin that a single decisive confrontation could speak louder than 100 words. He asked Ronin to understand, as he too was a warrior. But Ronin wasn't in the mood to listen. Irritated, he charged at the sword saint, calling Jaipa a damned cat, and demanding that he, too, feel the weight of Ronin's sword. Before Ronin's blade could land, two beastmen appeared behind him. One, a towering beastman with the build of a bear, grabbed Ronin by the neck, while the other, a hyena with a wicked grin, blocked his attack with his sword. Ronin was taken aback. He hadn't expected these two warriors to show up so quickly. The hyena, eyeing Ronin, asked his commander what was wrong with this man. Was he another, one of the crazed fanatics? This hyena was part of Jaipa's unit, the leader of the third squad. His name was Ver. The bear, also a member of Jaipa's unit, led the second squad. His name was Beatty. Beatty shook his head, telling Ver that he was asking the wrong question. He reminded Ver that Ronin had pointed his sword at their commander, and this wasn't something they could ignore. The moment he said that, the bear hurled Ronin through the air. Ronin quickly regained control of his body, managing to land on the ground before crashing. As he raised his head, he saw a figure approaching, a flash of movement. It was Beatty. Just as the bear was about to strike with his claws, Beatty called Ronin a fanatic, asking if he was ready to die. Without warning, the bear's claws slashed toward Ronin, but in a blink, Ronin vanished from his front. Beatty's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Ronin reappear behind him, poised for a counterattack. Excited by this, Beatty realized Ronin was no ordinary human. Before the two could clash, another figure appeared between them, a sword pressed to both their necks. Ronin was stunned. He hadn't sensed the newcomer at all. The new figure, a beast woman, spoke up, ordering them to stop. She demanded to know why they were fighting without their commander's approval. Turning to the bear, she asked why he was acting so recklessly. The beast woman, a lioness, was none other than Nemia, the vice commander of Jaipa's unit. She was a force to be reckoned with. Jaipa, now stepping forward, commanded his subordinates to stand down. He told the bear that Ronin was not their enemy. He simply had to face Ronin's greeting, just as everyone else had. Beatty's mind raced. He couldn't believe it. Ronin had taken Jaipa's attack head-on. There were members of their unit who couldn't even manage that. He turned to Jaipa, asking how Ronin had withstood such a powerful blow. Jaipa, ever calm, responded that Ronin had to be skilled if he was Nab's disciple. Beatty's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it. He had just fought Nab's disciple. And the bear? He too couldn't wrap his mind around it. They had fought the disciple of the woman who had single-handedly destroyed their unit. Beatty's mind flashed back to Neberos, the monstrous former sword saint. The bear had once believed Neberos was a dragon in human form. So powerful was her presence. Regret flickered in Beatty's eyes as he grabbed Ronin's hand, apologizing for his rash actions. He admitted he was quick to anger and tended to start fights without thinking. With a nervous chuckle, Beatty begged Ronin to keep this encounter a secret from Neberos, his fear evident. Ronin couldn't help but feel surprised. Beatty, the fierce warrior, was actually begging him? The thought crossed his mind. Just how badly had Neberos beaten this bear to make him this afraid? Meanwhile, Jaipa turned to his vice commander. "Have you handled the situation?" he asked. Nemia, ever composed, nodded. "It's all taken care of," she assured him. She explained that the monsters causing trouble in Mook had been dealt with, and they had also captured several suspected fanatics. No sooner had she spoken than a large group of beastmen appeared from the forest, with some even soaring through the sky. Ronin was caught off guard, watching as the beastmen landed gracefully. Nemia turned to her commander and reported, "The capture is complete." As Ronin observed the scene, Jaipa approached him. The sword saint stood tall, preparing to formally introduce himself. "I'm the commander of the Empire's elite beastman unit," he began. "Currently, I lead a cult hunting unit tasked with rooting out members of Nebula Clasier who are hiding within the Empire." Ronin's eyes widened. He had never heard of a cult hunting unit before. Jaipa continued, "I serve directly under the Emperor's command. My name is Jaipa Torgan." Ronin was stunned. The cult hunting unit was something new, and he hadn't expected Jaipa, the sword saint, to be leading it. The scene shifted to a quiet town, where the locals were shocked to see soldiers marching through. A flustered Iriel confronted someone in front of her, demanding to know what was going on. The man in front of her, dressed in knight's armor, was none other than Schlieffen. Iriel, confused and a little irritated, asked if he was Ronin's friend. Schlieffen, with a respectful bow, addressed her as Lady Iriel. "Apologies for startling you," he said. "I had to move quickly to form a knight's order in response to the situation. I couldn't send a message in advance. Please forgive my rudeness." The idiot, as Iriel called him, kneeled down with a sheepish grin. I've come to help you, Lady Iriel, on behalf of the Grancia family, he said brightly. Let's start packing. Meanwhile, Ronan found himself lost in thought. He couldn't shake off the mention of the cult hunting unit. He was sure such a unit didn't exist in the past, and he wondered if it had been formed because of the members of Nebula Clasier he had taken down. It wasn't that he was surprised the Empire had taken action, but to think that Jaipa was leading it was unexpected. Curious, Ronan turned to Jaipa and asked, How did you find the members of Nebula Clasier? They're notorious for hiding their tracks. Jaipa raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ronan's insight. You knew about that? He asked. I never expected you to have such high-level information. Ronan nodded, his expression serious. Interrogating them using their seal doesn't work anymore. So, how were you able to track them? Jaipa's mind raced. He hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, Did Neberos tell you about this? Before Ronan could respond, a voice suddenly called out to him. He immediately recognized it. Turning around, he saw a young boy being carried by a beast man, tears streaming down the boy's face. He begged Ronan, Please save me. Beatty, the beast man holding the boy, informed his commander that he had captured the child while the boy was wandering suspiciously. He asked Jaipa if he could dispose of him, explaining that the child had been crying nonstop, trembling with fear. Ronan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the boy. The boy, gasping for breath, begged Beatty not to eat him alive. Jaipa's gaze shifted to Ronan with a disappointed look. Is this boy your friend? He asked. Ronan shook his head. He's not, he replied, his voice steady. Later, Ronan and Jaipa stood before the captured members of Nebula Clasier. Nemia, ever the efficient vice commander, began reporting the information she had gathered during her hunt for the organization's members. The cult has been brainwashing nearby monsters and causing random chaos, Nemia explained. But it's all but a decoy. Their true goal lies somewhere else. The mention of the true objective immediately caught Jaipa's attention. Where? He asked, his interest piqued. The center of the mountain, Nemia replied, her voice unwavering. Jaipa's eyes widened as he realized what she meant. Roma's Mountain Road, he muttered, understanding at once. Ronan nodded gravely. Roma's Mountain Road is one of the Empire's primary trade routes. Nearly a third of the Empire's goods pass through there. Destroying it would be like taking out a pillar of the Empire's economy in one blow. The implications were clear. Nebula Clasier wasn't just trying to disrupt the Empire. They were planning a full-scale strike against its very foundation. However, one thing still puzzled Ronan. He couldn't understand how the cult planned to use the monsters to bring down such a vital route. As he moved closer to a torch, his hand instinctively hovered over his sword. The woman standing nearby grew visibly anxious. What are you planning to do? She asked, her voice shaking. Ronan's expression was cold. The mountain road is heavily fortified, he said. It can't be destroyed just by causing a few disturbances with monsters. Nebula Clasier must know that. He stepped closer, his sword now near her throat, his intent clear. Tell me what you're planning, he demanded. The woman, terrified, attempted to smile through her fear. Do you really believe that we're afraid of death? She asked, her voice defiant despite her fear. The moment she spoke, a brilliant golden light erupted from her, blinding in its intensity. Ronan recoiled, shocked. The woman's energy flared, but she wasn't alone. The other cult members began to release their mana too, and Ronan was stunned to see the combined power forming a massive sphere of energy above them. As the light grew, the woman called out, her voice filled with desperation. Star, forgive me for failing in my mission. We will give our lives to burn these filthy non-believers. Ronan's eyes widened. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to fuel this energy. Just then, somewhere deep in the forest, a bright flash caught the attention of an old man and his companions. The old man, sensing the energy fade, sighed. Our comrades have made a noble sacrifice, he said. It's too much for the average cult member to hold off Jaipa and his unit. They're dead, but it was worth it. His two subordinates, both loyal to him, nodded solemnly. One of them, a bearded man named Evan, mentioned that the old man, Brua, would be taking over after the death of their branch leader, Brigia. Brua's expression hardened. We'll wait another day before carrying out the plan. If we give Jaipa's unit more time, it will make things harder. We can't delay our calling any longer. With a final, resolute look, Brua reached down, pulling an object from his robes. He placed it on the ground, and a massive magic circle appeared beneath them. This is the detonator, Brua explained, his voice low and serious. Crafted by the great inventor, Lord Alabrich. 30 layers of magic inscribed into it. Once it absorbs enough mana from the ley lines, it will detonate and obliterate everything around us. He turned to his subordinates. We need to protect the device. Once the energy flow is detected, our enemies will come for it. We can't let them stop us. Evan, the former commander of the Seerite Order, gave a curt nod. Understood, Lord Brua. The other subordinate, Ba, a former chief mage of the Green Magic Tower, also bowed. We'll carry out your orders, Lord Brua. Brua's gaze turned cold as he observed the magic circle, his plans now set in motion. Let's make sure nothing gets in our way. Evan, with a grin on his face, turned to Brua and asked, Have you received the blessing? Brua nodded, his expression calm. I have, he replied. Normally, the blessing is granted after an official appointment. But due to the nature of our mission and the need for protection against the explosion, the leader granted it to me early. He went on to explain that, while he couldn't yet compare his power to Brigia's, the blessing would allow him to handle any unforeseen circumstances, no matter how difficult. Just as Brua finished speaking, he felt something approaching. The moment it got close, he turned sharply and activated a defensive spell. A shield materialized in front of him, blocking the incoming attack. The force of the strike still destroyed parts of the surroundings, but Brua stood firm. He eyed the attacker with mild surprise. You must have pinpointed our location by tracking the flow of mana, Brua said, his voice steady. But it doesn't make sense. The item has only just begun absorbing mana. The attacker, none other than Jaipa, calmly responded. You really think you can escape my eyes? Brua was momentarily stunned, but Jaipa continued. I knew where you were the moment I stepped into Romera, he said, his voice carrying no hint of doubt. I've just been waiting to see your final trick. Jaipa raised an eyebrow, his tone shifting to one of disdain. You're just prey, blinded by delusion and arrogance. Keep resisting. I'm curious to see how long you last. The scene then shifted back 10 minutes earlier, just as the Torch and her fellow cult members prepared for their final act of self-destruction. Jaipa realized they were going to use a self-destruction spell powered by mana. Their plan is a desperation move, Jaipa muttered. Before anyone could react, the Sword Saint sprang into action. Nimia, get back, he warned, his hand reaching for his weapon. Ronan, however, didn't wait for orders. He rushed toward the cult members, surprising everyone, and before anyone could react, he swung his sword at the enormous energy ball in front of him. To everyone's astonishment, he sliced right through it, effortlessly canceling out the spell. The woman, now horrified, watched as Ronan's blade cut through the energy like it was nothing. She couldn't believe their final attempt was so easily thwarted. But before she could do anything else, Ronan swiftly decapitated her and the other cult members. With anger in his eyes, Ronan muttered, A sly bunch, playing tricks. They deserve to die for this. Jaipa, still processing what had just happened, couldn't help but stare. This wasn't just a battle of power against magic, he muttered. Ronan didn't just break their spell. He cut through the mana itself. Ronan sheathed his sword and turned to Jaipa. Nebula Clasier isn't just any cult, he said seriously. They may flee and regroup, but they won't stop here. They've got something else planned. He glanced over at the Sword Saint, his expression grim. There has to be someone high up in their ranks, someone pulling the strings behind this. Ronan then turned to Jaipa. You need to track down the remaining members. As the vanguard of the cult hunting unit, it's your responsibility. Jaipa shot Ronan a glare at the mention of cooperation. What's your angle? He asked coldly. I'll help you gain the Emperor's favor if you cooperate, Ronan stated, his tone firm. Back in the present, Brua was taken aback. He hadn't sensed any mana until the attack hit. So, you didn't use mana at all, he muttered, now realizing the Sword Saint's attack was simply wind pressure from pure strength. I've heard a lot about you, Sword Saint, Brua said, but seeing you in person, you're something else. Jaipa wasn't just a swordsman. He was a monster in his own right. Brua turned to his subordinates. We got a very esteemed guest. Can you stall for a bit longer? Without hesitation, the two men stepped forward, their faces hardening with determination. We'll do our best, Lord Brua, they assured him, their voices unwavering. The two men released their energy, combining their mana into one formidable force. Jaipa, observing this, realized they were a powerful combination of knight and mage. Decent, he muttered. If I brought my unit, they'd be good sparring partners. Just then, Evan rushed forward, charging at Jaipa with his sword raised. But Jaipa calmly intercepted the attack, effortlessly blocking it with his hand, his expression full of arrogance. Evan, clearly taken aback, couldn't hide his disbelief. I can't believe I'm fighting like this, he muttered. To have my honor as the Empire's best swordsman put to the test against you. This is the greatest honor I could ask for. With a crazed grin, Evan surged forward, attacking Jaipa with even greater ferocity, clearly eager to prove his strength. Evan, determined to test the limits of the Sword Saint, challenged him, asking, show me the skills of the strongest. His sword swung with increased force, but the Sword Saint didn't move, effortlessly blocking each of Evan's attacks. Undeterred, Evan growled, if you defeat me, you'll have the honor of standing among some truly great people. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jaipa shattered Evan's sword with a single, casual motion, crushing it in his bare hand. Evan stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Jaipa's voice was cold as he questioned Evan. Is this how you call a fight for your honor? He could understand how someone who relied on evil power could speak so arrogantly. Before Evan could take another step, Jaipa moved with terrifying speed, removing Evan's head in one swift motion. The Sword Saint's expression was grave. Do not taint the honor of a true warrior, he muttered, the seriousness in his tone unmistakable. Blah, witnessing the brutal demise of his partner, instantly realized that he was next. He began to form a mana shield, but before it could fully materialize, Jaipa swung his hand, tearing Blah in half with a single strike. Brua, however, managed to shield himself in time, using his own barrier to block the attack. Jaipa's leg rose, and with one powerful motion, he pressed it down on the shield, forcing it into the ground. Though the shield didn't break, it was crushed under the weight of Jaipa's strength. Jaipa paused, then looked at Brua with recognition in his eyes. You've been hiding in the fanatic cult all this time, haven't you? He asked coldly. Brua's smile twisted into something dark. It's an honor for you to remember my name, he responded, unfazed. It's been a long time since I abandoned the disgrace of my past. Jaipa's expression remained stoic as he cut through the past with his words. I don't care about your past. It doesn't change the fact that you're still a target for extermination. Without another word, Jaipa reached out, preparing to strike. But before his claw could touch Brua, the man smiled wickedly and activated the blessing of the star. The power of the blessing pushed Jaipa back, catching him off guard. The Sword Saint, momentarily stunned, observed the flow of mana in the air. Brua, now standing tall, grinned. I never expected the man. I carefully chose to be unable to stop me. Even for a moment, he said darkly. Now I understand just how important my title is. Brua's eyes burned with intensity as he declared, even you, Sword Saint, will never break through the grand authority granted to me by the star. His laughter echoed, manic and filled with a sense of twisted pride. You're nothing but a mere mortal crawling under the stars. Jaipa glanced at his hand, feeling the shift in the atmosphere. Brua raised his hand and asked mockingly, how do you feel now, seeing the greatness of the star for the first time? I'm curious to know your opinion. Jaipa gripped his weapon firmly, locking eyes with the man in front of him. You're nothing but a joke, he sneered. The Sword Saint coldly told Brua that he was still trapped in empty illusions, even as they clashed, flames of destruction swirling around them. Brua, his anger boiling over, unleashed a massive surge of murderous energy, but Jaipa wasn't intimidated. I'll kill you for this, he declared, his voice dark and chilling. The Sword Saint, watching with calm eyes, labeled Brua a fool, blinded by his own delusions. With a swift motion, Jaipa coated his blade with his energy and released a devastating strike. The attack rocketed towards Brua. In that instant, the old man reacted instinctively, reinforcing his shield. But what he saw next left him speechless. The sheer scale of the energy behind Jaipa's strike was staggering. The Sword Saint's attack shattered the landscape, reshaping the very terrain around them. But as powerful as it was, Brua's shield remained intact. His face twisted with disbelief as he surveyed the destruction. He'd known the Sword Saint would be strong, but nothing could have prepared him for this level of power. Jaipa's energy towered over him like a storm, and in that moment, Brua realized something terrifying. The Sword Saint wasn't just strong. He was a force that rivaled some of the most legendary warriors. A wicked smile spread across the old man's face as he lifted his hand and taunted. Your swordsmanship is nothing but a parlor trick compared to the blessing of the star. While a magical bomb continued to absorb mana nearby, Brua pressed further. With an ominous grin, he reminded Jaipa of the bomb's growing power. It's already absorbing mana. What will you do now? He mocked, urging the Sword Saint to retreat and regroup. The old man assured him that he, alone, could escape the blast, but everyone else in the vicinity would be turned to dust along with the mountains themselves. As Brua ranted, Jaipa's thoughts shifted back to Ronin's warning, remembering how the shield had absorbed his previous attack. He couldn't believe it. Brua had actually neutralized the strike. A new level of threat had emerged, and if they weren't careful, this blessing could pose a real danger in the future. Jaipa took a step forward, his energy expanding, a storm of power gathering around him. Let's see how far you can go against the blessing of the star, he said, his voice unwavering. With a sudden motion, he took a battle-ready stance. Brua's eyes widened as he felt the pressure of Jaipa's aura intensify, far surpassing the previous attack. The old man laughed in disbelief. I can't believe it, he scoffed. A mere beast is actually struggling against the sky itself. He threw his head back, grinning maniacally. I truly respect you, Jaipa. Show me the power of the strongest being on Earth. Go all out. Before Jaipa could unleash his full force, a voice called out from behind them. Are you out of your mind? It was Ronin. He quickly stepped in, urging Jaipa to hold back. You'll blow up the entire mountain range even before the bomb goes off, he warned, his voice urgent. Brua froze, a look of surprise crossing his face as he processed this new twist. Ronin's words were clear. Don't forget our original goal, Jaipa. Jaipa lowered his energy, turning away from Brua to face Ronin. Why are you just getting here? He asked, his voice sharp. You're slower than you look. Breathing heavily, Ronin shot back. It's my first time hearing that from you. He smirked, teasing. Are you saying I'm too fast for you? Jaipa glanced at him coldly. You can take a step back now. You've seen the blessing of the star for yourself. But Ronin wasn't backing down. You won't be able to do anything to him, he warned, no matter how incredible you are. Brua stood frozen in shock, witnessing the back and forth between them. Ronin then turned to Jaipa, explaining the urgency of the situation. Are you really going to be stubborn? He asked. Jaipa responded with calm certainty. Your judgment is correct. You handle this. You're better suited for it. Brua, dumbfounded, couldn't believe his eyes. Here was a mere boy, speaking so arrogantly to the Sword Saint. Ronin stepped forward, locking eyes with Brua. Thanks for the info, he said sarcastically, drawing his sword. Now I get it. Thanks to your loud voice, I understand the situation. With a grin, he told Brua, this mess ends once we kill you and disarm your magic bomb. Brua's expression darkened. How do you know Brigia? He growled. The mention of her name sent a shiver down his spine. Was she killed by a bloodthirsty beast like you? His body trembled in rage. Don't insult Brigia with your filthy tongue, he hissed. Suddenly, several monstrous tentacles shot out from his body, each with eyes and mouths of their own. Brua's voice was cold and filled with venom as he asked, Do you wish to be torn apart, boy? With a twisted smile, Brua spoke of Brigia, a revered believer in their church, a branch leader, someone with immense strength and an unmatched position of honor. Ronin's eyes narrowed in surprise as he observed the grotesque tentacles. How dare some insignificant creature with barely any mana dare to harm someone like Brigia? Brua seethed, launching his tentacles at Ronin in a burst of fury. You're just a non-believer. He spat. You must have seen her death, haven't you? Tell me everything, boy. The moment the tentacles closed in, Ronin simply smiled. You'll find out the truth in person, he said with a wicked grin. In the blink of an eye, Ronin vanished, reappearing in front of Brua with lightning speed. The old man's eyes widened in shock. You're fast, Brua admitted, now recognizing Ronin's true skill. But you'll never defeat Brigia with just your sword. He believed it was impossible for someone like Ronin to even get close to his boss. Brua continued, You'll never touch Brigia's blessing. It's beyond your reach. But before he could finish, Ronin cut through his body with a clean strike. The old man stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Turning to face him, Ronin revealed, Brigia was just like you, talking big and acting all high and mighty. With a cold, calculated look, he swiftly destroyed the magic bomb with a single slash. Sparks flew as its magical circle vanished. The smile never left Ronin's face as he looked at Brua's severed head. Your boss died just like this, he said, his voice empty of emotion. Are you satisfied now? Brua's body collapsed as Ronin's words echoed in the air. The old man could hardly believe what had just transpired. He had never imagined Ronin's sword could pierce through his blessing, let alone decapitate him. Jaipa approached, looking down at Brua's lifeless body. Did you kill him? He asked, his voice calm. Ronin nodded without a hint of remorse. It was the best option. Ordinary believers would have killed themselves trying to blow us up, he explained. An executive, however, would have done something far worse. He turned to Jaipa, adding, We need to be smart, careful with our moves. I didn't want to destroy the town. Jaipa acknowledged the wisdom in Ronin's words. You're right. The destruction from your sword alone was enough to ruin this place. Imagine what would have happened if you used your aura. He hesitated, then added, I feel bad that I didn't fully confront the blessing of the star. I would have learned more if I'd fought him a second time. Ronin smiled knowingly. This is my hometown, he said. If we'd fought, I would have destroyed the whole place. Jaipa chuckled softly. And you ruined half of it, just with your sword alone. He paused, looking at the wreckage. Have you thought about what would have happened if you unleashed your full power? Ronin shrugged, his tone casual. I'll satisfy your curiosity next time. But for now, if you need anything, let me know. With that, the two of them walked away from the chaos they had just unleashed. Ronin was taken aback when Jaipa spoke. What do you mean by that? He asked, curious. The Sword Saint explained that the Emperor had instructed him to reward anyone who helped in punishing Nebula Clasier. Tell me what you want, Jaipa said, offering anything within his ability in the Empire's coffers. Ronin's face lit up with excitement at the offer. This couldn't have come at a better time, he said, grinning. He explained that he needed someone as powerful as Jaipa's soldiers because the most precious person in the world was about to arrive in the imperial capital. The scene shifted to a group of knights escorting a carriage. Inside, Schlieffen rode beside Iriel, Ronin's elder sister. The knights spoke quietly among themselves, commenting on how the journey was smoother than expected. One knight remarked that he had anticipated a battle with a monster army, given Schlieffen's warning to be prepared. The other knight agreed, expressing gratitude that things were going so smoothly. One knight then asked his comrade if he knew who Iriel was, and whether she was of high status to be guarded by them. The first knight admitted he didn't know much about her, but she seemed important to their young master. Meanwhile, Schlieffen nervously rode next to Iriel's carriage. He looked at her with a worried expression. "Is everything all right with your ride? If it's uncomfortable, I can get you another carriage right away," he asked. Iriel, amused, replied that the carriage was more comfortable than her house. She teased him. "Aren't you tired from riding all day? Why not come inside with me?" Schlieffen, stunned at first, smiled brightly, but quickly shook his head. "I'm on an important mission, but I'm glad you're comfortable. Let me know if you need a break," he said, then added that he would find a place for her to rest if needed. As soon as the words left his mouth, the horses began to panic. Schlieffen's eyes widened in shock as the air grew heavy with tension. Realizing something was coming toward them with an overwhelming amount of energy, he quickly dismounted, ordering his knights to prepare for battle and to prioritize Iriel's safety. "We fight for the Grancia honor," he shouted. The knights unsheathed their swords, ready for action. Schlieffen was stunned by the immense power closing in. He knew it wasn't a wyvern, but he couldn't tell what kind of entity was approaching. Suddenly, as the entity got closer, Schlieffen raised his sword to block the incoming attack. To his surprise, it was Jaipa, the sword saint. The force of the blow reverberated through the air, shaking the ground and rattling the horses. The knights stumbled under the weight of the energy released. Jaipa, smiling, addressed Schlieffen. "You've surprised me several times today. I've heard rumors about you, but even they underestimated you. You're the rising star of the Empire," he said, impressed. "Your defense is incredible." He then looked at Schlieffen thoughtfully, realizing that the next person to take his position could either be Ronin or Schlieffen himself. Struggling to keep his composure, Schlieffen asked, "Why are you pointing your blade at the Grancia flag?" Jaipa chuckled. "I was just greeting you. Don't be nervous. Sometimes a single attack says more than 100 words for warriors like us." Before Schlieffen could respond, a voice interrupted. "Stop spouting nonsense," the voice said, followed by, "Use that kind of greeting up north where you belong." Schlieffen immediately recognized the voice and looked up to see Ronin standing on Jaipa's back. With a smile, Ronin hopped down and walked over to Schlieffen. "I see you've been working hard," he said, congratulating him. "We're here to support you." Ronin pointed behind him, telling Schlieffen not to be angry about the earlier attack. "We brought some incredible porters," he said, gesturing to the approaching group. Schlieffen's eyes widened in disbelief as Ronin's team appeared, and the Grancia soldiers stared, shocked by the sight. Even Schlieffen himself was surprised by the sheer force Ronin had brought along. Ronin gave a nod of thanks. "I appreciate you escorting my sister," he said to Schlieffen. The scene shifted again, this time to the capital city, Valent. Iriel looked around, surprised at the house they were brought to. "Are we really going to live in such a nice place?" she asked Ronin. With a confident smile, Ronin replied, "You need to stop asking that. This house belongs to us. It's right across from the academy, so we'll be able to meet often. Plus, it's secure and comfortable." Iriel smiled softly, appreciating the gesture, while Ronin stood proudly beside her, knowing he had secured a good home for them both. Schlieffen explained to Iriel that he had asked a craftsman from his family to help with the interior design and installation of their new home. He had requested the craftsman to use all available resources to make the place as perfect as possible. With a hopeful expression, he asked Iriel if she liked it. Iriel grabbed Schlieffen's hand, her face lighting up with a smile. "I love it," she said warmly, her eyes scanning the room. "It feels like a fairy tale." Schlieffen, overjoyed by her words, was thrilled that Iriel had touched his hand, his heart racing. Iriel then turned to the boys, telling them she couldn't send them off without a proper meal on such a special day. With a playful look, she touched her arm and invited them to stay for dinner. "I'm quite confident in my cooking," she added. Schlieffen, visibly shocked at the thought of Iriel cooking for him, nearly had a heart attack at the idea. Meanwhile, Ronin was thrilled, eagerly anticipating a home-cooked meal for the first time in a long while. Outside, however, a woman's voice broke through the peaceful atmosphere. "What is this? A two-footed beast?" she spat, her voice laced with anger as she confronted someone. Ronin and Schlieffen immediately recognized the voice. It was Navarros. At the entrance of Ronin's house, Navarros faced off with Jaipa, their energy levels rising in the tense air. Jaipa greeted Navarros, commenting on how her energy was as powerful as ever. Can you even teach students properly with that temper of yours? He teased. Navarros, unfazed, snapped back, questioning whether Jaipa had the right to comment on her teaching methods. She told him to stop being obnoxious and leave, calling him a two-legged beast. Jaipa, not one to back down, smirked. Your tongue's still sharp. Do you have the skills to back up all that talk? He asked, his tone taunting. Navarros' anger flared at the challenge. Do you remember that day when I lost my title as Sword Saint? Jaipa reminded her, his voice carrying the weight of history. Have you reflected on it? The tension in the air grew thicker. Jaipa's squad members could feel it, and they became nervous. Navarros placed her hand on her sword, releasing her energy. I'll show you what I've learned since then, she said coldly. Her energy took the form of a massive snake, its presence suffocating. The power radiating from her was so intense that it paralyzed the soldiers in the vicinity. They couldn't move, stunned by the sheer force. The snake wrapped itself around Jaipa, its coils tightening, but Jaipa, though momentarily stunned, wasn't done yet. He was shocked to feel his own body stiffen, realizing that Navarros hadn't even unleashed her full energy. Despite the pressure, Jaipa grinned. You always keep things interesting, he said, calling her a snake woman with a hint of amusement. He unleashed his own energy, covering his body in a protective aura. Let's see if you can handle this. Just as the two powerhouses prepared for battle, a voice cut through the tension. Are you out of your minds? The voice was unmistakable. Ronan stood at the entrance, holding his sister back from intervening. His face was a mask of anger as he addressed the two combatants. Do you know whose house this is? I'll kill everyone here if something happens to my sister. The two warriors froze, surprised by Ronan's presence and fierce words. Ronan's voice rose in anger as he confronted them. What's wrong with you two? Acting like children in front of someone else's house. Do you know what almost happened just now? Schlieffen stood nearby, equally angry, but Ronan took the lead. Are you not ashamed of yourselves? He shouted. Jaipa and Navarros stood silent, unable to defend their actions. Jaipa, finally breaking the silence, admitted that he had been riled up by Navarros' provocation. I made a scene because of the snake woman, he said with a sheepish apology. My bad. Navarros, clearly annoyed, glared at Jaipa for calling her a snake woman. Jaipa, unfazed, turned to Ronan. We'll be leaving now, he said. The move's been completed. I hope next time we meet, you've grown stronger. With that, Jaipa and his squad disappeared, leaving the area. Ronan let out a relieved sigh, thankful that the Sword Saint and his squad had finally left. He hadn't expected such a ruckus from Jaipa. Turning to Navarros, Ronan asked, Why are you here so early in the morning? Navarros' expression hardened, and she released her energy once more. With a terrifying look on her face, she demanded, Explain everything, Ronan. Don't leave anything out. Ronan, now thoroughly nervous, realized he had made a huge mistake. His sister, Iriel, looked on, sensing the tension. Ronan knew he was in trouble. The scene shifted again, and we were taken into a room in the house, where the storm of emotions and energy had yet to settle. Ronan sat down with his instructor, Navarros, for tea, explaining everything that had happened. When he told her about Jaipa helping his sister move as a reward for contributing to Romera, Navarros was taken aback. She couldn't believe Jaipa would do such a favor for a human. The Sword Saint must like you, she said, her voice dark with a hint of dread. She warned Ronan not to get too involved with Jaipa, calling him an old beast and stressing that he was dangerous. Ronan was stunned by her words. What do you mean? He asked, eager for clarification. Navarros explained that 10 years ago, there had been a massive invasion by the Beastmen, known as the Night of Fangs. Jaipa had been the one leading them. Ronan was shocked. Navarros continued, telling him that, as part of peace negotiations, the Beastmen had been integrated into the Imperial Army. Jaipa had used his position to become the Empire's sword, securing peace for the northern regions in exchange for his tribe joining the Imperial forces. To make it official, Jaipa took an oath of blood, promising loyalty to the Empire, but Navarros was wary. He's just hiding his claws for now, she said ominously. We don't know when he'll turn into a threat worse than the others. Ronan's mind raced. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had suspected something strange about Jaipa's absence from the recent war with Ahiyuti, but now the pieces were starting to fall into place. He realized that Jaipa's absence might not have been due to the church wiping him out, as many had feared. There were other possibilities at play here. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Navarros shifted the conversation. She asked Ronan if it was true that he could now freely manifest sword chi. Ronan nodded confidently, assuring her that he had indeed mastered it, though he humbly compared it to her far superior chi. Navarros stood up in disbelief. A useless bastard like Jaredin has finally lived up to his name, she muttered, almost in shock. She then told Ronan that they needed to start training immediately. Show me your growth, she instructed. The scene shifted to a training area, filled with dummies lined up for practice. Navaros told Ronin that confirming his growth would be simple. Just show me your sword chi, she said. Your attack must rely on mana, not your physical strength. Ronin took a deep breath and assumed a stance, placing his hand on his sword. He imbued the blade with mana and swung it toward the dummies, sending a surge of chi toward them. However, to his shock, his energy dissipated before it even made contact with the targets. Confused, Ronin examined his sword, wondering what went wrong. I've been able to release chi for a few days now, he assured Navaros, determined to try again. He imbued his sword with mana once more, only for the same thing to happen. His mana disappeared, leaving him baffled. Navaros calmly asked him to stop. I expected this, she said. You've made great progress, Ronin, but you're not at the level where you can properly manifest sword chi. She explained that what he had done recently was simply adding mana to his striking techniques, but that was far from the true sword chi she was expecting. Ronin was stunned. But isn't that sword chi? He asked, still struggling to grasp the concept. Navaros shook her head. It's one way to think of it, yes. But sword chi is a condensed mana projectile that inflicts massive damage. You're still thinking of mana as just a tool to boost your energy. She looked at him seriously. The true power of mana is that it serves as a bridge to the next level. It's not just about boosting your strikes. It's about transformation. She continued, explaining that this was why she had wanted to see his mana firsthand. I need to understand your level of comprehension. If you truly want to master sword chi, you need to view mana as a path to power, not just a means to an end. Ronin listened intently, beginning to realize that there was much more to sword chi than he had thought. Navaros' words left him with more questions, but also a clearer sense of the road ahead. Navaros observed Ronin closely, understanding that he wasn't fully grasping her lesson. With a serious expression, she warned him that luck wouldn't always be on his side. This difference in power will shape your fate one day, she told him, her words heavy with meaning. Ronin was taken aback, thinking about the powerful figures he had recently encountered, Jaipa, Brigia, and Jaredin. These were people he couldn't stand against alone. The reality of a situation hit him hard. He had no chance of defeating them on his own. Noticing his discouragement, Navaros placed a hand on his shoulder. This is only the beginning, she reassured him. You can overcome your shortcomings as you grow, and I'm here to help you. She then took Ronin's sword, Lancia, and explained that now was the time for him to solidify the fundamental aspects of his training. Once you do that, everything else will follow, she said, raising the sword in a stance. Ronin was surprised. What are you planning to do? He asked. Without answering, Navaros infused her mana into the sword, and immediately, a brilliant red energy erupted from the blade. The force was so strong that Ronin had to shield his face with his hand. This, Navaros said, is the true form of your sword. She explained that the sword was now resonating with the mana she had infused, unlocking its latent power. Lancia, she revealed, was forged by a master craftsman, but even this renowned sword had its true power hidden. She then swung the sword effortlessly, and the resulting attack was explosive. The ground shook, and Ronin watched in awe as the training grounds, reinforced with strengthening spells, were utterly destroyed by a single swing. Ronin was left speechless. He couldn't understand why his own sword didn't change when he imbued it with mana. Navaros handed the sword back to him. The level of your mana is too weak for Lancia to resonate with it, she explained. Your sword knows how inexperienced you are. Although Ronin felt a bit underestimated by his own weapon, he wasn't discouraged. In fact, he now had a clear goal in mind. Determined, he turned to Navaros. Tell me where to start, he asked. I want to show my sword the kind of person its master is. Navaros smiled at his determination. That's the right mindset. A few days later, Ronin struggled to maintain his mana, but Navaros was patient. The first thing we need to focus on is your mana, she told him, recognizing it as his greatest weakness. You need to learn how to maintain it. On the first day of training, Ronin managed to keep his mana flowing for 48 seconds. By the third day, he could maintain it for 1 minute and 32 seconds. On the fifth day, he held his mana for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. By the 14th day, Navaros was watching in disbelief as he maintained his mana for a full 13 minutes. Other people would take years to reach this stage, she said, impressed. Turning to Ronin, she asked, now show me your sword chi while maintaining this state. Do you understand what you need to do? Ronin nodded, feeling confident. He carefully infused his mana into his sword and swung it. He released a burst of chi at the training dummies. When he returned his sword to its sheath, the dummies' heads were severed, though his chi was invisible. Navaros was pleased. Good work, she praised him. Do you now understand why you had to undergo this training? Ronin reflected for a moment. I can feel everything in my body now just by focusing on maintaining my mana, he said. I can even enhance certain aspects of myself. I understand how much potential my mana really holds now. Navaros smiled, happy to hear that her student had finally grasped the basics. "You've come a long way, Ronan," she said. "You're starting to understand mana for what it truly is." At that moment, a voice interrupted. "You're working overtime again, Navaros." Always so passionate about teaching, the voice teased. Navaros turned to see who it was, but her expression softened in recognition. Jaredin arrived at the training ground and greeted Navaros with the nickname Long Sword Rascal. He immediately apologized for interrupting her work and asked if she could spare him a moment. Both Navaros and Ronan were surprised by his request. Jaredin explained that he had something important to discuss with her, something related to the disciple she held so dear. Ronan wondered why Jaredin would come all the way to the training grounds and notice something unusual about the instructor. His face looked refreshed, unlike the usual tired demeanor. Navaros, narrowing her eyes, asked if Jaredin was referring to her disciple, Ronan. Jaredin reminded her that Ronan had a unique body and needed regular checkups, which is why he had come. Navaros, her anger rising, asked if he was planning to use this as an excuse to harm her student. She instinctively placed her hand on her sword, ready to defend him. Seeing the tension, Jaredin quickly became nervous and assured her that was not his intention. He asked her to calm down, reminding her that they were no longer in the mercenary business and to put her sword away. He then explained that he had come to fulfill a promise. "My wife, who has shown no signs of recovery, is finally starting to improve, all thanks to Ronan." Navaros was taken aback. Jaredin smiled and continued. "There's still a long way to go, but we're making progress. I would appreciate it if you visited sometimes. Ursa loved hearing about your adventures." Navaros nodded, but then asked, "Is this about Adeshan?" Jaredin confirmed, explaining that he had been researching her at Ronan's request. While he wasn't entirely sure yet, he believed Adeshan might be in danger. According to Jaredin, Adeshan possessed a power that was hard to control on her own. Navaros clenched her fist in anger at Jaredin's words. "Are you suggesting that I'm keeping her close, just to monitor her?" she demanded. Jaredin, realizing her deep attachment to Adeshan, quickly clarified that he was merely concerned that Adeshan could harm everyone if something went wrong. Navaros firmly told him to stop talking, insisting that Adeshan was not as weak as he thought. "Don't assume you know what will happen to her." Jaredin was surprised by her response, seeing how much Navaros cared for her student. "I'll leave the choice to Adeshan," he said, trying to ease the tension. The scene shifted to Jaredin standing next to Ronan. Ronan remarked that his instructor seemed really angry. Remembering Jaredin's earlier mention of a mercenary group, Ronan asked if he and Navaros had been mercenaries. Jaredin nodded, revealing that they had both been well-known mercenaries in the southern region, though their first meeting was far from friendly. "We were hired to eliminate each other," Jaredin explained, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. "Back then, Navaros was like a living embodiment of death. The fear I felt from her, I can't even describe it." Ronan was shocked. Jaredin went on, "But Navaros has changed. She's more humane now. At the end of our fight, she defeated me so badly, I almost lost my life. If it weren't for Sunya, I wouldn't be standing here today." Sunya had saved him when he was barely clinging to life. Over time, they had naturally become a couple, and Jaredin had become a comrade to Navaros, all thanks to Sunya's pure and innocent nature. It was also due to Sunya that Navaros harbored a deep resentment for Jaredin's incompetence in protecting his wife. "She was angry at me for not being able to protect Sunya," Jaredin continued, "and for not letting her go. But Navaros kept my secret and continued to care for Sunya. That's why I'm still here." Jaredin then turned his gaze to Navaros, who was some distance away. "If Sunya wakes up, Navaros might open her heart," he said quietly. "Despite her tough exterior, she's actually very affectionate." The next day, Ronan and Jaredin were in the Hall of Truth, a building belonging to the magic department. Inside, they reached the Black Magic Laboratory, where Ronan remarked that it looked even gloomier than his own lab. "Are we allowed to be here?" he asked. Jaredin reassured him, "Even if it's dreary, you'll manage. We're here for the high-end equipment, the large-scale mana extractor." He paused. "It's the ultimate magical tool, capable of extracting the true essence of life itself." Ronan was stunned. Jaredin explained, "For someone like Adeshan, who struggles to understand her own mana, this equipment would be priceless. People would be willing to spend a fortune to use it." He looked at the device, his voice thoughtful. "We can't afford to miss this opportunity." Adeshan stood frozen, taken aback by what she heard. The instructor pointed toward the glowing magic circle in the center of the room and motioned for her to step inside. "It's time to uncover the truth about your hidden power," he said. Adeshan hesitated, but followed his command, positioning herself as the future Grand Commander. "Are you mentally prepared for this?" the instructor asked, his tone sharp. "I am," Adeshan replied, trying to mask her nervousness. With a nod, the instructor began. He channeled his mana into a massive orb that pulsed with energy. The instant he did, a dark, terrifying force began to swirl around Adeshan. It poured from her body, thick and oppressive, filling the air with an unsettling presence. Her voice wavered as she asked, "What's happening? What is this power coming from me?" The sinister energy spread through the room, causing a disturbance in the tanks that housed several monstrous creatures. They thrashed inside, responding to the surge of energy. Ronan, watching from the sidelines, was in disbelief. Could it be? His mind raced. He had never seen such an overwhelming force, especially from someone who hadn't even awakened her true abilities. It reminded him of the legendary woman from his past life, the Iron Lady, a woman who once ruled the battlefield with sheer power and dominance. Adeshan, he realized, was now wielding the kind of force that could surpass anything the Empire had ever known. She possessed the might of an entire army, yet it was the most dangerous kind of power, the kind that could destroy everything in its wake. Adeshan's voice trembled as she asked, "Why is my mana so different?" She had never seen such a dark aura before, and it terrified her. The instructor paused, his gaze narrowing as he studied the color of her mana. A grim understanding washed over him. "You have shadow mana," he said slowly. "Shadow mana?" Adeshan echoed in disbelief. "I've heard of it from Ronan, but I know nothing about it." The instructor turned to Ronan, his expression sharp. "What do you know about this?" Ronan shrugged, trying to downplay the situation. "It's not important," he said. The instructor turned back to Adeshan, his face solemn. "Shadow mana is not something commonly spoken of. It's hidden away, even within the academy. Very few people understand it. What you're experiencing is rare." He glanced at Ronan again, still curious about his knowledge, but chose to let it slide for now. "Shadow mana doesn't manifest like normal power. It lies dormant, sometimes for years, even centuries," the instructor continued. "When it does awaken, most people can't control it. The result? They burn out and vanish. The power, if left unchecked, is too much for the body to handle." Adeshan's eyes widened in shock as she absorbed the information. "So it's dangerous?" "Yes," the instructor said. "But if you can sense it, even in its smallest form, you'll know it's not like anything else. Shadow mana isn't just about raw power. It can make the impossible possible. It can give you the strength of a Swordmaster. It defies logic, reason, and even the limits of what you think is achievable." But the instructor's voice grew darker. "There's a cost. Shadow mana doesn't obey. It can explode at any moment. And when it does, the results are catastrophic. The power consumes everything around it, leaving only devastation. In the end, the user burns out, destroying themselves." The instructor met her eyes. "After hearing all this, do you still want to harness this power?" Adeshan stood silent, torn between the allure of the immense strength and the terrifying risk it brought. The instructor, seeing her hesitation, added, "I can stop this. I can put a restraint on you, prevent the mana from ever manifesting. Or I can help you rid yourself of it completely, no matter the cost." Adeshan's heart raced. She had no idea this was what she was dealing with. The instructor's voice was firm. "You need to choose carefully. The Empire doesn't care whether you can control this power or not. They will use it until it consumes you." With a serious expression, he warned her that the ending had never been favorable for those who used the shadow mana. Jaredin turned to Adeshan and asked if she was truly prepared to handle it. After all, shadow mana was a double-edged sword. As his words sank in, Adeshan's mind drifted back to everything that had happened to her. She thought of her brave mother and how Ronan had always been there to support her. With a deep breath, Adeshan admitted to Jaredin that, honestly, she was scared. But she also remembered something important, something someone had told her. A smile spread across her face as she spoke. "I was told not to worry, just to give it a shot. I can't afford to be weak-hearted." Ronan, standing nearby, was taken aback by her words. He realized with a start that it was he who had given her that advice. Jaredin, sensing her resolve, nodded approvingly. "I can see it now," he said. "It's expected of Navarro's assistant to have this much fighting spirit." Without missing a beat, Jaredin placed his hand on the magic orb. "I'll begin now," he said. As he infused the orb with his mana, Adeshan felt a strange surge from within. Her own mana, glowing red, began to flow out of her. It formed a sphere above her head. Stunned, Adeshan turned to Jaredin. "What is this?" she asked, her voice full of wonder. Jaredin explained, "This is the manifestation of the mana you've built up until now." He continued, his voice soft with understanding. "I believe I can guess what you've been going through. You probably thought you had no talent for mana, didn't you?" Adeshan was shocked. "How do you know that?" she asked. Jaredin smiled knowingly. "It's obvious. Shadow mana is a force that defies the laws of the world. Such power could never stay dormant. It must have been clashing with your own mana, preventing you from progressing." Adeshan was speechless, the realization hitting her hard. So that's why. Jaredin nodded. Yes, and yet, despite that interference, you've gathered this much mana. It's impressive, but, he added with a solemn look, you'll need to part with the old mana. Adeshin's eyes widened in confusion. What do you mean? She asked. The problem, Jaredin explained, is that the two forces are at odds. The solution is to remove the old mana, so that only the shadow mana remains. Turning to Ronin, Jaredin chuckled. You and Adeshan make quite the pair. One can't gather mana, and the other can't get rid of it. Ronin, slightly uncomfortable, understood the hint. He spoke up. Are you saying it will take Adeshan 5 years to master this mana? Jaredin nodded with approval. You're sharp. Once the mana settles, getting rid of it won't be easy. But when it's manifested like this, it's still separate. It will return to her body once the process ends. Ronin's eyes narrowed. Is there a way to get rid of it all at once? Will doing so cause any damage? Jaredin was quick to reassure him. No side effects. The body will simply return to a state where there's no mana. Before Jaredin could ask any more questions, Ronin drew his sword with a swift motion. In one clean strike, he cut through Adeshin's mana. Both Adeshan and Jaredin stared in surprise. The orb of mana dissipated as Ronin sheathed his sword. It's simple, Ronin said, a grin on his face. We can't wait 5 years for Adeshan to figure this out. Immediately, the shadow mana rushed into Adeshin's body, filling her with a rush of power. The energy was overwhelming. She collapsed, unconscious. When Adeshan awoke, she found herself lying on Ronin's lap. He looked relieved to see her stir. You're okay, he said softly. Confused, Adeshan sat up and saw the test subjects nearby, growling and thrashing. Why are they suddenly going berserk? She asked, wide-eyed. Ronin explained calmly. It's because of you. Jaredin stepped forward and clarified. The shadow mana went out of control after the old mana was removed. The test subjects are reacting to that surge of power. He gave her a small nod. Congratulations. The process was a success. Adeshan still felt the weight of the power within her. It feels cold, heavy, she said. Jaredin nodded again. That's the nature of shadow mana. It's a different energy from regular mana. Right now, it's too excited, but don't worry. Over time, the core will stabilize. It will shrink down to the size of a handful of sand. Adeshan felt the weight of his words. A new power had awakened within her, and from here on, it would be her responsibility to cultivate it. Jaredin advised her to take her time to understand the ability she had just unlocked, urging her to experiment with her new power after materializing the shadow mana. He raised his hand, preparing to calm the test subjects, but before he could act, Ronin intervened. Can you give Adeshan a chance? Ronin asked, his voice steady. Let her try telling the test subjects to be quiet. Adeshan was taken aback. You think I can do that? She asked, unsure. Ronin smiled reassuringly. You can. Try it. Taking a deep breath, Adeshan addressed the test subjects, her voice calm, yet commanding. Be quiet. To her amazement, the test subjects immediately fell back into a deep sleep. Jaredin stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. No way. That actually worked. Ronin nodded. It did. She's got a mind control ability. Jaredin, still stunned, couldn't wrap his head around it. To control someone's mind, that usually takes a massive amount of mana and specialized tools. But she did it just with words. The instructor's voice was filled with awe as he processed what had just happened. Adeshan had awakened an ability far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Ronin, already aware of the power inside her, spoke up. Her power isn't just mind control. It's domination over thoughts. She can make anyone, anything, obey her will. If she focuses it, she could have an army of soldiers at her command, completely under her control. She could create immortals, puppets who are immune to death. The thought of such power left everyone in silence. Adeshan, however, seemed unfazed by the weight of it. Without hesitation, she had already put this new power to the test. Adeshan commanded an entire army to charge at Ahiudi, making them self-destruct in the process. The giant they were attacking remained unfazed, while the soldiers around it watched in horror as their comrades blew themselves up. Ronin, standing behind her, watched the scene unfold. When Adeshan turned to him, he couldn't help but ask, Is this really the only way? Her expression was serious, unwavering. Yes, it's the only way to lead them to victory. She looked him dead in the eyes. This is why we're both alive. This is the cost of survival. Ronin didn't like the answer, but deep down, he knew she was right. The scene shifted, and Ronin found himself back in the present, deep in thought. He clenched his fist, anger boiling inside him. Adeshan had been forced to become a woman of iron, to make impossible decisions for the sake of victory. What would he do when the time came for him to make those same choices? As they walked back to their class, Ronin tried to shake off the grim thoughts. Today was a lot, but I'm glad to see that you've awakened your power. Jaredin promised to train you, right? Adeshan gave a small nod, but Ronan noticed something wasn't quite right. How do you feel? He asked, turning to her. You're a step closer to your dream of becoming Grand Commander. That must be amazing. The moment the words left his mouth, he saw it, the worry on her face. Ade-shan hesitated before answering, her eyes lingering on the shadow mana inside her. At first, I was excited to have this new power, but now, she trailed off, looking uneasy. What's wrong? Ronan asked, concern in his voice. Adeshan's voice was quiet, almost fearful. If this power keeps growing, its influence will spread. It could reach others. Is it really okay for me to have such a dangerous ability? She looked at Ronan, the weight of her question hanging in the air. I'm scared of what it might do to me, to everyone else. Ronan, for once, didn't have an immediate answer. Instead, he placed a hand on her shoulder, offering silent support. He knew the burden of wielding such power wasn't something she could easily carry alone. And deep down, he wondered if she could ever truly control it. Ade-shan confided in Ronan, her voice heavy with doubt. I feel like I'm getting closer to my dream, but I'm terrified of what it could mean. If I keep going down this path, I might start using innocent people as puppets. I could justify it, telling myself it's for the greater good. And before I know it, it could become the new norm for me. She paused, her gaze distant. I'm scared I'll turn into a monster, someone willing to sacrifice anyone for victory. Ronan was taken aback. This wasn't the Ade-shan he knew, the strong, determined leader. She had already grasped the darkness within her power, recognizing how easily it could consume her. Adeshan's voice trembled as she revealed her fears. I don't want to lose myself. I don't want to become someone who does whatever it takes, no matter the cost. But I fear it's inevitable. Ronan was silent, his thoughts racing. In her previous life, Adeshan's strategies were near flawless. Her decisions saved countless lives, guiding people through darkness and giving them hope for the future. But at the same time, her ability had controlled soldiers, used them as tools, and Ronan couldn't deny the sacrifices made along the way. He knew the price of her success. But no matter how much he understood, he also knew he had no right to tell her that her journey toward becoming Grand Commander was wrong. As his mind swirled, Adeshan's voice broke through his thoughts. Ronan, she said, her tone pleading, if I ever start using my power the wrong way, stop me. Please, you're the only one I trust with this. Ronan smiled softly, though his heart was heavy. I will. And when you succeed, when you become the Grand Commander you were meant to be, don't regret a single thing you said. I won't just push you off a cliff and leave you to fall. Ade-shan looked at him, stunned by his words. Are you serious? Ronan's smile widened. Of course I am. The days following that conversation brought a rare peace to the academy. For the first time in a long while, there was no looming threat or battle on the horizon. Adeshan's training with Jaredin began in earnest. At first, she struggled just to manipulate a single bird with her shadow mana. But over time, she improved, now able to control 5 at once. Soon, she would be ready to test her skills on larger beasts. Meanwhile, Brown continued his personal training, as always, focused and relentless. Ophelia, who was usually absent during the day, had been having a blast teaching Sita blood magic. Focus, Ophelia instructed, watching Sita gather his mana. With a swift motion, he launched an attack at a dummy, and the impact crushed its head completely. Ophelia stared, wide-eyed, unable to believe what she had just witnessed. You did it. Perfect execution of Bloodshot. On your first try. Genius. She raised him up, clearly proud of him. Sita, as usual, seemed quite pleased with himself, a smug smile playing on his lips. Ophelia's mind raced with ideas for what to teach him next. Should she focus on a large-scale combat spell like Blood Cutter, or perhaps a devastating area of effect spell like Blood Mist? Her passion for teaching was infectious, and though Ronan didn't mind her exuberance, he wasn't sure how much of this was for Sita's benefit or her own enjoyment. Back on the training grounds, Ronan faced his favorite opponent, Sarani. The two pressed their swords against each other, smiles on their faces as they sparred. You're getting faster, Ronan remarked with a grin. Been training behind my back. Sarani smirked. Not exactly, but I've noticed your moves are getting a lot more complex. Have you been receiving special training for Nebiros? Though both had grown stronger, neither was ready to admit that they were now equals. The battle between them intensified as they exchanged blows more aggressively. Neither was willing to back down, both caught up in the rush of combat. Maria, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but comment on their endless sparring. Do they ever get tired? She asked Assel, shaking her head in disbelief. At this rate, they might as well just go straight to a battlefield. Assel laughed when she heard Maria's comment about the sparring. That's Ronan's charm, she said with a smile, clearly amused. She then turned to Sita, her expression teasing. Don't you agree? With a nervous tone, Sita hesitated before responding. Ronan's always been strong and impressive. Even back in our hometown, he said, clearly a little shaken. Then, with a hint of uncertainty, he added, "Do you prefer someone as reliable as Ronan?" Maria chuckled, surprised at Sita's reaction. She couldn't believe it. Assel was actually jealous. Laughing, she placed her hand on Sita's shoulder. "You're adorable," she said warmly. "But you're still the best." Sita blushed, clearly flustered. "I wasn't talking about that," he stammered. Maria smiled and turned to remind him of their next task. "We need to focus on our teamwork training. We got to show Ronan our power in the next duel," she said, calling him cutie with a playful tone. "Think we're ready?" Assel nodded gently. "It's a good idea." In the next scene, Ronan sat across from a professor in an office, looking down at a cup of tea. He couldn't help but comment on the scent, telling the professor that it was similar to the tea he had smelled at Sand Shrine. "I knew it," Ronan said with a knowing look. "This tea is just like the one from the shrine." The professor smiled. "You're right. I've been cultivating it just as you suggested." Ronan, his curiosity piqued, leaned forward. "Did you manage to cultivate the leaves?" he asked with a hint of excitement. Professor Varen smiled back. "Yes, thanks to you. I wouldn't have even known about the herb if you hadn't given me the present from Saran." He explained that now, with the cultivated leaves, he could help many people in the future. "I'm so grateful to be able to do this." Ronan clapped his hands, pleased. "I'm happy to hear that. I just wanted to repay you for all the times you took care of our little accidents during club activities," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. Professor Varen grinned mischievously. "Well, I'm sure there will be plenty more accidents in the future to repay me for." Ronan raised an eyebrow, his expression playful. "Are you sure this is enough to cover those?" Varen looked nervous at the remark, but quickly changed the topic. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Ronan. "There's another reason I called you here," he said. "We finally received a reply from the place you wanted to visit to learn more about your curse." Ronan's eyes lit up as he took the paper. "The Mage Tower of Dawn?" he asked, eager. Varen nodded. "Yes, and they've approved your visit." Ronan couldn't hide his excitement. "I've been itching to go," he admitted, eager to finally get answers. Varen's expression shifted to one of caution. "Be careful, Ronan," he warned. "The Mage Tower is probably still unsettled because of the recent accident there. It's not a place to visit lightly." Ronan nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I'll be careful," he promised. Varen added with a serious tone, "And you won't be going alone. I'll be accompanying you." Professor Varen explained that the plan was for the postponed major magic honor students to join Ronan on a field trip, meaning one of his classmates would accompany him. The scene shifted to a room where someone was writing obsessively, scribbling Adeshan loves her over and over. This girl, who seemed a bit unhinged, was none other than Elizabeth. The next scene took us aboard an airship, the Western Wing, which was heading toward the Mage Tower of Dawn. Inside the ship, Elizabeth spotted someone she hadn't expected to meet. She immediately asked him why he was there, and it turned out to be Ronan. Ronan chuckled, realizing that Professor Varen was right. Top students had indeed come on the trip. "It's been a while," he said to her. "Should I just call you Aerie like Adeshan does?" Elizabeth's annoyance was immediate. "I told you never to use that name," she snapped. "Only Adeshan can call me that." Then, her curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed, "Answer my question." Ronan explained casually, "The airship's destination is the same as mine. I've got some business to attend to at the Mage Tower of Dawn." Elizabeth was taken aback. "A student from the martial arts department going to the Mage Tower of Dawn? That's odd, don't you think?" she questioned. "Such a thing seems more suited for someone like Assel." Ronan gave a small, knowing smile. "My circumstances are a bit complicated," he replied before adding, "I even offered Assel the chance to come along, but he wanted to focus on training with Maria." Ronan glanced around and asked, "Where are the other first-year students?" Elizabeth explained, "Varen said some students from the magic department would be joining us." She then added with a smug smile, "But it's obvious I'm alone. The Mage Tower of Dawn is known for its fire magic, and only 10 students from the Practical Flame Magic course get to go. Since I'm ranked first in the magic department across all years, they gave me this opportunity without a second thought. It's a qualification that no other first-year student could even dream of." With a confident grin, Elizabeth leaned back and took a sip of her tea. "This is the first meditative tea I've had in a while," she said, enjoying the moment. Ronan couldn't help but laugh. "You're just an outcast with no friends," he teased, a playful smile on his face. "Come on, let's chat while we travel. I'm alone too, so we can hang out." Elizabeth shot him a look of irritation. "Get lost," she snapped, her patience running thin. As she glanced at her classmates, she muttered to herself, "They're all so frustrating." She couldn't believe they were wasting time bannering when the entrance to the noble Mage Tower of Dawn was right in front of them. In her mind, they should have been preparing, coming up with questions related to magic for the tour ahead. Elizabeth sighed deeply, unable to hide her frustration as she watched her classmates chatting. "I can't stand trying to get along with these bums," she muttered to Ronan. "Do you agree?" Ronan shrugged. "Not entirely, he replied, his tone neutral. Elizabeth wasn't surprised by his response. I figured you'd think that way, she said, as though it was only natural. You're the only person I acknowledge in this academy, aside from Assel. She went on, her voice slightly softer. You've been impressing everyone lately. I can't believe you went toe-to-toe with Shaylin in front of everyone. And you helped Jo with the cult terrorist attack. You took down so many cult members. She paused for a moment, then added, The Akalushia have taken notice of you. Your accomplishments are reaching the royal palace. That's when something seemed to click for her, and she turned to Ronan. So, were you going to give me an answer to my invitation? She asked, her tone growing more pointed. It's been months since I asked. Are you trying to feel out my family first? Her voice softened again as she added, It could be an amazing opportunity for you to join us. Ronan didn't respond right away. He knew she'd keep talking if he didn't, but he was still shocked by the way she was pushing the subject. Given her earlier claim that she didn't need anyone to chat with, it seemed contradictory. Deciding to steer the conversation elsewhere, Ronan changed the topic. I actually have something important to ask you, he said. Why do you like Adeshan so much? Elizabeth's expression changed in an instant. Nervousness flickered across her face. Why do you want to know? She asked, her voice a little shaky. Ronan explained, I'm just curious. Adeshan's efforts are starting to show now, but I find it strange that someone like you, who's already so talented, would take an interest in a repeat student. He paused before continuing. Before she got her new abilities, Adeshan wasn't talented. She was barely even an ordinary student. So what is it about her that caught your attention? Elizabeth smiled gently, but her voice grew soft as she answered, Adeshan's always been different from everyone else. She looked away for a moment, her gaze far off. I met Adeshan when I was first admitted to the academy. I was looking for the library to find some research materials, but I got lost. She chuckled quietly. The first person to approach me and offer to help was Adeshan. As she continued, her voice became more reflective. While we walked together, she told me that she had seen my performance during the admission test. She was amazed by how I dominated the stage. Adeshan couldn't believe a brand new first year could be that good. Elizabeth smiled slightly, but it was tinged with nostalgia. She told me not to keep my jaw on the floor every time I saw someone fight. Ronan listened intently, and Elizabeth's tone shifted again, becoming more serious. But I wasn't interested in her words. I'd heard those kinds of compliments 1,000 times before, about how my bloodline was special, how my family's innate talent was unique. Her eyes hardened slightly as she continued. It always sounds like a compliment, but the meaning behind it is lowly. People reduce everything I've achieved to nothing but the luck of my birth. They try to rationalize everything I've done as if it means nothing to me. Her voice softened again, but the emotion was still there. But Adeshan, she never said anything like that. It wasn't about my bloodline or my family. She simply saw me, and that meant something to me. Adeshan had praised Elizabeth's skills, telling her that her fight was truly impressive. I'm curious, she said with a smile. How much effort did you put into reaching this level at such a young age? Elizabeth, shocked by the question, realized that the girl must have faced many struggles on her own. She turned to her and replied, I don't fully understand everything you've gone through, but if you're ever struggling, come talk to me. I may not be able to help much, but as a senior, I'll listen. Elizabeth felt a sense of admiration for the girl's kindness. She nodded slowly. That day, the excitement I felt was indescribable. She laughed softly, her voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. But the biggest reason I like Adeshan is because she is the most beautiful woman in the world. Ronan blinked, completely taken aback. What? He muttered, unable to process what he was hearing. Elizabeth, still lost in her thoughts, continued. Adeshan has jet black hair, as smooth as silk. She has a tall, slender frame that radiates elegance. No one can compare to her beauty. Her voice was soft, almost dreamlike. Just thinking about her, I feel entranced. Ronan was utterly confused. He couldn't understand why someone so brilliant could act this way, almost like Shaylin. He couldn't help but think that geniuses often had strange tendencies. Deciding to ignore her eccentricities, he realized that keeping good relations with Elizabeth might help Adeshan in the future. As Ronan was lost in thought, his senses suddenly flared. He stood up abruptly and warned, Stop talking. Take out your staff. Elizabeth was caught off guard. What's going on? What happened? She asked, not understanding his sudden urgency. Ronan, his face serious, replied, No time to explain. Something's coming. Without waiting for her to respond, he grabbed her and rushed to the top of the airship. Elizabeth, irritated by the way he was handling her like a sack of flour, huffed. You have no chivalry, do you? Ronan didn't respond. Instead, he asked, Do you have enough telekinesis power to carry someone? He didn't waste time with pleasantries. Get ready. Elizabeth, still confused, looked around, asking, What are you talking about? All I can see is the clouds. Just as she spoke, her eyes widened in horror as a massive fireball came into view, speeding toward them. Her knees buckled in shock as she realized the scale of the threat. That's a spell used only in air interception battles, she gasped. Ronan, without missing a beat, placed a hand on his sword. I told you, he said calmly. I'll handle the rest. He drew his sword and began to run toward the fireball. Elizabeth was taken aback. Wait, what are you? But before she could finish her thought, Ronan had already jumped off the airship. He hovered in the air, kept aloft by Elizabeth's telekinesis. As he drew closer to the fireball, she quickly raised her staff, activating her spell, Invisible Hand. Her mana enveloped him, holding him steady in the air. Ronan's focus remained unwavering as he closed in on the fireball, ready for whatever was coming next. Ronan coated his sword with energy, slashing through the massive fireball. The flames tore apart, but smaller fireballs managed to slip by him. He watched in shock as debris scattered around, realizing too late that the fireball fragments could severely damage the airship if they hit. Before the smaller fireballs could make contact, they exploded mid-air, preventing any real harm. Elizabeth, observing his surprised expression, scolded him with a smirk. Stop making that face. Did you really think I couldn't handle the debris? She raised her staff and summoned a volley of fire arrows, her magic targeting the remnants of the destroyed fireball. Remember, I'm Elizabeth Akalucia, she reminded him confidently. Ronan, relieved, watched as the remnants were cleared with precision. He couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, you're amazing, he shouted, his voice full of admiration. He forgot himself for a moment and called her by her nickname, Eli. Elizabeth flinched, clearly annoyed. I told you, no nicknames, she snapped, irritated by his casualness. As Ronan returned to the airship, a sense of relief washed over him. They had narrowly avoided disaster. But something about the situation felt off. Why would the Magic Tower of Dawn use such an extreme attack for a welcome ceremony? He thought to himself. It seemed excessive, even for such an important institution. His gaze shifted toward the imposing structure of the tower, and he couldn't help but wonder what was happening inside. As he contemplated, a large magic circle suddenly appeared above the building, and a voice came through. Are you all right? The voice asked, and the speaker explained that they had confirmed an order to shoot down the airship. The person clarified that it was never their intention to do so, and it had been an incident no one could have predicted. Ronan realized the speaker was using a wide-area communication spell, likely to address all the passengers at once. The voice assured everyone that every safety measure had been taken and that the students should land the airship. We apologize for the inconvenience and wish to explain everything in person, the voice concluded. The airship slowly descended, landing smoothly. As the students disembarked, confusion hung in the air. No one understood who had fired the fireball at them, nor why such an incident would happen at the prestigious Magic Tower of Dawn. Most of the students were more curious about the person who had dealt with the fireball and whether it was safe to stay in the tower after such an event. Elizabeth, her disappointment clear, muttered, one of the 5 great magic towers causing such an absurd incident? If we don't get a reasonable explanation, I'll file an official complaint through my family. Ronan, still processing everything, reassured her. I understand your anger, but let's hear them out first. I think I have an idea about what happened. The scene shifted back to the past. Ronan was sitting across from Professor Varen, his brow furrowed. Professor, is the reason I've been denied access to the Magic Tower of Dawn related to Nebula Clasure? Professor Varen nodded gravely. Yes, he confirmed. After the Academy attack and the infiltration by the Grancia family, the entire Empire has been trying to track down the cult. The investigations are ongoing, and it's been a sensitive issue. The Magic Tower of Dawn launched an internal investigation, aiming to root out the infiltrators from Nebula Clasure. They quickly identified 3 suspects, but things took a dangerous turn. Before they could arrest them, the cult members activated self-destruction magic, taking their own lives. Thankfully, the magicians present acted swiftly, preventing any casualties, but the blast still caused significant damage, wiping out 1/5 of the land surrounding the tower. Despite the tower stabilizing, Varen urged caution. He couldn't understand why the cult infiltrated the tower, but since their plan failed, there was a real chance they might return. As the scene shifted, we returned to the present where Ronan stood at the tower's entrance, his mind racing. He suspected that Nebula Clasure was behind the airship attack. It couldn't have been a coincidence, not in his eyes. Ronan knew he needed to be proactive. If anything suspicious happened today, he'd be ready to act. Suddenly, the gates of the tower creaked open, and a figure rushed out. Apologizing for the delay and the earlier attack on the airship, the man introduced himself as the sub-insut of the Magic Tower of Dawn. His name was Awan Phila, and he was the vice magician of the tower. He bowed deeply, asking the students for forgiveness. Ronan's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined he would meet Awan Phila here. In his past life, and was a legend, renowned as the Empire's most famous fire magic expert, known to many as the Heat Bird. Ronan never expected someone of his caliber to be involved with a magic Tower of Dawn, and quickly reassured the students, explaining that the tower was still gathering information. They had found the mana impact from the launching mechanism, which they believed belonged to the attacker. The tower was working tirelessly to identify the culprit and would soon make an arrest. In the meantime, he promised the students that the damages would be repaid and internal security would be strengthened to prevent future breaches. He asked the students to let go of their anger, making it clear that the tower would take full responsibility. The students were reluctant, but couldn't ignore the sincerity in a 1's words. Even Elizabeth, who was initially skeptical, was moved by his genuine apology. She decided to let it go. Ronan, observing everything closely, was convinced that it was trustworthy. During the battle against Ahiyuti, and had fought bravely at the front lines, even risking his life to buy time for his comrades. He'd used his powers without hesitation, burning himself alive until nothing remained but ash. There was no way someone like that could be connected to the cult. But Ronan wasn't ready to dismiss everything just yet. He noticed the students who had blocked the attack earlier and recognized them, and bowed to them as well, expressing his deep gratitude. He couldn't believe they were still students, and yet they'd saved the tower. With a smile, he turned to Ronan and Elizabeth, addressing them by name. Ronan was taken aback, how to know his name, and chuckled, seeing Ronan's surprise. He explained that he had heard of Ronan from the academy. Then, with a warm smile, and invited them to follow him. He wanted to express his thanks properly and tell them something important. The trio walked through the tower's halls until they reached a massive room, stacked high with books. Elizabeth was amazed by the sight, and explained that they had entered the heart of the Magic Tower of Dawn. This was the main hall of the Magic Research Building. This was where the tower's most important magical studies took place. Inside, magicians were bustling around, intensely focused on their work, and apologized for the chaotic state of the place, explaining that it was due to the recent events. Elizabeth, watching the activity, was struck by the power of the mages here. She could sense the mana radiating from them. Many were at the 4th circle, with a few surpassing that level. These were no ordinary magicians. They were seasoned fighters, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Ronan could feel the weight of the situation. The mages here were extraordinary, but the atmosphere was thick with tension. Some were questioning why the incident had occurred, with whispers about the Tower Master's absence and concerns about when he'd return. A few murmured about whether it was wise to let outsiders in, especially with one of their own still missing. The unease in the air was palpable. As the mages huddled together, they exchanged whispers, reminding one another not to spill the secrets they'd just learned. It was clear disclosure could mean serious trouble. Ronan didn't catch the details of their conversation, but the tension in the air told him one thing. He'd gotten himself tangled up in something far more complicated than he had anticipated. Climbing the stairs, his mind raced. Could he truly lift the curse in this place? Was there a way out? Or was he just sinking deeper into something darker? From a shadowed corner, a mage kept a watchful eye on them. In an unsettling scene, she spoke to a doll, addressing it as Master. The doll's orders were met with a chilling expression, and she promised to ignite embers with Akalushia's death, her voice laced with menace. Meanwhile, Ronan and Elizabeth entered a dimly lit office. The mood was heavy, and with a sigh, Ronan spoke up, trying to piece things together. I understand the attack was an accident, he began, but there's one thing I can't wrap my head around. His gaze was sharp, focused on and why wasn't the fireball dealt with before it even touched us? And stiffened, unease creeping onto his face. You're right, he admitted. Any magician of the tower should have detected it right away. The problem is no one did. Ronan's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. You mean the magic tower couldn't even sense it as it came closer to the airship? Elizabeth's face twisted in confusion. That doesn't add up, she muttered. How could such a powerful spell go unnoticed? Her gaze turned to Ronan. This might be worse than we thought. Ronan's curiosity piqued. What are you thinking? Elizabeth didn't hesitate. The only way no one could have sensed it is if someone cast a spell to disrupt perception across a wide area. Something so powerful that even a 7th circle magician like him would be affected. And the only person who could pull that off. Her voice trailed off. Ronan's heart skipped. Laurent. Elizabeth nodded gravely. He's the one. The sole nth circle magician of the Empire. No one else has the strength to pull off such a feat. Ronan's thoughts flashed to the past. He remembered Lorhan, an old comrade who sealed away one of the 3 giants in his previous life. But no, Lorhan wouldn't do this. He couldn't. Still, the realization dawned. If the enemy was on the same level as Lorhan, it could spell trouble. Elizabeth and Ronan remained silent, each lost in thought. Sensing the mounting tension, took a deep breath. We don't have enough evidence to make any conclusions yet, he reminded them. The enemy might have used something other than magic. A oneness expression hardened with resolve. If anything threatens this tower, I'll burn it to the ground myself. As he spoke, several phoenixes materialized in the air around them, their wings flaming with intensity. Rest assured, and added his voice firm, I won't let anything harm this place. Ronan gave a nod, accepting the weight of Awan's words. We'll follow your lead, he said, his tone steady. Awan, his expression softening slightly, clasped his hands together. Then, let me offer you both a reward for your patience and service. Both Ronan and Elizabeth were taken aback when he casually mentioned a reward. With a smile, he explained that he had already made preparations based on what he had heard about them. Then, with a snap of his fingers, flames flickered to life around him, their intensity lighting up the room. He turned to Elizabeth, his tone serious. You're the top student here, and I've decided to personally teach you some advanced flame magic. His eyes gleamed with pride as he spoke. These spells are so rare, you won't even find them in the Academy's archives. I hope they'll be of use to you. Elizabeth's eyes widened with excitement, her face lighting up at the offer. Thank you, she said, her voice filled with anticipation. Awan then reached out to Ronan, extending a scroll toward him. For you, he said, his voice carrying a touch of amusement. I prepared something more practical. I've heard about your extracurricular activities, and let's just say they often take you through some rough terrain. Ronan took the scroll, intrigued. Awan explained further. This is enchanted with high circle flame magic. It'll come in handy during emergencies. Just keep it with you. Ronan nodded, a look of appreciation on his face. Thank you, he said. I was actually thinking of getting something like this. Awan smiled at him. I've also heard the reason you've come, he said, his voice turning more serious. You're looking for a book on dispelling a curse, right? He paused for a moment. The Tower's library has the largest collection in the entire empire, but finding what you need won't be easy. Ronan's brow furrowed as Awan continued. I've already spoken to the librarian on your behalf. Hopefully, she can assist you. The scene shifted, and the next thing Ronan knew, he was standing in the library. It was massive, much larger than he had imagined. The shelves seemed endless, rows upon rows of books stretching out before him. As he adjusted the ring Saran had given him, he wondered about the librarian. She must trust her deeply to have asked her to find me, he thought. But who exactly is she? He wondered if she might be an elf, someone with the precision and discipline often associated with them. But as he scanned the library for any sign of her, Ronan realized there was no one in sight. Just as he was starting to wonder where she was, a voice suddenly called out to him. Are you the student the Vice Tower Master spoke about? Ronan spun around, startled, and found himself face to face with a young woman. She was holding a book, and several other books floated around her, suspended in the air. Even more surprising, she herself was floating several feet above the ground, hovering effortlessly. The woman smiled warmly. I'm a librarian of the Magic Tower of Dawn. She introduced herself. I'll be your escort today. Ronan blinked in surprise. You're the librarian? She smiled even wider, confirming his assumption. Yes, my name is Air. Ronan's surprise quickly turned into realization. Saran really is unpredictable, he thought. I was expecting someone older, maybe even an elf. He decided to test something, though. Is there another librarian here? He asked, a slight edge to his voice. Someone who's an elf? Or a magician who's always occupied with something else? Air shook her head, a slight frown forming. No, I've been the only librarian here for some time. Why do you ask? Ronan hesitated for a moment before opening his fist and revealing the ring. It shimmered faintly with Saran's mana. Do you recognize this? He asked, holding it up for her to see. Air's eyes flickered to the ring, and she stepped closer, her expression changing to one of intense focus. This is Saranti's, she murmured softly, her fingers just brushing the ring as she examined it closely. I should have known. Ronan nodded, confirming her thoughts. He said that the librarian here would recognize it immediately. Air's gaze lingered on the ring, her curiosity piqued. I see, she said slowly. Well then, it seems we have much to discuss. Air moved swiftly, closing the distance between herself and Ronan. Her eyes locked onto the ring in his hand, and she couldn't hide the surprise that flashed across her face. That's Saranti's ring, she murmured, almost to herself. Her expression shifted to one of deep contemplation, as if recalling the last time she had seen it. Ronan immediately sensed that she knew exactly who he was talking about. He hesitated. There was no need to ask more questions now. He had already figured out that she recognized Saranti's ring. With a sharp glance, Air demanded, Tell me why you have it. Ronan struggled to find the right words, unsure of how to explain everything. It'll take some time to explain, he said cautiously, trying to gather his thoughts. Air's gaze hardened, and a tense silence hung between them. She knew the value of the ring. It was Saranti's prized possession. Her eyes narrowed, and she spoke with an edge to her voice. Saranti wouldn't hand this ring over lightly, she said, her tone growing cold. Not without a very good reason. Without warning, she rose into the air, her mana swirling around her like a storm. The books floating nearby were pushed aside by the force of her power. "It would be wise for you to be honest with me," she warned, her voice tinged with danger. Ronan instinctively reached for his sword, the pressure mounting. To his shock, a massive creature materialized behind Air. It was a giant wolf, ridiculously large, its glowing eyes fixed on him with an almost predatory gaze. The wolf's growl rumbled in the air, and Air's voice cut through the tension. "If you've harmed Saranti or stolen his ring, you'll pay dearly for it." Ronan stood frozen, trying to process everything. The relationship between Saranti and Air was a mystery to him, but one thing was certain. She cared for Saranti deeply. More than anyone else, it seemed. Realizing there was no way out of this situation, Ronan slowly released his grip on his sword. "I apologize for the misunderstanding," he said, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. "If a complete stranger suddenly appeared with my friend's belongings, I would have drawn my sword too." He glanced at the wolf, its glowing eyes still trained on him, and continued, "I'll explain everything, I promise. Please just hear me out." Ronan took a deep breath and began his story. "I met Saranti by chance while I was working on my club activities. We ended up working together to take down a high-ranking member of the cult that's been causing trouble for the Magic Tower." Air listened intently, her posture relaxing slightly as she absorbed his words. After a moment, she nodded in understanding. "I see. That explains how you ended up with the ring." Her eyes flickered to the wolf, now calmly sitting beside her, and she added, "If you had taken it by force, I don't think you'd be standing here right now." Ronan chuckled, the tension easing a little. "Would it have been possible for me to take it from Saranti?" he asked, his voice light. "The guy's ridiculously powerful, after all." Air's lips twitched into a small smile. "You're right," she admitted, and then, with a bow of her head, she apologized. "I should never have jumped to conclusions. I didn't know Saranti's friend well enough to make assumptions." Ronan waved it off, his expression reassuring. "It's fine," he said. "I should have explained things better from the start." There was a pause, and then Ronan leaned forward slightly, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "So how do you know Saranti? I'm guessing your relationship isn't exactly ordinary." Air's expression softened as she met his gaze. "You're perceptive," she said with a hint of surprise. "Yes, my mana does take the shape of a wolf." "You're correct. I am a spirit." She paused, her voice growing distant, as if lost in thought. "He's like a mentor to me," she continued, her tone filled with respect. "I met Saranti hundreds of years ago, during a time when I was lost. I was going through a stormy phase in my life, one filled with chaos. I caused a lot of trouble for humans, tormenting them, stealing their land, and making it my territory. I thought I could live that way, untouchable, because no one had the strength to stop me." Ronan listened, captivated by her story. There was more to this librarian than met the eye, more than he could have ever imagined. Air's expression softened as she continued, recounting the time when her belief that she could live without consequence came to an abrupt end. It was during one of her usual naps when the unexpected happened. As she rested, she heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching. Her eyes snapped open just in time to see an elf standing before her. His calm demeanor didn't hide the power radiating from him, and he smiled as he addressed her. "I've heard of a mischievous wolf making life difficult for her neighbors," the elf said, his voice carrying amusement. Air's instincts flared. Still groggy, she rose to her feet, her fangs showing as she growled. "Get lost," she spat. "This territory belongs to me." But the elf, unfazed, apologized politely before unleashing an overwhelming amount of mana. The ground trembled beneath them as the very air seemed to crackle with power. "If you don't follow me, you'll get hurt," he said calmly, not a hint of malice in his tone. "So what will it be? Will you cooperate?" Fear crept into Air's chest as she sensed the full force of his power. This was no ordinary elf. This was someone far beyond her. With a sinking feeling, she transformed into her human form and followed him. The elf, who turned out to be none other than Saranti, led her to the Magic Tower of Dawn. Ronan blinked in surprise upon hearing that Saranti was once a tower mage. "Yes," Air said with a knowing smile. "Saranti was the only tower mage who didn't specialize in fire magic. That alone makes him exceptional. He was incredible in his prime." Her tone held admiration as she recalled his past. But Saranti didn't just teach her magic. He taught her something far more valuable. He was more than a mentor, Air continued. "Saranti never gave up on me. He said that those who rely solely on force will eventually meet someone stronger, someone who will take it all away. What truly matters, he taught me, is having a heart that knows how to live in harmony with everything around you." Thanks to Saranti's teachings, Air had transformed into the person she was today. Since then, she had taken on the role of the librarian, keeping watch over the Magic Tower. Ronan, still processing everything, was struck by how deeply Saranti had impacted her. "So, Is Sarani so busy that he had to send you to relay the news? Air asked, her curiosity piqued. Ronan hesitated. He knew how much Sarani would want to shield those close to him from sorrow, but he also knew the truth. With a gentle smile, he spoke the words that weighed heavily on him. You're right. Saranti is devoted to his god. He sent me because he didn't want to leave Senial's side. Air looked at him, her expression not sad, but understanding. He hasn't forgotten about me, she said softly. I'm not sad. As she spoke, she took the ring from Ronan and activated her magic on it. The ring began to glow with an ethereal light, and Ronan watched, transfixed, as the transformation took place before his eyes. He hadn't expected this. As the ring shimmered, something strange caught his eye. A book, nestled on one of the shelves, seemed to stare back at them. It was green, with a single I am blazoned on its cover, its gaze following them like something alive. 3 days passed, and life at the Magic Tower resumed its usual hectic pace. Thankfully, no new incidents occurred. During this time, Ronan was able to focus on his curse, but not without frustration. The more he studied, the more the concept eluded him. Air had been helping him with lessons on curses over the past few days, guiding him through the complex material. But the deeper Ronan delved, the more daunting it became. I still haven't found a single clue, Ronan confessed to her one day, his voice tinged with frustration. It's like chasing shadows. The more I read, the more I feel like I'm getting nowhere. He let out a long sigh. I think I might just give up. Air, who had been watching him closely, raised an eyebrow. You've made progress, even if it doesn't feel like it. Keep at it, Ronan. You'll figure it out. You just need time. But Ronan, worn out and overwhelmed by the sheer difficulty of it all, wasn't sure if he had the patience to keep going. Air chuckled softly at Ronan's frustration, understanding the weight of his struggles. Studying curses can feel exactly like that, she said with a smile. It's a long, frustrating journey, but you'll get there. She glanced at the book on the table. Is there anything you're still curious about? She asked, her tone soft but inviting. I have some time to spare. Ronan took a deep breath, knowing that he had something on his mind. He turned to Air, eyes focused. I've been thinking about something for a while now, he said. It's about a book called The Black Book. At the mention of its name, Air's expression immediately shifted. Her calm demeanor faltered for a moment, replaced by shock. Bajura, she whispered, almost to herself. Ronan, noticing her reaction, pressed further. You're quiet. Do you not know anything about it? He asked, his curiosity growing. Without warning, Air grabbed him by the arm, her grip tight and commanding. How do you know about that book? She demanded, her voice sharp with concern. Did you sneak into the Black Book section without telling me? Ronan recoiled in surprise. What? What's the Black Book section? What are you talking about? He asked, confused. This is the first time I've heard of it. He went on to explain that he'd found the name in one of the books she gave him. It was mentioned a lot, he said. I thought it was important. Air's eyes narrowed as she processed his words. She quickly used her magic to lift the books around them and began scanning them with a quick flick of her hand. After a tense moment, she looked up at him. The name isn't mentioned once in these books, she said firmly. Ronan's heart sank. But I just opened it, he protested. I saw the name in great detail. It was right here. But when he flipped the book open in front of her, the letters had vanished, leaving the page blank. Air looked at him with a mix of concern and disbelief. Sarani didn't send you here just because I'm a librarian, she said slowly. He sent you because the Magic Tower of Dawn has the largest collection of books on curses, and that includes some dangerous ones. She glanced at him, her voice lowering. You're not supposed to speak the name Bajura in the tower. It's forbidden. Ronan, still trying to piece it all together, looked at her questioningly. Why? What is this book? What's so dangerous about it? Air's expression darkened. Bajura, she began carefully, was written by a demon. Those who come into contact with it become obsessed with power and destruction. It said that Bajura alone nearly brought the entire empire to its knees centuries ago. As she spoke, the scene shifted to another location. A dark, grim atmosphere surrounded an old man bound in chains. His clothes were those of the Magic Tower of Dawn. A man stood nearby, staring down at him. This decision will be made by tomorrow's dawn, the man muttered, his voice low. He turned to face the prisoner. Understand, Tower Master Grancia. Back in the present, Air continued, her voice filled with a deep seriousness. The Black Book section, she explained, is also known as the Forbidden Book section. It was created to seal away dangerous books, like Bajura. Sarani made the decision to entrust the library to me, a spirit, because we're not tempted by the power these books contain. Humans, however, can easily be swayed by it. Ronan felt the weight of her words. He had no idea what kind of danger he was truly dealing with. Air, he began, his voice careful. Why is Bajura such a big deal? And why did you say the missing cases started after the Nebula Clasure incident? Air's expression grew even more somber as she nodded. Yes, she said quietly. The strange occurrences in the tower began right after Nebula Claisure's self-destruction. It was a huge incident, one that left a lasting mark on all of us. Ronan was taken aback by her words. "Are you sure?" he asked, his brow furrowing. "That's when all started." Air's gaze softened, and her voice grew distant. "I remember it clearly. It was a turning point for the Magic Tower of Dawn, and for all of us." The room fell into silence as the gravity of the situation set in. Ronan now understood that the mystery surrounding Bajura and the missing cases was far more dangerous than he had initially realized. She revealed that all the missing individuals were the ones who usually assisted her in the library. After they disappeared, she combed through every inch of the Magic Tower, but there wasn't a single clue left behind. It was as if they had simply vanished. Ronan was taken aback by this. Could it be possible to disappear without a trace from this place? It almost seemed as if they had been waiting for the incident of self-destruction to unfold. He began to suspect that the attack had been a carefully crafted trap designed to deceive everyone. The scene shifted, and we were transported to a training ground within the tower. The floor was covered in intricate magic circles. These had been drawn by Elizabeth, who couldn't help but admire the boldness of her ideas and their execution. Even ordinary people wouldn't dare think of such things. Elizabeth was equally impressed by On's flame magic, which was unlike anything she had seen before. It was on another level entirely. She had only applied the theory, yet On had managed to drastically reduce her mana consumption. Elizabeth couldn't believe she had created such a beautiful magic formula. The thought crossed Elizabeth's mind to recruit this talented mage into her family, but she knew it would be no easy task. On was someone fully devoted to magic after all. Elizabeth extended her hand and told On that there was still so much she could learn while she was here. But just as she spoke, she felt a strange presence in the empty room. Without hesitation, Elizabeth raised her head and inquired about the identity of the person hiding in the shadows. She quickly used her staff to bind the invisible intruder in midair. The man was cloaked in a hood that obscured his face. Elizabeth yanked him closer and grabbed hold of his hood, demanding an explanation. She accused him of lurking in silence, concealed by invisibility magic, thinking he could observe her unnoticed. Elizabeth taunted him, calling him a complacent assassin who was clearly ineffective. But then, something struck her. This mage was one of the missing people she had seen posted on the Magic Tower's bulletin board. The man seemed drained, exhausted, almost lifeless. Before Elizabeth could press him further, the wall of the training ground exploded with a deafening bang. Fire swirled violently, closing in on Elizabeth. 3 figures entered the room, stepping through the smoke and debris. They looked like the same man she had just captured, but instead of rushing to his aid, the man at the front conjured a shield that deflected their comrade's body away from them. The burnt figure fell to the ground behind them. Elizabeth, unfazed, smiled as she addressed them. She said she had returned the man to them because they looked like they had come to rescue him. But she couldn't help but ask why they didn't seem more pleased to see him. Her tone was casual, yet there was a sharp edge beneath it. She reminded them that they were the ones who had initiated the fight when they attacked her as soon as they arrived. Something felt off about the whole situation, and Elizabeth voiced her suspicion. She asked them why they were attacking her in the first place. That's when she realized the people standing before her weren't strangers at all. They were the missing individuals from the tower. Her gaze fell on one woman in particular, and Elizabeth's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. Among the missing people stood someone she never expected to see, Cheyenne Grancia, the 3rd daughter of the Grancia family. Elizabeth's voice held a mix of confusion and surprise as she addressed her. "What is she doing with you?" Elizabeth noticed that Cheyenne, like the others, appeared drained, lifeless. There was no sign of resistance or even recognition in her eyes, which only confirmed Elizabeth's suspicion. Cheyenne had no intention of answering her questions. However, rather than feeling frustrated, Elizabeth welcomed the challenge. She was eager to test out the new formulas On had taught her in real combat. With a flick of her staff, fire erupted from it, and multiple magic circles manifested behind her. With a smile, she taunted her opponents, try not to turn to ashes too quickly. In an instant, she pointed her staff toward them, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of fire from the magic circles. The men, anticipating the attack, rushed forward. With swift motions, they pressed their hands to the ground, drawing on the flames below, and formed a protective shield made of fire. One of them spoke up, impressed by Elizabeth's strength. "The rumors about you becoming the new pillar of the Akalugia aren't exaggerated," he said. He could sense her power was far beyond that of a typical 4th Circle mage. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Turning to Cheyenne, he asked, "Are you ready? Take her down." Cheyenne responded without hesitation. Flames swirled around her hand as she activated the spell Flame Spear. She launched it at Elizabeth, and the spear shot forward at an incredible speed, heading straight for her head. But just before it reached her, Elizabeth effortlessly stopped it with her hand. "What's this supposed to be?" Elizabeth asked, raising an eyebrow. This worthless spell? Is this really the best you can do after all your chanting? She couldn't believe Cheyenne had put so little into the attack. Shocked, Cheyenne stared as Elizabeth casually stopped her spell. Without missing a beat, Elizabeth turned the spear around, redirecting it with her mana. She smirked and said, "Let me show you what it means to challenge the Akalugia." A massive magic circle appeared behind her, and countless flame spears rained down from it. The men in front of her quickly summoned a large fire barrier to block the incoming assault. As the flames collided with the shield, they managed to hold their ground for the moment. One of the mages turned to his partner, urgency in his voice. "We're not going to get anywhere just by holding back. We need to close the distance and attack her." The other mage nodded, stepping forward. "I'll handle it. Stay back and protect Cheyenne. And remember, our master's plan hinges on her survival." His voice dropped to a whisper. Elizabeth must fall by Cheyenne's hands. But as he spoke, one of Elizabeth's fire needles pierced through their barrier, striking the mage in the chest. The woman's eyes widened in shock as the man screamed in agony, flames consuming him. His body twisted and burned as the fire ate through him. The firewall, cast with the combined strength of fourth circle mages, had been torn apart by a mere student. The woman's confusion deepened. How was this possible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, she rushed toward Elizabeth, flames enveloping her hands. Despite Elizabeth's overwhelming strength, she saw an opening. Elizabeth was focused entirely on attacking, and the woman believed she hadn't accounted for defense. As she charged, Elizabeth looked up, surprised to see her coming so close. Elizabeth quickly adjusted her stance as her opponent closed the distance. The woman smirked and taunted her, asking if she had never considered the possibility that her opponent might dodge her attack. "You're arrogant," she sneered. "Even in a life-or-death battle, you act like a child." As she got even closer, she conjured a blazing sword with her magic. Just before striking Elizabeth down, she warned, "Your immaturity comes with a price, a heavy one." But the moment she swung her sword, she froze. Pain shot through her body. She looked down. Fire needles were embedded in her flesh. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure the agony. Elizabeth chuckled, shaking her head. "Foolish," she said, watching the mage struggle. "You charged in just because you thought you saw an opening I left on purpose." A smirk played on her lips. Is this what they mean when they say a moth is drawn to a flame? The woman's confidence shattered. Fear crept into her eyes as she stammered, demanding to know how Elizabeth had done it. She was certain the girl hadn't had time to cast another spell. Elizabeth slowly raised a finger and tilted her head. "Who said I need to cast another spell?" she asked. Then, with the smallest movement, she altered the fire needle's trajectory. "I simply redirect the magic I've already activated with telekinesis." A sharp gasp left the woman's lips as the fire needles drove deeper into her body. A scream followed as the flames flared inside her. It was impossible. No mage could control two different elements simultaneously, and yet Elizabeth had just done it with terrifying ease. As Elizabeth walked past her, she added, "Oh, and by the way, I can actually control 3 elements." She glanced over her shoulder. "Not that you'll get to see it. You have more pressing concerns." Before the woman could react, the fire needles in her body burst into pure flames. The fire surged, consuming her in an instant. It was an overkill, Elizabeth admitted, but in the end, she was only dealing with a mere moth. Turning to Cheyenne, she dusted off her hands. "Well then," she said casually, "now that the pesky distractions are out of the way, we can finally talk." Cheyenne glared at her, unfazed by the carnage. Even though Elizabeth had burned them to a crisp, she knew they wouldn't die so easily. Fire mages had resistance far beyond ordinary people. What they would feel was not death, but excruciating pain. Elizabeth stepped closer, her tone sharp yet composed. "Start talking," she ordered. "Consider this mercy." She knew Cheyenne wasn't clueless, even if she was young. If Akalugia and the Grancia family clash, it will be a bloodbath across the entire empire, Elizabeth warned. No matter who wins, all that's left will be destruction. Total catastrophe in the name of mutual annihilation. But something wasn't right. Elizabeth doubted Cheyenne had orchestrated this. "This isn't your plan, is it?" she asked. "You're nothing but a pawn." She narrowed her eyes. Was this your leader's doing? The more she thought about it, the more it didn't add up. The war offered too few benefits compared to the staggering losses. The entire scheme felt too poorly executed to be a real assassination attempt. Although she hated to admit it, something about this whole situation was completely off. Elizabeth knew that the Grancia family would never resort to such a reckless scheme. If they were the type to attempt something like this, they wouldn't have come so far as the sole rivals of the Ossus. Weighing all the possibilities, she arrived at a chilling realization. Stepping closer to Cheyenne, she smiled, but there was a sharpness behind it. Someone is pulling the strings, she said. A being that wants our two clans to destroy each other, and it's controlling you. Her gaze darkened. Who are you? Cheyenne's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't her own. A voice, laced with amusement, spoke from within her. Clever girl, it said. You figure out quite a lot. Before Elizabeth could react, a massive surge of dark energy erupted from Cheyenne's body. Elizabeth immediately leapt back, but the sheer force of the power sent a chill down her spine. The being chuckled. It would be a shame to kill such an entertaining little thing like you. Elizabeth's breath hitched. The mana radiating from Cheyenne's body was overwhelming. It pressed down on her, forcing her to her knees. Her hands trembled. Fear gripped her chest. She had never felt anything like this before. It wasn't just power, it was suffocating. She forced herself to look up. The energy gathered beneath her hand, pulsating with a sinister force. A portal tore open above them, crackling with darkness. Then a hand emerged. The voice above her sneered. A little lamb, drunk on meek power, it mused. Raise your head and engrave my image into your soul. Elizabeth's eyes widened in horror as she finally saw him. Towering above her, massive wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the room. His blackened eyes were drenched in bloodlust. His expression twisted into a sinister grin. I am Bajura, he declared, the one who will soon rule this world. The air turned suffocating, the darkness pulsing with malevolent energy. Inside a dimly lit office, a tense conversation unfolded. A mage turned to Ronan, his gaze sharp. Are you telling the truth? He asked. You really found Bajura's name in an ordinary book? Ronan nodded. I did, he confirmed. It would have been impossible for me to know about a forbidden book otherwise. Realization dawned on the mage. Ronan was right. This shouldn't have been possible. A creeping unease settled over him. The power that sealed Bajura, it might be weakening, the mage murmured. The vice tower master stiffened. We need to confirm this immediately. But another voice cut in, one filled with certainty. That's impossible. All eyes turned to Aun as he stepped forward. The seal is intact, he stated firmly. I checked it myself yesterday. His words sent a ripple of shock through the room. The librarian's expression darkened, her anger barely contained. You've been going to the forbidden book section without my permission, she demanded. You know only the Tower Master and I are allowed to accompany you there. Do you have any idea how dangerous those books are? Her frustration was clear, but Aun remained silent. We can't ignore this, she continued. We need to report to the Tower Master immediately. A tense silence followed. Then, Aun clenched his fist and muttered, There's no need. His next words sent chills down their spines. The Tower Master is already there. The librarian's breath hitched. Aun's voice was grave. He's sealed with Bajura. Ronan and the others stared in shock, the weight of his words sinking in. A year ago, it was announced that the Tower Master had embarked on a journey of enlightenment. But in truth, he never left the tower. Instead, he descended into its deepest, most forbidden depths. There, he broke the seal of the most dangerous forbidden book, Bajura. His goal? To master the ancient knowledge hidden within its pages. Air's expression darkened as she turned to Aun. Is that why we haven't heard from him all this time? She asked, struggling to understand. Why would Grantia seek out that book? He had already mastered flame and illusion magic, the pinnacle of sorcery. What more was there to gain? Aun sighed, his voice laced with regret. The Tower Master believed he could control Bajura because he had reached the peak. He always said the knowledge in forbidden books was too valuable to be discarded. He believed their dark history came not from the knowledge itself, but from those who misused it. Grantia had often argued that dangerous power, when wielded by the right person, could bring great benefits to the world. And above all, he had been obsessed with the idea that Bajura, a book said to push a caster's potential to its absolute limit, could be the greatest blessing the world had ever seen. Ronan clenched his fists. I don't need to hear any more, he interrupted. I get the picture. Then he hesitated. But the Tower Master failed, didn't he? Aun's face was grim. We all underestimated Bajura, he admitted. Its malice was far beyond anything a human could endure. Even Grantia, one of the strongest mages alive, could barely resist its pull. The book wasn't just a source of forbidden knowledge. It was the ultimate manifestation of demonic power itself. As he struggled to maintain control, Grantia realized the inevitable. He was becoming a vessel for Bajura. There was no escape. But in a final act of desperation, he used an emergency summoning scroll, calling Aun to the forbidden book section. When Aun arrived, Grantia's voice was already weak, his consciousness slipping. I have no excuses, he admitted with a bitter smile. My arrogance brought me here, but I won't let it consume the tower. Air's breath hitched. Did you break the seal? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Grantia didn't deny it. I was a fool, he confessed. And now, I need you to fix my mistake. He clenched his fists. Seal me away, while I'm still myself. Aun's heart pounded. His hands trembled. If I do this, I won't be able to save you, he said, his voice shaking. Are you really asking me to? This is not about me. Grancia cut him off, his eyes burning with determination. The magic tower cannot be tainted by my arrogance. I would rather die 1,000 times over than see it fall to darkness. Aun's throat tightened. He didn't want to do this. But Grancia's plea was clear. This wasn't just about him anymore. With gritted teeth, Aun made his decision. For the dawn of tomorrow, he whispered, activating one of the most powerful sealing spells ever cast. In an instant, both Grancia and Bajura were sealed together, locked away in the depths of the Forbidden Book section. Now, standing before Ronan and Air, Aun clenched his jaw. I'll be announcing the truth to everyone in the tower, he declared. They deserve to know. He hesitated for a moment before adding, and I understand why Gardan did what he did. His voice was heavy with emotion. Because I, too, am a seeker of knowledge. But no matter how much he understood Gardan's desire, he could never bring himself to cross that line. Even after everything he had just learned, Ronan forced himself to stay calm. He felt sorry for the Tower Master, but now wasn't the time to dwell on emotions. Every sign pointed to one undeniable truth. Bajura had already broken free. Aun had seen the seal with his own eyes, but Ronan wasn't convinced. Bajura's power was strong enough to distort the awareness of anyone inside the tower. If he could manipulate illusion magic, creating a phantom of the Tower Master to deceive Aun would have been easy. But what Ronan couldn't understand was why Bajura had waited until now to reveal himself. If the seal had already been broken, why stay hidden? What was he planning? As he pondered this, a sudden surge of energy rippled through the tower. His eyes narrowed. It was powerful, far stronger than anything he had sensed before. Nebula energy. Ronan immediately turned to Aun and Air, but neither of them were the source. Even Brigia, as strong as she was, didn't have this level of energy. A feeling of unease settled in his chest. What was happening beneath them? Back in the depths of the tower, Elizabeth trembled at the sound of Bajura's name. Her heart pounded. Even within her own family, knowledge about Bajura was considered extremely dangerous. It was the Forbidden Book, the one even the Tower Master himself had been unable to fully investigate. And now, that entity stood right before her. She studied him carefully. His appearance had changed slightly, but there was no doubt in her mind. This was still the Tower Master's body. And from the way he looked at her, Bajura could tell that she recognized it too. With a slow, deliberate step, he landed in front of her. A smirk played across his lips. Consider this a reward, he said, his voice smooth yet chilling. You entertained me for a short while. After all, then, with an Eli smile, he gestured to himself. I am in the body of your precious Tower Master, a man who stood close to the pinnacle of human magic. His expression darkened, but he didn't know his place. He dared to covet my power, so I took everything from him. Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat. Bajura reached out, grabbing her chin with a firm grip. His blackened eyes bore into hers. He's nothing more than a fun little puppet now, just like you will be. A flicker of rage crossed Elizabeth's face. She clenched her fists. I never expected courtesy from a long-sealed, cursed book, she spat. But grabbing a lady like this? That's just rude. Bajura merely chuckled, but Elizabeth's mind was already racing. If this was truly the Bajura she had heard about, then she and everyone in the Magic Tower had no chance of winning. But that's exactly why something didn't add up. Why would a being this powerful need to go through such a convoluted scheme? If Bajura was truly at full strength, he could have simply stepped into the world and ended everything in an instant. Then it hit her. Her lips curled into a knowing smile. I have to say, it's hilarious that an esteemed dark entity is hiding behind a 10-year-old girl, she taunted. Let me guess, you were the one behind the airship attack. Bajura's grin didn't fade. Elizabeth's eyes gleamed. If you were at your full strength, you wouldn't have needed to do any of this. Which means, her voice dropped, her tone mocking. You're unstable, too weak to step into this world properly. Bajura burst into laughter, his voice echoing through the chamber. Clever girl, he mused. You're half correct. Without warning, dark spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Elizabeth's body. Pain shot through her, but she bit down, refusing to cry out. Bajura leaned closer, whispering, I do need more time. His smile twisted into something even more sinister. Even now, Gardan's consciousness is fighting me, desperately struggling to burn his own body the moment he finds an opening. His hand flickered with flames, Gardan's flames. Pathetic, isn't it? Bajura sighed, extinguishing them. A nuisance, but still, an inconvenience worth eliminating. Then his expression changed. But all of that will soon be meaningless. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? A slow, wicked grin spread across Bajura's face. Because my true vessel has appeared. A chill ran down Elizabeth's spine. Ooh, Bajura's dark eyes gleamed with amusement. Ronan. Elizabeth's stomach twisted. Bajura chuckled. Gardan's mind is annoyingly strong. Suppressing it is a hassle, but given enough time, it's a problem I can handle. His voice dropped into something almost pleased. But why waste time on an old, worn-out body when I've discovered something far superior? He spread his arms wide. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. But no, it was destiny. His smile deepened. A fresh, radiant body, overflowing with latent power. A treasure beyond anything I've found, even after centuries of searching. Elizabeth gritted her teeth. Bajura tilted his head. I watched him, observed him carefully for days. His voice grew softer, almost reverent. And then I knew Ronan would not just be my new vessel. He would be my true beginning. Elizabeth's pulse pounded in her ears. Compared to him, this little war between your families is nothing more than a tedious game, Bajura added with a smirk. But at least it wasn't a total waste, because in the process, I found perfection. Then, his blackened eyes settled on her. And you, dear Elizabeth, he purred, snapping his fingers, are far too valuable to be wasted on mere amusement. The ground trembled. From the shadows, countless darkened hands surged upward, reaching for her. The dark hands wrapped around Elizabeth, restraining her completely. No matter how much she struggled, their grip was unrelenting. Bajura towered over her, his smirk laced with amusement. I am feeling generous, he mused. So, I'll make you an offer. He gestured toward Cheyenne, who now held a dagger in her trembling hands. Pledge your loyalty to me, he continued, his voice smooth yet chilling. Become my servant, and I will spare you. His grin widened. Or, he glanced at Cheyenne. Would you rather die by her hands and ignite the flames of war that will consume the empire? Bajura leaned in, his blackened eyes gleaming. Make your choice. Elizabeth's breath quickened, but she forced herself to stay composed. She yanked at the restraints, testing their strength, but they didn't budge. Still, she smirked. You must have a terrible sense of awareness for someone who's lived this long, she remarked, her tone sharp. Why would you ever think I'd be swayed by either of these pathetic choices? Her gaze met his without hesitation. Go ahead, kill me. Bajura's smirk faltered. Anyone afraid of death doesn't deserve to bear the Akalusian name, she declared. Do whatever you want, because nothing will go as you wish. For the first time, Bajura's amusement disappeared. His expression darkened. What a boring girl, he muttered, clearly disappointed. I suppose my interest is gone. With a flick of his finger, he uttered a single word. Die. Cheyenne hesitated, but before she could even raise the dagger, a blur of motion, a sudden impact. Before anyone could react, Ronan burst into the realm, his presence tearing through the illusion like a blade through cloth. In an instant, he was upon Cheyenne, grabbing her wrist and stopping the dagger midair. Elizabeth, he called out. The girl's eyes widened. Ronan barely spared Cheyenne a glance, referring to her as a vaguely familiar child before turning his full attention to Elizabeth. You too own me, he added, his usual bluntness unfazed by the chaos around him. Bajura, for the first time, looked genuinely surprised. Ow, he muttered, eyes narrowing. But before he could process it, a sharp sensation, a sudden shift. His vision twisted, and everything turned upside down. It took him a moment to realize what had happened. He had been beheaded. Even without a physical form, Bajura had assumed that his enhanced illusion, strengthened by his own power, would be impossible to break. And yet, Ronan had shattered it in an instant. As his vision darkened, a slow, Eli smile spread across his lips. How exquisite, he whispered, his last thought before the illusion finally faded. My vessel is even more perfect than I imagined. As the illusion unraveled, Eli and Aun finally arrived at the training ground. They stared in shock. The entire training area had been surrounded by recognition-inhibiting magic. At first, they could barely believe Ronan's claim, but now, standing here, they felt it. The mana wavelength unmistakably belonged to Grancia. Eli turned to the Vice Tower Master, her voice heavy with realization. Bajura must have broken the seal. Aun was silent. He had no words. Eli clenched her fists. We need to summon all the mages in the tower, she declared. We need to come up with a countermeasure immediately. Lying on the ground, Elizabeth let out a dry laugh. She wasn't sure if she was laughing at the situation or at herself. I look so pathetic right now, she muttered, shaking her head. I can't help but laugh. Her body still ached. She could feel the pain from where Bajura's magic had pierced her, but it had all been an illusion, a terrifyingly real illusion. She turned her head toward Ronan. You better not tell Ade-shan about this, she warned, eyes narrowing. I refuse to let him hear about my incompetent and pathetic loss. Ronan blinked. That's what you're worried about right now. Elizabeth groaned. She couldn't believe he was surprised. Then, Ronan turned his gaze to Cheyenne, his brow furrowing. Wait, is this girl really Shulan's little sister? Elizabeth exhaled. Yeah, she confirmed. Her name is Cheyenne. She's extremely talented in magic, which is why she started studying at the tower early. A pause. Elizabeth's voice softened slightly. I never expected to meet her under these circumstances, though. Elizabeth decided not to dwell on what had happened. Cheyenne had been under Bajura's control. After all, there was no point in blaming her. Ronan, ever casual, gave her a thumbs up. The Akalugia really live up to their famous magnanimity, he said with a grin. You're seriously cool, Eli. Elizabeth's eye twitched. How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me that? She huffed. Only Adeshan is allowed to use that nickname. Despite her exhausted state, she wasn't actually injured, which was a relief. Ronan let out a small sigh, glad to see she was okay. Then, his gaze fell on the burnt, lifeless bodies scattered across the training ground. Their charred forms looked like nothing more than lumps of coal, but Ronan recognized them immediately. The missing individuals. The same people who had mysteriously disappeared after the church's terror attack. Even though Bajura's restraints had vanished, traces of the church's signature mana still lingered in their bodies. That could only mean one thing. These people had been spies. A strange thought nagged at Ronan. Why had only the people assisting the librarian gone missing? Could the forbidden book section have been their true goal all along? Then it clicked. The terrorist attack from that day. It hadn't been a simple suicide mission. It had been a distraction, a diversion meant to pull the entire tower's attention elsewhere. His thoughts were interrupted when Elizabeth spoke. Ronan, get out of the tower, she said urgently. Ronan blinked, caught off guard. What? You're Bajura's target. His breath hitched. What do you mean? There's no time to explain, she insisted. You felt it too, didn't you? Elizabeth's voice was grim as she continued. The body you just cut down, that wasn't Bajura's real body. It was just an illusion. Ronan stiffened. A mere illusion was enough to overpower me. Elizabeth reminded him. Do you understand what that means? Bajura is on a completely different level. If he manages to claim your body and achieve true completion, she swallowed. The tower will be doomed. Ronan felt a chill run down his spine. Please, Elizabeth begged, leave the tower. Now, elsewhere in the tower, Bajura smirked. I can't let you leave, boy. Ronan's entire body tensed. The voice slithered into his mind, Eli and omnipresent. Then, darkness surged. Before he could react, a wave of Bajura's magic engulfed the training ground. Ronan's eyes widened as he turned, realizing with horror that Elizabeth and everyone else around him had suddenly stopped moving, frozen, motionless, as if time itself had halted. What? His hands clenched into fists. What did you do? Bajura's voice echoed in response. Not just them, he mused. Everyone in the Magic Tower is now under my control. Ronan's pulse pounded in his ears. Bajura let out a slow chuckle. This boring waiting game has come to an end, he declared. And you, Ronan, shall be honored. His voice dropped to a whisper, laced with dark amusement. You will become one with me. Ronan's breath was ragged with anger. Like hell I will, he spat. Quit your petty tricks and show yourself, you bastard. Bajura merely chuckled. Such defiance, he mused. Even after witnessing my power, you can still raise your voice. Then, with an air of finality, he added, this training ground is far too unworthy for our monumental meeting. No, we should meet somewhere more fitting. And as if on cue, a figure entered the training ground. Ronan spun around, instantly on guard. His eyes locked onto the newcomer, a woman, the last missing person. She stepped forward, her gaze unreadable. I've come to escort you, she said smoothly. To my master. Ronan exhaled sharply. His muscles tensed as he took a step back. And why? He asked, voice steady despite the storm of emotions raging inside him. Would I ever follow you to such a terrible place? Ronan knew he had no other choice. With a sigh, he sheathed his sword. If you hadn't crawled out of whatever hole you're hiding in, I would have come looking for you anyway, he muttered. Then, turning to the woman, he added, take me to Bajura. Scene shift. Ronan and the woman arrived at the entrance of the forbidden book section. The moment they reached the doors, Ronan could feel it. An overwhelming surge of mana radiating from within. This is the place. Stepping inside, he was met with a shocking sight. Grancia, the once mighty tower master, was shackled in heavy chains, his body trembling. But what truly disturbed Ronan was the way Grancia was begging. Please, Bajura, have mercy. Grancia pleaded, his voice weak. I was arrogant, a mere human, trying to claim your power. It was stupid of me. Please, Ronan's jaw tightened. Enough of this garbage. With a swift motion, he drew his sword and slashed through the illusion in one clean strike. The image shattered instantly. Ronan's eyes burned with irritation. Cut the stupid jokes, he snapped. Show yourself, you bastard. A slow, Eli chuckle echoed through the chamber. Bajura's voice slithered through the air, dripping with amusement. Ah, but this was my way of welcoming you, he said smoothly. Was it not entertaining? Before Ronan could respond, the air shifted. A massive surge of dark energy erupted at the center of the room. Ronan instinctively stepped back, raising an arm to shield his face from the force. The moment the energy faded, he lowered his hand, only to find himself staring at a throne, and seated upon it, Bajura. A twisted grin stretched across his lips as he leaned forward. Welcome, he said, his voice a sickly purr. My radiant vessel. Ronan's grip on his sword tightened. Bajura exhaled, almost as if savoring the moment. Meeting like this feels different, he mused. But I must admit, I wish to share our connection in a more intimate way. His fingers twitched. But first, let's remove unnecessary distractions. Without warning, he turned to the woman beside Ronan. Kill yourself. The command was casual, effortless, and the result was immediate. The woman's hands twitched, her breath hitched. Then, without hesitation, she snapped her own neck. Blood streamed from her eyes as she choked out her final words. Honor for Bajura. Her lifeless body collapsed onto the floor. Ronan's stomach twisted, but his anger burned hotter. What the hell are you planning? He growled. Why did you just kill your own subordinate? Bajura tilted his head as if the question amused him. Planning, he echoed, then let out a dark chuckle. You're funny, boy. His eyes gleamed with condescension. That woman, she was no different from the former owner of this body. Just another insect who didn't know her place, who dared to covet my power. He leaned back against his throne, his expression darkening. Oh, I still remember the nonsense they spewed when they first sought me out, he said with mockery. Grant us your power for our great cause. Bless us with your salvation. Pathetic. His lips curled in disgust. They actually believed they could bargain with me, as if their pitiful existence was worth my attention. His fingers drummed against the armrest. I could have crushed them into nothingness in an instant, but instead, I granted them mercy. I allowed them the honor of serving me. Bajura's gaze flickered back to Ronan. Does that answer your question? Ronan exhaled sharply. There was no mistaking it now. This bastard wasn't on Nebula Klager's side. But then, why was he radiating Nebula's energy? Ronan decided not to waste time thinking about it. None of that mattered. His grip on his sword tightened as he took a step forward. I've had enough of your narcissistic nonsense. He leveled the blade at Bajura, his expression cold. You need to be taught a lesson. Bajura stared at him for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed. Marvelous, he purred, his grin widening. Such spirit, such defiance. He stood from his throne, his dark aura pulsing like a living force. A vessel of mine should possess this kind of strength. His blackened eyes gleamed with excitement. Let's see how long you can resist me, Ronan. Bajura leaned back, his voice thick with amusement. Are you not afraid, boy? He asked, his blackened eyes gleaming. The hopeless gap between our power? I could end your life with nothing more than. Snap! Before he could even finish his sentence, Ronan vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared above him, sword raised high, aiming straight for Bajura's neck. If you could kill me that easily, Ronan muttered, you would have done it already. His blade came down. Slice! The force of his strike split Bajura's body in two, slicing straight through both him and his throne. For a brief moment, Ronan exhaled, lowering his blade. Then he looked up and froze. Bajura was still there, sitting perfectly fine on his throne, completely untouched. Ronan's grip on his sword tightened. What? Bajura smirked, raising a hand. Let me fix that arrogance of yours. Dark energy surged from his fingertips. Ronan barely had time to react before the attack was unleashed. A massive, grotesque mouth, wreathed in shadow, lunging straight for him. Run, wild boy, Bajura taunted. Struggle, resist, and realize just how hopeless you are. The monstrous maw rushed toward him, its fangs glinting with terrifying power. Ronan braced himself. Then suddenly, a faint glow pulsed from his pocket. A soft, green light burst forth, flickering against the darkness. Ronan's eyes widened. His hand instinctively reached down. The glow intensified, and then, in an instant, Sand's ring shone brilliantly. As a summoned massive skull descends to crush Ronan, a mysterious magic ring hidden in his pocket suddenly glows with a vibrant green aura. The light swirls around him as Ronan draws his sword, unsure of the strange energy surrounding him. Before he can make sense of it, Bajura's summoned giant comes crashing down with full force. For a moment, it seems like the battle is over, as the terrifying jaws nearly crush Ronan. Right after, a sword is seen wedged between the monster's jaws, preventing them from closing completely. Suspended between the giant teeth, Ronan glares at Bajura and shouts, "How dare a rancid-smelling beast like you even think of touching me?" Fueled by rage, Ronan dares the monster to come at him and slams his feet against the skull. While the summoned monster struggles to close his mouth, Ronin unleashes a flurry of strikes with his sword, shattering the jaw's grip and breaking free. Watching from a distance, Bajura isn't surprised. In fact, he expected this from Ronin. Without hesitation, he summons another jaw-crushing strike, this time faster and more ferocious. Ronin senses the incoming attack just in time, but as the rotting mouth is about to devour him, the magic ring glows even brighter once again. The summoned monstrous jaw, crafted from ancient bones, descends toward Ronin with the intent to crush him. However, the magic ring in Ronin's radiates an intense aura that catches even the monster off guard. The ring's power surges, creating a powerful green explosion that shakes the entire area. The energy blast repels the summoned monster, halting its deadly strike and pushing the monstrous entity back. Ronin is seen soaring through the air, his sword glowing with the same green energy from the ring. As debris and leaves are scattered around him, the battlefield is now filled with a mix of green and purple energy as Ronin takes control of the fight. Meanwhile, Bajura observes the battle from a distance, smirking at Ronin's efforts. Though he finds the hero's approach a bit crude, he admits it wasn't a bad move. As Ronin soars through the air, radiating an overwhelming aura, Bajura decides to step in. With a single gesture, Bajura summons the Rancid Arms, an army of decaying bodies that swarm Ronin from all directions. The monsters grab hold of his arms while one locks him in a headlock, attempting to sink its teeth into him. Realizing he's trapped within Bajura's summoning spell, Ronin struggles as more and more rancid bodies pile onto him, forming a massive cluster that completely engulfs him. As Bajura clenches his fist to tighten the summoning and finish Ronin off, the cluster begins to tremble violently. Bajura's eyes narrow in suspicion as he loosens his grip, sensing something strange. The fatigue on his face is evident, but he remains on high alert, eager to see what Ronin's next move will be. Suddenly, a green light cuts through the cluster of bodies, followed by a red light splitting away from the chaos. The entire cluster shatters, and the lifeless bodies collapse to the ground as the area becomes engulfed in Florent's overwhelming aura. However, Bajura remains unimpressed. With his demonic aura, he conjures a bow and an archer, fully aware that Ronin can handle this much, but not the arrow he's about to unleash. The bowstring loosens, and the arrow shoots forward with immense speed, striking the ground and causing a massive explosion. Bajura grins wickedly, admiring Ronin's tactics. Not bad, he chuckles. You're avoiding all my traps. Now show me what you're truly capable of. With a maniacal laugh, Bajura craves to see Ronin's full potential, holding nothing back. Ronin, unwilling to disappoint him, prepares his next move. He summons a blazing fire eagle and launches it toward Bajura. The moment Bajura sees the creature, his eyes narrow in surprise. This is the Voice Tower Master's signature spell. Firefowl? How does a mage child like Ronin have access to such high-level magic? Intrigued, Bajura's curiosity only deepens. However, with a flick of his finger, he smirks. The old man who once owned this body stood at the pinnacle of fire magic. A simple trick like Firefowl is meaningless to me. As the fiery eagle charges at him, Bajura effortlessly absorbs it with minimal magic, mocking Ronin's supposed trump card. But, I have to admit, Bajura smirks. Your battle instincts are sharp. Just as Bajura finishes his words, Ronin vanishes right before his eyes. Bajura quickly realizes that the Firefowl wasn't an attack, it was a diversion. By releasing a massive amount of mana, Ronin cleverly masked his presence. That brat, it was a smokescreen all along, Bajura mutters, his eyes widening in shock. Before he can react, Ronin appears behind him, sword raised and ready to strike. Die! Ronin roars as he darts forward with lightning speed. Bajura barely turns his head, unable to respond in time. Ronin's blade slices clean through his neck, and blood gushes out in torrents as Bajura's body freezes in place. Ronin stands there, coldly observing the aftermath of his brutal strike. Despite Lardon's head being partially severed and blood endlessly pouring out, Bajura's control over the vessel remains unaffected. The ancient being is impressed by Ronin's clever tactic of damaging the ship, even if it was an incomplete strike. Ronin narrows his eyes at the monstrous vessel that refuses to fall. However, Bajura isn't done yet. With a sinister grin, he summons massive leeches from the ground, which swarm toward Ronin in unison. Come on, boy, show me what you're truly capable of. Bajura taunts as the creatures charge forward. Ronin steadies his sword, eyes locked on the incoming leeches. Rising slightly above the ground, he realizes that cutting Lardon's body is pointless. After all, Bajura's proper form is the forbidden book with a single eye that controls Lardan from within. Do I need to target that cursed book instead? Ronin wonders as he begins slicing through the heads of the approaching leeches one by one. Ronin effortlessly slices through the endless swarm of leeches, feeling disgusted by these filthy creatures. He clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing that the surprise attack and the scroll's awe and filler gave him are now useless. The leeches keep multiplying, slipping out of his control. As he fights, Ronan reflects on the fact that Tower Master Lardan is on par with Instructor Nabaros. The only reason he's managed to keep up until now is that Bajura desires his body. Cutting through another wave of leeches, Ronan comes to a harsh realization. If Bajura hadn't been holding back, this fight would have ended long ago. With the number of summons increasing, Ronan accepts that a direct confrontation is impossible. Which means, Ronan mutters to himself, but before he can finish his thought, Bajura conjures a spear from his demonic aura and launches it toward him at terrifying speed. The spear slices through the air, aiming straight for Ronan. Ronan's eyes narrow as he thinks, I'm the only one who can end this, and there's only one way. He swiftly tilts his head, narrowly dodging the spear as it grazes past his neck. Ronan's movements suddenly slow down, making Bajura narrow his eyes and ask, what exactly are you planning now? But Bajura doesn't stop with his schemes. Growing more irritated, he mutters that Ronan's foolishness is starting to get on his nerves. The body that would mark his grand awakening was almost within reach. Just as Bajura was about to finish his sentence, Ronan slammed his sword into the ground and smirked. Man, you're really a shameless guy, Bajura. If someone saw us right now, they'd think this body belonged to you from the start. Ronan continues, I get it now. You have no intention of killing me. You're just dragging this out because your vessel is already weakened from losing so much blood. And at this rate, I'll eventually lose my body to you. So, I figured, I might as well just die. Saying that, Ronan stabs his own arm, and blood gushes out. But Bajura stands there, completely unimpressed. Heh, are you seriously trying to trick me with this pathetic bluff? Bajura sneers. You think your little mind games will work on me? What a joke. You mistook my slight mercy for an opportunity. Heh, even the damage you're doing to yourself can be healed. But before Bajura could finish, Ronan suddenly slashes his gut. Man, you talk too much, Ronan says coldly. Cancel your spell already. You really think spouting all this nonsense will scare me? Bajura's expression darkens. Have you forgotten? Everyone in this mage tower is at my mercy. I can kill your comrades in an instant if I want to. So, enough with your empty threats, Bajura warns. But Ronan boasts out laughing like a maniac. You're hilarious, old man. What are you? A paper scrapper? Ronan mocks. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think this is my first time dealing with scum like you? Whether I give you my body or not, you'd never let my friends live. I can tell just by looking at your annoying face and hearing your tone. Bajura's face tenses up as he tries to figure out what Ronan is planning. Go ahead, Ronan smirks. Try it. That way, I can act without holding back. Ronan smirks and says, even if I die here, I'll make sure to screw you over once before I go. Without hesitation, he deepens the cut on his arm, letting more blood gush out. Bluff or not, just watch and see. I'll give you a memory you'll never forget. Bajura, watching from a distance, can't help but wonder how a mere child, who was lucky enough to be born with such overwhelming talent, is now standing on the verge of death, threatening him with everything he's got. But what shocks him the most is how Ronan dares to look at him with such fearless eyes. Ronan continues, You're still unsure? Huh? Then let me show you properly. Without a second thought, he presses his weapon against his own neck and stabs one side, causing blood to pour out. In the blink of an eye, Bajura, who is standing far away, appears right next to Ronan, grabbing his hand to stop him from going any deeper. What exactly are you trying to achieve with these pathetic death threats? Bajura asks, his voice filled with pressure. Ronan smirks. Looks like my plan worked. We're finally talking. With a wicked grin, he adds, So, how about we make a bet? With our lives on the line, let's have some fun. Both were confident, setting the stage for an epic duel. Bajura grows suspicious of the so-called bet Ronan mentioned. The scene flashes back to Ronan in the library, where he stumbled upon a terrifying trick while studying curses. This sets the stage for a high-stakes gamble in their battle. Ronan reveals the curse of the pact, a deadly contract that forces the one bound by it to fulfill their promise, even at the cost of their life. With blood on the ground and chains wrapped around scales, Ronan smirks and declares that he'll end this fight using the curse of the pact. He even offered Bajura the chance to write such a curse with ease. Seeing Ronan's resolve, Bajura, with dark streaks on his face, hesitates. Though he believes he can defeat Ronan, he's unsure if he can take over Ronan's body intact. After all, someone like Ronan might choose death over submission. A strange green energy surrounds Ronan, hinting at an unknown power. Bajura remarks that he can't allow any variables and declares, This child is a treasure I searched endlessly for. There will never be another like him. Ronan smirks through the pain and taunts. What? Are you scared? His blood-stained grin widens as he sneers. What's there to hesitate about when the great forbidden book is making a bet with a mere child? With blood dripping down his face, Ronan glazes at Bajura. In response, A clawed hand stretches forward with a low hiss as Bajura's eyes burn with violet light. Very well, he declares, but I will decide the terms of this fight. A massive surge of purple energy erupts behind him, signaling that his mercy ends here. Seeing Bajura's furious glare, Ronin realizes he's truly pissed off. He clenches his blooded fist and wonders if pushing him this far is enough. Acting recklessly now would only get him killed. Standing in the eerie glow of purple light, Ronin steadies himself and declares, no matter what happens next, the result will be the same. His voice echoes with unwavering confidence. A faint glow filters through the battered wooden ceiling, and Ronin and Bajura stand in a hushed standoff. He raises a hand, and his fingers are poised. He calmly asks if he is ready, and Ronin steels himself for the impending confrontation. A gleaming golden scale dangles in the center, and Bajura's voice rings out. Then, let's begin. Ronin and Bajura stand in a dim chamber with a giant golden scale glowing mysteriously, hinting at a cursed pact. A message warns that if Ronin loses, he must accept Bajura into his body, and if Bajura loses, he will free the humans while staying sealed forever. Bajura points at the glowing inscriptions and explains that winning depends on enduring his illusion magic while burning letters remind them that the pact must hold until the match ends. He then asks Ronin if he agrees and, after a quick nod, orders them to get started without wasting any time. Ronin senses the pact has formed as the golden scale flares with swirling energy, and a heavy aura fills the chamber. Bajura casually remarks that it looks good as ominous inscriptions float in the air, raising the tension. Blue and pink energy swirl around the scale, foreshadowing the intense battle ahead. With a mocking farewell, Bajura tells Ronin to enjoy his dream, hinting that this might be their final memory before the bet ends. Ronin channels the same swirling energy, warning that anyone who dares to take his body will regret it. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a bright sky. In a dusty clearing, a soldier groans that life would be easier if they could just catch one. Another boasts about the value of dream birds and ocean fairies, claiming even a weak hunter could catch them. Someone scoffs, calling them clueless country folk, which prompts Ronin to wake up and snap, demanding they repeat the insult. A nearby soldier notices Ronin stirring and asks if he finally had a good rest and a nice dream. Ronin, now calm, sits silently as someone calls out his name. He brushes aside idle chatter, tells the group to prepare their gear, and mentions that he had a silly dream. A red-haired soldier asks how much longer they have to endure, and he expresses worry that the disciplinary squad will not survive. He then suggests running away in the next battle, and insists that it might work if Ronin leads and the tension in the camp grows. Ronin listens as the red-haired prisoner insists that they have survived this long because they held on to a promise, and he believes they could start fresh instead of staying criminals. Bajura stands nearby as the prisoner suggests that they should just poach someone to get quick money. But Ronin's glare turns sharp, and he makes it clear that he will not tolerate such talk and will cut off any hands that try it. The prisoner is tied at the wrists and lets out a nervous laugh, but Ronin shuts him down and tells him to keep quiet and stay a simpleton if he wants to survive. Martin walks in and reminds them that the Grand Commander promised everyone a fresh start if they can just hang in there for 2 more months. That gives the prisoner a little glimmer of hope. Ronin, feeling a mix of sadness about starting fresh and leaving behind his old life, quickly darkens again and tells them to cut the crap. He tells Martin to just focus on his own life, and Martin responds with a simple, "Okay, Captain." They decide to endure a little longer, and a shot of a log in the date sets a tense mood. A grinning companion leans on Ronin and says Martin should stick close, but he warns him he will abandon anyone who becomes a bother. Ronin calls Martin a brat and tells him everyone should take care of themselves, so he wonders why Martin is hiding behind him. Martin claims their captain's life is the most important thing. One guy mentions that the Grand Commander promised amnesty if their plan succeeds, and he admits he kept this secret so no one would lower their guard while Captain Ronin stands in the background. Ronin stays at the path ahead and knows the plan is dangerous, but he believes there isn't much left to do. He imagines going back to Nimbutin if he endures a bit longer, and he sees his sister waiting with a gentle smile when he finally returns. A sprawling camp lies beneath a dark sky, and he silently hopes everyone can survive somehow. Bajura's words echo in his mind as he remembers the promise that brought them here. The swirling magic takes shape in a radiant sigil that pulses with purple flames. A towering beam erupts and casts long shadows on the ground, and everyone realizes they must survive somehow. Seething beams of golden light tear through the sky, flooding the battlefield with fierce heat. Tents and debris fly everywhere while Ronin braces himself at the center of the chaos. A soldier yells an alarm when something crashes from the sky and wonders if it is a spell from enemy forces. Another man curses and prepares to fight as someone pleads for Captain Ronin to give a command, but he stands there in shock. Ronin clutches his side and feels his body screaming while a blinding glow swallows the surroundings. He realizes it is dangerously out of control and sees a horned shape emerge from the swirling light. A halo blazes in the air, and a deep voice addresses those who remain unlearned under the starlight. A horned figure with wings appears inside a radiant circle of magic and declares it has come to clear the path. Swirling glyphs crackle around it as the being urges everyone to accept their fate while its fiery aura intensifies. The name Ahayut echoes in the heat, and its burning gaze promises that anyone who opposes it must face destiny. The name Ahayut echoes through the scorching air, and everyone senses a power they cannot resist. A startled soldier points at the fiery glow in the distance and wonders what could be falling from the sky. Ronan sees bright runes shining on the desert sands and notices a massive beam shooting downward. Ahayut as blazing sparks fill the horizon and soldiers stand frozen in awe. Two soldiers stare up and wonder what that blazing force is as the sky seems ready to fall. A giant pillar of light slams down and hurls debris everywhere while a fighter staggers with a desperate cry. Panicked voices fill the air when another blast flings more bodies aside, and someone screams for help. A final wave of heat explodes across the battlefield in a blinding flash, and everyone struggles to endure its power. Ronan looks terrified of what is happening all of a sudden. He looked at white-robed figures and stood calmly under the streaks of light raining from the sky, blowing up some horns. A red-haired soldier hears the horn echo and curses the order to charge while that monstrous figure still stands. He shouts at them if they are out of their mind, but no one listens to each other. Ronan glances around in confusion and notices a giant glowing brass instrument. Although he has no idea what is happening, he unleashes a powerful strike, causing a massive explosion that cracks the ground and sends debris flying. The force of the attack is intense and destructive. He steps toward the panicking soldiers and calls them idiots, and he says they need to move if they want to live. One fighter calls out for the captain, but Ronan insists there is no time to stand around. He demands that they pull themselves together and warns that they will die if they do not fight or run. But as he pushes them to scatter, multiple fire sparks strike down exactly at them and blow them up in a massive explosion while Ronan watches them helplessly from afar. Blood drips at Ronan's face, and he mutters in shock. Ronan stands in a fiery glow with his sword raised as a massive explosion once again rains down from the sky. An ally rushes in, dragging Ronan aside to avoid the next strike. Debris crashes to the ground as Ronan shields a wounded comrade, both collapsing onto the dirt. Nearby, a red-haired companion groans in pain while another fighter frantically shakes Ronan, urging him to escape before the next wave strikes. "We can't face that monster. We need to run," the ally shouts. But before they can move, burning thorns erupt from the ground, piercing the red-haired soldier's body and killing him instantly. One by one, the soldiers are impaled by the deadly spikes, while Ronan can do nothing but cry in despair. Back at the tower, a dark aura hangs over Ronan and Bajura in a cracked arena bathed in purple light. Bajura raises his hand and casts a spell that seeps into Ronan's mind, explaining that this illusion will force him to relive his most painful memories. He is trapped in an endless cycle of pain, and his mind is crushed and torn apart over and over again. The agony drags on, and he longs for death, but it never comes, and his empty eyes reflect the horrifying truth that this suffering will last forever. Ronan grips his sword, but Bajura reminds him that he sealed his fate the moment he let him set the rules, and the darkness tightens around him. Bajura grins and tells him that if he wants to win, then he must endure it all. Bajura smirked as he told Ronan that no mortal could escape eternity, and his crimson robe flowed while he loomed over him. Ronan and Bajura face each other in a swirling purple glow, and Bajura demands to know what swamp Ronan is struggling in. Bajura insists Ronan's defeat was decided long ago, and under a blazing sunset, Ronan looks back at the body with a troubled gaze. A dead soldier slumps against a rock with blood staining the ground, revealing the grim weight of the moment. Ronan could only watch in disparity as his fellows died a gruesome death. He rides through the battlefield as his cape flows while flames and chaos surround him. He looks back and sees the burnt memories of his fellows shaking him inside out. Rain falls as Ronan stands over his fellow lifeless body, and his sword is stained with blood. He is in sheer grief that all of his friends died a pathetic death. Ronan stands in the rain, his armor streaked with blood, and he feels the emptiness left by so many who are gone. He wonders how many have died to protect him, and the constant downpour only deepens his guilt. Ronan realizes he can hardly bear the weight of these sacrifices. He collapses to his knees, surrounded by the bloodbath of his fallen soldiers and friends. Despair fills him as he realizes there's no end to this nightmare. At this moment, all he longs for is a brief moment of rest, and so he decides to give up for good. In an instant, he finds himself standing before Bajura. With a trembling voice, he pleads for him to stop. He's willing to surrender everything, even his own body, as long as this madness ends. Hearing those words, Bajura's twisted grin stretches wide, his eyes nearly bulging out in excitement. This was a moment he had been waiting for. Without hesitation, his tongue almost slips out of the Sword Tower Master's body as he screams in joy, declaring that Ronin's body is finally his. Dark energy begins to engulf Ronin, and for a brief moment, a smirk appears on his face, one filled with both acceptance and despair. Ronin stood resolute, not to defend himself, but as this Bajura who created a tornado of aura and finally devoured the body of the hero as his vessel. The air around him crackled with energy, each pulse of force pushing him to his limits. How grandiose! Bajura's voice echoed, a sinister undertone lacing each word. Ronin felt the curse slowly seep into his body, its cold presence spreading like wildfire while Bajura uttered, "This overflowing potential, this body holds more than I ever anticipated." As Bajura fully took hold, the curse's voice rang out once more. "Before your consciousness completely fades, I will leave you with a final gift." Ronin's hand tightened around his sword as Bajura guided him, lifting it high. "Take a look," the curse urged. "This is your true power." Ronin's heart pounded as he swung the blade with unrestrained force, unleashing a massive surge of energy that erupted around him. He cut the entire place while standing still. Bajura declared that it had been unlocked with his blessings as the air trembled with malevolent pride. He asked Ronin if the devastation this power would bring was not exciting. With a mocking tone, he suggested that before they begin, they should celebrate the moment. The curse's gaze shifted, locking onto Lardan, who lay battered and barely conscious. The old man, barely holding on to life, seemed like an afterthought to Bajura. Bajura sneered and declared that he would start with the death of the insignificant insect that wasted his time. As he approached Lardan with deliberate steps, he questioned how Lardan still had the will to move and acknowledge that he truly deserved the title of Tower Master. Bajura paused and studied the broken figure before him, wondering what drove Lardan. Was it the burden of being Tower Master or the guilt of the devastation he had brought upon the land? Bajura's tone grew darker as he shouted at Lardan not to drown in despair along with it. With a single, lethal motion, Bajura raised his sword, ready to strike down the Tower Master. But then, everything stopped. Just as Bajura's blade was about to sever Lardan's head, he found himself frozen in place. His sword hovered inches above its target, and no matter how hard he pressed, it wouldn't move. What is this?" Bajura gasped, confusion creeping into his voice. He struggled to understand what was happening, but his body refused to comply. His sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a hollow clatter. Bajura dropped to his knees, his hands clutching his head in disbelief. No, this can't be happening. A dark energy surged around him, wrapping him in an almost suffocating grip. His body shook, the curse's hold tightening, but something was off. "This doesn't make sense," Bajura thought, panic starting to set in. How can this body, this pathetic human shell, contain this much dark energy? Suddenly, a voice sliced through the chaos. Impressive. Ronin's own voice rang out, calm and steady. "You've swallowed the curse. You've held it, and even slashed it. I must give credit where it's due." Bajura's voice trembled with disbelief. "How is this possible? How is your consciousness still intact?" Ronin's smirk returned, a touch of arrogance in his tone. "Your illusion, it had its uses. It made me remember everything that happened that day. Every detail, disgusting and vivid. If even one small thing had gone wrong, I'd be lost by now." He pulled a small ring from his pocket and glanced at it, a subtle acknowledgement of its importance. "If not for this," he murmured. A flashback followed, showing a moment with Air, who had given him the ring and explained its significance. Air calmly explained that if he used the right kind of mana, the ring would react and reveal its true form. She believed it was given to him because the person who crafted it knew he was suffering from his curse. The ring was imbued with powerful antidemonic energy, and she urged Ronin to cherish the gift as it might help him when he fell into despair. Back in the present, Ronin felt the power of the ring surging. A green aura surrounded him, and a mysterious hand glowing with ethereal light lifted him from the suffocating darkness. Ronin acknowledged that he owed Air a great deal and silently thanked Sarante, realizing that reaching this moment was not his achievement alone. With that realization, Ronin reflected on how strange life had become. He never expected the curse within him to turn out so useful, but after recalling what happened that day, he admitted that the gamble had paid off. Bajura, writhing in confusion, could hardly believe what was unfolding. "This can't be. How could there be such a strong presence in this world?" it shouted. Ronin's laugh was devoid of amusement. "I've heard that so many times. It doesn't even faze me anymore." He reached for his sword, and its cold steel was now a symbol of his resolve. "I did warn you, Bajura. You should have never coveted my body." The darkness inside Ronin starts to drown Bajura, and he can't help to stand the impending curse. Bajura screamed in fear, but even as it teetered on the brink of annihilation, it managed one last desperate attempt to attack Ronin. "I am the forbidden book of destruction. I am destroying myself. I am fated to rule this land. No universe will I simply vanish, Bajura shouted. Ronan simply raised his sword and cut Bajura's arm from its body. Stop whining, he muttered, his voice cold and dismissive. If you played your cards, then get lost. The tower, once consumed by dark energy, began to stir and heal. A palpable sense of confusion filled the air as Elizabeth and the others observed the recovery. Meanwhile, Ronan, his body weary, let out a deep sigh of relief. I really almost died, he muttered under his breath, a bitter thought crossing his mind. Why did I suffer because of a damn book? He scanned his surroundings, noticing that the dark, oppressive energy no longer lingered, its stench gone. Yet, there was still something nagging at him. The mana of the stars hadn't disappeared. It must be related to those bastards, Ronan thought, his instincts telling him there was more to the story. Lardan was still recovering, and he gave a faint chuckle. His voice broke through the silence. He acknowledged that Ronan had truly defeated Bajura on his own. Ronan turned to him with concern still evident in his eyes and asked if he was okay. However, the Tower Master looked more exhausted than ever. Lardan sighed with a distant gaze and expressed his shame for letting Ronan face such a trial. He admitted that even as his consciousness faded, he witnessed Ronan's marvelous ability, strength, and unshakable will, which was something he had never seen in his life. Ronan gave a small grin and admitted that he did suffer quite a bit. He then asked Lardan once again if he was okay and how his mana was. Lardan waved it off. Losing my mana is a small price to pay compared to the near destruction of Dawn and the countless innocent lives lost. This is a chance to repent, something I'm grateful for. Ronan shook his head and acknowledged that Tower Masters are completely different. He agreed that they have to keep living and persistently move forward. At that moment, two figures hurried toward them, eager to check on both Lardan and Ronan. As they approached, Ronan quietly added that they must keep going for the sake of those they care about and the ones they wish to protect more than themselves. He allowed himself a brief moment of peace before he sank to the ground, exhausted. Finally, I can rest. His eyes fluttered shut, the battle leaving him spent, but a sense of calm settled over him. The day hadn't been long, but it had felt like an eternity. When Ronan awoke the next morning, he was surprised to see Lardan waiting beside his bed. He groggily sat up. How long have I been sleeping? He asked, his voice rough. It feels like I've been down for ages. Lardan smiled faintly and informed Ronan that he had been asleep for an entire day. They chose not to disturb him since he was resting so soundly. Ronan rubbed his eyes and assumed that the situation was being handled since the two of them were present. Joseph nodded and confirmed that it was all thanks to Ronan defeating Bajura. The magic that had gripped the people vanished with Bajura's extinction. They had been keeping an eye on everyone, and fortunately, no one seemed to have any lasting effects. Joseph mentioned that Elizabeth had finished a treatment and was already helping with the restoration of the Mage Tower. She refused to rest, claiming that it was the responsibility of the Akalushas to guide others with test cables. He also added that San was awake, but something strange had happened since she opened her eyes, as she had been following Elizabeth around. Ronan raised an eyebrow and commented that things seemed to be settling down, though he had been worried about two families clashing due to everything that had happened. The man gave a reassuring smile and assured Ronan that everything was fine now and he could rest easy. Ronan sighed in relief and said that it was a weight off his shoulders. He then asked if Lardan was planning to throw some embarrassing celebration. Lardan chuckled and replied that he had already expected Ronan to say that. He assured him there were no parties planned. Joseph stepped forward and handed Ronan a patch with a serious expression. He explained that they couldn't let their savior leave empty-handed. The patch was a first-rank Mage Tower badge, marking Ronan as a VVIP of Dawn. With it, he would have access to all the Mage Tower's abilities and privileges that only high-ranking mags could enjoy, such as entry to the Special Business Exchange, also known as Hire Me. Additionally, they provided him with a few scrolls and useful magic spells, hoping they would assist him in his future tasks. Ronan blinked in surprise at their generosity and expressed that he hadn't done it for rewards, but appreciated the gesture. Lardan's voice softened as he stated that this was proof Ronan had freed the Mage Tower of Dawn and pledged eternal alliance. Before Ronan could respond, Lardan sincerely thanked him for restoring the town of Upper Mage Tower. Ronan simply waved it off and replied that there was no need for such formalities. Joseph raised his hand and cast a spell to calm the air. He assured everyone that everything was fine and then brought up the need to discuss the arrangements regarding the forbidden book, Bajura. As the sun set and bathed the shore in a golden glow, Ronan made his way to the beach, where he saw her standing alone. He quietly approached her with slow steps. They turned to face him and greeted him with a soft smile. She asked how he was feeling and expressed her concern about him being up so soon, suggesting that he should rest more. Ronan simply shrugged and dismissed her concern, saying he valued his body enough to avoid getting hurt too badly. He hesitated before speaking again and mentioned that he needed to return to Phil soon. There was something important he needed to say before leaving. I looked at him with softened eyes and gently told him that there was no need to say anything. Ronan was about to speak when Saranti approached them. He placed his hand on A's head and bowed deeply in apology, his voice filled with regret as he expressed how sorry he was. He turned to Ronan with a small smile and asked for forgiveness as a mean elf who had to say farewell in this way. He thanked Ronan for reminding him of the warmth in his once trivial life and wished him peaceful days ahead as his beloved friend. Ronan watched Saranti disappear, feeling a strange warmth lingering in the air. He couldn't help but think that Saranti was quite an eccentric one, yet somehow it felt warm. And with that, the dawn arc came to an end. The scene shifts to a bright mansion at the center of the tower, where barriers have been placed. Ronan stands before the barrier with his sword drawn. His expression remains calm with his fist clenched, yet the strange red aura surrounding his sword intensifies on its own. He mutters to himself, realizing that this sensation isn't any different from usual. As he feels the flow of mana within him and the sword chi emanating from his blade, everything seems the same. However, something feels off. Raising his sword above, he questions in frustration, what is this damn thing? No matter how he looks at it, he becomes more irritated, recognizing it as the mana of the stars used by those damn cultists. How did this end up inside his sword? Cursing Bajura, Ronan senses its presence within his body and demands to know what Bajura did to him. The scene shifts to the tower, where rampant energy circulates. Ronan is taken aback as Joseph and the Tower Master hand him the forbidden Bajura book. Although Ronan had been curious about the book, he hesitates upon seeing its strange appearance, questioning whether it's wise to hand it over so easily. Ronan asks what would happen if he were to take it out. Joseph reassures him that there's no need to worry, as they have confirmed that the demon within the book has been completely eradicated. Now, the book only contains ancient knowledge. Of course, if this news spreads, the Magic Tower will face heavy criticism, but they have still decided to entrust it to Ronan. Joseph explains that within Ronan's body lies the energy of Bajura, which shines like a ball of energy. Ronan, confused, asks what they mean by that. The Tower Master reveals that Bajura failed to take over Ronan's body and was instead absorbed by him. If that weren't the case, they would have detected malignant energy from the book. The Master tells Ronan not to think too negatively about it, as they have been searching for ways to resolve Bajura's issue, and this may be the only way. Ronan, however, finds this all ridiculous. He can already see his future. If he meets Bajura again, he's bound to get torn to shreds. Weiss, no one else seems able to perceive the mana of the stars. If someone sees this and gets the wrong idea, as Ronan mumbles to himself, someone quietly listens from behind. Naburo sneaks up and whispers in his ear, asking what wrong idea he's talking about. Ronan is left completely flabbergasted. Ronan instinctively slams his sword forward in shock, but the instructor effortlessly blocks it, commenting on how the depth of his swordsmanship has changed. Did Ronan reach enlightenment at a time when she hadn't seen him? Realizing it was the instructor, Ronan quickly slides back, defending himself by saying it wasn't his fault that she appeared so menacingly. She steps closer, demanding to know what exactly happened to him in the Mage Tower and how he managed to obtain a core. Hearing her words, Ronan freezes, finally understanding that the thing inside his body is actually a core. Well, he mutters to himself, it's one hell of a tumor. The instructor becomes furious upon hearing that, questioning if he just compared the sacred core to a tumor. Hadn't she explained this adequately during class? Ronan immediately apologizes, realizing he misspoke. The instructor then explains that a core is only granted to those who have tirelessly trained with mana and survived countless real-life battles. It's a blessing bestowed upon true swordsmen. Simply put, when a heart has been refined through continuous mana flow, it transforms into a vessel capable of directly storing mana. This achievement is so significant that a swordsman's life is divided into two phases, before and after core development. The reason for this is that the mana stored within the core possesses a much higher density than the mana in the air, and it is the only path to awakening one's aura. In other words, by obtaining a core, Ronan has now stepped into a new realm of swordsmanship. However, a core can only be attained after decades of training. Yet, Ronan, who has only been practicing mana for a few months, somehow developed one. On top of that, the core isn't located in his heart, but in some unidentified form within his body. In theory, this means Ronan might be capable of possessing two cores. Looking at the sword's aura, Ronan is stunned by how special it truly is. The instructor, showing no interest in Ronan's excuses, immediately expresses her intent to fight him. Ronan is left dumbfounded, wondering how she even reached that conclusion. She insists that a swordsman must test their new power in battle, though she finds it bothersome since she hasn't obtained a mana core herself. However, since Ronan is the one who will suffer, she doesn't mind. With that, their pointless argument ends as the instructor launches an attack without hesitation. Ronan manages to block the sword, but the sheer impact creates a massive explosion, sending him flying. As he struggles to regain his footing, he realizes he can't handle this fight. No matter how he looks at her, he can't shake the feeling that she's seriously trying to kill him. Her attacks are relentless and filled with immense energy. With her next strike nearly shattering the ground, Ronan understands that he completely loses in terms of raw strength. If he keeps facing her head-on, his body won't withstand another blow. Gritting his teeth, he thinks that if he can somehow mess with her footing and create an opening, he might be able to land a hit. Recalling the moment when the ground cracked from the mana surge earlier, if he can just do what the Grancy's rat can do, then he can dominate this fight. Suddenly, the mana core inside him glows brightly, and from the cracks, purple threads emerge, tangling around the instructor in an instant. With a sly grin, Ronan looks at her, completely immobilized, and smugly thinks, "Who's the boss now, eh?" As Ronan watched the instructor standing on the ground, seemingly unaffected by the mana strings, he couldn't hide his surprise. No matter how he looked at it, this aura resembled Dolan's. His eyes traced the intricate threads tangled across the shattered ground, binding the instructor. He couldn't help but wonder, how was this even possible? On the other hand, the instructor questioned whether this technique was meant to restrict her movements. Aware that Ronan had learned fascinating techniques from the Magic Tower of Dawn, she smirked and remarked that unexpected variables often determine the victor in battle. Taking a step forward, she challenged Ronan, urging him to show everything he had. With that, she charged at him again, her aura radiating menace. In an instant, she shattered the mana strings, and Ronan's face turned pale. Panicking, he shouted for her to stop and give him more time to figure things out. However, before he could react, the web-like strings vanished from the ground, and a strange mana core began to glow above his chest. Ronan's body trembled in pain, and he struggled to stay on his feet before eventually stumbling to the ground. The instructor was clueless about what had just happened. She called out to Ronan, but in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Back at the Magic Tower, Ronan was receiving treatment from the professor, who couldn't help but criticize the instructor, Nabaros. The professor scolded her, saying, "Swordsmen are truly ignorant. This isn't even the front lines, so why are you pushing him like a fool?" The professor explained that Ronan had experienced mana dehydration due to the intense training. However, Nabaros, annoyed by the constant nagging, snapped back, asking what measures the professor had taken to help Ronan recover. She confidently added that there was no need to worry, as she was an expert in this field. Ronan's body simply reacted due to the sudden overuse of mana. Meanwhile, Ronan, completely drained, was relying on potions to stabilize his body. Nabaros believed he would recover in no time with the help of mana potions and medicine. However, the professor insisted that Nabaros stay away from Ronan and head to the infirmary to get more medicine. The ominous energy she was radiating would only hinder Ronan's recovery, something Ronan could clearly feel looming over him. Before leaving, Nabaros expressed her disappointment in Ronan, saying she never expected him to be this weak. Yet, she asked what kind of medicine he needed, subtly showing her concern. After that, she left the tower. Ronan immediately thanked the professor for getting rid of the tyrant instructor. The professor then asked what Ronan was trying to say. Ronan replied that every time he came here, the professor ended up witnessing things that were nearly impossible to see in his lifetime. Ronan then asked directly, "Is the strange aura I felt the power of Bajura?" Surprised, the professor asked how Ronan knew that. The professor revealed that he often interacted with Onfila during conferences, and that person had been urging him to keep an eye on Ronan to prevent Bajura's power from causing him harm. That's when Ronan realized the energy that knocked him unconscious was indeed Bajura's power. The professor reassured Ronan that there was no need to worry. Surprisingly, the energy from the Forbidden Book had settled stably within him. For those unfamiliar with Bajuras, they would only find the core's position a bit unusual and might want to examine it further. However, as long as there were no issues, it could function as a core that channels aura. Hearing this, Ronan was stunned. He immediately stood up and shouted, "What kind of aura are you talking about?" The professor revealed a strange, intricate ball of energy, a unique, one-of-a-kind world that only a few could attain. He explained that the key to unlocking this world lies in the most intense emotions one experiences in life. The longing for unreachable goals, fleeting inspirations, and deep-rooted regrets. When these emotions resonate with the mana accumulated within the core, it blossoms into a powerful force. That's what aura is. Ronan began to wonder. If he could use that aura, this would be an incredible gain he never expected. But then, what exactly happened back there? He recalled the mana threads that restrained Nabaros. Without a doubt, he had replicated Dolan's aura. But how? Aura is supposed to be a unique power, something nearly impossible to imitate. Could the Bajura's core be the reason behind this? The professor continued, saying they needed to seek advice from Professor Sakrit. However, it seemed luck was on Ronan's side in many ways. Confused, Ronan asked what he meant by that. The professor glanced at him and replied, "I'm talking about the current state of your case." The The professor continued, revealing that 2 of the remaining 8 curses had disappeared. Ronan, still confused, asked what he meant by disappeared. He couldn't recall anything happening that could have caused that. The professor explained that Ronan had no clue about it, but from what he had figured out, Bajura and 2 of the curses had merged into one. This sounded absurd because no one, not even the professor, had ever heard of curses merging into one. For this to happen, the curses must share the same origin. The professor subtly hinted at Nebula Clay J. Hearing this, Ronan let out a small smirk and said, "Well, there are already many things about this body that don't make sense. I might as well stop thinking too much about it." However, the professor remained firm, saying that one day, everything would make sense. Back in town, Ronan wandered through the streets, carrying the Bajura book. His eyes fell on the rancid eye embedded in the book, which still looked disgusting and unsettling even after death. He cursed the book that had turned his body into a living hell. In frustration, he tossed it into the air, hoping to forget and avoid overthinking. Although it was unsettling, the fact that 2 of those damn curses were gone was a good outcome in many ways. Plus, if he was going to hunt down one more of those so-called bastards, now was the perfect time to be selective. With that in mind, he decided to take things slowly and investigate step by step. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard someone shouting his name from a distance. Turning around, he saw a figure running through a cloud of dust. As the person came closer, Ronan recognized her. It was Estelle, running toward him with tears in her eyes. Ronan couldn't help but smile and said, "You even came to meet me after so long. I'm proud of you. How did you know I was here?" However, as he foolishly greeted her with a cheerful smile, a massive explosion erupted and Estelle sprinted through the falling debris, crying for Ronan for help. Now, Ronan could clearly hear her cries for help, and his trembling hands turned into sheer confusion. As he got a clearer view of what was behind the explosion, he froze in shock and screamed even louder than Estelle. "Estelle, what in the world?" he shouted, unable to finish his words as a massive beast, resembling a lion, emerged. The creature was about to capture Estelle and was now standing right in front of Ronan. He yelled at her, "What the hell are you carrying around with you?" The ground shook violently. Ronan paused and wondered if he was seeing things. He couldn't figure out what had happened while he was away at the Mage Tower for something like that to suddenly appear at school. Then it hit him. It was a manticore, and right now, it was dangerously close to devouring Estelle whole. Manticores are creatures that inhabit the Northwest and are considered extremely dangerous monsters with a hunger for flesh. Their muscular bodies are said to be as hard as steel. On top of that, they possess scorpion-like tails equipped with deadly poison that causes paralysis. That's why they're rated even more dangerous than wyverns. Still, our hero didn't think it was all that bad. It gave him a chance to test if Bajura's core really allowed him to channel the aura of others. He focused his heart and Bajura's core together and tried to guide the mana flow from the core instead of his heart while adjusting his technique. Back when he faced Naviros, he had failed to control the mana flow and ended up fainting from overconsumption. But this time he was ready. He took that experience into account. He imagined himself taking a step forward. Something felt different. This time, everything responded properly. He stood tall as radiant light surged from him. Estelle felt it too. Then, the light transformed into glowing strings that instantly bound the manticore, restricting its movement. Ronan was thrilled to see it working. His curiosity was finally answered. But then, out of nowhere, the manticore broke free. They saw it happen with their own eyes, and their faces turned pale. Our hero admitted that while it made sense, the technique still felt weak. He wondered if the power was simply less than the original. The manticore opened its jaws wide, then raised its foot, ready to crush him. Our hero instantly drew his sword. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light burst in front of him. It struck the manticore directly, blasting the ground and tearing through the area around it. The manticore was left dazed. Estelle and our boy stared in shock as the massive beam shot toward the sky, then slowly faded away. Someone approached and asked if they were hurt. Ronan turned in confusion. It was Professor Varen, and he had just one shot of freaking manticore. Clearly, the instructors at Philion were still far stronger than our hero at this point. A few moments later, the whole area was in shambles, but the manticore had been successfully captured. Professor Varen gently touched the subdued beast and apologized for the pain it had gone through. He said that if it had caused even more damage, the Empire wouldn't have taken it lightly. He told the manticore to understand that this was the best outcome possible. Ronan noticed a glowing golden light surrounding the professor. He wondered if that was his aura. It looked like some kind of body enhancement. Still, I couldn't help but be amazed. The professor really knocked out a manticore with just one hit. He used to think Professor Varen was just a gentleman, but it turned out he had a brutal side too. Varen took a step back from the manticore, but continued to keep an eye on it from a distance. Then Varen turned to the two boys and admitted he didn't know what to say. He confessed that he hadn't expected the Manticore to break through the magically reinforced prison and escape like that. Bowing his head, he apologized, especially since he was the one in charge of the 100 Beast Festival. Our hero reassured him that it was fine, and besides, he got to witness something rare and incredible thanks to the incident. Ronan asked what the 100 Beast Festival was. Acel, realizing Ronan had just returned, said it made sense that he didn't know. He explained that Phil Leon was in chaos trying to prepare for the event. Just as the name suggests, the 100 Beast Festival is a grand exhibition held in Phil Leon where the Empire showcases its rarest and most exotic monsters, creatures people might otherwise never see in their lives. That's why the Empire was excited and looking forward to it. Our hero remembered seeing it on the schedule and said it looked like a fun and unique event. Ronan then asked the professor what he planned to do about the incident and whether it might lead to a cancellation. The professor explained that the center had high hopes and something like this wasn't enough to cancel it. Besides, he added, this will be the first time we're revealing it. The following day at the nest, our boy met with Acel and Maria. He reassured them that they didn't need to worry about the 100 Beast Festival. However, he admitted there was still one thing he didn't quite understand. Was it really worth all the excitement? Everyone seemed to be talking about it. Sure, he thought it might be fun to watch, but he didn't expect it to be such a big deal. Maria responded that it might seem that way if it were just a regular 100 Beast Festival. But this time it was different. She revealed that the upcoming event would be special. It would feature a doppelganger pair, one alpha and one omega. Doppelgangers are rare creatures with the ability to read the minds of anyone they make eye contact with. After doing so, they transform. An alpha becomes someone the target loves, while an omega becomes someone the target harbors negative emotions toward. Maria added that there are people willing to pay huge amounts of money just for the chance to witness something that fascinating. But since doppelgangers are incredibly rare, the odds of actually encountering one are low. So for the Academy to showcase a match pair for free, that alone was enough to make the public lose their minds over this year's festival. Then she turned to Ronan and asked if he also wanted to see them now that he knew what made the events so special. Ronan thought about it. If an alpha transformed into Iroh and an omega into Hayut, just the idea irritated him. He replied that it really was fascinating. He also pointed out that the event would attract all kinds of people to the Academy. And knowing how things usually go, he figured Professor Varen was going to be very busy for a while. After all, whenever events like this happened, uninvited guests always found a way in. Meanwhile, in a shadowy place far from the nest, some suspicious men dressed in robes were talking among themselves. One of them stated that they had received orders from the higher-ups. He handed a paper to another robed man and instructed him to memorize every detail and carry it out without fail. The man nodded and replied with confidence that they would execute the task flawlessly. They declared it was all for the honor of Caliboro. Later on, Ronan ended up holding a meeting about the 100 Beast Festival, but quickly moved on to the real reason he had called them there. He had gathered them that day to give them a gift. Handing over a book to Acel, he explained that it was a valuable item he had acquired from the Mage Tower of Dawn. Our hero was aware that reading it would be no easy task for Acel. According to what he'd been told, every single page was encrypted with magical seals or something similar. He estimated that it would take Acel an entire day just to decipher one page. He advised her to take her time with it. Acel was taken aback. She hadn't expected something like this to exist. Ronan asked if she could read it. I can make out parts of the text, Acel said, eyes fixed on the pages. Each page looks like an intricate maze. Her excitement grew. If I'm patient, I think I'll eventually be able to read all of it, but understanding it, that's a whole different challenge. The contents were filled with such advanced and complex theories that they could only be described as groundbreaking. She praised Ronan, calling him amazing, and asked how he managed to get his hands on such an extraordinary magic book. Thinking back on how ridiculously difficult it had been, Ronan simply said it was better if she didn't know. Then, turning to Maria, he told her to meet with Professor Varen as soon as she had time. He said he had an opportunity where she could hit the jackpot. Ronan revealed that the professor had recently succeeded in cultivating Serani's herbs to perfection and was planning to start producing potions from them, which would soon be distributed across the Empire. He strongly recommended that Maria's Carabel Merchantry take charge of that distribution. Ronan figured Maria already knew how effective those herbs were, and with her business skills, it would only be a matter of time before she made a fortune. Maria's eyes sparkled with excitement at the news. Then, our hero stood up and said he wanted to see how much their abilities had improved. Since it had been a while, he admitted he had some expectations. Maria smiled and said she liked the sound of that. She had plenty she wanted to show him. Ronan encouraged her to keep up that spirit. He told her to grab her weapon and follow him, as they were going to have a duel. Acel stood up too, but Ronan told him to focus on studying the magic book instead. He believed that would help Acel become stronger more effectively than training at the moment. They then said their goodbyes. Estelle watched them leave, their conversation light and cheerful, especially Maria's bright smile. A hint of sadness crossed Estelle's face. For a moment, she felt distant from her. 2 weeks later, at the Galilean building, two people stood at the center of the arena. Adeshan announced that it was their 514th attempt. She asked if they were ready. Brown stepped into position, and his opponent was none other than our hero. Adeshan began the countdown. At 3, Brown drew his sword. By 2, he was already radiating intense mana. At 1, she blew the whistle. The moment the signal rang out, Brown charged forward, his sword glowing with power. Ronan just stood there, without moving, even as Brown closed the distance between them. The blade was only a few centimeters from his neck when Ronan suddenly felt the orb deep inside his body react. In that instant, Brown froze. His sword never made contact. Thin glowing strings had emerged and completely immobilized both him and his weapon. Brown stood still in awe and said he couldn't move. He looked impressed and said the skill was amazing. Ronan let out a short sigh and thanked him for the effort. Adeshan stepped forward and congratulated Ronan. She told him his mana control and speed were perfectly balanced this time. It was just right to produce that result in only half a month. She smiled and said she found his progress incredible. Ronan replied that it was thanks to their support. They helped me break down the technique, he said, pointed out exactly what I was missing, and even show me how to fix it. He added that Brown didn't hold back during practice, which pushed him to keep his focus sharp. Because of that, the force behind his technique grew stronger. What he didn't mention was that aura wasn't mine, it belonged to someone else. Brown smiled and said he had learned a lot from Ronan, especially seeing how calm he stayed, even with a sword flying straight at his neck. That, he said, was the mindset a real swordsman should have. He thanked Ronan for helping him find a new goal to chase. With a laugh, Brown called him the best club leader ever. Ronan said he liked Brahm's energy and appreciated the enthusiasm. Brown said he would go train on his own for a while. As he walked away, he told Ronan to let him know if he ever needed someone to come at his neck again. Ronan watched him leave and reflected on what he had just achieved. He managed to perform something remarkable by using Dolan's aura, but there was still something missing. He thought back to the golden aura he saw from Professor Varen. No matter how hard he tried, his own core couldn't hold enough mana to copy even a fraction of that. He wondered if stronger auras were simply harder to recreate. Maybe if he could just see that golden aura once or twice more, he'd finally understand it. But asking the professor to show it again felt too much. He knew how busy Varen was, especially now. He stood there thinking of a solution when someone arrived looking for him. It was Barry, Professor Varen's teaching assistant. Barry greeted him and was happy that Ronan remembered him. Ronan nodded and said he had seen him around before. He asked why Barry had come. Barry explained that the professor had left a while ago and had written a letter before departing. In it, he said that if anything difficult happened during his absence, they should ask Ronan for help. Ronan was surprised. He couldn't believe Professor Varen had left just as the 100 Beast Festival was about to begin. He asked Barry what he meant. Barry explained that a few of the creatures being kept in Theo Hall had vanished. What made it worse was that the missing ones were the most important for the festival. They were the doppelgangers, rare creatures that everyone was looking forward to seeing. Ronan frowned in confusion and asked Barry to explain what that meant. Together, they went to the hall. Barry said it had been quite some time since the professor left. He had departed as soon as the incident happened, so it had already been 2 weeks. Ronan asked if it was connected to the event from 2 weeks ago when the Manticore escaped. Barry confirmed it was. He explained that the professor found the situation strange and felt something was off, which is why he began investigating it himself. Barry didn't know what the professor had discovered, but he could not forget the look on his face. It was the first time he had seen him that angry. The next day, the professor left the letter Barry had mentioned earlier and then departed. In it, he said Barry should ask for Ronan's help if anything difficult came up. Ronan said it was difficult after all. The valuable doppelgangers had escaped and vanished. He asked Adeshan if she had found anything. Adeshan believed the accident did not happen by chance. Barry trembled at her words. She explained that the cage was specially made for when the doppelgangers transformed. It was built from a unique super alloy glass. She said they should understand how tough that was without needing much explanation. So the cage breaking for no reason was impossible. She pointed out that most of the glass shards were not outside the cage, but inside. Also, the shards had faint traces of high-density mana on them. That proved a strong external force had hit the cage. Taking all of this into account, she said it was likely a planned attack. She suspected someone had been targeting the doppelgangers from the start. Barry looked shaken by the explanation. Ronan thought the Grand Commander really deserved her title. Her insight was sharp, and he agreed with her, because without that explanation, the whole situation made no sense. He had felt uneasy from the moment he entered the area. He said that if her theory was true, then this was no small issue. It meant that dangerous criminals were on the campus. He said in an exaggerated tone that it would be bad if they didn't act quickly. He asked Barry if he agreed. Barry was clearly intimidated. Ronan told him they had to start investigating right away. He asked Barry to get help from a knight stationed at the entrance, since finding the culprits alone would be too difficult. Adishan told him to wait because she had found more suspicious signs. Ronan signaled her to stop and said not to worry. It would not take long. He signaled again to keep things quiet. He said that if the knights helped, they would be fine. He went on to say that his school life was full of trouble. Even though people saw him as a talented student, he still felt like a clueless kid just trying to survive. He added that being in the spotlight during times like this was exhausting. He asked the knights if they felt the same. They stayed silent. Ronan pointed out that they all seemed like the quiet type. Their serious faces looked impressive, but their actions didn't match their image. Let's be honest, he said, your handling of the situation was sloppy. One of the knights asked what he meant by that. I mean, the teaching assistant called you over, and you didn't even bother to check the scene properly, Ronan continued. Meanwhile, students were already poking around. What bothered him more was that not a single one of them understood what Adishan had been saying. That alone should have raised some red flags, he thought. On top of all that they acted like they had done nothing wrong. There was no hint of guilt or shame. Ronan couldn't understand how they were so calm when the whole mess had happened because they failed to do their job properly. He asked them if they were getting paid so little that they no longer had the will to work seriously. The man brushed off Ronan's words and called them nonsense. He said it had all been an unexpected incident and questioned if they were really supposed to explain themselves to some random student. But Ronan didn't let him finish. He said he had only one question and then looked directly at their armor. He pointed out the bloodstains. That was the one thing they clearly wanted to hide. Ronan said there was no reason for blood to be on them in Phil Leon, of all places. Then he asked who they really were. One of the knights scoffed and called Ronan an idiot. He said the kid must have a death wish and pulled out his knife. Ronan smirked and told him they would find out soon enough who really had a death wish. Before anyone could react, the knight standing in the back moved. In a flash, he slashed the throat of the knight in front of him. Blood sprayed across the stone floor, and the two remaining knights shouted in shock. Ronan stood frozen. The knight who got slashed clutched at his neck and collapsed, choking on his own blood. The other knights yelled at the attacker and called him a traitor. Before they could get close, he lunged at them. He slashed one in the chest, and then grabbed the other by the collar and cut his throat too. Both fell to the ground, and the attacker stomped on them without hesitation. One of the knights, lying on the ground, cursed him and tried to crawl away, but froze when the attacker pulled out another knife. He started begging for his life. Ronan had no idea what was going on. He watched the whole thing unfold without saying a word. He was trying to figure out who this man was. Then the knight turned and locked eyes with him. Ronan immediately reached for his sword. As the knight stepped closer, he braced for a fight. But then something unexpected happened. The knight bowed and spoke in a calm, polite voice. Did you see how I handled those filthy criminals, Sir Ronan? What? Ronan froze. What is this guy even talking about? The man kept speaking with that same quiet, respectful tone. Don't get the wrong idea, he said. I'm not like those three. I don't want to be lumped in with them. Still confused, Ronan asked what he meant. But then he paused. That voice, it sounded familiar. The knight slowly removed his helmet and Ronan finally recognized him. He stared and asked if he was Balrouse. The man smiled and said it had been a while and asked how Ronan had been doing. Our hero knelt in front of him, and Ronan teased him about his sudden appearance. He warned Balrouse to explain himself properly and reminded him not to get the wrong idea just because he had shown a little kindness. Ronan made it clear that he wasn't a gentle person. Balrouse promised to explain everything without leaving out a single detail. He began by saying he never forgot the moment his life was saved. That day changed him completely. Ronan had given him a new mission, to remain in Calaboro as a spy and work alongside him to bring the organization down from within. Balrouse shared how hard he had worked since then. He took on all kinds of tasks to gather information. His efforts paid off, and he eventually earned recognition from Calaboro's leadership, even being granted the rank of Wolf. Thanks to that position, he gained access to key secrets, like the locations of their headquarters and upcoming poaching operations. Just as Ronan had instructed, he passed all that information to a man named Varen. Our hero recalled the professor mentioning that an anonymous insider had been a major help in disrupting Calaboro's activities. Balrouse admitted he was the one who took the armor, but had no idea where it came from. Since he only handled communications, he didn't know the source of the supplies. He begged Ronan to trust him. Ronan, impressed by his dedication, gave a slight nod. He really did work hard. I'll give him that. Then he asked, but why are you hiding? Even if Calaboro is reckless, they can't be dumb enough to target Phil Leon. So what's the real reason behind a move this bold? Balrouse explained that lately Calaboro's name had become a joke. His spy efforts had helped Varen and the Imperial Guards wipe out nearly half of Calaboro's branches. His sabotage of poaching operations had created chaos, and rumors began to spread that Calaboro's time was over. Proudly, Balrao said he was the one who helped spread those rumors. He believed the higher-ups started to panic and decided to reclaim their lost power. Their desperate plan was to hijack the 100 Beast Festival. Ronin finally understood. With the Empire's attention focused on the festival, capturing the doppelgangers, the main attraction, would show that Caliboro was still strong. But he sighed, saying it all seemed pointless now. He was about to end the operation, but Balrao stopped him. He explained that the doppelgangers were just the start. The true plan was to seize every species at the festival. And to make that happen, Caliboro had sent its elite force, Arendelle. Moments later, the door burst open and the enemy knights had already been taken down. Balrao's looked stunned, but our boy remained calm. Adishan entered with a smile. She was happy to see Ronin and confirmed that he was right. Those men weren't official guards. After Ronin left, she and the others questioned the captured men, and their true identities were revealed. Since Adishan had knocked them all out, interrogating them wouldn't be a problem. Ronin praised her for a job well done. Then he turned to Barry and asked what was wrong. Adishan replied that she wasn't sure. Barry had looked pale for a while now. Ronin guessed he was still in shock over the discovery that there were spies among them. The truth was Barry never expected the kind and gentle Adishan to show such a terrifying side. She fought like a beast, taking down all the guards on her own. As things settled, Adishan noticed a man standing behind Ronin and asked who he was. Balrao's greeted her with polite respect and introduced himself as a former henchman of the corrupt Caliboro. He said he had been reborn and given a new life. Then he called himself Ronin's blessing and revealed his name. Adishan seemed confused by the term blessing. Ronin told her he would explain everything later. For now, they had more urgent matters to deal with. Still stunned, Adishan asked if it was really true, that Caliboro hadn't just infiltrated one place with fake knights, but had spread throughout the area. Balraus confirmed it. He explained that the doppelgangers were just a distraction. The real goal was to capture all species gathered for the 100 Beast Festival. Because the doppelgangers are the festival's biggest highlight, their disappearance would cause a panic and draw everyone's attention. During that chaos, Caliboro planned to exploit the gaps in security to seize the remaining species. He then shared a crucial detail. The operation would begin once the full moon reached the tip of Theo Hall's steeple, and that moment had just arrived. He was certain that others were already in position. Rona began thinking. Now that they knew the plan, thinning out the enemies shouldn't be too difficult. But instead of acting right away, it would be better to let Caliboro think their plan was going smoothly. He wasn't concerned about the small fry. The real problem was Arendelle. Werewolves belonged to a powerful subspecies of werehumans built for battle. Among them, the Wulump tribe was known for its unmatched brutality and strength. And the one who wiped out the entire Wulump tribe in a single night 5 years ago was Arendelle, one of Caliboro's deadliest weapons. He was known as one of the 3 great beasts and served as Caliboro's top executive. That night of slaughter had transformed Caliboro from a low-level poaching gang into a feared criminal organization with terrifying strength. Now that Arendelle had been deployed, it was clear that Caliboro was risking everything. Ronin understood that, and if they were going all in, so would he. He turned to Barry and told him to quietly inform the Imperial forces about the situation. Then Ronin started walking. "We'll get the doppelgangers back," he said firmly. Arendelle seems like the flashy type, Ronin thought, but he's not careless. If he took them, he must be confident, which means if we find the doppelgangers first, he'll come straight to us. Ronin was determined to use that chance to end him once and for all. As dusk settled in, a man sat chewing on meat like a beast. His presence was primal, like a predator waiting to strike. After finishing his meal, he tossed the remains aside and grumbled that he was bored. Waiting for the prey to take the bait was starting to annoy him. He muttered that the Manticore and doppelgangers were just side targets. What he truly wanted was for Varen to show himself, so he could skin him alive. This time, deep in the forest, 3 people were on the move. Adishan was busy capturing the animals nearby. Balraus had expected her to be skilled since she had taken down the Caliboro gang on her own, but watching her work up close left him stunned. She was far beyond what he had imagined. While observing her, Balraus turned to Ronin and asked what he planned to do with the nails they had collected. Ronin explained that he would use the scent from the nails to help the animals track down the doppelgangers. He said the animals would follow their trail. Balraus was surprised that something like that was even possible, but Ronin was confident. He looked at Adishan. "With someone like you, the future commander, this isn't just possible. It's expected," he said with a smirk. Magic glowed faintly around her hands as she crouched beside the animals and whispered her thanks. The creatures listened quietly, then scattered into the forest. Elsewhere, a fox was sprinting at full speed through the woods. But it wasn't just any fox, it was Omega in disguise. Above it, one of Adashan's birds flew silently through the trees, its body glowing with faint magic. The bird dove to strike, but the fox sensed danger. Its eyes sparkled, and its body began to twist, like it was wrapped in a skin-like bubble. The fox's shape changed rapidly. Moments later, a snake slithered out of the fleshy form and launched upward. The bird didn't even have time to escape. The snake snapped its jaws and tore into it, devouring the bird savagely. That vision was immediately shared with Adishan through the link. She turned to Ronan and said she had found one. She pointed toward the direction of the attack and explained that it was the snake. It had transformed from a doppelganger. Ronan nodded and praised her for the quick work. He said it had to be Omega. He was just about to give the order to engage, but Balrouse dashed forward without hesitation. He shouted to Ronan to leave it to him. Ronan blinked, caught off guard by a sudden move. As he charged toward the snake, Balrouse called out that his past may have been disgraceful, but he was still a wolf of Calaboro. Ronan didn't need to waste his energy on this fight, because Balrouse believed he could handle it himself. And he proved it instantly. In one clean motion, he grabbed the snake mid-strike. Omega tried to slip away, its body twisting furiously, but Balrouse's grip was too strong. He clamped down on its neck and held it firmly. Speaking calmly, he told the snake to relax because he had no intention of hurting it. Our hero was clearly annoyed. He called Balrouse an idiot. Balrouse grinned and proudly said he had taken care of one problem, but Ronan scolded him for making direct eye contact with the creature. He reminded him that Omegas take on the form of their target's deepest fears and emotions, even their worst terrors. Just then, the snake began to change. Balrouse finally realized the danger in what Ronan meant. His expression turned uneasy as the creature morphed into something unexpected. It became Sita. The small bird flapped its wings and made a soft pia sound. Balrouse froze. That sound alone pulled him back into painful memories. His eyes welled up as the trauma resurfaced. Tears fell as he stood there, helpless. The creature didn't stay long. It turned and flew toward Ronan. It landed on his face and stared into his eyes for a few seconds before flying off again. Ronan stood still, shocked. He realized immediately that he had made eye contact. That meant the Omega would soon turn into someone linked to his own fear or regret. He muttered to himself that it might become something like a Hayud, which would be a pain to deal with. He had to stop it quickly before it got worse. Without wasting time, he dashed forward. Adishan, take Balrouse and find the Alpha, he called out. I'll deal with the Omega myself. He ran as fast as his body could carry him. The Omega's probably already transformed, he thought. But as he moved deeper into the forest, there was no sign of a Hayud. That's strange, he muttered to himself. A beast like that shouldn't be this hard to track. Then, he noticed something else. Human footprints. It didn't make sense. The footprints were clear, but the mana trail was unmistakably that of a doppelganger. He narrowed his eyes. The creature had already taken on a new form. Ronan could feel the pressure building around him. A sharp killing intent filled the air. The closer he got, the heavier it became. He slowed his steps and began to walk carefully with one hand resting on his sword, ready to draw. In his mind, he told himself it didn't matter who it was. He would face it, but then he stopped. Right in front of him stood a figure that made his breath catch. Omega had transformed again, and this time into someone he never expected. Blood dripped from the figure's sword. Ronan couldn't believe what he was seeing. The person spoke in a quiet, hollow voice. He kept repeating that he couldn't protect anyone. Ronan stared in disbelief. He was looking at himself. The doppelganger had taken his form and was echoing the very words that haunted him the most. Over and over, the figure repeated it like a curse. I didn't protect anyone. This was Ronan before he regressed. The one he had feared all along was not some monster or enemy, but his own past self. The version of him that couldn't protect the people he loved. The doppelganger turned its sharp gaze toward Ronan. He stood frozen, unable to believe what he was seeing. It hit him hard. The person he held the most resentment toward was himself. That explained the overwhelming killing intent directed at him. It wasn't just malice, it was pure hatred. The doppelganger repeated the same haunting words. It couldn't protect anyone. Then it pointed at Ronan, placing the blame squarely on him. It's blaming me? Ronan thought, narrowing his eyes. For what? Without warning, it lunged. Damn! Ronan barely managed to raise his sword in time to block the strike. The impact was brutal. Dust burst into the air, and a sharp gust tore through the trees around them. Ronan had heard that doppelgangers take on some memories and abilities of the people they copy. But now he realized it wasn't just a little. This was truly him, his old self in every way. And he knew exactly how dangerous that was. This was him from the time he fought Hayud. That version of himself pushed his limits and fought with reckless strength. Ronan understood he couldn't go head-to-head with it in his current state. He needed space. He needed time. But before he could retreat, something strange happened. The doppelganger suddenly let go of its sword. It wasn't by accident. It had aimed to break his rhythm. Ronan stumbled as his balance was thrown off. In that moment, the creature grabbed his hair and pulled his head back. A blade flashed in its hand. It was going for his throat. Ronin's eyes narrowed. He looked exhausted but focused. At the last second, he blocked the knife with the sheath of his sword. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that this pathetic style of fighting really did resemble him. His grip tightened around the sheath. He could feel the weight of the memories rushing back. And for that, he gave his thanks. Calling the doppelganger a cursed, disciplinary soldier, Ronin drove the sheath hard into its stomach. It wasn't a deep wound, but enough to knock the wind out of it. The Omega's expression twisted with annoyance. Ronin then stepped back, steadying himself for what came next. Our hero knew he hadn't let his guard down, and yet his head had nearly been taken off. What the hell? I didn't slip up, he thought, heart pounding. Then it hit him. This is how I used to be. Back then, he fought like a beast. No tactics, no honor, just survival. Attack first, ask nothing. That was me. Now, that wild part of him had come back to life through the doppelganger. I can't afford a single mistake, he told himself. If I lose focus, even for a second, I'm dead. The doppelganger moved again. Ronin followed its motion closely. It dragged its sword across the ground, kicking up a spray of dirt right at his face. Shit, he blinked just once. And in that instant, a blade came flying toward him. The doppelganger had used the dirt as cover for a hidden stab, but Ronin ducked just in time. The doppelganger looked shocked. Ronin scoffed and asked why it looked surprised when they both knew exactly what it was thinking. After all, he was the same person. Their blades clashed hard. Ronin slashed across its body, but realized the cut wasn't deep. The doppelganger had dodged it at the last second. Then it glared at him, and using the momentum from its upward dodge, slammed its forehead right into Ronin's face. The blow was brutal. Just the pressure alone made Ronin stagger and cough up blood. He gritted his teeth, cursing this hard-headed bastard. He hadn't expected it to follow up with a sudden kick. The impact launched him through the air. Ronin groaned mid-flight. He was flung far across the battlefield. But even as he flew, he thought fast. If this thing really was him, then it wouldn't end the fight with a simple kick. It would go for the kill. He crashed into a large boulder and quickly braced for what he knew was coming next. A powerful explosion followed. Smoke filled the area and dust blanketed the air. Visibility dropped in an instant. Ronin spotted a blade driven deep into the rock, just inches from his head. The strike would have been fatal. He stared at the weapon and muttered under his breath. He was getting tired of this. The Omega in the form of his past self was far too strong. He began to think. Maybe if he could make eye contact with someone else and force the Omega to change forms, he could find a version that was easier to handle. Just then, a voice echoed through the clearing. Someone had arrived. The man spoke in a low, heavy tone, saying that Ronin wasn't the prey he was looking for. He had sensed a strong fighting aura and hoped it was Varen. Disappointment crept into his voice as he asked why some kid was tearing up his hunting ground. Ronin looked up at the towering figure. The man was massive, with a terrifying presence. He asked the boy who he was, his voice calm but filled with menace. This was Arendelle, the man who had been mentioned earlier, the strongest executive of Caliboro. As Ronin stood in front of him, he picked up a deep metallic scent. The stench of blood clung to Arendelle's body like it had soaked into his skin. His presence felt raw and violent, like a beast standing in human form. That's when Ronin knew that Balrau's description had been right on point. This was Arendelle without a doubt. But Ronin hadn't expected to meet him so suddenly. He had planned to confront him eventually, but the timing couldn't have been worse. Arendelle looked at Ronin and asked if he was scared. He waited for a reply, but Ronin stayed silent. Just then, Arendelle caught a faint scent in the air. His expression changed. It was something he hadn't expected. Today was supposed to be flawless. Yet now, letting this kid go wasn't an option anymore. He stepped closer and said he could smell Omega on him. Ronin cursed under his breath. Before he could react, Arendelle attacked without warning and muttered that everything was going according to plan. Their blades clashed hard. Sparks flew with each strike. Arendelle shared that he had just captured the Alpha. And now, finding traces of Omega too felt like fate. Ronin was stunned. He hadn't expected Arendelle to show up like this or already have the upper hand. Arendelle moved forward and told him bluntly that his luck couldn't be worse. Ronin blocked the next strike with his sword. The impact jolted his arms. In that moment, he realized that all the rumors about Arendelle being Caliboro's strongest were probably true. Each of Arendelle's attacks felt like they could crush him. Ronin knew that with his current condition, getting hit even once might be the end. And then there was another problem. The Omega doppelganger that had taken his past form was still out there. It had completely erased its killing intent. No breath, no movement. It was waiting. Ronin knew what that meant. His past self wouldn't attack blindly. It was waiting for the perfect moment to finish him off, which is why he had to act fast. He made a quick move and slashed at Arendelle. The attack landed, just barely, but it grazed the side of his neck. A clean cut. Arendelle winced and grumbled that it stung. Then he looked at Ronin with a strange smile and told him he was amazing. He threw a punch. Ronan quickly tried to block it with his sword. Arendelle chuckled and said that most people lose the will to fight just from seeing him. That's why this battle was fun. He then muttered something that sent a chill through Ronan. He said it wasn't a coincidence that Ronan was here. Ronan stared at him. He had landed a direct cut, yet only managed to leave a light mark. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of monstrous body Arendelle had to shrug it off like nothing. Ronan asked if it was because of the aura. Arendelle nodded. He explained that his aura had seeped into his inner muscles, turning every part of his body into a weapon. It wasn't just basic mana reinforcement. This was something else. He said it was the peak of body strengthening. Then Arendelle looked directly at Ronan and told him he should feel honored. From that moment on, he would be Arendelle's prey. He said that true hunting is when the strong pursue and the weak struggle to survive. And until he was fully satisfied, he wanted Ronan to keep struggling. Without warning, Arendelle struck. Ronan was flung backward like a rag doll. He dug his sword into the ground to stop himself from crashing further. Just as he started to recover, Arendelle came at him again. A punch was about to connect. Ronan twisted his body and barely dodged in time. He wasn't playing anymore. Ronan launched a series of fast and sharp slashes. Arendelle backed up but blocked the final blow with his bare arm. The blade struck solid flesh, but it didn't break through. His skin was like iron. They both jumped back to create space. Arendelle landed near a large boulder. He casually drove his hands into it, lifted it, and hurled it toward Ronan. Ronan stood firm. He readied his stance and slashed through the flying rock. The boulder shattered into dozens of pieces, but Arendelle had used it as a distraction. He charged again, thinking he had caught Ronan off guard. But just as he closed the distance, he saw Ronan already in position. His blade glowed with energy. Ronan smirked and told him that he was the one who got caught. The light from his sword grew brighter. With one clean motion, Ronan swung his blade and told Arendelle to take it head on. The slash connected. Arendelle crossed his arms to shield himself, but the force still pushed him back. He groaned from the impact. Then something strange happened. His body began to change. Muscles swelled, and his figure grew larger. He shouted that this was amazing. Ronan cursed as he watched the transformation. Arendelle laughed. He said it had been a long time since he hunted with all of his senses heightened. He praised Ronan, calling him impressive and worth the fight. He said this was the kind of opponent that made him want to go all out. He gathered power in his fist. It was clear he was about to unleash his strongest attack. But then he froze. His eyes widened in disbelief. Blood trickled down his side. He had been struck. The doppelganger had done it. And even more shocking, it had its eyes closed the entire time. Arendelle's arm was severed clean. He let out a roar of pain as blood burst from the wound. His mind raced. He couldn't understand what just happened. He had focused all his aura into a single point for his strongest move, so there should have been no openings. And yet, his arm was lying on the ground. He stared at it in disbelief. What confused him even more was that the blow came from what looked like a simple branch. He couldn't grasp how that was possible. As he scanned the area, a scent hit his nose. Familiar and sharp. It was the Omega. He turned and saw it standing with the branch still in its grip. His expression twisted with rage. Before he could say more, the doppelganger rushed at him for another strike. Arendelle quickly raised his hand and blocked it, growling that he wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. He called the creature a beast. Their clash created a burst of light, and both were sent flying back. The doppelganger landed lightly on its feet. Arendelle stumbled. He was clearly struggling to maintain balance with one arm missing. The severed arm now lay near the doppelganger's foot. Without hesitation, the Omega kicked it away. Arendelle's eyes followed the motion, and in that brief moment of distraction, he was struck hard. He gritted his teeth and called the Omega arrogant for mocking him. His anger spiked, but the doppelganger didn't stop. It charged again and delivered a flurry of rapid slashes. Each strike was clean and focused. Arendelle could barely react. The Omega's attacks were relentless. Ronan stood at a distance, watching in complete confusion. The Omega was not only fighting with a tree branch, it still had its eyes closed. That didn't make any sense. He started to wonder if it was doing that to preserve its current form while dealing with Arendelle. But why? A moment ago, it was dead set on killing him. What made it suddenly turn its rage toward Arendelle? Then Ronan remembered something. Arendelle had mentioned earlier that he had captured the Alpha. That could mean something more than just a capture. Ronan's thoughts were interrupted by the distant sound of someone crying out. A figure was running through the forest, gasping and stumbling, until suddenly its foot was pierced and it collapsed to the ground. Another figure stepped into view. It smiled and said the scream sounded pleasant. It was the Alpha. Arendelle stood behind it, gripping its neck tightly. He said that it was time to bring it back. That single moment triggered something. The Omega's muscles tensed. Its face twisted in fury. The nerves across its body swelled. Then it struck Arendelle with full force. Ronan realized what was happening. The Omega, unlike the Alpha, was created from pure negative emotions: hatred, rage, fear, and regret. That was why it reacted with such violent resistance. It wasn't just about survival. It was about not being controlled. And now, fueled by what the Alpha was experiencing, the Omega had become even more dangerous. Ronan had a feeling things might get intense, but even he hadn't expected this. The sheer force of the clash tore apart the ground beneath them. Dust filled the air and cracks spread like spiderwebs. It was chaos. Arendelle stood in the middle of it all, taking in the situation. Judging by the way the doppelganger fought, he figured it had some connection to Ronan. Maybe a brother? He watched closely. Despite the childlike body, the kid landed precise and dangerous blows. Arendelle thought that if this creature had an adult form, he would have been the one running for his life. With that in mind, he realized he could no longer afford to capture the Omega. It was too risky. The Omega stepped forward again. Arendelle braced himself. This time he wasn't planning to subdue it. He intended to kill. As he raised his hand to strike, he noticed something odd. The doppelganger still had its eyes shut. He saw an opening. In an instant, Arendelle released a powerful beam of energy. The attack tore through the forest, leveling trees and scorching the ground. The blast traveled far, shaking the earth. When the dust finally settled, Arendelle stood among the wreckage, breathing heavily. He muttered to himself. He was curious who the original form of the doppelganger was. There was no way it could have avoided that attack, not without taking a direct hit. But then it appeared again. The Omega had blocked the attack. Using the branch, it struck Arendelle's fist to redirect the force. Arendelle admitted that without that move, the creature would have been reduced to ash. Still, he was glad. Now, they were even, both wounded and running low on strength. Despite everything, Arendelle was ready to end it. He didn't have his weapon anymore. His right arm was gone. But still, he claimed the hunt was over and told the Omega to die. He moved in for the final blow. But just before he could strike, the Omega opened its mouth and spoke. The words were quiet but firm. It said it needed to be protected. That was its purpose. Arendelle, frozen. It was too late to react. A hidden blade appeared. The first blade Arendelle hadn't seen. It had been waiting. Arendelle called it a sneaky bastard. He had let his guard down, and now he was paying for it. 2 fingers shot toward his eyes. He tried to pull away, but it was too late. The Omega jabbed them deep into his eye socket. Blood poured down his face. He roared in pain. The doppelganger didn't stop there. It grabbed him by the hair, yanked his head down, and pinned him to a large boulder. One arm held him in place while the other raised the dagger high. Arendelle's voice cracked. He told it to wait. His words were desperate. He begged it to stop, but the blade came down. The rock split. So did Arendelle. It was brutal. Blood splashed everywhere. Revenge had been served. The Omega had avenged the Alpha. And then, after all the chaos and carnage, the doppelganger finally opened its eyes. The doppelganger was exhausted and breathing heavily. Arendelle's head had been severed. It stood still, trying to catch its breath, while Ronan observed quietly from a distance. His gaze didn't waver. He remembered clearly how, after the appearance of a Hayut, the cries of people echoed everywhere across the Empire with no place untouched. As he watched, a heavy feeling settled in his chest. His mind drifted back to moments he couldn't forget. He thought that maybe if he hadn't wasted his early life, if he had taken his sister's advice to study and grow stronger, maybe he could have saved at least one more person. That regret weighed on him. His eyes reflected that sadness. The doppelganger, still struggling to breathe properly, kept repeating the same words. It muttered that something had to be protected. Again and again, it said it. Suddenly, a string snapped into view, and the doppelganger's expression shifted. All around them, threads had been laid out. One of them wound around its leg before it could react. Ronan spoke to it with calm strength. He told it to look closely. He gripped his sword and, without hesitation, showed it what he had become. This was the version of himself now, not the one who had failed. With that, he launched a powerful slash. A wave of energy ripped through the air toward the doppelganger, but it managed to split the attack in two. Its eyes locked onto Ronan, filled with defiance. But Ronan didn't stop. He pressed the attack, landing strike after strike while keeping it restrained with the strings. The doppelganger, even with limited movement, fought back fiercely. It finally managed to cut the strings and free itself. It felt another presence approaching. Ronan was coming from above. His eyes glowed with a sharp yellow light. As he descended, Ronan thought back to the moment his aura clashed with Arendelle's. Though it looked different, the moment they collided, he recognized it. It was the same energy as the professor's. And now he understood how to use it. He focused his strike on the doppelganger's sword. The moment their weapons met, the pressure drove the creature down to its knees. It struggled to resist, but could barely hold its ground. Ronan spoke clearly. He admitted that before coming to the academy, he believed that anything you could swing or hurl was enough to be called a weapon. But now he knew better. Ronan remembered Naviro's and the way she drew her sword. He used to think it didn't matter how you wielded a weapon, but now he knew how wrong that mindset was. Back then, he realized something important. A sword wasn't just something sharp, it had to be worthy. As that thought settled in, cracks began to spread along the doppelganger's blade. Ronan's own sword was now pulsing with his aura, just enough to overpower. With one final push, he shattered the doppelganger's weapon completely. Shards flew through the air, and in them his eyes caught his own reflection, calm but determined. The doppelganger felt the danger. It tried to block the next strike with its hand, but Ronan's blade pierced right through it. He was shocked. He didn't expect it to sacrifice its own right hand like that. But before he could react further, the doppelganger raised its other hand and grabbed Ronan's face. With a brutal force, it slammed him into the ground. Ronan coughed blood. His body ached, and he was pinned down, unable to move. The doppelganger took Ronan's sword. It raised it, ready to drive it down. Ronan cursed. If things had really come to this, then he knew he had no choice. He steeled himself to go beyond his limits, positioning for a last counter. But just then, a voice echoed through the trees. Someone shouted his name. The doppelganger froze. It knew that voice. Ronan smirked and said it was perfect timing. He was glad the doppelganger reacted to it. He spoke again, addressing it like an old friend. He reminded the doppelganger that deep down, it was still the same as his former self. He told it to look again, to really see who stood before this version of Ronan. He pointed out the familiar faces. The Grand Commander was still brilliant, though her personality had changed. Balrouse was no longer a poacher. He had turned into one of the best public servants, even going so far as to strike down Caliboro. Martin and the others, Ronan believed, were living their own peaceful lives somewhere. And most importantly, Ronan himself was living well. He was proud of the life he had now. The tension faded from his body. He stayed on the ground while the sword remained hovering over him. But the doppelganger didn't move. Its hands trembled. Ronan spoke gently. He told it to leave everything to him now and promised that things would be different. He was no longer talking to a monster. He was talking to the version of himself that had once carried so much pain. The doppelganger began to glow with a soft light. It muttered that it wanted to protect. That was all it had ever wanted. It placed its trust in Ronan, and then its body slowly faded away into the air. Ronan let out a quiet sigh. Lying there, he whispered to himself that 10 years from now, they would both be smiling. Ronan at the market. Students were happily looking around. The monsters were presented. Maria expressed that it was such a relief that if Ronan hadn't found the doppelgangers, and Professor Varen hadn't taken control of the Caliboro gang, then they wouldn't be able to create such good memories that day. She asked what Ronan was doing. Assel replied that Ronan has a meeting with Professor Varen, so he'll be a bit late. But he said that he'll make it to the parade at night. Assel watches Maria's reaction. She expressed that it was a shame, since it would have been nice to be with him. She smiled and asked if he was ready, calling him cutie, and Assel turned red and stammered a yes. Maria suggested that they go see the main event of the 100 Beast Festival. Maria couldn't believe that they prepared a garden of that size. She realized that how they treat the doppelgangers is no joke. Assel replied that doppelgangers are sensitive to their environment, so it could be the reason why they took extra care for them. He added that it's also why the number of people who can enter is limited, and they do extra security checks. Maria pointed at something and asked if it was one of the doppelgangers over there. She looked disappointed that it seemed kind of subtle. She asked who it was transforming into. Assel replied that it could be the original form. He heard that after transforming, they returned to their original forms after a certain amount of time. He heard that the Omega is resting, so he speculated that what they're looking at is the Alpha. At that moment, Assel realized something he had overlooked, and it is that the Alpha reads a person's mind and transforms into who they love. Assel blushed. She yelled at Maria to wait and told her that she had something urgent to do, then asked if she could leave first. Maria finds her behavior strange. Then Maria had this devilish expression on her face. She assumes that Assel is embarrassed. She asked which cutie he fell for. Assel tried to deny it. Maria teased him and pushed him towards the doppelganger while asking who seduced her naive friend. She was curious. The doppelganger looked at Assel, and Assel stared at it too. Then it slowly transformed. Maria waited to find out who the cutie crush of Assel is. And after a few seconds, the doppelganger turned into Maria. Maria was dumbfounded. Assel hid his face in his hands due to the embarrassment. Then she slowly blushed. Maria didn't expect this at all. She was about to confirm who it was when Assel cut her off and dashed away while saying that it's the reason why he needs to leave. She told him to wait, but then she realized what it meant. She uttered that she never even thought of the possibility of it. The doppelganger stared at her. It transformed and became a male figure. And by the looks of it, the back of this guy looked like Ronan's. Maria then blushed. While Assel was running away, Maria's scream was heard all over the place. Later that night, at Professor Varen's lab, He apologized to Ronan for calling him when Ronan should be enjoying the festival. He expressed that he's truly ashamed. Not only was he no use the entire time, even though he's a professor, but he also had to receive Ronan's help. Our hero told him to stop it, because it's not like he didn't come because he was fooling around. Ronan knew that the day the Manticore escaped, Professor Varen discovered traces of Caliboro in the destroyed cage and had no choice but to urgently track them down. On top of that, once he was outside the capital, Professor Varen had to deal with a gang that was trying to siphon off some rare species. And Professor Varen did that all by himself. Professor Varen thanked him, and our boy said to let bygones be bygones. Ronan expressed that he's curious about something. He asked why the person was standing behind the professor. He's talking about Balrouse. Balrouse passionately replied, "Yes, sir. Ronan, allow me to explain." He expressed that after being indebted to Ronan, he is now deeply indebted to Professor Varen. And as a result, from then on, he is now Professor Varen's assistant TA. Professor Varen shared that he made an offer to Balrouse. Although it's a tradition for the TA position to go to students of Phil Leon, Balrouse has not only been instrumental in relaying information about the poaching, but also was the greatest contributor to the sweeping of Caliboro, and he is a substantial help in the doppelganger incident. Hence why he's been accepted as an exception. Professor Varen expressed how he was surprised when he found out that the one who played such a dangerous role within the atrocious Caliboro was a boy that young. He couldn't simply let such a brave and promising figure go. He told Balrouse that he's looking forward to working with him. Balrouse was touched that he was in tears. He enthusiastically replied that he's looking forward to working with him too. Our hero realized that the faithful Balrouse is now the assistant TA of the Lion Professor. It made him smile. In his opinion, they suit each other. Ronan told Balrouse to do well in the future. Ronan threatened him that if he heard anything bad about him, they would have a not-so-fun time together. Balrouse was terrified. He told Ronan not to worry. Our hero requested one more thing from Professor Varen. The professor told him to ask away. Ronan wanted to see the doppelgangers for one last time. He heard that once the booth management time ends, the doppelgangers would be resting in the tower. Professor Varen confirmed that it's true, and most likely they won't be transforming anymore. He shared that the Omega is still healing, and the Alpha is going to sleep soon. Our hero replied that it was fine. While he's there, he just wanted to give them his goodbyes. Ronan entered the room. He saw a creature in a capsule and uttered that it's a good thing that it's recuperating well. It was the Omega, and Omega looked cool. He told the Omega that once the 100 Beast Festival ends, the Empire will protect them with the highest security, so they can rest at ease there. Another creature watches Ronan and makes a soft noise. Ronan noticed it and thought the Alpha was sleeping. He asked if it had something to tell him. Ronan's eyes widened when Alpha had transformed. It made Ronan laugh. He realized that he must have respected this person a lot. It was a symbolic scene where behind the current Ronan is the Omega, who transformed into the old Ronan. As Ronan greeted the person in front of him, the one that our boy admires a lot was none other than Grand Commander Adeshan. A few days after the 100 Beasts Festival came to an end, we were taken to a cabin in the woods. We see Ronan sitting with Professor Secret. The professor told our boy that she heard the news about what happened from Jaredin. She heard about how the curse in his body fused with Bajura and became one with it. This very fusion settled as a power source that functions like a core. Professor Secret told our boy that this is not really a solution. He explained to him that the seal imposed by his curse still remains. The two individual curses merged together to create a new kind of curse. The professor told Ronan that this new curse is producing an unpredictable effect. Due to how calmly she spoke, Ronan was able to tell that the core in his chest was not yet a serious issue. He told her that the core has actually been pretty useful. He told the professor that he still wants to properly remove his curse. He asked her if there was a way. Professor Secret noticed that our boy was more resolute than before. He asked him if something happened. Ronan remembered meeting his older self. He told the professor that he believes that he has to put himself together. With a smile on his face, he told Secret that he has a promise that he must keep at all costs. The professor could tell that Ronan was determined. He smiled when he heard what he said. He told Ronan that he came just in time. He revealed to him that she just completed something. He told Ronan that she has finished the research to find a way to lift one of his curses. Our boy stood up when he heard this. He asked her to tell him what he needs to do. The professor asked him to calm down. He explained to him that the lifting process remains the same as before. Ronan needs to manifest the curse within the realm of his inner world and then seek out the source to cut it down. Secret informed our boy that there are a few issues with this process. She told him that the curse to be lifted this time will not reveal itself so easily as it did before. It will go to any lengths necessary to protect itself. This is why they need an immense amount of mana and a catalyst to maintain our boy's inner world. The professor told Ronan that they can manage the mana. Somehow, but the catalyst is the problem. He asked our boy if he had ever heard of a place called Dainhar. Ronan was surprised to hear the name. He asked her if he was talking about the desert region where all kinds of monsters and bad-tempered natives bury adventurers' bones deeper than the grains of sand. He asked her if she was talking about the demonic realm in the southwest. Ronan asked his professor if the thing that they need is the black stone that is rarely found even in that region. The professor was relieved to see that Ronan was already well informed about Dainhar. He told him that he was correct. He said that they need the Dainhar Mountain Magic Stone. The Dainhar Mountain Magic Stone is a top-tier magical material. It holds high-density mana and a mysterious power within. Whenever it appears at the Imperial auction, it consistently breaks the record for the highest bid. This is because it is a magic stone that is extremely rare, and it possesses immense value. Professor Secret took out the small magic stone he had. He informed Ronan that it cost her several years' worth of her salary to get this tiny fragment. With a nervous look on his face, Ronan asked him if there is any way to work with what she has. Secret told him that this won't be enough. He explained to him that they need a magic stone that is at least the size of a thumb. He told our boy that this is the reason she didn't call for him, even after finishing her research. He asked him if he could wait a little longer. He promised to do her best to find a substitute catalyst. Ronan did not like this. He wondered if he really had to go to Dainhar. It is one of the top 3 worst places that he never wanted to visit in this life. Unfortunately, he didn't have a lot of choices. The scene shifts, and we see Ade-shan walking somewhere. The girl remembered something while she was walking. She remembered how she and ball-beat-up Arendelle's subordinates that they found in a cave. They found a box covered in white clothing in the cave. Balrouse asked her if the Alpha is really in the box. Ade-shan said that it is. She told him that this is what she saw through the animal's senses. She removed the white clothing to see the box. She wanted to check if the Alpha was injured during its capture. The moment she opened the box, it released a bright blue light. She was surprised to see this. The Alpha jumped out of the box and began to transform. She and Balrusser were surprised to see this. The girl was quite embarrassed to see who the doppelganger was transforming into. Balrouse was shocked to see Ronan. Then the girl quickly threw the white clothing on his face. She hugged him and tried to push it back down. Balrouse did not know how to react. Before he could say anything, she begged him not to tell anyone what he saw. She began to blush when she remembered what happened. She kept recalling the incident and couldn't bring herself to look at Ronan's face. She told herself that the Alpha transformed into Ronan because he is the only person she feels grateful towards for believing her dreams. She asked herself not to be ashamed. She said that she will proudly greet Ronan the next time she sees him. The moment she said this, our boy walked past the tree she was standing next to. The girl was shocked to see him. She quickly hid behind the tree. Our boy turned to the side when he heard a sound come from the tree. He did not understand what was happening. She was quite embarrassed. She didn't know why our boy appeared. She asked herself to calm down. She planned to walk up to him and greet him. Before she could do anything, Ronan appeared next to the tree. He asked her about what she was doing there. Ade-shan screamed when she saw him. Our boy was surprised to see that she screamed. He told her that she scared him. He asked her if she saw something that she shouldn't have. With a shaky tone in her voice, Ade-shan said that it is nothing. Our boy was relieved to hear this. He grabbed her hand and told her that she came at the right time. He told her that there's a place they need to go together. With a smile on his face, Ronan asked Ade-shan to follow him to make a weapon. The girl was smitten when our boy grabbed her hand. She asked him about what he meant. Ronan explained to her that it has been bothering him that he couldn't take her there. He asked her to trust and follow him. He held up a paper that released an ominous energy and told Ade-shan that he's going to get her something to die for. The scene shifts, and we are taken to a temple on a mountain. Inside the temple, we see several bodies hanging from the ceiling. All the fresh bodies had their lower body parts cut off. They were all dripping blood into a huge pool of blood. A woman wearing white clothes carried a scroll in her hands. She told someone that a direct order has been issued by the leader himself. Immediately she said this, someone rose out of the pool of blood. The man raised his hand and used his energy to move his robe. He said that he is needed by the stern agent of the star. He told the woman that the consecutive mission failures by Brigia and Varan have set their plans back. He put on his robe and told the woman that there is no room for the slightest mistake in this mission. He stepped out of the pool and told the woman, whose name is Yuria, that they needed to depart to Dainhar. As the man walked towards the exit, his robe poured blood on the ground. In the next scene, to the Empire's largest smithy, the Grand Cappadocia. The forge was already rebuilt after Nebula Clagier attacked this place. They received help from the Grancia family to rebuild the entire forge. Ronan smiled when he saw Doron's new shop. He said that the old man did not renovate the place. He got the best upgrade. Didakan saw our boy and Ade-shan when they got close to the building. He was quite happy to see Ronan. He quickly ran to hug him. He referred to him as the hero who saved their Grand Cappadocia. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He told the beast man that it has been a while since he saw him. He could tell that Didakan was doing well because he was quite energetic. Didikin did not expect Ronan to say that he is doing well. He told our boy that he has been hammering away without rest. He said that he feels like he is dying. He revealed to Ronan that he heard that he came to make a new weapon from Doran. He told him that the old man stayed up all night to prepare for him. The moment he said this, Didikin noticed Adeshan. He smiled at the girl. Adeshan did not understand why he did this. The beast man moved close to Ronan and asked if Adeshan is the other reason he was busy all this time. He asked our boy if Adeshan is his girlfriend. He asked Ronan to tell him what he did with Maria. He told him that he's a bad boy. Ronan asked him not to say things like that. He told him that Estelle will cry if he hears him. He explained to him that he brought Adon along to get her the right weapon. He advised Didikin not to do something reckless like last time. Didikin asked him about what he meant. Ronan reminded him that the first time he came there, he was bragging about some kind of trial, and he got his ass kicked by him. He explained to Didikin that he doesn't know what will happen if her abilities get activated. He told the beast man that he can die from a single blow. Didikin became scared. He carefully looked at the girl. Ronan promised him that he will give him a proper funeral if he dies. With a nervous look on his face, Didikin told our boy that they scrapped this barbaric practice ages ago. He suggested that they go inside since Doron is waiting. With a nervous smile on his face, he asked Adeshan if she would care to follow him. The girl did not understand why he was so polite. Didikin kicked the door open and announced to Doron that he had guests. He said that it is the long-awaited and anticipated visit of Ronan. The moment he said this, someone threw a hammer at his head. The hammer knocked him down. The person reminded him that he asked him not to kick the door. The person said that he expected too much from a wolf. Adeshan asked Ronan if this is the person he was talking about. Our boy told her that she is looking at Doran. The old man smiled and told Ronan that he got his message and made preparations. He told him that he is looking forward to what he brought this time. He placed a blueprint on the table and informed Ronan that this was done by him after countless sleepless nights. He revealed to him that this is the blueprint for a new weapon. Doron explained to Ronan that they will be able to implement some interesting features if they build it according to the blueprint. He said that the output will vary greatly depending on the special materials they use. Doron smiled like a crazy person and asked our boy if he had thought of what they would use. Ronan asked him not to worry about that. Doron asked him if he brought more of the strange shell from last time. He told him that the more they have, the better the weapon will be. Ronan revealed to him that they used up the shell back then. He asked him not to worry about it. He put his hand into his clothes and brought out the ominous paper. He told Doron that he brought him something better. Doron did not expect to see a sheet of paper. He could not believe that Ronan was saying that this was better than the eggshell of a dream bird. He raised his hand and touched the paper. The moment he touched it, he saw countless souls screaming. Doron was horrified to see this. He wondered about what this deep, unfathomable evil was. It was as if countless restless spirits were screaming at his ears. Doron quickly let go of the paper. He did not know what Ronan brought him. He asked our boy about where he got something like this from. He called it an endless evil power. He told Ronan that he has never seen something this terrible in his life. Ronan called him the greatest blacksmith of their time and commended him for seeing through the essence of the material by simply touching it. He said that he made the smart choice by putting everything aside to come there. He gave Doron a thumbs up and told him that he cannot wait to see the kind of weapon that will be born from the material. Doron turned around and told Ronan that he can't use this material. He said that it is not a material that can be used for a weapon. He told him that it is impossible to predict what will happen to its user. Immediately he said this. Doron whispered that it would be an incredible masterpiece if they used it as a weapon. He grabbed his head and told himself that it can't be done. He felt like he would violate the very conscience of a blacksmith. Ronan asked him not to worry about this. He revealed to him that the item doesn't harm him in any way. Doron asked him about what he meant. Ronan told him that he can explain later. He asked the man if he would give him an answer first. He moved the paper close to Doran's face and told him that his face can't lie. Just the thought of creating a masterpiece like this already made his mouth water. With a shaky tone in his voice, Doron said that it is nothing like that. Ronan swung the paper around and made Doron move his head with the paper. With an evil smile on his face, he told the blacksmith that it is better for him to give in to his desires. He asked him to say that he wants to turn the paper into a wonderful weapon. He asked Doron to beg for it. The blacksmith screamed out when he heard this. A while later, we see Ronan step out of the building. Didikin was surprised to hear his master scream. He asked Ronan about what he brought for his master to act like that. Our boy told him that it is something that will shock him when he sees it later. He asked Didikin about where Adeshan is. He reminded him that he took her to introduce her around the village. Didikin revealed to him that Adeshan is surrounded by different blacksmiths. They were giving her some intense, one-on-one advice. They're telling her about how a weapon other than a sword might suit a lady better. Didikin told our boy that Adeshan is probably struggling a bit right now. Ronan asked the beast man about what was on his neck. Didikin smiled when he heard this. He told Ronan that he has been waiting for him to ask. He raised the item that looks like a camera and told our boy that it is a space-time storage and playback device. He explained to Ronan that it allows him to capture any moment he wants and reproduce it with just the push of a button. The Beast Man called it a masterpiece. He asked Ronan about what he thinks. He asked him if he wanted to test it. Our boy asked him if it really works. Ronan smiled when he heard this. He asked Didakin if he could lend it to him for a moment. He said that he happens to need something like this. He told Didakin that this is a huge bait that he can use to lure someone to Dainhar. At night, Schlieffen walked somewhere. Someone came out of the woods and asked him if he was going to train at this hour. Schlieffen asked the person if something was wrong. He asked Ronan if he had come to catch up on his missed sparring sessions. Ronan told him that this is good, but he is not there for sparring sessions. He raised his hand and asked Schlieffen to team up with him. He explained to Schlieffen that he's going somewhere really dangerous, and he is the only one he can take with him. Sheloff asked him to stop spouting nonsense. He told him that he is not interested if it does not involve sparring sessions. He said that he barely has enough time to train. Ronan asked him if he is sure that he won't regret it. The moment he said this, a bright light shined from his clothes. Sheloff was shocked to see the light. He asked Ronan if it is what he thinks it is. In the next scene, we are taken to Carol, a desert region in the southwest. We see Ronan and Schlieffen in normal clothes. They were looking down at the desert from a very high place. Ronan said that the place is still scorching hot. He didn't think that he would return to this hot place on his own in this life. Our boy took Sita along with him. He turned to Schlieffen and told him that he is honored that he accompanied him to a place like this. The boy cleared his throat and told Ronan that this place looks like a good place to gain real combat experience. With a serious look on his face, he asked Ronan if he would keep his promise. He asked him if he will give him something as soon as the journey comes to an end. Our boy smiled when he heard this. He put his hand into his pocket and took out something. He told Schlieffen that he is someone who always keeps his promises. He told him that he prepared a luxurious, top-tier bait. He quickly corrected himself and said that it is a very special gift. Schlieffen was shocked to see what was in Ronan's hands. He couldn't believe that our boy had 8 pictures of Ireel. Ronan laughed with an evil look on his face as he held up the photos. Schlieffen's heart began to beat faster as he stared at the photos. Ronan decided to put it away. Schlieffen begged him to let him take a closer look. Our boy asked him to save his admiration for when the journey is over. He explained to him that they still have to walk for a few more days if they want to reach Dainhar. He asked him not to think about the photos until they got there. Schlieffen revealed to Ronan that this place is not as barren and quiet as it looks on the surface. He said that there's a scent of blood in the air and bodily remains everywhere. Ronan said that this is expected. He explained to Schlieffen that Carol is a place where those who failed to get the Dainhar Mountain's magic stone end up. Either they regroup to try again, or they settle down and become bandits. Most times, it is usually the latter. These bandits are filthy, clingy, and cunning. Our boy told Schlieffen that it is better to take them out completely if they run into them. While he was talking, Schlieffen grabbed his sword hilt. He asked our boy if they would be doing the world some good by getting rid of this man. Ronan said that they would. He asked Schlieffen about what he was doing. The boy drew his sword and covered it with his energy. He told our boy that he is counting about 30 people. He swung his sword and released his energy. After saying this, his mana moved past Ronan. Our boy asked Schlieffen about why he is suddenly using his sword chi. He watched Schlieffen's energy move far away from them as it slowly faded away. The sword chi released a bright blue light in the air. A ridiculously powerful tornado appeared out of nowhere. The tornado tore some bandits apart. They screamed and begged for someone to save them. With a nervous look on his face, Ronan turned around and asked Schlieffen about what he just did. The boy said that some bandits were able to dodge his attack. He told Ronan that they have to go and deal with the remaining ones themselves. With a shocked look on his face, our boy asked Schlieffen if he sensed the bandits' movement from this distance and struck first. He asked him if this is even possible. Schlieffen did not know why Ronan was surprised. He explained to him that he can simply extend his senses with mana. He said that this is a basic and simple application of mana. He asked Ronan if he couldn't do this. Our boy wondered if Schlieffen even knows what he is saying. He recalled that his attack looked like an ordinary sword chi, but it turned into a tornado as soon as it arrived near its target. Ronan could not believe that Schellen managed to compress the Stormblade into a concentrated sword chi and launch it. He remembered that Schlieffen couldn't use this well the last time they fought. He wondered about how much the boy has improved now. Sometimes Ronan is skeptical about Schellen. However, moments like this make it really clear to him that this talented monster will later reach the pinnacle of the sword and become the Sword Saint. 5 minutes before Schlieffen's sword storm strikes, we see a bandit using a telescope. He used it to look at Ronan and Schlieffen from a distance. He saw our boy showing Schlieffen the photos. The man believed that the boys were the perfect people to rob. The man is known as the scout, Pip, of the Red Desert Bandit Group. The man took out a walkie-talkie and used it to inform his boss that there are 2 armed boys up front. He said that there is no one with them. He asked his boss about what they should do. The leader told his men that some noble young masters have come there for sword training. The men smiled when they heard this. The leader suggested that they give the boys a fitting welcome. He said that they will chop off their limbs and send them to their families as ransom. The huge man told his men that they will suck their families dry and throw them to the sandworms. This big idiot is the Red Desert Chief. His name is Kong. Kong raised his hand and asked his men to get ready. He said that it is time for them to return to their main job. The moment he said this, he saw a blue light shine in the air. Kong felt a sharp, cold energy coming towards his group. While looking in the air, he saw the sword Chi turn into a storm. He quickly grabbed his shield and asked his men to get behind him. Unfortunately for some of them, they got torn apart by the attack. Pip got pushed back by the tornado. He fell to the ground. He wondered about where the tornado suddenly came from. He quickly raised his telescope. He wanted to see if the boys activated a magic scroll. When he looked at the cliff they were on, he didn't see them there. The man did not understand what was happening. He was certain that they were there until a while ago. He wondered about where they went in that short time. The moment he thought of this, Ronan stabbed him in the head. The boys were already standing next to him. Ronan took out his sword and beheaded the man. He told Shelifan that he was correct. He looked down and said that there was still a lot of trash left. Some of the men trembled when they saw Ronan. Our boy grabbed a blade on his waist and said that this might actually be a good situation. He said that he wanted to test something out. Shelifan wanted to help him, but Ronan asked him to leave it to him. He said that these people are the right people for him to test out his new weapon on. Shelifan told Ronan that he has been sensing a sinister energy for a while. He asked our boy if it was from his new weapon. He said that Doron must have made something extraordinary again. Ronan said that he is also looking forward to seeing how good it is. He jumped and told Schlieffen that he was lucky to be his first audience. Our boy destroyed the ground when he landed. This caused a large amount of dust to spread around. One of the bandits said that the boys are not normal. He could not believe that Ronan came to them even though he saw their number. He said that they must defeat the boys quickly. The moment the man said this, Ronan swung his blade. The next thing the man saw was a hole in his chest. His comrades were horrified to see this. Before they could react, Ronan threw his blade. It cut off someone's arm and stabbed another person in the chest. The blade hit a boulder. The man who lost his arm fell to the ground and screamed out in pain. The other bandits began to shake when they saw their comrades on the ground. While they were shaking, our boy moved close to the boulder. He said that this is a good first impression. He took out the blade. He did not expect it to ruthlessly pierce through the bandits. He said that a good weapon really makes a difference. He raised the sword, known as Emmer, and told it that he will be in its care. The blade released a sinister energy when he said this. Our boy swung his blade around. After saying this, he wondered why it felt heavy. He believed that it might be because the materials used in making it weren't ordinary. He realized that it is going to take him some time to get used to the blade. Ronan turned to the men and asked them to come at him. Someone asked the others to kill Ronan. They quickly charged at him. Our boy moved past the bald man that asked them to attack. He tore his body apart with a single strike. He was quite satisfied with his blade's sharpness. He was happy to see that it fit his hand like a glove. He said that he really likes the blade. Immediately he said this. Some men got close to him and swung their swords at him. Ronan disappeared in front of them. The men were shocked to see this. Before they could react, Ronan beheaded them from behind. One of the men asked the others to get themselves together. He told them that they're dead if they lose focus. He asked the men to stand their ground. He asked them to support their nearby comrades. He said that Ronan won't be able to rampage if they do this. Immediately he said this. Our boy appeared behind him and grabbed his hair. He told the man that he made a smart judgment. Our boy could tell that the man was quite experienced in plundering. The man became scared. He asked Ronan to tell him who he is. The moment he said this, our boy beheaded him and made his blood pour all over the sand. The bandits became terrified. They couldn't believe that Ronan killed their vice captain in an instant. Our boy disappeared in front of them. The next thing the bandits saw was their heads flying around. While Ronan was cutting them up, he sensed something. He quickly moved back in order to dodge the leader's attack. The man attacked him with his huge shield. Ronan asked Kong if he was the leader of the bandits. With a look of anger on his face, Kong asked Ronan to tell him what gave him the guts to challenge the Red Desert of Carol. He told our boy that he picked the wrong target. He asked him if he knew what happened to the other arrogant people that stood against them. He tapped his shield and said that every one of them was beaten down into meatballs by a shield of blood. Kong told Ronan that he will smash him and shell it into paste. Ronan cleaned his ear and asked the man to try it. The moment he said this, Kang's shield cracked and shattered into pieces. The man could not believe what he was seeing. Ronan asked him if he is okay fighting without his shield. Kong could not comprehend what was happening. He was certain that his shield was made from top-tier steel. He quickly realized that Ronan attacked him when his shield got close to him. He could not believe that our boy was able to attack in that split second. He quickly turned around and asked his men to run. The men followed their leader. Ronan was surprised that Kong was able to make such a quick judgment. He knew that the men would go back to plundering if he let them live. Ronan took a look at his sword and said that he has to clear out the trash for good. He wanted to use Emmer's ability one more time. While running, Kong wondered about where a powerful guy like Ronan came from. He decided to gather his underlings and nearby bandits to launch a full-scale attack. While he was running, something moved close to him from above. The thing turned out to be the blade. Emmer landed in front of the bandits. They all quickly stopped. Kong was certain that this was the dagger that Ronan used. He wondered if our boy threw it by mistake. Emmer's number 1 got activated. This aura is known as the spiderweb. The dagger released strings of aura that latched onto the bandits' legs and held them down. The men did not know what was happening. All they knew was that an unknown energy was released from the dagger, and now they couldn't move. The dagger stores the user's mana and allows skills to be activated even from a distance. As Ronan walked up to the bandits, he said that Doron is the best. The bandits saw a sinister image of a huge spider that was ready to devour its prey. Our boy moved close to his dagger. Kong tried to beg him, but Ronan wasn't interested in his plea. He tore the man and his comrades apart. After the battle ends and all the bandits are down, Schlieffen asks Ronan about his weapon Emer and says it looks pretty impressive. Ronan accepts the compliment and explains that Emer can use different mana technique for long-range attacks, which makes his moves harder to predict. As he looks over the bodies, Schlieffen wonders if a weapon like that needs rare materials to work. Ronan doesn't give much away and says it's a trade secret. He hints that the weapon is built with some interesting parts, but that's all he's willing to share. Then things take a strange turn. Blood from the fallen starts flowing towards Sita, who drinks it all in one go. Ronan notes how fast Sita's powers are growing and says his vampire side is clearly evolving. He jokes that Sita is probably doing more than just hanging out with Ophelia and says he might even pass Ronan at this rate. Just as Ronan's about to keep talking, Schlieffen jumps in with another question, catching him off guard. That restraint technique you used earlier, Schlieffen says, eyes narrowing. It didn't feel like anything I've sensed on the battlefield before. It was off. Familiar in a bad way. Ronan raises an eyebrow, but says nothing. Schlieffen presses on. I'm sure of it. That aura. It felt just like the Traitor Dolan's. Why would you have something like that? The question hangs heavy in the air. Schlieffen's voice is steady, but there's clear tension behind it. He's not just curious, he's troubled. Ronan sighs, running a hand through his hair. You know, he says with a smirk, I'm starting to not like how sharp your instincts are, kid. Schlieffen doesn't laugh. He waits. Ronan's smirk fades. We've got a long road ahead of us. I'll explain everything on the way. That night, they sat quietly around the fire. Schlieffen thought back to Ronan's fight with Bajura and said it sounded even worse than what Shaun had told him. Ronan nodded and said Doron deserved credit for helping him build the skills that saved his life. The mood shifted when Ronan asked about Schlieffen's sister. He wanted to know if she was doing better. Schlieffen said the expert from Grancia had checked on her and confirmed she was stable. He clenched his jaw a bit and admitted that, to his sister, Ronan and Elizabeth were like heroes. She had even started seeing Akalucia as a real sister, though it didn't seem like Akalucia felt the same way. Still, he hoped that maybe this could help repair things between their families. Schlieffen paused like he had something else to say. Ronan picked up on it and asked him directly. A little embarrassed, Schlieffen muttered that it was nothing big, just a thank you for saving his sister. Ronan smiled and said it meant a lot. Then, with a mischievous grin, he pulled out a few pictures of a girl and teased that he still wasn't ready to hand them over. Schlieffen froze for a second, then got flustered. He asked what Ronan thought of him and said he wasn't the kind of guy to break a promise. He accused Ronan of joking around even when the moment was supposed to be serious. Before Ronan could reply, a sharp cry from an eagle broke the quiet. The bird came crashing down nearby. Schlieffen quickly asked if it was a sign of a monster attack, but Ronan wasn't so sure. He figured it might just be a fallen bird and walked over to check it out. As they moved closer to the fallen creature, Ronan wondered if it might be a rock bird, the kind used for transport in Dainhar. It felt odd to see one out here and injured. Schlieffen stepped in, narrowing his eyes. He said he could sense a child nearby. Sita acted fast, sending healing magic into both the bird and the child. A soft blue light wrapped around them as the spell took hold. Slowly, they began to stir. The child was still half-conscious, caught in a flood of painful memories. He saw himself trapped on a burning battlefield, his older brother shouting at him to escape. The brother told him this rock bird was their last way out. The child's name, Thunder, echoed in the chaos as his brother begged him to help fight back, then changed his tone, saying survival mattered more. Thunder's eyes welled with tears, but his brother stayed firm, urging him to flee as enemies closed in. Then a huge explosion tore through the area. Out of the fire came a monstrous beast, and standing on top of it was a woman. She called them insects clinging to the land of stars and swore she'd wipe them out. Her belt dripped with blood. One of Thunder's allies screamed for him to run, but the woman struck him down before he could move. Thunder's brother yelled that they'd try to hold her off while the rock bird carried him to safety. As the bird took flight, Thunder screamed his brother's name, the pain of leaving him behind hitting all at once. Thunder suddenly jolted awake, panicked and disoriented. His breathing was sharp, his eyes darting around in confusion. When Ronan and Schlieffen stepped closer to help, he backed away, shouting for them to stay back. He called the monsters and demanded to know where his brother was, swinging his arms in panic and fear. Ronan gently catches Thunder's hands, his voice calm and steady. "We're not your enemies," he says. "We don't mean you any harm." Thunder's eyes well up with fresh tears. His voice trembles. "Then who are you?" Ronan holds his gaze and speaks softly. "It's safe now. You can talk. No one's going to hurt you." But even as he says it, a quiet unease stirs in his chest. Ronan can feel it. Whatever road they're about to take, this boy is going to drag them right into the heart of it. Our hero sits quietly with the kid, just waiting. After a while, the kid finally speaks. He shares a wild story. 2 nights ago, monsters started crawling out of the ground. He says he can't stop seeing them in his head. Massive creatures, like something out of a nightmare. He explains that on his family's land, the villagers had gathered to face a cloaked figure. The local warriors stepped forward, sensing something was wrong. But as the monsters charged, a woman in a cloak with a strap and a fierce expression joined them. The moment she entered the fight, everything went downhill. She cut through the warriors like they were nothing. Blood everywhere. Not a single scratch landed on her. Ronan is shocked. He never thought the desert warriors would fall that fast. He's always believed they were some of the toughest fighters out there, raised to survive the harsh desert, known to rival the Empire's elite knights. He remembers his past life, how fighting them turned what should have been a quick mission into a long and brutal one. But now, they're facing enemies they couldn't even touch. He asks the kid who those attackers were. Thunder shakes his head. They didn't get the chance to find out. Everything happened too fast. The only detail he remembers is that the creatures were wrapped in white linen. That alone makes both of them tense. Thunder adds that these things had strange powers that made them nearly impossible to fight. And before the chaos broke loose, they said they were here to welcome the arrival of the stars. At that, both Ronan and Schlieffen go quiet. Their thoughts land on the same name, Nebula Clagier. Here's a clean and smooth rephrased version with a straightforward, slightly casual tone, focused on clarity and flow without overloading the emotion or intensity. Thunder thanks them for patching him up and says he'll repay the favor if he makes it out alive. He's heading back to rescue his brother and warns them to turn back if they value their lives. Ronan steps forward, asking if he really plans to go back to Dainhar alone. But the kid shrugs off his hand and stands firm. He says he's a warrior of Dainhar, and he's not backing down. He doesn't want to drag anyone else into something that's dangerous. Then he adds that, honestly, they both look too skinny and weak to survive what's coming. If they follow him, they'll end up dead. That hits a nerve with both Ronan and Schlieffen. Thunder goes on, saying he doesn't want anyone dying for nothing. He tells them to head back to their own land before they get caught up in something way beyond their limits. Suddenly, a massive lizard monster appears behind him, its claws already swinging down. Schlieffen reacts instantly, stepping in to block the attack. At the same time, Ronan grabs Thunder and pulls him out of the way. The monster growls, heavy and armored, its body nearly blending with the desert's swirling winds. Schlieffen narrows his eyes. He's not sure if he's strong enough to take it, but he still draws his sword without hesitation. Thunder freezes. He recognizes the creature. It was one of the beasts that followed the cloaked woman. He has no idea why it's here now. Ronan quickly sizes up the monster and mutters that it looks like it's targeting the kid. He scowls and says those cultist freaks actually deserve some credit for sending in something this serious. The kid panics, his voice shaking. "We have to get out of here. That thing wiped out dozens of warriors by itself." Before anyone can respond, the monster vanishes, gone in an instant. Blinding streaks of light flash through the air as it starts zipping around at insane speed, circling them like a predator playing with its prey. Our hero narrows his eyes, tracking its movement. "It's not letting us go," he mutters. Beside him, the kid lowers his head, guilt creeping in. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to drag you into this." Schlieffen keeps his eyes on the monster's movements and casually notes that its footwork is simple but packed with power. It actually reminds him of how Ronan fought during the midterms. Ronan stays quiet, noticing the focused look on Schlieffen's face. Schlieffen admits that back then, he didn't really know how to deal with that kind of pressure. He ended up making the worst call, trying to take both of them down at once. Then the monster locks in and charges straight at him with full force. But Schlieffen doesn't flinch. He says maybe that was true back then, but not anymore. He slams his sword into the ground, and a massive burst of energy tears through the air. The monster stumbles, caught off guard by the sudden force. Schlieffen's mana whips up into a swirling tornado, pulling the beast right into its center. The creature lets out a roar, louder with each spin, as the winds slam into it again and again. Thunder stares in disbelief as cracks spread across the monster's iron shell like it's made of brittle chips. Its body starts to break apart, piece by piece. Just when it looks like the monster is done for, it suddenly opens its mouth, revealing a hidden weapon. It fires without hesitation, but our hero is already above it. "Nice trick," he says coolly, "but I'm not here to play." With one clean, swift strike, he slices through the creature's neck. The beast collapses into a crumpled heap while the beam it fired shoots harmlessly into the sky, exploding with a loud bang. Thunder stands frozen, wide-eyed. He actually did it. Our hero lands with ease, standing tall. "Still think I look weak?" he asks. The scene cuts to a distant, shadowy location. Several cloaked figures watch in silence. One of them turns to a woman standing at the center. "What's up?" The woman, Yuria, clearly their leader, frowns. The connection to my little runaway pet is gone. Completely severed. She folds her arms, eyes narrowing. It shouldn't have been taken down by some local kid or desert stray. Which means she trails off, but the man beside her nods. "So the guest we talked about has arrived." "Exactly," Yuria says. "Now we'll see if that kid is really ready for the baptism of the starlight." The scene opens with an eagle slicing through the golden sky, wings flashing as it tears across the horizon with 3 people on its back. The wind roars, but our boy is lost in thought. His mind drifts back to that armor-clad beast in the desert. Fast movements, hard body, hidden weapons tucked everywhere. But honestly, still not strong enough to be a real threat to the Dainhar. The only reason things turned ugly was because the power of the giant awakened, and that beast had the blessing of the stars backing it up. The one station in Dainhar right now, that thing was basically equivalent to a branch leader. And since the beast and its pilot had been separated earlier, the blessing never activated back then, making it clear why Schlieffen's strike worked. But he knows next time won't be that simple. Out of nowhere, our boy asks Thunder about the 2 attackers he mentioned earlier. One used a ruled iron moored beast, but the second one? Thunder looks back at him, trying to recall. He asks if the second attacker used any unique weapon or technique. Thunder shakes his head. The one who injured their warriors was definitely the guy with the beast. Then something clicks. Thunder remembers another silhouette, a massive beast in the distance, and a single figure watching everything quietly from afar. That person never moved, wrapped entirely in a white scarf with a golden locket resting on their chest. Schlieffen narrows his eyes. So that person just stood there and watched. Thunder nods, still baffled. "Yes." Didn't lift a finger. Schlieffen clicks his tongue. Hard to judge power from that little information. Our boy lets out a long breath. As usual, there's no choice. Whatever these people are, they'll only understand their true strength when they clash head-on. The scene shifts. A barren wasteland stretches out before them, dying bodies everywhere. Some hanging from shattered walls. Others collapsed on the ground, their breaths thin and fading. Blood has dried into dark patches across the soil, turning the land into a graveyard. Our boy steps forward with Schlieffen, jaw clenched. He grinds his teeth, furious at himself for letting things reach this point. He scans the battlefield soaked in blood, while Sita quietly examines the surroundings. Our boy finally asks, voice low, "Sita, do you sense anyone still alive? Anyone we can save?" Sita slowly turns his head, feeling through every corner of the dead land. While he searches, our boy's thoughts boil. Pieces of trash. They always chase their goals with no hesitation. But pointless destruction? That was never their style. They always hid their tracks. They always erased their existence. But here, they didn't hide anything. Not even a little. Something's different. Something is wrong. What pushed them to this point? Was it something that happened in Dainhar? Back then, they were willing to take massive risks just to erase a single piece of evidence. And now they're leaving a massacre out in the open? Whatever this change is, it's big. And it's dangerous. Our boy's thoughts suddenly snap back to that moment. Thunder standing there, and the intruder, the barrier user, appearing silently behind him. His eyes sharpen at the memory, and Schlieffen's do the same. He can still see it clearly. The barrier user grabbing Thunder and trying to vanish with him. Blades flying, red energy exploding across the battlefield. The masked man glaring directly at him while dragging Thunder away. Our boy had chased without hesitation, swinging non-stop, trying to cut off every possible escape path. He'd tightened his grip on his sword, ready to cleave the man in half, until Schlieffen shouted for him to let go. And then that damn smoke bomb exploded. A violent blast of smoke swallowed everything. A ring of energy burst far behind the masked man as he shot upward, carrying Thunder. Our boy had yelled after him, voice filled with fury, calling him a rat-like bastard and demanding to know where he thought he was running. Their blades kept clashing even through the haze, red sparks colliding with zinc-colored arcs. As he and Schlieffen turned toward the masked man again, the intruder blurred across the distance like lightning. His eyes flared with a blinding golden light. He activated the blade-like weapons on his fingers and launched them at both of them in a deadly spray. The blade shot forward at terrifying speed, but they slashed them apart, shattering each one midair. Broken metal rained down across the ruins. Our boy remembers the weight behind every single throw. Each one felt like a full-force strike from trained warrior. He gritted his teeth, sword raised, thinking this level of raw power was something he'd only felt a handful of times during war. And the masked man's movement-reading ability, the way he predicted their steps and reacted in an instant, it was unnerving. His speed was ridiculous, so fast that even he and Schliffen struggled to keep up. These weren't ordinary enemies, not even remotely. Thunder was still in danger. The chase ripped through broken buildings, energy storms erupting around them as the masked man pushed forward, flying with impossible speed. From the man's grip, Thunder shouted, demanding he let go, asking if he was working with those intruders. He told him to put him down. He wanted revenge himself, for his brother, and for the fallen warriors. The masked man didn't answer. Not one word. He suddenly dropped to the ground, landing with force, and tossed Thunder aside like he weighed nothing. He called Thunder an idiot for coming back on his own two legs. Then he asked him, "This is revenge to you?" Thunder staggered back to his feet, breathing hard, chest heaving as he yelled that yes, he would handle it himself. For his brother, for their tribe, for the warriors who died. Then his eyes widened. Someone, was closing in fast behind the masked man. The masked man sensed it too. He instantly launched an attack over his shoulder. But the figure rushing in was our boy, who had caught up far faster than either of them expected. The masked man actually flinched. He hadn't expected our boy to close the distance that fast. Our boy stood there glaring at him, sweat sliding down his cheek, not from fear but from pure irritation. This guy had really pissed him off. He raised his sword and asked coldly if the masked man was ready. Both the masked man and Thunder were stunned. Someone who looked no older than a young farrier. Already moving like this? Already fighting on this level? The masked man tightened his grip on his weapon, muscles tensing. But before either could strike, Thunder suddenly threw himself between them, shouting for them to stop. "He's not your enemy." Our boy froze mid-swing, shocked for a moment. Thunder pleaded with both sides, voice cracking. "This man, he's my brother's angry guts." In Ronan's past life, when he'd gone on a reconnaissance mission to Carlisle, the worst part hadn't been the burning desert heat or even the crazy enemies hiding under the sand. The real nightmare was the true rulers of the desert, the barriers of Dainhar. The scene shifts back to those desert warriors. Their leader steps forward, eyeing Ronan like he's sizing up a wild beast. He admits Ronan's skills are impressive, shockingly impressive for a foreigner. He even adds that the one leading Ronan's group could stand toe-to-toe with any barrier warrior in their entire tribe. As Ronan approaches with his army, the leader asks for his name. Ronan shuts him down immediately. No need for introductions. "We're here to kill each other, aren't we?" The leader treats that line like Ronan's last words before death. He accepts the sentiment with a calm nod. Ronan doesn't back down. He stands firm, looks him dead in the eyes, and simply states, "Ronan." The leader clicks his tongue, annoyed. "Primitive bastards," he mutters. Then he looks again, really looks, and his expression shifts. "Raging Guts," the title inherited from his predecessor, the guardian of his homeland, the strongest barrier of Dainhar. Ronan keeps glaring back. Last time they couldn't finish their fight, he'd been ordered to retreat. It left everything unfinished. He knew if he came back here, they might cross paths again, but he didn't expect it to unfold like this. He glances at Thunder's brother and thinks, so this guy is Thunder's real brother. Thunder's brother turns toward Thunder, confused. "What are you doing?" Thunder shifts his glare and tells him to relax, calling him sovereign brother. He says Ronan is his savior, an ally, someone here to help them. He explains that Ronan's people are unbelievably strong enough to take down one of those iron-coated monsters controlled by the intruders in a single strike. Thunder's brother freezes. His eyes widen. A single strike? He remembers how their own attacks barely scratched those monsters, how they were wrapped in dark magic, how their speed alone overwhelmed even elite warriors. And now he learns a group of kids destroyed one? His shock only deepens. Silence settles for a moment. Then Thunder's brother lowers his head toward Ronan. "If my brother speaks the truth, then the fault is mine." He bows deeply. "I ask for your forgiveness, and thank you for saving him." The scene shifts to the mouth of a cave, the air thick and quiet. Thunder stands frozen, staring at the figure inside. Slowly, he steps forward, voice trembling. "Uncle, you're alive." The older man jolts upright in pure shock. "Thunder, why are you here? Did they catch you again? Are you hurt? What happened?" Thunder quickly waves his hands, trying to calm him down. "I'm fine. Really. I'm just happy you're all safe." From behind, another boy speaks up, eyes full of disbelief. "Thunder, what actually happened? We heard you wouldn't survive. How did you escape those bastards?" Thunder's brother stiffens. The memories hit him, so hard his face twitches. He explains that none of them truly knows how they managed to live. After pulling Thunder away to safety, They fought the intruders with everything they had. They were ready to die, mentally prepared, completely committed. But against that overwhelming dark magic, their resolve meant nothing. Their strength, their willpower, it all felt like dust. There was no way out. They had already accepted death. But then something bizarre happened. The intruders suddenly stopped attacking. Thunder's brother recalls glaring at one of them. Just the slitted eyes and part of the masked face visible. The man was grinning. That grin alone crushed their spirits even worse. They didn't survive because they resisted. They survived because the intruders allowed it. From there, they searched every corner of the devastated village, gathered whoever remained breathing, and migrated into this cave as their final refuge. But even here, their limits were breaking. The wounded, the old, the children, civilians without strength. Everyone was exhausted. Once all warriors regrouped, they evacuated the non-fighters. And now Thunder's brother explains their plan. They intend to return and fight the intruders, even knowing they'll lose. They refuse to abandon those who can't defend themselves. They refuse to sacrifice their own people and run like cowards. That's why they need help. Ronan holds up the crystal and asks if it's Dinar's magic stone. Thunder's brother nods. It's exactly what the intruders have been searching for. They're willing to hand it over. In exchange, they want Ronan to take Thunder and the remaining tribe and escape, while they stay behind and buy them time by holding off the intruders. Ronan gives him a sharp grin. Fine, I'll accept it. As the price for the intruders heads, the scene pulls deeper into the cave. Strange energy hums through the cavern walls while people stand around the glowing rocks, tension thick in the air. Thunder's brother looks at Ronan, confused. You weren't lying earlier, right? About everything? How could you crush their spirit that easily? Ronan shrugs lightly. Why would I come all the way here just to lie and get myself killed? Ever since I destroyed that ironclad tiger, I've understood exactly what these intruders are. Thunder's brother nods, finally letting the trust settle. To doubt you now, that would be disrespectful to our savior. He continues explaining. The barriers of their tribe have protected this land for countless generations. It's a sacred ground, one outsiders aren't even allowed to step into. In the heart of that land, he says it looks more magnificent than the greatest shrines built by entire empires. Yet it's hidden quietly, deep inside a canyon, far from anyone's sight. He admits he doesn't even know what the heart actually is. It's ancient, older than their tribe, older than any written history, and they were simply ordered to guard it until some promised day. No one ever explained anything more. And since the intruders weren't interested in the magic stone at all, the only logical target they had left was the heart itself. Inside the hall, standing before the main seat, he says it clearly. The intruders were definitely aiming for whatever lies beyond the heart. Then, footsteps. Someone strolls out from Dinar's sacred building. Everyone turns toward her. She smirks. Pretty smart for a bunch of barbarians. She waves casually, as if this isn't enemy territory, and introduces herself with a bright grin. Name's Yuria. Nice to meet you all. The scene opens with Yuria lounging comfortably on top of a building, legs crossed like she's sunbathing. Meanwhile, our boy and Schliffen stand on the ground below, staring up at her. Our boy thinks to himself that she looks exactly like one of those ordered bastards. Same outfit, same twisted smile, same annoying confidence. He glances at Gut's face and can tell instantly. Yeah, this woman is trouble. Schliffen grinds his teeth hard enough to crack them, and our boy is already convinced she's the main culprit behind that whole mascara incident. Yuria suddenly calls out to them, waving lazily. Hey, you two tiny ones, it's you, right? The ones who destroyed my precious pantheroid. She complains loudly, whining about how much rare material goes into making one of those beasts. Then her eyes shift to Schliffen. And you. Same thing goes for you too. Our boy just blinks at her, completely thrown off. Before anyone can respond, stones start tumbling off the rooftop. Then more, then more. She casually follows up. Anyway, I'm going to punish the hedgehog now. The raining stones intensify, turning into a deadly barrage. The group scrambles, dodging, retaliating, blocking whatever they can. Guts grinds his teeth and shouts up at her, summoning an iron beast. He warns our boy and Schliffen to stay sharp. He lost countless warriors to that thing. It may not be as fast as the pantheroid, but its destructive power comes from its massive size and insanely durable toe armor. And those spines, it fires them like arrows, each coated with lethal poison. Even the slightest graze means instant death. While everyone glares at Yuria, our boy steps forward. That beast is just as disgusting as it looks. He shoots her a sharp glare. In his mind, he notes that since she can use blessings, she's definitely an executive-level enemy. Memories surface. Blessed warriors were terrifyingly strong. He only beat them back then because they were arrogant and careless. This one doesn't look careless at all. He also still can't sense where the other bastards disappeared to. He doesn't know their full abilities yet. So for now, he decides to observe, understand the situation, and stay alert. He locks eyes with Yuria on the rooftop. This fight, he says coldly, is not going to end nicely. Before anything begins, our boy raises a hand. He wants to ask one thing. The bastards, he knows, never draw attention. They always move in silence, erase their traces, hide in the shadows. But this time they've gone loud. Too loud. They're raising the stakes like never before. So he asks her straight to her face. What's your goal? Does this have something to do with Nebula Classier? Yuria pauses. Then she whistles. Damn, even a kid like you knows our name? We've really hit rock bottom. She grips her sword tighter, expression twisting. That's exactly why two executives had to move together this time. She stares right at him. You know way too much. Since you're that curious, fine, I'll explain. She tapped her ear. You know how annoying it is when a tiny bug keeps buzzing while you're trying to sleep? It's small, weak, useless, but it pisses you off just by existing. Her eyes sharpen. To someone above us. Dainhar is exactly that. She opens her palm. The higher up gave a simple command. Her smile widens into something vicious. Erase everything in Dainhar. That's it. Silence. Everyone freezes. Shock. Disbelief. Rage. But Yuria keeps talking like she's discussing the weather. She says she'd tell them more, but she doesn't know the details herself, and doesn't care enough to find out. The only reason she hasn't burned everything down already is because her partner is interested in the heart or whatever lies beyond it. Then she points at our boy and Schliffen with an amused grin. And I'm personally curious about you too. Consider yourselves lucky. If it wasn't for my partner's curiosity, every one of you barbarians would already be dead. Gut stares at her, confused and horrified. What do you mean lucky? But Yuria ends a friendly chat right there. She lifts her sword, energy swirling violently around it. Now, time for Hedgehog to avenge our Pantheroid. Right on cue, the massive hedgehog beast slams in the ground and starts firing razor nails from its body. The air fills with whistling death. Our boy narrows his eyes, focused. All three grip their swords and slash. Clang, clang, clang. The nails shatter midair. He glares at the creature. What do you think human lives are worth? Guts raises his sword. Flot. Purple and zinc-colored energies explode from their blades as they shoot upward, racing toward Hedgehog. Blue energy sharpens their swords, power rippling through the battlefield. Hedgehog fires another barrage of massive nails. Yuria stands proudly atop the beast. Your sword chi is strong enough to push him back, she taunts, but it won't even scratch him. Her eyes narrow, and suddenly boom, a violent eruption of blue energy tears the air apart. A storm explodes outward, engulfing everything. When the dust settles, Hedgehog is gone, completely destroyed, shredded into pieces across the field. Yuria's eyes widen. She leaps down in shock, completely thrown off. But then she smirks, like she's finally figured something out. So the sovereign chi compressed itself into a storm. Interesting. She crouches near the shredded remains of Hedgehog, studying them like puzzle pieces. To disassemble this thing in one blow, without even using a blessing? Didn't expect that. She strolls across the battlefield, stepping over chunks of the beast. The boy's a lot more aggressive than he looks. No wonder Pinthoid Dinar was throwing arts nonstop. She stops near Guts, who's gripping one of Hedgehog's nails. Suddenly, he hurls a barrage of nails at her. Shink, shink, shink. They slice past her, but she doesn't move an inch. Or I forgot about the barbarian. She smirks. Still impressive, even after seeing you again. Then she straightens, her smile widening. And since I promised not to use a blessing. She shrugs. Well, I've got no choice left. Boom. A violent eruption of energy blasts through the entire field. The man freezes, unable to comprehend what just happened. Yuria darts forward, each step detonating red shockwaves across the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Our boy races toward the source of the explosions. Everyone looks up and sees her transforming. Her body expands, twisting into a monstrous form. Muscles surge, armor fuses with bone, and her silhouette becomes a towering beast of pure destruction. She laughs, voice echoing across the valley. It's been forever since I've gone full force. Let's have some fun. A sudden blast erupts out of nowhere, ripping the sky open. Rings of energy spread outward again and again, like ripples on water, each one brighter than the last. Yuria stands in the center of the glowing circles, her monstrous form pulsing with power. Our boy stares at her in disbelief. What even is that? Did she fuse with the Iron Beast or something? Schliffen steps beside him, glancing sharply. Looks like it. He only broke part of the beast's glove. The rest, she must have taken it apart on purpose to create that graft. The scene shifts. Her massive whip slams into the ground with a harsh, screeching friction that spits sparks everywhere. One of the Dainhar warriors flinches and shouts a warning. Stay alert. I've never seen this form before. And that whip, there's nothing normal about it. He studies the weapon carefully, tracking its trajectory, until, crack, the whip streaks toward him. Our boy reacts instantly, grabbing the man by the arm and hauling him away just before the strike crushes him. The whip goes on a rampage, smashing and tearing through everything in its reach. The trio struggles to dodge it. One wrong move, and they're dead. Then they see it. The whip slams into a mountain wall. A single strike. The entire mountain splits, from the base all the way to the peak, cleanly cut, leaving a massive empty chasm between the two halves. The ground quakes. Another eruption bursts out of Yuria. Boom. Mountain stones explode in every direction. Shards of rock become bullets flying through the air, turning the field into a storm of deadly debris. Holding their ground becomes nearly impossible as the world around them shatters. The man stares at her, completely stunned. During our last fight, she never showed this kind of speed or power. Our boy grits his teeth, watching her movements tear the world apart. Damn, she was hiding all this power the whole time. Her whip keeps attacking in a relentless frenzy, striking, curving, twisting, splitting anything it touches. Eventually, she flicks it back in her hand and holds it with pride. She explains, almost bragging, "These two entities I control, they're basically my hands and feet. They do the dirty work for me." She stands tall, whip coiled like a serpent around her arm. "They also serve as my movement tools. They boost my speed, my reach, everything." Then she sighs dramatically. "I just don't use them often because their appearance isn't pretty enough." She pats the weapon lovingly. "This is a very special item. It multiplies my strength several times over." She laughs sharply. "It's been a while since someone dodged my attacks like this. Since Brigia, actually. You must be pretty talented." Our boy and the man don't respond. They just glare at her, furious and focused. Yuria lifts her foot like she's testing the ground. "There's still something I don't understand, though." Then, whoosh, she sprints. Her whip erupts in motion again, attacking like a storm given shape. Our boy and the others flinch, dodging in pure survival instinct. Her voice cuts through the chaos. "You pathetic bastards. Watching you struggle is exhausting." The man barely escapes a hit. Our boy rolls aside, just before the whip crashes down, carving another crater in the earth. "You insects shouldn't even be allowed to stand near me." Inside the petal field, she whips everything in sight, laughing like she's having the time of her life. "This level, this pathetic level, is exactly where you belong. Why should I understand anything about you?" Her voice suddenly rises in anger. "That man having interest in saving trash like you, that's an insult to me." Her expression distorts with fury. "If I didn't have a blessing, I would have lost. Why would he even say something so humiliating?" But then her anger twists into a smug grin. "It's fine, because in exchange for that insult, I gain something certain, a promise." She laughs loudly, almost hysterically. "If I defeat you without using a blessing, I'll be recommended as Lycophos, the sacred sword of the stars." She grabs her sword and points it at them. "So stop resisting and just die. Hurry up and become the stepping stones for my glorious promotion." Our boy narrows his eyes, thoughts racing. He doesn't care what Lycophos means, but he's figured out a few things. First, Psycho is testing her. That's why she's not using her blessing. Second, if that's the case, then their attacks absolutely work on her. He's still thinking when, boom, she smashes her whip into the ground again, sending another monstrous blast of energy ripping through the area. Our boy is thrown upward, spinning midair as he dodges the next strike by inches. He steadies himself, glaring down at her from above. She's so obsessed with her own power, she keeps looking down on us nonstop. His eyes sharpen, and that arrogance might be exactly how they win. It makes sense, he thinks. She's never actually felt danger before, not with a blessing protecting her. No wonder she acts invincible. He glares sharply and sends his blades flying at the whip. She swings it again, fast enough to blur. But he cuts through it. Her eyes widen as the whip's tail snaps toward his head. And then both whips collapse midair, falling apart. A violent blast erupts as the fragments hit the ground. Our boy clicks his tongue. The sharpness of her technique is lacking. She stares at the falling remains, stunned. He speaks calmly, almost bored. "I was guessing, but I was right. Even though she has insane speed and overwhelming power, the technique behind it, incomplete, crude, flawed." He tightens his grip on his sword. Being an executive clearly requires more than brute strength. Or maybe each executive is acknowledged for different reasons. Brigia earned praise for pure swordsmanship. Others earn their seat by crafting weapons. But someone like her, someone who relies entirely on tools, can be destroyed by kids if she can't use those tools properly. She trembles, eyes wide with disbelief. Our boy exhales. "There's no point wasting more time figuring you out," he says with a small laugh. "I alone am enough." Her eyes snap into a murderous glare. "You, bastard." She charges. The ground shatters under her steps. She screams nonstop. "Insulting me, without knowing your place? Unforgivable." She grabs her whip with both hands and hurls it with everything she has. "I'll tear you apart." But our boy doesn't move, not even a step. He simply watches the whip close in. Then, Sita appears beside him. Energy floods from his eyes. A thick wall of blood erupts in front of our boy, just before the whip reaches him. Bang! The instant the whip hits the blood wall, it's shredded apart and bounced backward. Yuria recoils, horrified. Vampire blood magic. That's impossible. How can you have that power? Sita's eyes burn with killing intent. Our boy answers coolly. Thanks to my partner. Now let's finish this. He and his comrades soar toward her, sharp and focused. She throws her whip again in panic, but he dodges easily. She curses, realizing the blood magic is stuck to the whip, crawling up its surface like living chains. She can't use it anymore. She abandons it entirely and shifts to full defense. She reassures herself. Those insects can't break the armor I created. They won't even scratch it. But then, she hears laughter. The man laughs as blades start clashing everywhere. Metallic rings echo through the valley. Clang, clang, clang. The scene jumps to Yuria. Her body begins to break. Fragments of armor rip away. Chunks of her monstrous form scatter across the ground. Her eyes tremble violently. They shouldn't be able to break through that, but they did. And she knows it. She's frozen for a single breath. And then our boy appears right in front of her. One clean slash. Her upper body separates from her lower half. Blood spraying in the air as she lets out a raw, broken scream. Our boy looks down at her with cold eyes. Without your equipment, he says, you're nothing. She screams, violently, a sound twisted with agony, rage, and disbelief. Her teeth grind so hard it sounds like they might shatter. Her entire body trembles uncontrollably. She can't move, can't fight back. She can only cry and howl like an animal cornered for the first time in her life. Tears blur her vision as she glares up at them. Die, she screams. Our boy stares back without blinking. You really want to settle this yourself? He mutters one word under his breath. Gus. The man steps forward immediately. He grabs her head and slams it into the ground. She shrieks. I've been waiting for this moment, he growls. He keeps pinching her skull, crushing her into the dirt over and over. She cries and screams, her voice cracking with each hit. He pulls out his sword. With one hand, he smashes her face into the ground again, and with the other, he begins cutting her, striking her body again and again, each blow heavier than the last. She screams. She cries. She begs. She curses. Let go of me, you damn beast. Lying helpless, she spits pure hatred. A filthy barbarian like you has no right to touch me. The man's voice is cold and unwavering. Everything you did to my people, you'll pay for it with your blood. He doesn't look away. Not once. He lifts his sword and keeps striking, drowning her in pain. Blood sprays like mist across the ground. Her eyes roll white as the agony overwhelms her, her screams turning hoarse. Finally, he stops, just long enough to raise his blood-soaked sword again. He leans down, voice low and threatening. Why did you leave some tribe members alive? What are you hiding? Talk, or you'll wish you were already dead. She tries to speak, then suddenly starts laughing. A twisted, unhinged laugh. She sticks out her tongue. I don't want to answer. She mocks him. The great apostle of the star doesn't break from a little pain. She kicks her legs weakly, laughing louder. Come on, keep going. More, more. Then she sneers, voice dripping with cruelty. Too bad, too bad. I shouldn't have ripped your little brother apart, huh? She repeats it again and again. Too bad, too bad. His eyes widen. His teeth grind. Rage explodes out of him. Die. He slams his sword into her face again. But before the blade can connect fully, a hand grabs his arm. Someone appears behind him. A masked figure wrapped in white cloth, sitting calmly beside him, as if he'd been there all along. They both kneel beside her. The masked man looks down at her condition and sighs lightly. This is looking really bad, he says. At this rate, treatment will be pointless. He lets out a tired breath and says, This is exactly what I warned you about. Our boy stares, shocked. Who the hell is this guy? The man glares at the masked figure, but the masked man keeps talking calmly, almost scolding him. I told you. Only use that when absolutely necessary. Even for someone like you. Fighting without the star's blessing makes it nearly impossible to win against someone like her. The man spits back, furious and confused. You satisfied now? Brigade leader, why are you even here? The masked man gives no answer. The man clenches his jaw. He thinks silently. He really was with us, but I never sensed him at all. If I stay near him any longer, he might figure out more than he should. While the masked man's guard is down, the man suddenly shoves him with all his strength. The masked figure reacts instantly. He pushes the man away so hard that he goes flying, crashing into the dirt. Sorry, the masked man says calmly. Move aside. The man yells, raw disbelief in his voice. Barrier of Dainhar. The masked man steps beyond the mountains. And then the mountains explode. A massive burst of energy erupts outward, tearing through everything. Our boy stares, speechless, as the shockwave rips across the land. He shouts, Ghost! The man on the ground scrambles as a violent storm swallows the entire area. The masked man watches the destruction, voice heavy. I can't deny it, but how did you end up like this? He looks at Yuria's trembling form. Even if she failed to become the sharpest sword who guards me, her willpower alone terrified countless others. Yuria laughs weakly, madness flickering in her eyes. So you knew this would happen from the start. She spits blood. I was just an experiment tool to you again, wasn't I? The masked man kneels beside her. Slowly, he removes his mask and reaches out a hand. He speaks softly. Thank you for walking beside me all this time. You can rest now. He taps her head gently. The moment his fingers touch her, a deep red crack splits across her forehead and blood pours out like a burst vein. She screams, grinding her teeth. This is upsetting. Not fun at all. Her body trembles violently as blood floods the ground beneath her. The masked man laughs quietly, holding his blood-soaked shawl. He spreads the red cloth across her fading body. The positions of assistant and branch leader are now open. He says lightly, would either the rising stars like to apply? As he stands, our boy and Schliffen strike together, red and blue blades roaring with energy. This isn't the place for this talk, they say in unison, glaring at him. Let's move, somewhere else. But the man only laughs. He lifts one foot. I have something to show you. Our boy and Schliffen rush forward. But the man just flicks his leg and throws them like rag dolls. They crash so hard they can't even stand straight. The gap in power is overwhelming. The impact rattles the entire field. The ground cracks, blasts explode outward, stones shoot in every direction, and a thick cloud of smoke swallows everything. Our boy and Schliffen cough, struggling to breathe as exhaustion crushes their lungs. Our boy curses under his breath. Damn it, mountain after mountain. Schliffen wipes blood from his mouth and mutters. That man, he's definitely from that cult. Same group as that woman, Yuria. Then he warns sharply, stay alert. He's way stronger than her. Our boy turns his neck, confused. What? Schliffen, what did you see? They both look toward Dinar, and their hearts drop. The Dinar has changed. From its base, countless skeletal bodies, rotted, twisted, broken, begin rising like puppets being forced awake. There are so many that they merge into one horrifying mass. Our boy's eyes widen. What the hell? Suddenly, the man speaks. I was curious. They both jerk their heads toward him. He appears again, sitting comfortably, laughing like this is a fun little show. I wondered what furniture made from the toughest people in the world would feel like. He taps the bone structure beneath him. So I made one. Honestly, it's pretty decent. He places his hand on the skeletal throne, admiring it like he'd built a masterpiece. Looks incredible, doesn't it? Then he pauses. Oh, right, I forgot introductions. He smiles. My name is Terranel. I oversee the sacred southern diocese of the church. Basically, a bishop. Ronan and Schliffen stand side by side, staring at Terranel, who sits sprawled on his throne made of skulls like it's a soft velvet couch. He lounges there with a lazy grin, watching them struggle to process what they're seeing. After a long, quiet moment, he tilts his head. Are you uncomfortable around me? He gestures casually at the furnished skull sofa beneath him. Is it the seat? To me, it's no different from beast hide. Perfectly natural. But if it bothers you, well... He shrugs. Not like I'd remove it. That'd be a waste. A faint green glint flashes in his eye, mana flickering like a signal. He switches tone instantly. All right, enough small talk. He stands between the two bone couches, spreading his arms as if showing them off. Plenty of room, you know. They're more comfortable than they look. Before he can continue, Schliffen explodes. His fist tightens so hard his knuckles whiten, and blue mana spirals around it like wild lightning. Rage burns in his eyes. On the name of the Grancia family, I'll take your life for the dead you've defiled. He lunges forward and throws a devastating punch. Terranil doesn't even blink. He watches the attack like someone examining a new item at a market. Ichem, so that blue mana really is why you're considered the Grancia heir. You have talent. But Schliffen doesn't hear or care. He's beyond reason. He charges again, unleashing a furious storm across strikes. Blue mana, slicing the air with each swing. The walls burst apart, rocks explode like shrapnel. Yet Terranil doesn't even get scratched. He just stands there, grinning like this is all some kind of comedy show. Instead of being annoyed at Schliffen's rage, he actually praises it, laughing about how clean the technique looks despite all the destruction. What really cracks him up is the fact that Schliffen blew up half the place, but somehow didn't touch the sofas. To Terranil, that's the real masterpiece here. He laughs even louder, saying Schliffen might be worth more than a Starblade at this point. But before he finishes running his mouth, Ronan appears behind him, sword already raised. Ronan's had enough. If Terranil won't shut up, he'll shut him up himself. But Terranil casually blocks him with a single movement, so fast Ronan barely registers it. Terranil smirks, saying hiding inside a gust of wind was clever, but in the end, still predictable. That smug second costs him. Ronan twists his sword and knocks Terranil off balance, slamming him to the ground. Ronan doesn't give him even half a breath. He swings again, and Terranil barely rolls out of the way. Red mana shoots past him and carves the wall open behind him with a vicious hiss. For the first time, Terranil looks genuinely surprised. He admits Ronan was hiding another trick, but Ronan doesn't stop. He pushes forward again, swinging relentlessly, and still, the red mana keeps missing by a hair. Terranil's eyes flash green, laughter rising again as he tells Ronan to keep going, that he wants to see more. Ronan grits his teeth. Every blow feels like it should land, yet every one slips past. Before he can recover, Terranil suddenly spins and drives his heel straight into Ronin's chest. The impact is monstrous, like being hit by a collapsing mountain. Ronin shoots back helplessly, weightless, tossed through the air like a piece of paper caught in a storm. Schliffen rushes in and barely manages to catch him, slowing him down before he hits the ground. Ronin tries getting up, but his legs won't cooperate. Even breathing feels like it hurts. Schliffen asks if he's all right, but Ronin can't even form a proper answer. Terranil's kick is still tearing through him from the inside. Meanwhile, Terranil casually looks at his finger where a tiny cut has formed. He smiles softly, almost nostalgic. He hasn't seen his own blood in ages. And now, in the middle of nowhere, two Lycophos candidates suddenly show up. No way that's coincidence. As he lets a bit of his true power leak out, he says this has to be fate. Ronin, remembering something Yuria once hinted at, finally asks him, what even is Lycophos? What's the big deal behind all this? Terranil answers calmly, almost proudly. Lycophos, he explains, is a group of elite swordsmen personally chosen by a designated leader. They're Nabula Clasior's top warriors, the ones who clear away anything that stands in the path of the coming star. Then, almost casually, he mentions that Yuria played a massive role in expanding the southern parish, but when it came to Gust, she failed her trial. And now, she's lying among the stars. Her death was horrible, he admits, but he believes it was a meaningful sacrifice, especially since he ultimately chose Ronin and Schliffen over her. He gives them a knowing smile and says their meeting was destined from the start. Then he suddenly asks Ronin if he remembers Brigia and Baron. The question slams into Ronin because he saw both of them dead. Terranil then reveals the truth. They were his own servants, the ones who handled all the dirty, hidden tasks behind the scenes. Their deaths were unexpected, sure, but not impossible. Strong warriors could have done it. And the Vidian Mountains are the territory of the ancient Archmage Sarani. Baron might have even crossed paths with Swordmaster Zypha near the Romera Mountain Pass. When you fight monsters like that, anything can happen, even if the stars favor you. But what truly bothered Terranil wasn't their deaths. It was how fast they died, back to back. When he checked the places where they fell, he found traces of a powerful mana, one that belonged neither to Sarani nor to Zypha. That discovery made him stop and think, was this really coincidence? Or was someone actively resisting the star's will? He followed that mana trail until he finally found the answer. And when he remembers the red mana he just witnessed, his eyes light up once more. He raises his hand toward Ronin and asks if Ronin seriously thought they wouldn't track him down. Then he says it, Philion Academy. He already knows exactly where Ronin came from. Ronin freezes, shocked at how much this man knows. Far more than Ronin ever expected. Ronin starts sweating the moment Terranil asks if he really is Ronin from Philion Academy. Terranil catches it instantly and smirks, amused at how Ronin's face basically admits he's nervous. He casually points out that tiny flash of fear like it means nothing and tells him not to stress over it. Ronin's expression hardens. He pushes back, telling Terranil to cut the pointless chatter and answer the real question. If he knew Ronin's identity from the beginning, why leave him alone? Why not eliminate him right away? From Ronin's perspective, Terranil should have treated him like an enemy the moment he appeared. Terranil only smirks deeper. Ronin simply wasn't worth the trouble before. He says the thought of Ronin being a threat was laughable. That Ronin wasn't even a big enough nuisance to disturb the order. That was how he saw things, until he met Ronin face to face. Now that he's seen Ronin fight, now that he's felt that red mana slice across reality, he's certain Ronin will one day become a real problem for the order. Red mana begins flickering around Ronin again, coating his hands and surging through his sword. But Terranil stays calm, almost relaxed. He says it's lucky he's the only person in the order who knows the truth about Ronin. He has no intention of letting this escalate earlier than necessary. Ronin and Schliffen listen quietly as Terranil continues. He admits this is the first time in ages he's been genuinely entertained. He laughs loudly, way too entertained for someone standing in the middle of destruction. When the laughter finally dies down, he wipes a tear from his eye and says this. This right here is exactly why he wants Ronin all to himself. He says it's gotten to the point where he wants to monopolize him. In that dark, twistedly playful tone of his, he adds that he wants them to open up to each other so he can finally answer all the questions he's been itching to explore. Then the mood shifts. For the first time, Terranil actually gets serious. As he channels the power he'd been holding back, he says he'll explain why the Danehars are still alive. He admits he came here under direct orders from his leader. The mission was simple, wipe out the Danehars completely. Erasing them would have been effortless for him. But then something strange stopped him. A tiny ripple in his heart. A hesitation he couldn't explain. A question he couldn't silence. Why did the Danehars need to disappear at all? He raises a finger as he recalls that moment, then presses it against his lips like he's shushing his own doubts. His curiosity, he says, eventually drowned out everything else. No matter how important the mission was, nobody would tell him the real reason behind it. Their secrecy only made him more irritated. So he followed the orders, while secretly investigating on his own. That's when he discovered something off about this land. It didn't match the primitive, undeveloped nature of the surrounding region. There was structure here, intent, especially inside this sanctuary known as the Heart. The sofas, the pillars, the dome, none of it was random. He could feel it. Something deeper was hidden beneath the relics in the center. As he dug further, he questioned civilians, including the ones he captured after dealing with Gust. Every single one insisted the secret was some ancient fate passed down through generations. But when he pushed for real answers, no one could tell him anything useful. He questioned 182 people, from fragile elders to trembling children. And all he got were the same meaningless references to the 3 sofas placed in the middle of the dome. Nothing more. His frustration finally snapped. He killed all of them, every last one, and used their skulls to craft the sofas now sitting nearby. He says investigations that lead nowhere are the worst kind of exhaustion. Still, he didn't see it as a complete waste, because he felt it, deep in his bones, that the owner of that strange mana he sensed would eventually show himself. And that person did walk right into the dome. On his own, Terranil turns to Ronan, smiling lightly, and asks if he can appreciate the honesty now that everything is on the table. Since he's explained it all, he says it's finally time to get rid of the sofas. Green mana pulses from his hand. The skull-made furniture dissolves into dust and vanishes. He casually remarks that the sofas didn't match Ronan's taste anyway. Schliffen, dead serious and clearly annoyed, steps forward and tells Terranil to stop dragging things out and finally explain the process of entering the order now that the stupid sofas are gone. But before he can finish, Terranil suddenly snaps. He lunges forward the instant he sees mana flare around Ronan and Schliffen. With a twisted joke, he wonders aloud if maybe he shouldn't have destroyed the sofas after all. Drawing his sword, he asks Ronan if he truly understands the situation now. He reminds them that as a bishop, he's on a completely different level than Yuria, who only managed the base like a caretaker. Schliffen's eyes widen as he finally pieces everything together. Their earlier clash wasn't an accident. Terranil's insane reflexes and overwhelming physical ability were the result of countless battles, merciless training, and pure martial endurance. Someone forged like that doesn't hesitate. Someone like that can't hesitate. Ronan and Schliffen exchange a quick glance. Just one look, and they know. They're both going all in. Terranil moves first. He rockets towards Schliffen with terrifying speed, his sword tearing through the air as he brings it down in a murderous arc. Schliffen dodges at the last second, but Terranil just grins, mocking him with a confidence sharp enough to cut. It only fuels Schliffen's frustration. The fight erupts into chaos. All 3 unleash their mana at full power, flooding the dome with blinding light. Terranil attacks relentlessly, while Schliffen vaults high above him, blue mana stretching like a shimmering arc across the sky. Terranil tilts his head up, impressed, admitting Schliffen is tougher than he expected. Then Schliffen crashes down. His strike shakes the entire dome. Stone cracks. Dust explodes. And Terranil, he catches the sword with one hand. He laughs, genuinely fascinated. He says that Schliffen only survived because he focused his defenses at the perfect moment. If Terranil hadn't sensed him 1 second earlier, Schliffen would have been sliced cleanly in half. With a burst of strength, Terranil hurls Schliffen away. A shockwave of green mana detonates, flooding the dome with thunder and dust. The air itself feels like it's being ripped open, but Ronan doesn't stop. He charges in right beside Schliffen, their red and blue mana burning brighter than before. The energy crackles around them, thick, heavy, almost metallic on the tongue. Terranil narrows his eyes, noticing something dangerous: blood magic. They're burning their own life force to push past their limits. He glances at Schliffen again, surprised at the raw determination coming from someone so young. The mana swirling around them gleams like rare gemstones. It makes Terranil's excitement spike beyond control. Ronan and Schliffen brace themselves for the final strike. Terranil watches them gather everything they have and feels that familiar itch of curiosity ignite again. Then, with a grin stretching across his face, he releases his own power and tells them to show him everything. Green mana erupts from him. It collides with the red and blue storm barreling toward him. Then the world explodes. The impact annihilates the dome, tearing everything apart in a blinding surge of light and force. Stone screams. Air vibrates. The ground ripples like water. And then, silence. When the dust settles, Terranil casually brushes off his clothes like he tripped in the street instead of surviving a magical detonation. He's smiling, almost cheerful. Schliffen lies pinned under Terranil's foot, barely conscious. Ronan is on his knees, body shaking, unable to stand. Terranil surveys the destruction with satisfaction dripping from his voice as he says they did well. Terranil is still standing in the center of the shattered dome, and his smile doesn't change even a little as Schliffen swings his sword with everything he has left, only for the blade to miss entirely and slam into the ground. Schliffen is hurting badly, his body trembling, but the fire inside him refuses to die. He tries to lift his weapon again, forcing himself into another attack, even though every muscle in his body screams. Terranil watches him with an expression that looks almost amused. He thinks the kid really might fight all the way until his very last breath. If the blade had been a little sharper, if Schliffen had pushed just a little further, maybe it could have nicked him for real. The possibility seems to entertain him. Ronan stands beside Schliffen, one hand gripping Terranil's leg, the other holding the sword buried halfway into the ground. Despite the chaos swirling through the air, Ronan looks calm, too calm. Terranil behaves like the one who decides when things begin and end. He tells Ronan they've learned enough about each other already, so Ronan should just listen and follow the order. Ronan doesn't let him finish. He refuses to give Terranil that satisfaction. Right in the middle of Terranil's words, Ronan calls out Sita, and his voice echoes through the ruined dome like a command cutting through the storm. Sita appears instantly. The world shifts. A burst of red and blue mana erupts outward as the beast materializes, lighting up the entire dome. Its wings snap open with sparks scattering like wild fireflies. Even Terranil pauses, eyes narrowing as he studies the mana pouring off the creature. The power is ancient, dense, heavy, unmistakably tied to blood magic. Not the kind found in ordinary beasts. Sita's glowing eyes burn with a brightness that shouldn't belong to any creature, but the waves of mana tell the truth. A spell begins forming in the air. The mana thickens until the dome vibrates with a deep, rumbling force. Terranil focuses harder. The more he looks, the clearer it becomes. Sita isn't preparing just any spell. This is one of the highest forms of blood magic, a technique that normally demands time and intense concentration. And then it clicks. Ronan and Schliffen, they were distracting him on purpose, buying Sita exactly the time it needed. Terranil's gaze sharpens with new interest. Admiration, even. He thinks Ronan is far sharper than he originally believed. Sharp enough that, if things continue like this, the entire order might crumble because of him. The current members have grown arrogant, soft, and dull. Once they understand what kind of threat is standing right in front of them, panic will hit them like a blade to the throat. But Terranil doesn't feel fear. He feels excitement, real, electric excitement, as he wonders what kind of future Ronan will carve out from here. With a sudden surge, he slams the crown into the ground, and energy erupts in a violent flash. His expression twists into a dark smile as he declares that Sita will fall to his spell. He believes that at the current speed of the mana buildup, the beast might vanish completely, leaving not even dust behind, unless he seizes control right now. He rises again, wrapped in a glowing red aura, looking more prepared than ever to strike back. Sita charges with explosive force, and Terranil momentarily stiffens, shocked that Ronan managed to direct such an attack. Only then does he realize that Ronan had predicted his evasive movement from the very beginning and slipped blood magic into the plan as the real hidden card. The cleverness of the strategy fills him with genuine excitement, and he braces himself eagerly. He lifts both hands and declares that if Ronan insists on blood magic, then he will answer with the blessing of the stars. A wave of blue light washes over the dome. Tiny radiant points flicker into existence, floating like fragments of a fractured night sky. The blessing coils around his body and forms a celestial globe, an impenetrable shell forged from divine energy. The collision begins instantly. Blood magic slams into the star's blessing, and red and blue energies roar violently across the battlefield. Terranil stands firm at first, confident. In his mind, Ronan should have no strength left, and nothing should be able to crack the blessing. Still, somewhere deep inside, he wonders if Ronan has yet another trick hidden away. Even as the globe shields him in divine protection, a quiet question gnaws at him. The dome suddenly falls silent. Only the grinding hum of clashing energy remains. For a moment, everything hangs in a strange, fragile balance. Then Terranil senses it. Something is wrong. The barrier, it's weakening. His eyes fly open as he realizes what's happening. Ronan's sword, flooded with blood magic, is slicing through the blessing of the stars itself. The red monolight pierces the globe, carving through celestial protection and stabbing into him. And in that instant, Terranil finally understands exactly how Brigia and Varen die by Ronan's hand. Suspended in the air, Ronan glows with red mana and calls out to Schliffen. He admits he wants nothing more than to rip Terranil's mouth apart, but he doesn't have the strength left to finish it. So the rest is up to Schliffen, the young master. Schliffen hears him and forces his shattered body to move. His limbs tremble, but he rises anyway. He lifts his sword and summons a massive blue monolight. The air vibrates around it, humming with raw destruction. Schliffen promises Ronan he'll handle the rest. Then he swings. The monolight smashes into the weakened globe. The barrier splits open instantly, blue light pouring through the cracks like a tidal wave. It tears the remaining protection apart and drives straight toward Terranil. For the first time, Terranil looks afraid. The celestial globe flickers, dimming, shrinking. Schliffen channels even more mana into the monolite until it begins to overheat, trying to detonate from the inside. A massive explosion follows, a blast violent enough to shake the entire building from foundation to rooftop. Terranil screams as blood erupts from him again and again, each explosion ripping through his body like a punishment from the heavens themselves. Every attempt to move fails. His limbs won't obey, and the monolite keeps dragging him back into its detonating core. Ronan and Schliffen can barely stay upright under the violent shockwaves, but they force themselves to endure and watch the end unfold. At last, they see Terranil crash to the ground. Silence settles. It looks over. Ronan hovers in the air, red light spreading across the wrecked dome as he stares down at the broken body. Schliffen stands beside him, barely breathing, but ready to collapse at any moment. It feels final, finished, but then a faint whisper escapes Terranil's lips. He wonders how Ronan managed to deceive him again. A small smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. He lifts his gaze toward the sky where Sita beats its wings gently overhead. He murmurs that this day feels blessed. Suddenly, green energy explodes from his body. The air freezes. Terranil rises, and new wings, massive and bright green, burst from his back. He stands tall, untouched, as if no blade or monolite ever touched him at all. Ronan stares in disbelief and asks if this is supposed to be a joke, but Terranil only laughs, loud, unhinged, and overflowing with terrifying new power. Ronan looks at the enormous wings spreading behind Terranil and wonders if they belong to an Ahiyuti. His legs feel like they're made of sand, unable to support him anymore. He always warned others that letting their guard down before the enemy was the fastest way to fall into despair, and now he realizes he might have been the one blinded by arrogance. Blood streams down his face like warm rain. His breaths feel thick, as if smoke is trapped in his lungs. He thinks the only reason his head is still attached to his body is because the stars decided to grant him a rare mercy, just enough to survive another second. Even with his eyes bleeding, he forces his expression to stay composed. No smile, no fear. His eyes remain shut, soaked in red, and he accepts that his sight is gone. But strangely, he fears nothing about that loss. Ronan and Schliffen gather themselves for another clash, letting their mana surge once more. Terranil doesn't move. He simply stands there, wings spreading wide, as if he's savoring every second of this unfolding chaos. Two violent streams of mana rip through the air and explode near Terranil's head. Ronan freezes when he realizes Terranil destroyed his own eyes earlier, yet he dodges their attacks flawlessly, almost lazily. With a single beat of his new wings, Terranil rises into the air, and Ronan wonders what kind of monstrous power hides inside that broken body. Terranil finally speaks, his tone relaxed yet mocking. His eyes remain shut as he explains that a true warrior is never limited by sight. If one trains their senses to their highest extreme, they can feel the world itself without ever opening their eyes. His words sting like an insult, because Ronan and Schliffen know he's speaking directly to them. Their anger spikes the moment Terranil mentions he can sense their movements through mana alone, that the clones flickering around them look beautiful to him, like delicate illusions crafted for his amusement. His tone makes their hard-fought effort sound like a play being performed solely for his pleasure. He turns toward Schliffen first. He says he knows exactly who he is, the young master of the House of Grantia. Strong, flawless, sharp enough that Terranil already placed his name at the very top of the list of candidates he wanted to recruit into the order. Schliffen listens with stiff shoulders and a heavy expression, each word weighing down on him. Then Terranil's attention shifts to Ronan. He says Ronan has exceeded every expectation, that he has reached a realm known as the Bizarre, a stage where warriors become unpredictable forces. He adds that Ronan's instincts were always exceptional, but the moment Ronan sliced through a divine blessing, it proved the deaths of the two branch leaders were never accidents. Ronan stands beside Schliffen, listening quietly and fully focused. Behind them, Sita waits on the broken ground, silent, massive, wings half open like a coiled storm ready to strike. Terranil continues in a steady, almost gentle tone. He says Ronan and Schliffen will one day become top-tier warriors. That no one, not even the Order, will be able to stop them. And in that acknowledgement, he admits something bitter, a hint of regret. He wanted to fight them as a true warrior until his very last breath. Sita steps forward with thunder in each heavy step. Ronan begins preparing his technique, the punishment of light. Lightning-shaped stars appear around him, crawling up his arms and gathering along his blade. Schliffen readies himself as well. But before either can move, the ground erupts. A massive tornado of purple mana explodes upward in front of them, spinning from the shattered floor to the ceiling in a violent pillar of raw power. All three freeze in shock as the tornado suddenly detonates outward. A blazing explosion ripples through the air and fills the entire dome with a crushing, vibrating pressure. When the surge finally ends, Ronan collapses to the ground, drained beyond exhaustion. Terranil steps forward despite his shaking legs. He looks at Ronan and Schliffen, their bodies stained red and barely holding together. At that exact moment, Terranil coughs, and bright red blood spills onto his hand. He wipes it away and explains calmly that while blessings become shields for believers, wings granted by the stars turn into punishment for those who do not believe. As he spreads the green wings behind him, the entire atmosphere trembles beneath the pressure. He says that expanding these wings summons something known as divine punishment, a force that destroys everything in its path. The cost, he explains, is tied directly to the sheer boldness of the power. It drains enormous amounts of mana and life. Even with his legs failing, he smirks. Holding this ability is nearly impossible in his current condition, yet that difficulty alone proves how destructive and overwhelming it truly is. He stands tall despite the river of blood running down his body and says he'd rather never use this ability at all, because it overturns any battle instantly and renders a warrior's resolve meaningless. Yet Terranil believes that following the voice of the stars outweighs any pride he has left. He clenches his fist, mana flaring around him, and prepares to strike again. Ronan tries to rise with his sword trembling in his grip. Schliffen tightens his hold on his own blade, both of them forcing their battered bodies to stay upright. With his eyes still sealed under crusted blood, Terranil declares that any further hesitation would be an insult to the sacred while guiding him. He says he no longer needs words. Everything from here will be decided through sheer strength. Each feather on his wings begins to glow, brighter and brighter, until the whole dome floods with mana. Then, with a violent twist, he sacrifices one wing, tearing it apart, and announces that he intends to finish everything now. Ronan sees the incoming wave of divine punishment, and instantly understands Sita cannot save him this time. If that force hits him directly, it's over. Completely over. His teeth grind together as fear fills his chest. His body refuses to move. His mind finds no path forward, no breakthrough. The fear digs deeper. He can barely stand. Then Schliffen steps in front of him. He blocks Ronan with his own body and tells him to pull himself together. Ronan stares in disbelief at Schliffen's choice. Schliffen's eyes burn with determination. He decides to give his blade one last chance to reach Terranil. Ronan demands to know if he's lost his mind, especially after being struck by the earlier storm. Schliffen ignores him. He gathers bright blue mana and says Ronan must have forgotten something. Schliffen has lived inside storms his entire life. For him, reading the flow of wind is as easy as breathing. He raises his sword high. He knows his storm won't swallow divine punishment, but he believes he can create one opening. Just one. He warns Ronan this is their only chance. Then he adds, with ridiculous seriousness, that if they fail, Ronan will owe him 10 photo books of Miss Irene. Ronan can't help the smirk that appears on his face at such a demand. Schliffen snaps, asking if he understands. Ronan forces himself up. He reminds himself he is a disciplinary squad captain. He cannot stay down while his enemy stands in front of him. Schliffen repeats the question. Ronan smirks again. Schliffen says he still can't acknowledge Ronan as a knight. His swordsmanship holds more killing intent than noble virtue. But here, on this battlefield, that killing intent is exactly what they need. Ronan keeps his eyes locked on Terranil and absorbs the words quietly. Schliffen states he will create the opening. Everything else will depend on Ronan. Together, they look toward Terranil, toward the monster radiating divine destruction, and brace themselves for a strike more terrifying than anything they've faced. Schliffen steps forward with slow, deliberate precision and tells Ronan to follow the moment the path is made. Ronan is still trembling inside, but he keeps watching. He watches Schliffen walk straight into the storm. Schliffen draws in his power, steadying his breath as he reminds Ronan that they are real swordsmen. Ronan parts his lips into a sharp smirk, already shifting into motion. He steps behind Schliffen and mutters that they'll finish this together. Schliffen unsheathes all 3 swords at once, feeling the raw energy radiating from each one. Every blade carries its own weight, its own presence. Together they orbit him like a small constellation ready to ignite. He tightens his grip and channels every last shred of mana he possesses into the Aura Tempest sword technique. The moment the technique ignites, power detonates outward. A roaring current of force splits the battlefield, tearing a path between the waves of red and blue mana swirling around them. A brilliant flame erupts from the collision, expanding into a storm so intense that the whole world seems to vibrate from its pressure. The heat, the light, the trembling air, it all feels alive, as if even the earth itself is bracing for what comes next. Schliffen plants his feet. He doesn't waver, even though his body is barely functioning. He reads the flow of the storm perfectly and tracks Terranil's weak points. But his legs shake, his arms drip blood, and every breath burns his lungs like fire. Cuts across his torso sting with every movement, and his muscles scream for rest. Still, He refuses to let the sword slip from his hands. He knows he could very well die here, but he also knows that death is meaningless if he doesn't carve an opening for Ronin. Holding his ground isn't enough. This attack must create a path. The protective device strapped to him hums violently and unleashes a concentrated pulse aimed straight at Terranil. Schliffen thinks of his purpose, of the life he was forged for. He has always wielded the Empire's sharpest blade, a weapon meant to cut down anything threatening the balance. But now he understands something deeper. Pure destruction isn't the answer. Precision is. He just needs enough force to open the gate for Ronin. He raises his swords high and condenses his mana with surgical focus, aiming for the exact point where it will matter most. The sword tips blaze with terrifying radiance, rising like pillars of pure blue light. A beam erupts forward, so bright that Ronin instinctively snaps his eyes wide open. Is this Schliffen's aura awakening? The battlefield glows under the brilliant eruption of mana. Schliffen pushes deeper, pouring everything into sharpening the aura's edge. His eyes glow with the same fierce brilliance. Wind surges into the technique, feeding it, strengthening it. Then, a giant cross of light appears in the sky. A shining blue cross that slices straight through the battlefield, cutting through everything in its path with unstoppable force. Terranil can no longer see with his ruined eyes, but he feels the pressure approaching him, an immense, crushing force tearing through the air. Even weakened by Schliffen's injuries, the piercing edge of that aura feels impossible to stop. To Terranil, this is no mere warrior's technique anymore. It feels like nature itself has been unleashed upon him. For a brief moment he wonders, is this what a true storm looks like when unchained? As the aura closes in, Terranil braces himself and pours every last drop of protective energy into forming a barrier. The force slams against him with brutal intensity, bending the air around him. Schliffen, barely holding on, watches the clash with awe. Even though his body won't move the way he wants, he marvels at the overwhelming power his swords have created. Through heavy breaths, he calls out to Ronin. The path is open. Everything beyond this point belongs to him. Ronin tightens his grip on the sword and sprints forward, following the narrow opening Schliffen carved out. Behind him, Schliffen collapses, completely drained. But Ronin keeps moving, refusing to look back, his focus locked onto Terranil like a predator closing in. Terranil senses the intent instantly. They want to blind him, exploit the opening, end it. But he refuses to fall so easily. Protective energy swirls violently around him as he feels Ronin's blood-red mana burning through the air like a comet. Ronin doesn't care. He ignores everything, every defense, every warning, driving forward with single-minded resolve. His arms tremble under the weight of the mana he channels, but he keeps running, closing the distance one step at a time. Terranil raises his fist, gathering all the power left in his body. He prepares a counter, a final blow meant to decide everything. One strike to end the battle. But Ronin is faster. His sword pierces straight through Terranil's hand. The blade sinks deep, ripping through bone and muscle. Terranil staggers, trying to pull back, but Ronin pushes harder, driving the sword even deeper. Terranil frowns, unable to understand. Then it hits him. He miscalculated. The sword is saturated with mana, an overwhelming flood of it. Through the wound, he can sense only the swirling mana outside, but none of his own. His senses scramble, trying to analyze Ronin's tactic. And then Ronin steps through the hole. He forces himself deeper into the gap he created. The blessing still wraps around him as he moves the blade up to Terranil's neck. Red and blue light blend around them as Ronin channels the blessing's mana directly into the sword. The glow spreads out, filling the battlefield. Using such a dangerous technique makes Ronin uneasy, but this is the only way. He drives the sword into Terranil's neck, pressing forward with everything he has left. Terranil feels warmth spilling down his skin. His own blood. He senses the end approaching. Failure. Silence. A closing curtain. Yet he smiles. There is something strangely honorable about this moment. Meeting a warrior's end under such a blade. He collapses. His body finally gives out. As he falls, his thoughts flicker. His investigation, his pursuit, his battles. They reach their conclusion in a burst of blinding light. Schliffen lies nearby, barely conscious and soaked in blood, but alive. Terranil turns his fading sight, or the memory of sight, forward, hoping to glimpse whatever future still remains beyond this final moment. The battlefield quiets. He accepts the consequences of every choice that led him here. The scene starts in a dead, barren land where everything is torn apart and pieces of debris are flying through the air. Our boy is sprawled on the ground, drowned in blood, his own, and whatever soaked into the dirt beneath him. He forces himself upright, gripping his sword like it's the only thing keeping him alive. His breath trembles out of him, chest rising and falling as he tries to steady his mind. When he opens his eyes, blood spills down his cheeks and out of his mouth. One eye is ruined, barely able to open. The right one forces itself open with a golden glow trembling inside it. He mutters that he can't feel that energy anymore. Sitting there among corpses, he thinks back to that last attack. There was a moment, just a moment, when his breathing stopped completely. He should have died. The realization pisses him off, and he slams his sword into the ground, blood pattering off his jawline. Gritting his teeth, he admits it. This time, he'll acknowledge Schlieffen. A promise is a promise. He takes out his sister's photo, whispering that he'll hand it over like he said. He wonders if they love their siblings as fiercely as he does. Calling out Asita, he says she really pulled her weight this time, and he's totally going to brag to Ophelia about her when they get back to school. He tells her to get up. He drives the sword into the ground again, a cloud of dust scattering around him. His forehead rests against the hilt, body trembling and torn apart. His voice shakes as he says they all need to go back, together. Even standing is a punishment. He starts calling their names, Schlieffen, Sita, dragging his broken body toward them. His face is nothing but blood, cuts, and exhaustion. He begs them to answer. Anything. Even a whisper would be enough. But they don't move. They don't breathe. Watching them sink deeper into death, something inside him snaps, and his grip tightens around the sword until it creaks. Dark purple energy erupts from him without warning. His eyes widen, blood still dripping as he stares in shock. Why now of all times? The energy crushes him to one knee, another storm of dust blasting outward. He realizes it. The side effect of forcing his body to the limit with blood magic. The strange pink energy starts curling around him like chains tightening. He tries to fight it, yelling, crying, clawing at the air as the power surges from inside him. It bursts outward violently. He reaches out, screaming no. He can't move anymore, stuck sitting in the dirt, and he growls that this is the worst possible moment for this to hit. He looks at Schlieffen and Sita, panic slamming into him. If he doesn't treat them now, they're gone. He stretches his hand toward them to heal, then freezes. His eyes widen again. He jerks his hand back immediately. Healing won't work. Not in this state. He looks down at himself, at the blood still pouring out of him, and realizes he's dying too. The scene cuts. Someone walks in, calling out to his brother. Thunder places his hand on a massive crystal, eyes narrowed, and asks if he should really activate it. His brother's eyes shoot wide open. He snaps toward Thunder and, with a clenched voice, explains that this device isn't something just anyone can activate. Only someone from the Soul Tribe, someone who has the operation technique carved into their very body, can use it. And that someone is him. That's why everyone risked everything earlier. Why they let him escape, even though it meant certain death for them. His survival is the only thread keeping their mission alive, the only thing protecting the tribe's existence. He lowers his gaze, voice heavy, saying they failed to protect this place, the heart itself. On the ground, our boy tries to raise his hand. His fingers tremble. He tries to stand, forcing out words between ragged breaths, saying that without everyone's sacrifice, none of them would have made it this far. But his strength vanishes again. His vision folds inward as more blood spills from his wounds. He can't even hold himself upright. His brother doesn't flinch. He stands firm, voice unwavering, telling him not to hesitate. Their tribe values loyalty above everything. And if someone has to take responsibility for going against the tribe's sacred laws, then he'll bear that sin himself. He says it with a fire that burns straight through the room. Then someone steps forward and places their hand on the crystal. Energy begins to stir, low at first, then rising like a storm waking from centuries of sleep. He gives the order to open it. The little boy presses his palm flat against the crystal. Instantly, a dense zinc-colored light bursts from his eyes. Power streams out through his palms, crawling up across his face. A brilliant mark forms on his forehead, glowing hotter and hotter. The crystal reacts, quivering, expanding, flooding the whole chamber with brutal white light. It grows into a massive flower-shaped structure, each petal outlined by glowing veins of energy that stretch across the entire base. The whole space becomes wrapped in that zinc aura, humming with the force of something ancient and divine. His brother's voice echoes through the roar, telling someone to take care of them. And then it happens. The spirit of Dainhar fully awakens. Lightning erupts everywhere, filling the entire area with violent radiance. The ground shakes. The air screams. Even the ceiling above glows under the weight of the unleashed lightning. The full, unrestrained power of Dainhar finally awakened. Amid all that overwhelming light, our boy slowly lifts his head. His eyelids flutter weakly. Something warm washes over him. Comforting, unfamiliar. And then a voice reaches him, gentle, relieved. The voice says he finally made it, and that they're glad they were able to say goodbye. His eyes widen. He forces out a question, barely a whisper. Gust. The man smiles faintly and tells him not to panic. Schlieffen and Sita will be treated soon. Our boy's expression twists. Shock, hope, fear. He demands to know how that's even possible. Those injuries were beyond healing. He shuts his eyes, thinking through the pain, and when he opens them again, He feels it. An ocean of power. Something beyond anything he's ever sensed. The man continues, saying even he doesn't know where this power originally came from. The sanctuary heart was built ages ago, left behind for a promised day. A day when unbearable danger would descend. Their religious laws forbid activating it before that moment ever arrived. But, looking at the tribe's desperation now, looking at everything on the verge of collapse, he believes the Dainhar ancestors wouldn't be angry. After all, this power is being used for the tribe's survival. The man gives a soft, almost nostalgic laugh, saying everything he's doing is for the tribe, and for the kindness Ronan showed them. Our boy's eyes widen again, the weight of those words hitting him harder than the pain in his body. The man continues, explaining that to restore the energy they burned today and to protect the sanctuary from future enemies, the Dainhar tribe must vanish from the world's perception. No one outside will ever find them again, and no one inside will ever be able to leave. A perfect barrier will seal everything shut. He hopes Ronan's allies will understand their sacrifice. Then, with a faint warmth in his voice, he adds that when the tribe eventually returns to the outside world, if Ronan still has enemies, they'll stand with him. He wishes him well, his final farewell. The scene cuts to the Dainhars, still engulfed by the storm of energy pouring through the sanctuary. Someone whispers their last words to their friends before the light overwhelms everything. Then the view shifts outward to the mountains, where the zinc-colored energy stretches across the sky. Schlieffen and Ronan stand there, alive, staring at the glowing mountain. Our boy's eyes widen again as the moon rises over the ridge and night fully settles in. They stand there in silence, trying to absorb the reality of what just happened. The scene opens near the mountains where Schlieffen and Ronan stand side by side. Schlieffen looks stunned at first, mouth half open as if he wants to speak, but can't. After a moment, he steadies himself. He says it's no longer possible to enter Dainhar. A colossal barrier has wrapped around the entire region, and even the idea of Dainhar is fading. He says it must be some ancient magic meant to erase their existence from people's memories. For the tribe, it's the safest option. No one knows when monsters like the ones they face today will appear again. They keep staring at the mountain, completely cocooned in that zinc-like energy. With wide eyes, Schlieffen admits that even though they were ready to dive back there, luck wasn't on their side. If anything had gone just a little worse, neither of them would be standing here. He adds that the enemy introduced himself as the bishop of the southern district, meaning others just as powerful exist. And somewhere out there is Lycophos, the sword of the stars. Schlieffen sighs heavily. He says that at their current strength, they won't be able to protect the people who matter to them. He turns to Ronan and tells him to listen closely. Ronan focuses on him, serious. Schlieffen says they both need to get far stronger, strong enough to win without relying on anyone else. Ronan's eyes widen as Schlieffen releases a burst of his energy, showing he's dead serious. This is the conclusion he's reached. Schlieffen chuckles lightly and says it's a pretty fitting answer for the young master of Grancia. Ronan nods, agreeing that they'll never suffer like they did today again. Ronan turns to leave, saying they should get going. But just as he takes a step, Schlieffen suddenly stops him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. Schlieffen tightens his grip on Ronan's shoulder and asks what he means by, "Our work is done." Before Ronan can even answer, Schlieffen narrows his eyes and reminds him he still hasn't paid his debt. Ronan freezes, completely blindsided. Schlieffen leans in, deadly serious, demanding the 8 photos of Miss Irel, and warning Ronan not to even think about breaking his promise. The scene shifts. The moon glows bright and perfect over their heads. Ronan mutters under his breath that Schlieffen is a crazy bastard. The scene changes again. Morning sunlight washes over the world in warm waves. Their journey back to the imperial capital is surprisingly peaceful. To avoid getting tracked by the Order, the two of them deliberately scatter their mana as they travel. And since someone as sharp as Terranil fell for this trick, they know no one's catching up to them anytime soon. While walking, they see a man dragging a carriage along the road. The ruler turns his head and spots a chieftain inside, laughing loudly while flipping cards in his hands. Inside the carriage, Ronan leans back and thinks about the magic stones from Dainhar they managed to acquire. Those stones were the entire purpose of this trip. Somehow, they actually succeeded. Even Gust kept his promise, leaving them with a few extra rewards after the battle. Ronan already knows who he'll give one of the stones to, someone who will be very surprised to receive it. Across from him, Schlieffen is also playing with a set of cards. Ronan watches him quietly. On their way back, the two of them had a duel. Maybe because facing the bishop forced them to confront their own weaknesses. The spar felt different, heavier, sharper. Their swords clashed hard, and the shockwaves of their unleashed power rippled out across the land in expanding rings. Another shift. They're standing in a grassy field beneath a massive tree. Ronan asks Schlieffen about that final strike he delivered to the bishop. Schlieffen, sitting on the ground, calls it the moment of awakening. Ronan asks what it felt like. Schlieffen's eyes widen slightly. He stays silent for a few seconds, choosing his words carefully. Then he says he heard wind, Not a raging storm or a destructive gale, but a gentle breeze. Calm, pure, almost like the breath of nature itself. And in that exact moment, he knew, absolutely knew, he could cut the bishop down, but it ended there. The moment passed, and he couldn't hear the wind again. He clenches his fist tightly, frustration trembling in his hand. Even if it was a brief realization born from desperation, he's seen the direction he needs to walk. He says with absolute conviction that he will make that power his. Completely. Without compromise. Ronan watches him, eyes narrowing slightly. He thinks to himself that Schliffen likely has no idea what that power truly means. If he manages to grasp it, if he truly reaches the core of that wind, he'll turn into the same calamity he became in his past life. The man who brought storms that split continents and reshaped the world with nothing but his sword. Ronan thinks back to that terrifying moment. Schliffen driving his sword into the ground, the world exploding with raw, untamed power. As insane as it sounds, Ronan knows Schliffen can reach that level again, and sooner than anyone would expect. He keeps staring at him, lost in that thought, until Schliffen finally asks if something's wrong. A few days pass. Ronan stands before a massive door, towering and familiar. A small smile creeps onto his face as he murmurs that it really feels like coming home. He pushes it open and greets Phil Leon. Inside, Ronan turns to Schliffen and tells him they'll split up here. Schliffen asks if he's heading there already. Ronan nods, laughing, saying he needs to tear this curse out from its roots as fast as possible. A scene shift. Inside a quiet room, a boy is waiting. He greets Ronan, saying he finally returned from the desert. Ronan immediately asks about the progress with the magic stones. Then he casually pulls out an entire pack of stones and starts dumping them onto the table. The boy's eyes widen to the point of trembling. Ronan says this should be more than enough and tells the professor to begin the next phase of breaking the curse right away. The scene opens inside the mansion. The professor looks at Ronan in disbelief. He asks if Ronan is serious, if this thing in front of them is really the magic circle, strengthened with Dainhar's magic stone. Ronan lifts his gaze and explains that the moment the power was extracted, the entire energy structure began leaking everywhere. In the center of the circle, a hole had formed, black and red, energy surging up from its depths. Ronan asks if this is the true essence of one of the curses that has been inside him all this time. The scene shifts again. Both of them are standing now. The professor has risen from the floor, pale and shaken. Ronan stares at the swirling storm of energy and says it's insane. He lived his whole life with something like this inside him. The professor takes a slow breath and admits that while Ronan was gone collecting magic stones, he considered every possibility, even the absolute worst outcomes. But seeing this directly, it still terrifies him. He warns Ronan clearly. Once they start breaking the curse, there's no turning back, and the price will be brutal. The professor might not survive even a week or a month after the process begins. He might not even last several years. The black energy dances around them, like living shadows as he speaks. Ronan's eyes widen at the thought of losing him, but the professor continues. He says Ronan is already an unbelievably talented student. Even with the curse weighing him down, he is destined to become a legendary figure remembered throughout history. He asks Ronan if he truly needs to go through with this ritual, knowing how brutal and uncertain the future ahead will be. Ronan straightens, clearing his eyes, forcing his breathing to settle. In his mind, a single truth forms clearly. He's already surpassed the pace he had in his previous life. This time, stopping Ahyuti won't be a problem. Ronan's thoughts darken as he remembers the real threat waiting beyond everything. The giant army. Their sheer numbers alone were enough to crush nations. But the truly terrifying ones were the 8-winged giants, beings who possessed 2 more pairs of wings than Ahyuti himself. And beyond, even them lurked the mysterious enemy the dying man warned him about. A shadow with no name, no form, no limits. Time wasn't on his side. Not in this life. Not this time. He stood silently in front of the professor, both of them meeting each other's gaze. The professor's shoulders lowered as he exhaled, finally accepting it. He said Ronan clearly wouldn't change his mind. At the very least, he should go say goodbye to the people precious to him. The scene shifted. The glowing magic circle pulsed violently, the black hole swirling with black and red energy like a wound in reality itself. Ronan stood at the edge, the professor reminding him that the ritual might take a long time, far longer than anyone expected. Another shift. A mansion. A long dining table filled with warm food and warm faces. Everyone chatting, laughing, relaxed. Estelle looked around and asked if anyone knew why they were called together so suddenly. Maria shrugged and said she thought it was just a casual get-together. Schliffen tasted Miss Irel's cooking, announced it was delicious, and everyone laughed. A girl held Sita and asked how the dessert was, and Sita beamed, saying it was super tasty. The atmosphere was soft, happy, normal. Then Ronan stood up. His voice cut through the chatter as he said he had a sudden announcement. He told them he brought them all together because they probably wouldn't see him for a while. Maybe years. Estelle immediately shot up from her seat, yelling in shock. What was he talking about? If he was going somewhere dangerous or far away, they could go with him. Ronan smiled a little sadly and said he appreciated it, but they couldn't. He explained he was preparing to break one of the remaining curses inside him, and no one knew how long the process would take. When he told Iral about this, she prepared tonight's dinner. So since the moment was here, they should enjoy it. Estelle's expression softened into a quiet, worried stare. Iral asked him carefully if the whole thing was dangerous. Ronan waved it off with a laugh, saying the professor always exaggerated everything and it would all go smoothly, just like always. So no one should stress. Then he told them all to remember his words. Ronan looked at Brown first. He told him he was already an incredible warrior, but he focused way too much on attacking and completely ignored defense. If he fixed that, he'd become even stronger, and Ronan promised to help him get there. Brown nodded gratefully. Ronan continued. He admitted it felt a bit shameless, but he asked Ophelia to take care of Sita. The girl listened well to her. Ophelia instantly agreed, formally, excitedly, saying Sita was always welcome. Then Ronan turned to his cell. He told her to study the grimoire he gave her without slacking. It was precious. She shouldn't skip even a single line. She nodded firmly. Next was Maria. Ronan told her to keep polishing her unique swordsmanship. It was her identity, her pride. But if she kept obsessing over swordsmanship forever, she might never get the chance to date. Maria froze. Everyone else nearly choked on their food. And Ronan just kept going, dead serious. Maria immediately slammed her hands on the table and yelled in frustration, demanding to know what that had to do with him. She called him annoying, face red, clearly done with his nonsense. Ronan didn't even flinch. He just kept going. He looked around the table at every one of them before finally turning toward Adeshan and Schliffen. He told them he knew they both managed just fine on their own, but he still had things to say. He asked Adeshan to handle everyone's training. Her eye ability would be invaluable. And to Schliffen, he simply said to keep doing exactly what he'd been doing. That alone was enough. Ronan clapped lightly, signaling the end of all the lecturing. He told them they understood everything now, and once he returned, he'd check on each one of them, so they'd better not slack off. Everyone stared at him quietly, and he stared right back. Then he suggested they take pictures. So they set a camera on the wall and started posing. Ronan took photos with the girls, then with Iral, and Brown even struck a silly pose of his own. The room filled with laughter again. Ronan thought to himself how short the night felt. Even if some things were left unspoken, every single one of them walked away, smiling. They all silently hoped that this goodbye wouldn't last too long. The scene shifted. They were back at the ritual site. Ronan sat on the ground while the professor stood before him. The professor said Ronan looked refreshed, so the farewells must have gone well. Ronan admitted everyone would be fine without him. The only thing that worried him was his sister, but when she grabbed his hands earlier and stared right at him with that confident look of hers, he realized she was stronger than he ever gave her credit for. Ronan stood in front of the professor again and said that now, he just needed to take care of himself. The professor exhaled softly, eyes closing. He told Ronan he was blessed with good people. Then he opened his eyes again and began. The scene cut to the swirling black and blue energy hole. The professor raised one finger, and the moment he did, energy erupted upward like a geyser. He declared that the curse-breaking ceremony would now begin. The magic circle burst to life, glowing in sharp runes as waves of energy scattered across the chamber. The whole raged with unstable power, black and blue light raining down like a storm made of shattered night. The professor smiled and said they would meet again. Ronan, eyes glowing, standing firm in front of him, said of course. In the back of his mind, he thought about all the things he didn't understand back then, but he'd return soon. What he didn't know was just how long soon would turn out to be. The sky above is clear and impossibly beautiful when the scene opens again. Our boy is lying in a bed somewhere. Suddenly, he wakes up with a scream, crying and gasping at the same time. He sits up, dazed, heart racing, and then he hears it. A bark. He freezes. He turns his head slowly. There's a dog staring at him. He squints at it, hard, almost offended. Why is there a dog barking here? Then he notices the familiar blue eyes, the messy little fur, the tiny shape. His eyes widen. No way. No, there is a way. He recognizes the dog. It's Sita. Sita lets out a tiny whimper. Our boy immediately rushes forward and scoops him up, clutching him tightly. When he lifts his head to look around, he realizes exactly where he is. It's the same village where he was arrested before. The scenery opens into a quiet, beautiful place called Elainer. People walk around doing their daily chores like nothing in the world is wrong, like everything is peaceful, ordinary, untouched. Then the view shifts again, sunlight cutting through the darkness inside a building and flooding everything with warm light. Our boy sits on the ground with Sita curled beside him and lets out a long, frustrated sigh. This whole thing is annoying, so annoying. He knows this entire place is just a mind realm forged by the curse. So why drag him back to this point in time? Why this moment? But when he looks at Sita, some of that irritation melts away. He admits to himself that maybe it isn't all bad. At least he gets to see Sita again, even if it's only in this form. He thinks about how miserable Sita's life as a dog was, and his expression softens a little more. Sita stares up at him silently, now sitting inside a tiny box like he's posing for a sad painting. Time shifts into night. Our boy stands under the dark sky with Sita at his feet. He mutters to himself that out of all the people Sita could have met in this life, fate had to push him towards someone carrying a curse like his. As he talks, he suddenly notices an animal creeping toward them, so he immediately grabs Sita and runs. He stops only when he finds a quiet spot, collapsing onto the ground just as rain begins to fall. Sitting there in the drizzle, he tells Sita how glad he is that Sita no longer has to live through this cursed life. He places his hand gently on Sita's tiny paw and hopes that somewhere out there, Sita is eating well and living a far better life with a far better owner. He pauses, eyes catching on something in the distance. Slowly, he stands and casually asks Sita if he wants to go on a walk. Sita instantly lights up, and just like that, the two begin walking side by side. The streets they wander through are mostly empty, with only a few silhouettes far away. Suddenly, Sita stops in front of a fallen stick, grabs it, and starts hopping around like an unhinged little gremlin. Our boy chases after him, laughing despite himself, following all the way to a shop. When he finally catches Sita, he realizes something strange. He's walked through the entire village, yet nothing feels suspicious. In fact, everything feels oddly calm, peaceful, wrong in a way that's almost comforting. He looks around and remembers that the lord who rules this region is supposed to be a complete scumbag. According to his memories, this village should be miserable, dangerous, suffocating. Yet here it feels gentle, too gentle. He remembers the professor explaining that this curse is different from the others. This one doesn't confront him directly. It uses every method it can to duel with him. And since it isn't showing itself clearly this time, he'll have to hunt it down on his own. Our boy kneels, placing his hand against the ground. Purple energy spreads out in waves beneath him. He glances at Sita and asks for help. But Sita is busy chewing on some random food he stole from who knows where. Our boy sighs deeply, defeated. He tells Sita to at least try sniffing around for any scent connected to the energy. With Sita's insane sense of smell, it might actually lead them somewhere. Sita's eyes suddenly widen. He's caught a scent. A burst of energy flares from his eyes as he hops once, twice, then shoots off like a tiny missile. Our boy nearly jumps out of his skin, shouting after him, stunned that Sita found something that fast. For a second, excitement fills his chest. Maybe this curse really would be easier to crack than he thought. The scene flips to a bright sky as he chases after Sita, yelling, begging him to wait. They finally skid to a stop in front of shop, and there, displayed like treasure, are sausages arranged in a fancy, gourmet lineup. Sita stands frozen, drooling, while purple energy leaks around him like some mystic aura. Our boy stares at the sausages. The realization slams into him. He mutters that he knew something felt too easy. Now it makes sense. He groans, rubbing his temples, and scolds Sita. I told you to track mana, not food. Sita turns toward him with his tongue dangling, like he just won a medal. Our boy sighs in defeat, buys a sausage anyway, and the shopkeeper hands it to him. While taking it, he casually asks what day it is. The shopkeeper replies without thinking. It's the 20th day of the 20th year of the imperial calendar. Our boy freezes. His eyes widen. Blood runs cold through his veins. He knows this day. It's the day Sita died. His mind drags him back into that memory. The blood on Sita, the blood on his own hands, the first time he realized he had taken a life. That crushing moment of guilt. Then the world shifts. A horse explodes into the marketplace, galloping wildly. People scream as it slams into anyone too close. Vendors shout, customers scramble, and someone yells that an idiot brought a carriage through the market. A little child screams that someone's crossing the road. A girl, Camilla, steps forward at the worst possible moment. The runaway carriage races toward her. She cries out for her mother, but no one can reach her. Our boy remembers this scene. He remembers the Baron's drunk sons, showing off their riding skills while holding the reins backward, causing stupid, fatal disasters. It happened before, and it's happening again. Sita drops a sausage and bolts. It plays out exactly like it did that day. The horse is almost on top of her when Sita leaps into the girl's arms. At the same moment, our boy lunges in and snatches them both out of the way. The carriage roars past like a tornado, leaving chaos and dust swirling everywhere. Breathing hard, he clutches Sita tightly. He scolds him for almost causing trouble again and tells him never to do something that reckless. Sita gives a tiny guilty sound. The girl runs over, thanking them breathlessly. She pats Sita's head and calls him a good puppy. Sita responds with a happy bark. She then lifts her hand toward our boy. He awkwardly raises his hand too. She hesitates, then asks if she can give him a snake. Before the moment can get any weirder, she freezes, because our boy's expression instantly darkens. He snaps at her, telling her to knock off the fake acting. Her innocent act is disgusting to watch. In that instant, the world snaps out of place. Blue and purple energy slithers across the girl's face, forming a glowing ring around her features. Our boy stands in front of her, staring, thinking to himself that she's grown a lot. Exactly what you'd expect from Ronin's daughter. The moment our boy spreads his magic through the air, everything around them turns pale and hollow. She looks at him calmly and asks when he noticed. He says it was obvious from the very beginning. Choosing this day of all days made her intentions painfully clear. And that rotten, bee-like stench of energy she was leaking, that alone gave her away instantly. She nods like she already knew he'd say that. Then she asks a real question. Why he's letting all these people go when they're the ones who created that cursed fish oil that ruined his life. Our boy lets out a small laugh. He says cutting apart an illusion is pointless. It wouldn't accomplish anything except making him sweat. But then his voice darkens. He tells her he knows what she's really digging at. He stares straight at her and admits it out loud. He can't let go of the past. He's completely obsessed with it. She keeps watching him silently. Sita edges closer, pressing into him protectively. Our boy immediately shifts position, sits on the ground, and pulls Sita close with one hand. Then he looks up at the girl and tells her it's time to stop dancing around. He calls the curse out directly. He asks if this whole game ends here or not. She smiles, a slow, knowing smile, like she's been waiting ages for this exact moment. She says he finally has the sense to choose correctly. Mortals really do grow quickly, she adds. Then she reveals the real truth. She's going to tell him how to break the curse. That hits him like a punch. He demands to know what she means. She raises her hand. Something begins forming from her palm, shimmering, pulsing, shifting. She tells him there's something he must face no matter what. The truth of his origin, and the real motive that will decide the fate of the land. At the end of that truth, she says, he'll have to choose the direction of his life, and the direction of the world. Suddenly the scene shatters. He finds himself in a quiet room, filled with sunlight pouring through a window. Someone is writing. He feels himself drifting into that body, confused, wondering where he is. His hand feels stiff, like it won't obey him. He thinks he's possessed another man's body again, but he has no idea why, or what he's supposed to witness now. The scene shifts again. Another room. A man sits at a desk. A woman enters, her hair shimmering as it sways behind her. Elsa. She tells him he stayed up all night, writing a book for the nation again, and warns him that pushing himself too hard will ruin his health. She calls him the savior. The man, the savior, immediately sets down his pen. He smiles and tells her not to worry. There is no greater happiness than doing this. A locket hangs around his neck, glinting faintly as he stands. He straightens himself and says it's time to leave. He hopes the people receive the blessing of the stars. Our boy, still riding inside the savior's body, stays quiet, just following along while his mind runs circles around everything that's happening. The scene shifts to a calm little village where animals wrapped in green energy are hauling logs like trained workers. The villagers stare with their mouths half open. The savior arrives with Elsa, and the first thing he notices is her progress. He praises her, saying she's controlling over a dozen mid-grade spirits at the same time through communion, something she couldn't even dream of before. She smiles shyly and credits him, saying the grimoire he recently completed helped him more than anything. Then she asks if he's finally chosen a name for it, and the savior answers casually, Bajura. Our boy freezes inside him. Bajura? That Bajura? The disgusting, forbidden nightmare that ruins half the world later? He can't believe that plain, harmless-looking book in the savior's hand eventually turns into that. None of it matches. And if Bajura was supposedly completed over 2,000 years ago, then just how far back has he been thrown? The village moment continues. Someone announces they're done and tells Camellia to try standing. She hesitates, takes one step, and her face lights up like dawn. She jumps in place, laughing, saying it feels exactly like a real leg. The man beside her puffs up his chest, saying of course it does, considering he was the one who made that prosthetic. The savior comes over and praises him without hesitation, calling him truly gifted. Alabrith turns around, greeting the savior, and inside, our boy's eyes widen. Alabrith, the very same name he saw in that Lodolin interrogation report. The guy who crafted all those horrible destructive devices Nebula bastards use in the future. The Order's so-called greatest technician. And here he is, fixing legs in a small village. Alabrith laughs and says everything he's capable of is thanks to the Savior's teachings. He even asks where the Savior learned all this. The Savior just brushes it off, saying it's nothing big. He just has a lot of experience. Alabrith snorts, saying that if he asks where that experience came from, the Savior will go silent like always. Then he drops it with a shrug, saying it doesn't matter anyway, because the Savior is the most exceptional mortal he's ever met. The Savior jokes back, saying it's funny hearing that from the black dragon who makes prosthetics for mortals. Alabrith throws his head back and laughs because, well, he's got a point. Watching through the Savior's eyes, our boy takes it all in, Bajura, Alabrith, everyone here. Helping people, building instead of destroying. This This is the Nebula Glacier he's only ever heard about. Then a group of villagers rushes over, calling out to the savior. They thank him again and again, saying they were sure they were done for when a monster attacked. If he hadn't come all this way, they would have lost everything. The savior just waves them off gently and tells them he didn't do anything special. They don't need to treat it like some divine blessing. They just need to rebuild, move forward, and not let fear rule them. Camellia steps up again, clutching her new leg, and nervously asks what they should do if that monster comes back. The savior lowers his hand onto her head, smiling softly, and tells her there's no need to worry. The strongest sovereign of this land has already gone to handle the monster. Right then, a massive dragon comes crashing down with a thunderous impact, smoke exploding everywhere the moment its wings slam into the ground. An order leader steps forward through the dust cloud, announcing his return and reporting that he defeated the dragon-class monster, just as the savior ordered. He apologizes for not bringing every corpse back, saying there were simply too many, so he only carried the leaders. The savior nods, satisfied, telling him he did good work. Inside, our boy's eyes widen, stunned at everything unfolding in front of him. The scene opens with our boy drowning in thought. That strange noise, the one that distorts every name he tries to recognize, keeps echoing inside his skull. It's the exact same sensation he felt during the first curse uplifting. As the realization hits him, a cold suspicion creeps up. Maybe this sovereign man is actually his father. His teeth grind together at the thought, but he forces himself to breathe slowly and calm the storm in his chest. He tightens his hand into a fist and reminds himself that all of this is just a distant illusion, a memory he's being dragged through. Right now, he needs to focus on what's happening in front of him. The scene shifts. The savior stands with two of his comrades, stepping forward casually as he tells the order leader that fighting so many dragonkin without getting a single drop of blood on his clothes is pretty wild, and that the man's sword just keeps getting sharper by the day. The order leader responds humbly, saying it's only possible thanks to the savior's teachings. The savior waves it off, telling him they can handle the reconstruction here while he goes and get some rest. After traveling this far, exhaustion should have set in long ago. But before the man can take even a single step, the scene cuts violently. A massive dragon snaps its jaws open and unleashes flames like a bursting hellfire storm. The beast practically barks at the order leader. He whips around instantly, glaring back at it. Alibra shouts, panic in his voice, saying the mana flow is unbelievably thick, like the fire itself is straight from hell. He wonders if the creature is using dragon language magic. And right then, the flames explode outward, devouring everything. Nothing survives. Anything the fire touches is erased. The order leader reacts the moment the flames surge again. When the dragon charges too close, he bolts forward and yells that it's dangerous, begging the savior to step back. The savior simply watches him, calm and steady. The order leader insists he'll take care of it alone, but before he can act, villagers step outside. They freeze the moment they see the towering inferno. Someone whispers, trembling, What is that thing? A mother pulls her child close as the kid cries, saying he's scared. The savior turns toward them, his voice gentle but unshakable. He tells them that on the path of salvation he chose, there is no turning back. The villagers stand beside him. The order leader stands beside him. And as the savior lifts his hand, stars begin forming around him. Soft light, glowing energy gathering like a celestial storm awakening at his command. There is nothing, he says quietly. Then he raises his hand even higher, the light intensifying as he finishes. There is only the calling to face trials. The glittering starlight bursts outward, spreading across the entire sky. The savior unleashes the blessing of the stars, sending that radiant power straight into the raging fire that's been consuming the village. The shimmering light pushes into the flames, forcing them back, and the savior channels even more strength, lifting his hand higher as a continuous wave of starlight pours forth. Slowly, painfully slowly, the flames that were devouring everything begin to shrink. The last of the fire dissolves under the heavenly glow, leaving only smoke and stunned silence behind. One villager laughs with relief, saying they've been blessed once again. Elisa smiles behind the savior, saying this is exactly what she expects from him, handling dragon magic like it's nothing. Alibra, however, frowns and warns everyone that this is no time to relax. He only understands a little about dragon language magic, but even that tiny bit is enough to know it's always a nightmare. And he's proven right almost instantly. Another dragon appears, this one enormous, wings dark red, eyes burning with fire laced with eerie white light. Red death gargants. The colossal dragon growls, rumbling the earth, demanding to know which human dares to block his flame. His eyes flare brighter as he adds that, despite being a weak little insect, the savior's power is interesting. The order leader quickly asks Alibra if he knows who this monster is. Alibra nods grimly. Gargarins is infamous for his rotten temper, but that isn't the real problem. The real issue is that he belongs to the Navardoge clan. Our boy, standing right near the savior, stiffens. Wait, Navardoge. A memory snaps into focus. Fiery lands where dragons roam freely, and the one dragon who burned down one of the 3 giants in his past life. He sees the legendary mother of fire, Navardoge, in his mind, and suddenly everything makes sense. The connection is terrifying. Meanwhile, the savior steps forward, completely calm, and politely asks the massive dragon why he's doing this. He says he can sense the creature's transcendent nature, an ancient power stretching across ages. Gargarins glares down at him and declares that if the savior is the one leading these tiny bugs in their pointless resistance, then he must be the responsible one. But the dragon adds that he doesn't care about him personally. He only wants the one who harmed his vessels. The savior points toward the beastly creatures and asks if those are what he calls vessels. The dragon confirms it. Those creatures are his loyal subordinates, servants who would follow him for hundreds of years. And someone slaughtered them all while he was away from his lair. His eyes blaze hotter, gathering fury, as he declares that such a crime deserves punishment by the hellfire of eternity. The savior admits that his brother is the one who killed them, but explains that the dragon's vessels attacked first. They trample mortal lands and slaughter people as food. His brother acted out of fear, not malice. The savior suggests that maybe they can settle this peacefully, acknowledging both sides made mistakes. But the giant dragon doesn't care. His eyes ignite with monstrous hatred. His mouth opens, gathering an overwhelming blast of fire. He declares that humans exist only as toys, brief distractions for dragonkind. Elsa doesn't wait. She steps forward and fires her own energy back at him. The dragon roars, fury shaking the entire battlefield, calling humans worthless flesh and spitting pure rage at the idea that anyone would dare compare them to his vessels. The next instant, the 2 waves of energy slam into each other with a brutal explosion. Flames rip across the savior's body, yet he doesn't move an inch. He just stands there, solid, unshaken in the heart of the inferno. The savior speaks calmly, saying maybe the dragon is right, maybe humans are weak, at least when it comes to him. The dragon snarls back, charging his breath again, declaring that the outcome is already decided. The savior will turn to dust along with the rest of the foolish mortals. A massive ring of black and purple energy spreads outward like a collapsing star. Alibert yells that this isn't just fire anymore. This is something entirely different. This is the dragon's ultimate obliteration power. The ring pulses, glowing with deep purple light, expanding across the battlefield as the dragon's eyes blaze brighter. He inhales, preparing to unleash annihilation. The Order leader grabs his sword, ready to draw it, but the savior steps forward and stops him. He says intervening will only escalate everything. He lifts his hand, letting starlight gather around him once again. The star power shapes itself into blade-like streaks of mana, forming a floating constellation of swords. He tells them to let him handle it. The moment the giant dragon opens its mouth and fires the purple blast, the savior points his blade straight inside and swings with everything he has. The star energy slams into the breath attack. Sparks explode everywhere. The savior slices again, and again, and again. His sword moves at impossible speed, cutting apart the dragon's breath over and over, holding back a force that should have erased an entire city. The dragon's eyes go wide. He can't believe what he's seeing. Even a transcendent shouldn't be capable of bridging the gap between humans and dragons. He roars in rage and tries to overwhelm the savior, but the star sword pushes straight through, carving into his enormous body. The dragon screams as white energy erupts in a massive ring. The savior unleashes one final strike. Stars and white light crash into the colossal dragon, tearing through scales, bone, and everything in their path. The dragon fires back in desperation, but it's already too late. The savior keeps pushing, his sword glowing brighter and brighter until sparks rain down like shooting stars. Our boy watches all of this, completely stunned. He thinks he can't even understand what he's seeing with his current weakened state. The sword technique the savior is using is so far beyond him, it feels like another universe entirely. And yet, there's something familiar in it. Something deep, something that rings in his bones because of their connection. The moment the savior overwhelms the dragon and kills it in a single ultimate strike, so violent that blood sprays everywhere. Our boy finally understands. He recognizes it. The technique the savior just used. It's Navarro's sword technique. The scene opens again with our boy drowning in thought. He remembers something his instructor once told him long ago. She said the origin of her swordsmanship came from a man she met in a massive southern jungle. That moment became the first defeat of her entire life, the moment that shattered everything she thought she knew. But from that loss, she built the foundation of all her sword techniques. Even now, she still insists that her sword can't reach anywhere near that man's level. Our boy finds it hard to believe. Someone like her, someone who stands far above nearly everyone he's ever met, admitting something like that, it makes him wonder just how unreal that man's swordsmanship must have been. She had even told him once, long ago, that she hoped he would meet that swordsman someday. She said that the moment he saw him, he'd recognize him instantly. Just one glance would be enough. Hearing that back then made him think that man must have been the true peak of swordsmanship, someone existing on a level no one else could touch. Meanwhile, the savior stands quietly, his sword lowered toward the ground. In front of him, the massive dragon struggles, growling and spewing curses as a violent surge of energy erupts from the savior's blade, shredding the creature's power from inside. The dragon roars one last threat, wings snapping open, and suddenly escapes into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Our boy watches it disappear and can't help thinking how ridiculous it is. Subduing a dragon, a being whose very presence is considered a natural disaster, and forcing it to retreat? That alone is insane. He finally understands what his instructor meant. That swordsman's skill, it's something else entirely. A different world, a different existence. The moment the dragon is gone, the villagers explode into cheers. They fill the air with shouts, throwing their hands up as they praise the savior with all the gratitude in their hearts. One of them yells that the savior has defeated the dragon. The savior lifts his sword slightly and raises one hand, releasing a gentle wave of energy that sweeps across them. He tells them to keep the dragon horn safe, since it's rare and incredibly valuable. Elsa immediately nods, saying he worked hard. Alabrith lets out a half laugh, half sigh, muttering that she's seriously beginning to question whether the savior is even human after pulling off something like that. The order leader stays silent for a moment, watching the savior with cold, sharp eyes. Eventually, he mutters that he could have taken the dragon down himself. The savior answers calmly, saying maybe he could have, but subduing the dragon without killing it? That was impossible. And if Navardoji appeared and found her clan member dead, the order leader wouldn't stand a chance against her fury. The order leader keeps glaring, but the savior continues, adding that even he might not be able to handle something like that. Then the savior turns ever so slightly and says, "That's enough." The order leader's golden eyes flicker. After a tense breath, he finally lowers his head and apologizes for crossing the line. The savior just tells him to forget it and dismisses him. As the savior begins walking away, he asks Alabrith if he can oversee the reconstruction for a while. Alabrith looks confused and asks why. The savior explains that he's heading to the Red Dragon Sanctuary. He wants to apologize to Navardoji, even if what happened was self-defense. The truth is that they still attacked her clan. Alabrith sighs and admits the savior really does handle everything with annoying grace. Navardoji probably wouldn't hold a grudge, but apologizing is definitely the safer path. Alabrith warns him to be careful crossing the central region because a hot-blooded youngster recently made his nest there. His name is Ors. He says, easy to spot with his 2 pairs of wings. Our boy hears that and almost laughs out loud. Ors just keeps getting more ridiculous. A hot-blooded youngster. That same Ors who, according to ancient fairy tales, is supposed to be the legendary beast defeated by the first Emperor Baron. The evil dragon mothers used to scare children. Hearing him described like some bratty kid makes our boy freeze. His eyes go wide, and then everything flashes. Suddenly, he feels like he's lying down. His awareness snaps back into himself, not the savior's body. He lifts his hand and feels his senses returning one by one. Did he leave the savior's body? What kind of trick is happening now? A faint green glow flickers in his eyes, and the scene changes again. A floating sphere of green magical energy appears in front of him, pulsing gently, radiating waves of power. He stares at it, confused. What is this thing supposed to be? The scene switches back to the village, where the savior stands before the gathered villagers. Camellia steps forward hesitantly and asks if he's really leaving. The savior stands with his comrades and explains that the reconstruction is finished, and the territory now has a solid foundation that will let it grow even without them. The young girl who once lost her leg and depended on a prosthetic is now a leader, someone strong, guiding her people. Too much time has passed. The village can stand on its own now. It's time for them to move on. Camellia wipes her tears, struggling to stay composed. She tells him she won't hold it back anymore. They will all pray for him. As the savior and his companions prepare to leave, the villagers begin praying, blessing him, wishing that the stars watch over his path in his pursuit of truth. The scene shifts again, and our boy suddenly stands in front of several green energy spheres. He looks around and realizes this place is the first village, but aged, decades older. He finally understands. These spheres, they must be the manifestations of the savior's life, each one showing a moment, a memory, a trial. He lets out a sigh. The savior really lived a wild, non-stop life. The next flash drops him into a barren wasteland filled with broken brick and shattered mountains. Children lie unconscious across the rubble. The savior walks toward them, lifts his hand, and tells them to hold on to life. His comrades stand beside him as he declares that the star is watching over them. Another flash. The ruined land transforms into a clean, peaceful plain. After the savior leaves, the children kneel together and begin praying for him. More spheres awaken. The savior holding someone's trembling hand inside a small home, releasing healing energy. The Savior walking through a forest while something, or someone, watches from the shadows. An old man gripping a sword, trying to summon energy while the Savior stands behind him, guiding him. A burning desert where rows of men in white clothing stand in formation before him, awaiting his judgment or his blessing. Scene after scene. A life overflowing with trials, miracles, and burdens. In that scorching desert scene, the Savior tells them gently that it was the star's guidance that saved them, not him. They shouldn't look up to him as though he's divine. He tells them to go home, live peaceful lives, and pray to the star. That alone is enough gratitude. But one man steps forward, folding his hands in prayer. He says that everyone across the continent knows about the Savior's miracles. Even if they can't stand beneath the same stars as him, he begs to follow him anyway, because just being near him would be their salvation. The Savior is now wearing a glowing golden necklace. Someone from the group suggests that now that so many people have gathered, they should come up with an official name. The Savior says there's no need. People already call them the Nebula Church. Alibra objects immediately, saying that's what the heretics call them, and a group this large deserves a proper name. Elsa agrees. She adds that the word church might make people nervous. She says the Savior should be the one to name them. Standing on a cliff overlooking the land, the Savior lifts his gaze and declares that they will follow the will of the sacred star. Everyone drops to their knees and begins praying. He calls for the sacred starlight to shine across the land, and as that light spreads, the gathered people raise their hands and shout the name Nebula, their voices shaking the sky. 1,000 years later, the scene opens on what used to be a magnificent palace, but all that beauty is gone. Flames devour the halls that once shone like crystal. The entire structure is collapsing under the weight of fire. A girl's voice screams through the chaos as the flames spread endlessly. Smoke thickens the air until breathing feels like punishment. The heat is so vicious that cooling it down seems impossible. The Savior stands outside the burning palace, watching silently. Alibra stands next to him, staring at the destruction with tired eyes. He mutters that it's war again, and asks how many times this has happened. How many times they've watched a nation they themselves helped build crumble into nothing. Elsa answers softly that counting doesn't matter anymore. It must be several dozen times by now. Our boy stands there too, overwhelmed. He can feel it. This cycle of rise and fall has repeated relentlessly for 1,000 years. No wonder the atmosphere around them feels so heavy. He glances at the Savior, wanting to read his expression, but bizarrely, he can't sense anything at all. The Savior steps forward and simply says they should go. Elsa tries to explain that the people down there are basically plunderers now, obsessed with killing, destruction, and chaos. She suggests they return to the sanctuary to protect what little remains of their beliefs. But the Savior stops and asks her a question. Is that all you see? Flames and killing intent. He says he can hear something else. The voices of people begging to survive, the exhausted sighs of those forced into violence they never wanted. Those who are on the brink of breaking are the ones who need salvation the most. And because of that, they have a responsibility to answer those cries. The Savior continues, saying that for 1,000 years they've worked endlessly to protect humans. Yet humans still hurt each other, destroy each other, and collapse into ruin anyway. He calls it tragedy, a terrifying, incurable tragedy. That's when Alibra finally snaps. He yells that this is exactly the fate humans deserve. Humans, he says, are born with an instinct for self-destruction. Saving them isn't saving at all. It's hypocrisy. He argues they can't keep wasting their lives on creatures who tear themselves apart. Instead, their order should choose to save those who are more valuable. The Savior slowly turns his head, repeating the words, more valuable, his voice hollow with disappointment. He realizes, painfully, that the others feel the same. Because of that, their paths separate here. In the barren wasteland, Alibra steps forward and asks if the Savior is abandoning them. He asks how he can say such cruel things to people who have followed him faithfully. The Savior answers calmly. Acting based on who they think is more valuable isn't saving anyone. It's just arrogance wearing the mask of righteousness. He says he still believes humans can build a better tomorrow. They just need more time. He understands their frustrations, but if everyone is looking toward different stars, then they can't walk the same path anymore. He tells them to find their own direction. He will follow his. He turns toward the burning land, whispering that he hopes the blessing of the stars stays with them. And then, something pierces through his chest. A sword bursts out from the Savior's body. Blood spills instantly. Our boy freezes, eyes widening in pure shock. Someone steps out from behind him, saying he knew he would find the Savior here. Alibra and Elsa go pale as the attacker calls their names, telling them they can't convince the Savior. It's the Order Leader, the same Order Leader, who just stabbed him. The Savior turns his head slightly to look at him. The Order Leader says he respects the Savior's will, but before he dies, he wants the Savior's power for the sake of salvation. The Savior glances down at the blade skewering him and calmly asks what it is. The Order leader explains proudly that it's a divine weapon forged over centuries using ores not of this world. It can absorb any power, even the Savior's. Hearing the word centuries, the Savior murmurs that their paths must have diverged long, long ago. He says it's embarrassing that he never realized what direction his own brother had taken. The Order leader looks confused, not understanding. The Savior starts to speak again, calling it foolish, when suddenly a violent burst of energy erupts from him. The explosion knocks the Order leader backward, sliding him across the ground. He slams the sword into the earth just to stop himself. The ground trembles under the force. The Order leader laughs weakly, breathless, and calls the Savior incredible. Alibra explodes with rage, shouting what the hell the attacker thinks he's doing. He yells that he agreed to stand with them, but never to harm a Savior. He lunges forward, fury pouring off him, screaming that the Savior has been wounded. But the Savior lifts his hand. Stop! Alibra freezes instantly. His eyes widen. His sword is trembling, overflowing with murderous energy that suddenly can't move an inch. And then something impossible happens. The Savior's blessing of the stars erupts outward, a massive wave of shimmering light flooding the land. Everything begins glowing under that starlight. Alibra instinctively raises his hand as his entire body surges with new energy. Even the Order leader flinches, staring at him in shock. He mutters that the Savior is a terrifying opponent. Even with a divine sword that can absorb power, he can't take all of it. And the Savior still insists on making what he calls foolish choices. Then his eyes sharpen. He says he understands now. The Savior isn't the one who will lead them to salvation. The Savior asks him quietly if it is truly his choice. When the Order leader answers yes, the Savior tells him this moment will be their end, and commands him to show everything he has. A red aura detonates out of the Savior. Even he looks startled by the power ripping out of him. He rises again, eyes fierce, saying this will be his final teaching. In the same breath, a storm of energy-formed birds explodes outward, blasting toward our boy. The mountains shake like the world is collapsing. Our boy stands there, surrounded by waves of rampaging power as the sky tears open, and a star shines above them, blindingly bright. The Savior unleashes wave after wave of star energy to erase the chaos. And finally, our boy understands the truth. It hits him so violently that he grinds his teeth until they almost crack. He leans forward, gripping his sword with trembling hands, eyes burning hotter than any flame. And he screams a single word, Father. The Savior hurls glittering star energy in every direction while the Order leader slashes wildly, cutting through the air with relentless force. The Savior charges forward, and a ring of white energy expands around him like an exploding halo. The Order leader stands directly in his path, and the two of them dash at each other like the entire world belongs to their battlefield alone. The Order leader fires an arrow-shaped blast of white energy and swings his sword nonstop, attack after attack after attack. He doesn't allow the Savior even a heartbeat to breathe. But the Savior stays firm, unleashing stars and white energy back at him. The power around them cracks like shattered glass. And then a massive burst of white light explodes outward. The Savior keeps blocking the Order leader's rapid strikes, his arms shaking from speed. Stars shoot from his hands and collide with the Order leader's sword over and over, sparks flying across the barren land. Then the Savior plants his sword into the ground and raises it again. A wave of stars bursts from the blade. He lifts 2 fingers, and fresh torrents of energy explode outward. He digs his feet into the scorched earth, raises his hand high, and the concentrated energy blasts from his fingertips, streaking straight toward the Order leader with unstoppable force. The Order leader stood his ground like an unmovable mountain. The swirling energy wrapped around him, but he didn't budge. He gripped his sword tighter, slashing straight into the raging force, determined to tear it apart and end everything in one decisive moment. He sprinted into the incoming torrent, raised his sword high, and split the energy clean down the middle. The blast pushed back violently, scattering stars across the ground like shattered constellations. He carved through them all, disrupting the starlight with every swing. His glare locked onto the Savior, who was clearly weakening now, his body screaming from the strain. The Savior briefly wondered what this vision was trying to show him. His thoughts drifted back to a quiet moment in the hall, sitting with a pen, writing books for the land. Elsa had walked in, her flowing hair flickering with light, asking if he had stayed up all night again. She worried he was pushing himself too far. He put the pen down and told her that hardship was nothing. If it brought peace to the people, then he couldn't ask for more happiness. Back on the battlefield, steel and starlight clashed again and again. Stars and swordlight kept weaving together, exploding into brilliance. From above, our boy watched with wide eyes. He realized he could suddenly sense everything through the Savior. Each movement, each impact, each fragment of power. Every strike wasn't just a blow. It contained thousands, tens of thousands of tiny sword fragments hidden inside. It looked like they were stitching constellations into existence, carving the sky open with swordsmanship. This was the peak, the true summit of sword arts. He kept watching as the savior summoned more stars while the order leader bulldozed through them. They finally closed the distance, and when they clashed, the explosion shook the world. Butterflies burst out of the nearby flowers and swirled around them. Below, Alibra stared, stunned. He said it had barely been a moment since they received the blessing. Elsa was shocked too. Alibra added that both of them had been hiding their true strength all this time. The vision shifted, a barren land overflowing with white energy. The order leader asked if the savior wasn't going to end things already. The savior stood tall, sword in hand. The order leader's mask markings glowed, and he growled that some things couldn't be taken back now. The savior stayed silent, but unmoving. Then his weak voice cut through the tremors. The order leader lifted his hand as the two of them slowly walked across the fractured earth. Sunlight drenched the land as someone drove a sword into the ground, splitting it open. The scene shifted again. The order leader, now appearing younger, lay collapsed on the ground while the savior knelt over him, holding him close. The order leader whispered that he was foolish to the very end. Then the divine sword exploded with purple energy. The savior said this too was the star's guidance. But suddenly he cried out in pain as the order leader spoke coldly, telling him to rest, because he would take over the work of salvation. He raised his sword, preparing to strike the savior down. Everything blurred and burned around them. A massive figure appeared in the chaos, unleashing violent blows as flames roared in every direction. The giant smashed through the battlefield, trying to break past the countless swords crashing around it. Storms ripped the earth apart, but the giant still stood tall, glaring with hatred as a strange green, parrot-like energy flooded the sky. The scene shifted. The savior lay motionless on the ground, that same parrot-colored energy swirling around him. Elsa knelt beside him, hands trembling as she pressed down on his wounds, crying uncontrollably. Someone nearby said she still didn't understand, that none of them could ever truly understand him. The order leader's golden eyes snapped open in fury. He told the man not to interrupt. His power exploded outward, revealing just how shredded the savior's body had become. A massive hand, with long, heavy nails, materialized behind him, radiating raw malice. The order leader glared with those same blazing golden eyes. Alibra clenched his teeth, turning his head sharply as he said, "If you keep this up, you'll lose him too. Let them go." On the other side of the battlefield, Elsa held the savior in her arms, sobbing as flames swallowed the land. The order leader stared at the burning palace and murmured that he enjoyed the beginning and the end of Nebula. Then everything tore apart again. A man appeared in front of our boy, a glowing ring of energy floating above his head. He said the time had come. Ronan had to make a choice. He reached his hand toward him as the moment of decision closed in. The scene opens on that mysterious man with the ring of energy across his face. His hand stretches toward our boy as our boy glowers silently. Finally, our boy speaks. He has a question. He asks what happened to the savior afterward, whether he survived. The man answers calmly, "No one knows. If the savior is lucky, he might still be alive somewhere." Our boy asks another question, about the sovereign who betrayed the savior, the one leading Nebula Clazer now. He asks if that man is actually his father. The man sighs and says Ronan is stuck on something meaningless. Blood ties are shallow, surface level. He calls him Ronan, telling him this is not something he needs to worry about when making his decision. Then the man asks Ronan what he truly sees when he looks at the swordsman who stabbed the savior, the order leader. Does Ronan still see him as a threat to the world, as pure evil? Ronan goes stiff, shocked, immediately asking what he means by that. The man explains. Humans cannot control their ambition. They never remain satisfied. Because of that, they destroy everything they touch. That is why they turn their backs on the savior. They realize this truth. Justice, he says, is only a pretext used by those who have power. There is no real line between good and evil. No logic that separates what's right from what's wrong. It's all just perspective, shaped by whoever happens to hold authority. The man holds a symbol of justice in his hand, letting it glow faintly as he speaks. He says humanity needs absolute order, a ruling force to guide them. The savior might have power, but he does not understand humanity. The order leader, even though he wasn't born with power, does understand them. Because of that, he made his choice. Blood drips slowly from something nearby, each drop echoing through the silence. The man asks whether that choice should even be called betrayal. He reaches out and presses a finger to Ronan's chest. He asks if Ronan thinks that choice was the only path to break humanity's doomed destiny, a fate trapped like a bride walking down a path she can't escape. Then he demands answers. What is good? What is evil? Who is the real savior? Our boy stays silent for a long moment, then finally speaks. He says he can't deny it. He admits that in the past, regardless of what he wanted, he followed orders. He stabbed others to survive. He destroyed everything just to keep going. He yells that this was the person he used to be. and that he wouldn't have made a different choice back then. He says it's surprising anyone survives in a world like that at all. Up to a certain point, that version of himself, the one covered in blood and fear, truly was him. The man asks what he means. Our boy continues, saying maybe this isn't the answer the man wanted, but the person he is now isn't the same. He says he has friends now, people he can laugh with. He has adults who guide him and genuinely care for him, and he knows someone who willingly gives up her life again and again for the sake of the world. The man may think that's meaningless, but to him, those things prove humanity's potential. He says the Savior didn't fail because he chose the wrong path. He failed because both sides ignored humanity's potential while arguing about control and evolution. They missed what mattered most. Our boy glares at the man, eyes burning, whether the Order leader is his father or not. He says he'll get rid of all of them. The man accepts this quietly. He nods and says he understands. This is Ronin's choice. And if that's the case, he has no duty here anymore. He snaps his fingers lightly, a small twinkle of power, and says he will give Ronin strength. Our boy grips his sword and moves toward the mountain. A strange rock catches his eye. He asks what it is. The man tells him it's the source of the curse, and breaking it will cleanse one of the curses he oversees. Ronin narrows his eyes, asking what he's planning. The man answers with a strange, unsettling calm. If I put it in human words, it's something like hate-based affection. Ronin freezes, confused, repeating the phrase. The man explains that even though they just met, he has watched Ronin's entire life. His birth, his sickness, his suffering, his struggles. And all of that affected him enough that he wants Ronin to find at least a little peace. The man says he hopes Ronin will witness the overwhelming power of his enemies and finally give up his revenge, stop walking down a hopeless path, and turn his gaze elsewhere. But since Ronin will never do that, the man sighs and says he has no choice except to give him power. He places his hand on the strange rock. Stars rise from the boulder as energy ripples outward in every direction. The man says he can feel it, the curse energy inside, the one binding Ronin from the beginning. The energy spreads like a storm while both of them stand quietly at its center. He tells Ronin to break the boulder and go. He warns that the future ahead is a long, brutal struggle. Ronin will be hurt countless times. He'll lose things he can never get back. But after watching Ronin's entire life, the man believes he can endure it. Ronin doesn't respond. He just grips his sword tighter as red energy begins to pour out of it, wrapping around his arm. He slowly draws the blade. He thanks the curse. He raises his hand toward the rock. The boulder trembles violently as he whispers that it's time to end this. A surge of red light erupts, and suddenly, the man's arm flies into the air. It happens in an instant. Blood bursts everywhere. The severed arm spins through the air and falls. The man stares in utter shock, unable to comprehend what just happened. Ronin cuts him down, without hesitation, without hearing another word. He glares at the man, and he speaks directly to him.